Our story opens beneath a clear and beautiful sky. A monk speaks to someone, questioning if they really want to know about Yeonho. This monk is no ordinary figure. He's introduced as Master Musin, known as the Living Buddha. In front of him stands a skinny scholar who eagerly expresses his desire to learn more about Yeonho. He explains that he's currently compiling records to document Yeonho's life and legacy. With an awkward smile attempting to mask his unease, the monk begins to speak. He describes Yeonho, officially known as the Radiant Martial Sovereign, as a man of great virtue, kindness, and moral integrity. The monk even claims that Yeonho must have been sent by Buddha himself. The scholar's eyes light up with excitement. He immediately begins scribbling down notes, confirming it's just as he suspected. He then asks the monk about Yeonho's daily life. What kind of man was he truly? The question clearly rattles the monk. His composure cracks. The calm facade vanishes. Suddenly, he explodes in frustration, unleashing curses at the very mention of Yeonho's name. It's so shocking coming from a monk that the startled scholar practically falls out of the sky. The scene shifts abruptly to the Hube Penglan. The scholar is now being violently thrown out of the Pang clan residence. We're introduced to the furious supreme elder of the Pang clan, Pang Dojuk. Upon hearing Yeonho's name, the elder erupts with rage. He demands to know why a miserable lowlife like the scholar would even dare to bring up that name in his presence. He doesn't stop there. The elder immediately commands his people to bring out a whole bag of salt and scatter it around the area where the scholar had stood, as if to purge the very memory of Yeonho's name. The scholar, shaken to his core, is overwhelmed by the identical reactions he keeps encountering. No matter where he goes, people become hostile and disturbed the moment he mentions Yeonho. Yet, Yeonho, this same man everyone seems to hate, was once hailed as the Radiant Martial Sovereign. We are reminded of his grand reputation, a legendary figure who ended an era of chaos. He was celebrated as a paragon of virtue, a gentleman, a chivalrous warrior, and by some, the greatest martial artist who ever lived. Still puzzled, the scholar continues his journey, using a Qigong technique to travel swiftly. As he moves, he reflects deeply on why everyone avoids speaking of Yeonho. As a historian, he feels responsible for uncovering the full truth, even the parts buried in shame or secrecy. And now, he believes he might finally find a reason. Next, we meet the divine Mad Dog, a notorious figure among beggars. The moment he hears that the scholar was chased out of both Shaolin and the Pang clan, he bursts into uncontrollable laughter. The scholar confirms it, sharing that wherever he went, he faced nearly the same kind of reaction. Every time he brought up Yeonho's name, he doesn't even get to finish the sentence before the Mad Dog interrupts him. He declares that it's no surprise people respond like that. The scholar, caught off guard by this sudden and confident reaction, is stunned. Then, the narrative formally begins. 100 years ago, in the Guangdong Wai clan, lived a boy named Yeonho, known in his youth as Wonho. Far from being a hero, he was considered the worst kind of person. We're taken back to when he was just 12. Young Wonho is seen half asleep, mumbling about his dream to become the strongest. From Mad Dog's point of view, there was once a boy with a grand ambition of becoming the greatest under the heavens. Raised in a martial clan, he was immersed in the values of chivalry from an early age. He already understood what it would take to reach the top, relentless effort. There was, however, one problem: he just couldn't get started today. We see Wonho standing, staring at the sunset. He looks deep in thought, but moments later pulls the blanket over himself again and lies down. He laments how today was supposed to be the day he started laying the foundations for greatness. But alas, he decides it's better to get a good night's sleep and begin tomorrow. Suddenly, footsteps echo in the hallway. Someone enters the room, calling for Yeonho to get up. The command is repeated, this time louder and angrier. Yeonho sluggishly rises from bed. Now we meet his father, the patriarch of the Guangdong White clan, Wi Yeonho. Also known as the righteous chivalrous swordsman, he sternly asks his son if he even knows what time it is. Yeonho casually replies that he saw the sun. His father points out that despite seeing the sun, Yeonho is still in bed. Yeonho cheekily argues that the sun is setting, so technically it's still sleep time. His father grows more frustrated and asks how long he's been holed up in his room. Yeonho guesses, was it 2 days? Maybe 3? He settles on 2. But the truth hits hard. It's been 4 full days. His father calls him a useless brat, appalled that Yeonho has been lazing around for that long, wrapped in a blanket. He even jokes that not even a bear would lie still for that long, without turning over from the sweat. Trying to deflect the scolding, Yeonho laughs nervously and claims he does get up every now and then. That only angers his father more. Yeonho then tries to explain he meant to train today, truly, but each time he opened his eyes, the sun was already setting. And of course, when the sun sets, it's bedtime again. One must rest to train early the next morning, right? Fed up with the excuses, his father explodes in rage. He flips the bed over, yelling that today he will finally fix his son's rotten attitude once and for all. From Mad Dog's perspective, the scene is both ironic and amusing. He comments with a pun, "Today, in the mighty Guangdong Wi household, the sun was already setting." The scene transitions to the Wi clan's administrative office. There, the patriarch sits visibly stressed. The administrator, Zhou Bang, gently inquires whether the second young master is the source of his troubles. The patriarch confirms it. Who else would it be? Zhou Bang tries to reassure him, saying Yeonho will eventually grow up and mature. But the patriarch blames himself. We are then given more context. When Yeonho was just 2 years old, Zhang Han had left on a martial dual pilgrimage. He had expected to be gone for only 2 years. But fate had other plans. Caught up in unexpected events, he ended up wandering for 8 long years. Though he returned a famed warrior with the honorary title of the righteous chivalrous swordsman, the cost was great. By the time he came home, everything had changed. His once gentle wife had grown fiercer than a tiger, and the son he had thought would turn out just fine had become a hopelessly lazy sloth. Back in the present, Zhang Han sighs deeply, consumed by regret. Zhou Bang tries once more to reassure him. Surely, there must still be a way to turn things around. The patriarch, upon hearing something vague, asks for clarification. The administrator reminds him of an important person who is returning soon. At first, the patriarch doesn't understand who he means, but quickly realizes the implication. The administrator is referring to someone returning after 3 years at the academy. The patriarch gives a knowing smirk. He's reminded of the only person Yeonho genuinely fears. At that moment, someone quietly arrives behind Yeonho. Yeonho suddenly feels uneasy, like a chill ran down his spine. When he turns around, he sees his older brother, the eldest son of Guangdong's Wi clan, Sanho. Sanho casually asks Yeonho how long he's been asleep. Yeonho, clearly caught off guard and nervous, asks when Sanho got home. Sanho replies by pointing out that he asked first. Yeonho scratches his head awkwardly, unable to respond. Sanho fixes his gaze on him, prompting Yeonho to blurt out that things aren't as they seem. He claims he trained hard early that morning and only napped because he was tired. He insists it's true. Sanho then asks if Yeonho really trained, and Yeonho confirms it. To check his progress, Sanho tells him to use a technique on a nearby candle, wanting to see how much Yeonho has improved in 3 years. Yeonho reluctantly readies himself with a sword. Sanho, watching him hesitate, urges him to continue. Yeonho tries to stall, pointing out that they're indoors and implying it might be unsafe. Sanho firmly assures him it's fine and tells him to demonstrate what he has. Yeonho begins preparing and attempts to perform a sword move, the soaring dragon technique. He strikes, but the candle remains untouched. Realizing the move failed, Yeonho panics internally. Sanho, disappointed, remarks that after 3 years, one should have mastered such a technique and moved on. Instead, Yeonho seems to have regressed. Later, the family gathers in the dining hall for dinner. Yeonho feels uneasy and certain that the food will only give him indigestion. The patriarch asks Sanho about life at the martial academy and whether he faced any challenges. Sanho responds that everything was fine. In fact, difficulties are essential as they help one grow. The patriarch commends Sanho's perseverance and acknowledges the hardships he must have endured. Sanho humbly returns the sentiment, saying his father had it harder being away from home. Then the patriarch asks if there are any other issues. Sanho brings up one, concerning Yeonho. The matriarch asks what it is, and Sanho responds that he believes Yeonho should be taken to the martial academy. This catches everyone off guard, especially Yeonho, who is overwhelmed by fear and anxiety. The scene shifts, with the narrator known as the Mad Dog, noting that even well-known martial figures like Master Muzin and Pang Dojuk react strongly at the mention of Hae Yeonho's name. He hints that this moment was the start of something significant, though no one could have guessed that the lazy Yeonho would one day make a name for himself. And so, Yeonho ends up being sent to the academy, mostly against his will. His family, especially his younger sister Warren, is emotional. She cries and begs him not to go. Their father jokes lightheartedly, encouraging him to return as a man. Yeonho tries to console his sister, promising to come back. From Mad Dog's view, the journey of Sanho and Yeonho seemed smooth, at least for Sanho. During the journey, Yeonho asks if they're nearly there. Sanho tells him there are 10 more days left. This shocks Yeonho, who's clearly exhausted. Sanho adds that they could have arrived in 5 days if Yeonho knew how to ride a horse. Yeonho points out that he's never ridden before. Sanho clarifies that he wasn't blaming him, just explaining. Later, Yeonho asks to take a break, mentioning how steep the path is and how much pain he's in. As they travel, Yeonho spots people lying beneath a tree and suggests they join them to rest. Sanho takes a closer look and suddenly appears alarmed. He dismounts to inspect the bodies. Yeonho, confused, asks what he's doing. Sanho reveals that the people are already dead. He shows Yeonho evidence of a martial technique called the flower indulging palm. It used to be known as the crimson flower palm, but became infamous due to a criminal named Kwok, who committed crimes using this technique. Yeonho, shocked by the mention of a rapist, asks if that person is nearby. Sanho explains that Kwok targets women climbing the mountains, and based on the situation, he likely ambushed this group while pursuing a woman who may still be in danger. Sanho tells Yeonho to stay put while he goes to investigate. Yeonho protests, upset that he's being left alone with the corpses. But by the time he reacts, Sanho is already gone. Frustrated and anxious, Yeonho looks around. Surrounded by bodies and growing storm clouds, he feels helpless. As the rain starts falling, he begins panicking, calling out for Sanho. He wonders what's taking so long and whether something bad has happened. Worried, he starts trying to move the bodies onto a horse, thinking he can't leave them to become food for animals. But the horses resist. Then lightning strikes, and in the commotion, one of the horses kicks Yeonho, sending him tumbling down a hill. When he wakes up, sore and muddy, he curses the horses. He finds himself at the entrance of a cave and is relieved to have found shelter from the rain. Soon after, the horses arrive too. He ties them up and scolds them, though he knows he can't do anything more. Looking at his soaked clothes, he complains about the situation and thinks that this is why he prefers staying home. He marks the cave entrance in case Sanho comes looking, then lies down to rest. After some sleep, Yeonho wakes briefly and hopes that nothing bad has happened to his brother. He reassures himself that Sanho is strong and will be okay, then goes back to sleep. Later, an unusual blue light begins to appear around Yeonho. The light gently lifts his sleeping body and carries him away, eventually taking him through an invisible barrier. Yeonho wakes up again, disoriented. The space resembles the cave he was in, but something feels different. He wonders if he somehow rolled deeper inside while asleep. Then, a mysterious voice addresses him, calling him a fated human. Yeonho, startled, backs up in fear and notices a glowing blue spear. The voice welcomes him to a place called the Fated Place, and refers to Yeonho as the successor of his radiant sword. Yeonho, confused, asks if the voice is coming from the glowing object. The voice confirms, explaining that its speaker has long transcended the physical world and is communicating from beyond time and space. He tells Yeonho to accept his will and lead the world. Yeonho reacts fearfully, mistaking the voice for a ghost. The voice reassures him that he is already dead. Only his will remains, left behind for someone who might arrive and be worthy to inherit it. Yeonho recognizes the setup: a remote cave, an old man's voice, a final will. He starts wondering if this might be a destined opportunity. Maybe, he thinks, This is the reward for his suffering and a way to avoid the harsh martial training. The voice explains there's no time to waste. He tells Yeonho to inherit his sword technique, train relentlessly, and one day write the new morals of the world. If Yeonho has his bloodline, then he should have a talent. With 30 years of dedicated training, Yeonho might eventually replicate his skill. Hearing the time span, Yeonho reacts with disbelief. He immediately rejects the offer, saying he's not interested in training for 30 years and suggests the voice find someone else. The voice pauses, clearly not expecting that answer, and asks why. Yeonho says he'd rather give it up than spend the next 30 years stuck there. Back in Mad Dog's narration, he reflects on this unusual event. He says this strange encounter was the beginning of Yeonho's transformation. The moment when the boy once dismissed as lazy started down a path that would eventually make him famous. Yeonho tells the old man that he doesn't believe this is fate and suggests he find someone else, then leaves. The old man calls for him to wait. When Yeonho turns back, he sees the light forming into the shape of an old man. This is the first appearance of Baek Muhan. Seeing him, Yeonho concludes he was right all along. The old man is a scammer. The old man reacts to this accusation, questioning how Yeonho could call him that. Yeonho explains that the old man pretended to be something else at first, only revealing his true nature when his act failed. The old man denies pretending and explains that he is a spirit who has left his physical body. Yeonho doesn't believe it and tries to hit him, but his hand passes through, causing him to fall. Surprised, Yeonho realizes the old man might really be a ghost. The old man clarifies this is a rare technique called the spirit transmission arts, used only by extremely high-level martial artists. Yeonho casually calls such people ghosts, frustrating the old man, who insists he's not one. Back with Mad Dog, he tells a scholar that this is how Yeonho met his master. The scholar questions whether spirit transmission arts really exist. Mad Dog confirms it's a technique mastered only by the most elite. The scholar then asks who among martial artists can use it. Mad Dog brings up the Sword Emperor. The scholar immediately recognizes the name. He's known as the strongest in history, head of the Baek clan, and a legendary figure. Mad Dog confirms that Baek Muhan, the Radiant Sword, later known as the Sword Emperor, was Yeonho's master. The scholar is surprised since the Sword Emperor lived 300 years ago. Mad Dog agrees, saying the Sword Emperor belonged to a long-forgotten era. Still, it's true that he trained Yeonho. The scholar assumes Yeonho must have begged to become the Sword Emperor's disciple. Mad Dog corrects him. It was the Sword Emperor who sought a disciple after centuries of being ignored by his own descendants. Back in the cave, Yeonho asks the old man why he's overreacting and insists again he can't learn from him. The old man closes the entrance, trapping Yeonho. He explains that with Yeonho's current skill, he can't move the thick stone gate. But if Yeonho learns his martial arts, he'll be able to slice through it easily. Not convinced, Yeonho takes out a sword and starts scraping the wall. The old man is surprised and asks what he's doing. Yeonho replies that he's digging, since even a stone wall can be worn down with metal over time. He estimates it'll take a year or two. The old man is taken aback that Yeonho is willing to spend that long. Yeonho jokes that it's shorter than the 30 years of training the old man suggested. Frustrated, the old man realizes he can't even punish Yeonho. He hovers and tries to persuade Yeonho to learn, promising not to disappoint him. Yeonho still refuses, saying he doesn't like him. The old man offers a deal, leave after 20 years. Yeonho lies down and says 20 is too long. He would consider it if the old man had said 3. The old man, trying to stay calm, questions Yeonho's expectations. Even the greatest masters couldn't achieve that. Yeonho shrugs and says maybe it just isn't meant to be. The old man, overwhelmed with frustration, finally proposes 5 years, vowing to make Yeonho the strongest in the world. That makes Yeonho pause. He reflects that maybe this old man really was the strongest martial artist. Yeonho agrees to train. Back with Mad Dog, he explains that Yeonho didn't know the old man's identity. It was unfortunate that the legendary master ended up with someone so lazy. Meanwhile, the old man is frustrated that Yeonho sleeps all day. Yeonho argues he's human and needs sleep, unlike the spirit. Baek Muhan grumbles, but encourages Yeonho to train. Still, Yeonho trains only lightly, prompting Baek Muhan to estimate it'll take 50 years at that rate. Yeonho asks if there's an easier way. The old man says it's already as easy as it gets. Yeonho thinks the old man would be less irritating if he just stayed quiet. He jokes that this is why one needs a skilled master. The old man seethes with frustration, but can't do anything without a physical body. He laments his condition and wishes he could properly train Yeonho. While Yeonho lies around, he asks how the old man operated the stone gate. Baek Muhan explains he triggered a device using psychic energy, not physical force. This makes him realize something new, that he can still manipulate objects with chi. Laughing, he tests it out. Yeonho gets nervous as he sees this. When the old man levitates rocks, Yeonho backs away and tries to reason with him. The old man sends the rocks flying at Yeonho. From then on, training continues day and night. Yeonho practices swordsmanship daily and uses a special dream-based art at night. Over time, his life becomes fully focused on martial arts. 5 years pass quickly. One day, the old man wakes Yeonho up early. Yeonho is confused by the serious tone. Baek Muhan explains his lifelong pursuit of martial arts, how it led him to neglect family and relationships, and how that distance is why no one came to find him. He says that through Yeonho, he finally learned about emotion and connection. Yeonho senses something is off. The old man confirms it's time for him to go. Yeonho panics and insists the old man can't leave. They agreed on 30 years. But the old man reveals he used up his energy maintaining the elixir that allowed Yeonho to survive without food. There's no energy left. Yeonho is upset, saying he would have left and returned if he had known. The old man doubts Yeonho would have come back. Still, he expresses gratitude for their time and says his hope is that Yeonho will explore the world, learn from it, and not repeat his mistakes. He tells Yeonho that even if no one remembers him, his teachings live on in Yeonho's swordsmanship. As the old man fades away, his last words to Yeonho are to be happy. Yeonho, crying, says the old man could have at least warned him. Back in the present, Yeonho is annoyed. He finds a cloth the old man left behind, covered in writing. It explains that Yeonho's martial arts are still incomplete, and the elixir in his body is a double-edged sword. If he doesn't keep training fast enough, it'll kill him. Frustrated, Yeonho curses the old man. Another note tells him to travel and experience the world. That's how he'll grow further. The script ends with Yeonho realizing that the journey isn't over, and the old man made sure he wouldn't slack off again. The old man advises Yeonho not to be content with living a limited life in a small place. Baek Muhan also encourages him to broaden his vision, to see more, experience more, and become someone capable of greater things. As a starting point, Yeonho is told to go to a place called Ruin to find the world's greatest scholar and stay with him. It's expected that Yeonho will learn and feel something important through that experience. Yeonho reflects on this. Though he initially intended to return home, he decides to delay that plan until he settles what he needs to. With resolve, he bows deeply to his master and then sets off for Ruin. Outside the cave, Baek Muhan reappears and bursts into laughter, mocking Yeonho in his usual rough manner. He calls Yeonho a fool and says that if Yeonho doesn't learn more about the world, he'll waste away like a dried-up mummy. He insists that martial arts developed in isolation have no value. To Baek Muhan, letting Yeonho stay tucked away in some remote place would be a loss. With a content expression, he says it would be a waste of Yeonho's martial talent. The story moves to the city of Kiang. Yeonho is visibly thin from starvation, looking skeletal. He approaches a beggar who turns out to be Jangyul, the branch leader of the beggar sect in this area. Jangyul is taken aback by Yeonho's appearance and internally wonders who this dried-up person is. Yeonho says he came with a question, but Jangyul immediately asks for money in exchange. When Yeonho questions if payment is necessary, Jangyul tells him that nothing in the world is free. Though he considers helping Yeonho out of professional respect, he sticks to the rules of his organization. Jangyul assumes Yeonho is a beggar and says so. Yeonho questions the assumption, but Jangyul replies that anyone who begs is, by definition, a beggar. He even jokes that Yeonho could make money just by sitting on a street corner. Then, unexpectedly, Yeonho asks if Yeonho wants to work with him. Later, we see a pile of money in front of Yeonho. Yeonho is thrilled. They've earned 6 months' worth of operating funds in just half a day. He calls Yeonho the god of wealth and is ready to give him the information he asked for. Yeonho wants detailed info about famous scholars and blacksmiths, their locations, hobbies, and specialties. Yeonho says it'll take 7 days and asks Yeonho to return. Yeonho replies that he has nowhere to go and nothing else to do, so he'll wait right there. Yeonho agrees, something he soon comes to regret. A few days pass, and another beggar runs up to Yeonho, saying they're in trouble. When Yeonho asks what kind of trouble beggars could possibly face, the beggar explains they are on the verge of starvation. He leads Yeonho to the source of the problem. There, Yeonho finds a crowd tossing coins at Yeonho, who's just sitting on the roadside. People are saying that if you want to be a beggar, you should at least reach Yeonho's level. Yeonho is both stunned and unsettled by how quickly Yeonho has taken over the streets. Yeonho, now acting comfortably, complains that he's thirsty and asks Yeonho to bring water. When served, he complains about the bowl being dirty and the water being lukewarm. Yeonho scolds his subordinates and tells them to bring cold water from mountains. Yeonho lounges and mutters how nice it is, further frustrating Yeonho. Yeonho feels humiliated. As a branch leader, he's now forced to serve someone he sees as an upstart. Yet, he knows that kicking Yeonho out would demoralize his whole group. He's increasingly desperate for the information to arrive. When the documents finally come, a beggar rushes in with them, and Yeonho is visibly relieved. But Yeonho reviews the contents and is disappointed. He asks if this incomplete report is really what Yeonho wants to sell. Yeonho takes a look and realizes that the information is only partially complete, less than half of what was requested. He worries that this may have been intentional and decides to take Yeonho elsewhere to complete the task. They arrive at another location, where a woman greets Yeonho sarcastically, calling him Foxdog. This is Gaenong, the branch leader of the House Sect in Kiang. She notes the rarity of Yeonho visiting her organization, given that the House Sect and Beggar Sect are rivals. She wants to know why he's come. Yeonho says he isn't here on behalf of his sect, but as an individual bringing a client. Yeonho continues to tease Yeonho, calling him Branch Leader Dog, which catches Gui's attention. She becomes suspicious and offended, thinking this could be an insult or provocation. Gai refuses to offer information to the Beggar Sect. Yeonho clarifies that he isn't part of them. Gai is still wary and warns them not to insult her sect. Yeonho criticizes her professionalism, pointing out that if she's selling intelligence, she should at least know who her clients are. This angers her, and she calls in her subordinate, Gongmu, to identify Yeonho. Gongmu reports that Yeonho is not from the Beggar Sect. Still irritated, Gai refuses to help and tells them to leave. Yeonho remarks that she's turning away a paying customer, which he sees as bad business sense. Gai warns him to watch his mouth, threatening violence. Yeonho calls her an old lady, provoking her further. Gai orders Gongmu to teach Yeonho a lesson. As Gongmu lunges, Yeonho effortlessly counters, knocking him out in one blow. Everyone is shocked. Gai realizes that Yeonho is a martial master. He apologizes and says it was just reflex. Yeonho, who had suspected Yeonho had some training, now fully understands that Yeonho is far stronger than he thought. Yeonho himself casually blames it on the old man. Gai, now visibly shaken, quickly shifts her stance. She acknowledges that they may not have come with hostile intentions and asks what Yeonho wants. His voice booming as he commands everyone to freeze. But his aggressive stance quickly fades. He apologizes to the lady in charge, admitting that he isn't a killer and has no intention of harming anyone. Both the beggar and the lady stare, shocked by the sudden shift in his demeanor. The woman's mind races, sensing a powerful, unusual aura surrounding him. An old lesson from his master flashes through the protagonist's mind, a reminder that a person willing to attack once will likely do so again. He explains this to the lady, noting that while he disliked the old man, his words were never wrong. The woman realizes the gravity of the situation. She now believes she has severely misjudged him and is in over her head. The protagonist takes a moment to compose himself, his thoughts turning inward. He understands that a single mistake could lead to the downfall of the entire house sect. With a newfound respect, the lady asks him what he wants. He answers simply, information. She presses for more details, confirming she has the papers he's looking for. He points to the blank spots on the documents, asking her to fill them in. She is taken aback, thinking it's absurd that a powerful person like him was needed for such a simple task. She concludes that the sect is overcomplicating things. She assures him the task is not difficult and asks if he can wait while she completes it. He agrees, and she promises to return in 15 minutes. The lady then turns her attention to the beggar leader, summoning him to her. The beggar leader is overjoyed, his face lighting up with excitement. The protagonist, seeing the beggar's expression, bursts into laughter, teasing him about looking like a dumpling and questioning if the lady had beaten him. Beggar leader cuts off the protagonist, telling him to be quiet. Annoyed, the protagonist mocks the beggar sect, suggesting it must be weak if its leader is getting beaten up by the house sect. The beggar leader becomes defensive, asking if the protagonist thinks the woman is just an ordinary member of the house sect. The beggar leader shouts that she is the daughter of the house sect's leader, the sect's future heir. He explains that she grew up eating rare miracle medicines and other luxuries. He throws his hands up in frustration, asking how he could possibly be a match for her. Just then, the lady returns, holding the information. The protagonist thanks her, but she responds with a serious tone, stating that the house sect has its own rules. The protagonist is confused, so the beggar leader quietly whispers to him that there is an information fee. The protagonist asks the lady how much it is. She quickly replies, 5 yuan. Thinking this is a low price, the protagonist hands her some coins. The beggar leader gasps, revealing that a yuan is actually a silver niang, an extremely valuable currency. The protagonist is shocked. He questions why the fee is so high, and the lady explains that the information was highly secure and not easily accessible. The protagonist accepts this, but the beggar leader immediately asks where he's going. The protagonist replies that he has to go earn 5 silver niang. The beggar leader panics and grabs the protagonist's foot, pleading with him not to go. He cries that he brought the protagonist here for a reason. The protagonist, annoyed, asks what he's supposed to do instead. The beggar leader sobs for him to wait. It is revealed that the beggar leader, Jang Il, had to use all the money he had saved, along with what his companion, Wi Yeonho, had earned to pay the 5 silver niang. What he couldn't cover, he had to borrow with an IOU. He mourns the loss of his savings. The protagonist notices the beggar leader's tears and asks if he's crying. The beggar leader, frustrated, yells at the protagonist, calling him an evil bastard for forcing him to spend his entire life savings. The protagonist ignores the insult and focuses on the information, noting that it is incredibly thorough and far superior to the intelligence the beggars usually gather. The lady comments on the dynamic between the beggar leader and the protagonist, noting that they seem to be on entirely different levels. The protagonist then hands her a letter, asking her to send it to Guangdong and inquiring about the cost. She replies that the service is more expensive than using an escort agency, but she will do it in exchange for answers to some of her questions. She starts with his name. Wi Yeonho, he replies. She then asks for his age, and he tells her he is 17. The beggar leader is shocked, shouting that the protagonist is even younger than him. The lady's mind reels, surprised that he's only 17. She can't believe a 17-year-old could possess such martial prowess. She repeats his name to herself, Wi Yeonho, a name that seems familiar. A realization hits her, and she asks him directly if he is the second son of the Guangdong Wi clan. He is surprised and asks how she knows him. She explains that the Guangdong Wi clan has an outstanding request with the house sect to find him. The beggar leader is just as shocked, exclaiming that the protagonist is the younger brother of Sanho, whom he considers a friend. The protagonist is surprised to learn that the beggar leader knows his brother. The lady confirms that she will send his letter to the Guangdong Wi clan, but warns him that it will take at least 10 days to arrive. The beggar leader, frustrated, laments that he has been acting as a subordinate to a mere child. The protagonist reassures him, saying that after waiting 5 years, 10 more days won't make a difference. The lady then presents him with a special token, explaining that it marks him as a special guest of the house sect. She tells him that if he ties it somewhere visible, a house sect informant will come to him. The protagonist muses to himself about the kind of person who could defeat the Four Swords at 17. He then asks if the token and its services are free. She replies with a firm no. The protagonist thinks to himself that a person of that skill level doesn't exist in the Central Plains. The lady, hoping to build a connection with him, feigns disinterest, saying, "In that case, it's useless." Then, she changes her tone, offering to give him information for free next time. The protagonist, intrigued, asks if she's serious. She confirms that it's a special offer just for him. The lady tells the two men that she doesn't want to lose a customer over what happened earlier. The protagonist laughs it off, saying that nothing really happened. The beggar leader immediately disagrees, complaining that his face is bruised and he's now broke. The protagonist dismisses him, thinking that the beggar leader is a loser and this is a common occurrence. Outside the lady's house, the beggar leader argues with the protagonist, complaining about his lost money. The protagonist advises him that money comes and goes and that a beggar shouldn't be so greedy. "Tap into your beggar roots," he says. The beggar leader gets upset, realizing he can't beat the protagonist. He then asks if they can finally go their separate ways now that the protagonist has the information he wanted. The protagonist stops him, a surprised look on his face. He reveals that there's a new problem. The beggar leader, exasperated, asks what it is. With a smile, the protagonist admits that he doesn't have any money. The beggar leader curses to himself in frustration. Meanwhile, the lady gives an order to her servant, Gongmu, to send a letter to the sect. She tells him to report that the second son of the Guangdong Wi clan has been found and has returned as a martial master. The scene shifts to the Great Hanlim Institute. A man named Manhwa, the third grand scholar, is enjoying a cup of tea. His daughter, Mun Yunji, comes to him, telling him he has a guest. He's surprised since he has nothing on his schedule. She explains that the guest wishes to play a game of Go with him. Manhwa is intrigued. He greets the protagonist, assuring him he's not intruding. He confirms the protagonist's desire to play Go, and the protagonist replies that it's the only game worth playing. Manhwa agrees, offering the protagonist the first move with the black stones while he plays with the white stones. As the game begins, Manhwa thinks that he shouldn't expect much from the young man. He assumes the protagonist is just looking for a free meal, and he plans to help him afterward. However, the protagonist's first move surprises him. He is fast and deliberate, showing that he is no beginner. Manhwa is impressed by his speed and experience for his age. The two play back and forth rapidly. Manhwa soon realizes that the protagonist isn't just fast. There's a strange, almost demonic quality to his moves. He is in deep thought when the protagonist smiles and asks, "Aren't you going to play?" Manhwa's inner monologue reveals a shocking realization. He's a war demon. Manhwa stared at the board in silent amazement. The boy's presence had surged like a violent tide. Though it had only been a game and not actual combat, he played with relentless aggression, as if standing in the middle of a brutal battlefield. The instant he noticed even the smallest opening, he became merciless and pressed forward without hesitation, tearing through his opponent's position like a fiend. A true war demon. After the match, the man folded his hands and praised him sincerely, saying it had been a magnificent game and that such an aura was rare. The boy thanked him politely and explained that it was only because his master had been extremely strict since childhood. The man looked surprised and asked whether he had a master. At that moment, memories of the cave surfaced in Yeonho's mind. If he lost, he had to train 10 times harder. If his master lost, the old man rewarded himself with 3 days of rest. Remembering it, Yeonho let out a quiet sigh and admitted that he did indeed have a master, an old grump. Then he asked if he could remain there for a while. His master had instructed him to come to Rulin and spend time learning. The man seemed to realize something and quietly remarked that he must be carrying out his master's final wishes. He readily agreed to help, offering him a proper room and telling him to stay as long as he wanted. Turning to his daughter, he instructed her to prepare lodging and clothes and take their guest to bathe. Yeonho hurriedly refused, saying he had no money. Muin laughed and told him no guest would ever be charged. In fact, if Yeonho had not planned to stay, he would have invited him anyway. In return, All he asked was that Yeonho occasionally play a few games of Go with him and the other guests. After scratching his head for a moment, Yeonho agreed. With permission granted, Yeonji led him away. Not long after, Yeonho found himself soaking in a hot bath. He relaxed and thought how wonderful it felt. He used to hate bathing, but somehow the water here felt different. Looking at himself now, he thought he even looked healthier. Cursing his old master inwardly, he admitted this comfort was so satisfying he could almost cry. A little later, Yeonji returned carrying a fresh set of clothes. She still could not understand why her father had accepted someone like him into the estate. Just then, Yeonho casually stepped out of the bath without thinking. Startled, she screamed and quickly thrust the clothes toward him, telling him to cover himself because she had nearly mistaken him for a ghost. Yeonho accepted the clothes without much concern. Meanwhile, Yeonji found herself unexpectedly surprised. After bathing, he actually looked rather handsome, and his well-built frame revealed years of training. Once dressed, Yeonho looked at her and simply asked whether this was fine. Caught off guard, Yeonji blurted out in confusion and asked who exactly he was. Several days passed. Yeonji eventually went to her father in frustration and complained about their guest. Since arriving, Yeonho had done nothing except lie in his room, wake only to eat, and go back to sleep. 7 days and nights had passed like that. Hearing this, Myun frowned slightly as if remembering something. Then he realized he had never even asked the boy's name. But Yeonji continued complaining. Her father had always taught that laziness was a sin and constantly emphasized diligence and effort. So why was he overlooking someone who spent every day sleeping? Even as a guest, she argued, he should not be allowed to drag down the atmosphere of the estate. Myun calmly explained. He loved Go because it revealed a person's true nature. Words could be controlled and expressions hidden, but aura could not lie. Someone impatient could not play calmly, and someone carefree could not truly enjoy fierce competition. Through aura, a person's life and character became visible. As for Yeonho, his aura was unusually rough and fierce in a way he had never encountered before. That alone proved he was not naturally idle. Perhaps he had once lived through hardships they could not imagine. The harsher the sunlight, the deeper the shadow. If he appeared lazy now, perhaps it was only because he had endured too much before. People did not blame a bird for sheltering under an eave during rain or question why it was not flying. So couldn't they allow him to rest a little longer? Yeonji sighed and said she understood, but she did not truly agree. Arriving at Yeonho's room, she decided her father had been fooled. Someone that lazy could not possibly be the person her father described. She would drive him out herself. She entered and called for him to wake up. Yeonho responded lazily. Annoyed, she yanked away the blanket and told him the sun was already high. With no choice, he sat up and casually asked why she had not waited until sunset. Her irritation flared immediately. She demanded to know what kind of person could shamelessly spend 7 days sleeping while everyone else worked and studied. Yeonho looked at her lazily and answered that her studying was her business, and he slept because he wanted to. He asked what was wrong with that. Furious, Yeonji snapped back. She said she could not tolerate someone lying there for 7 days without even washing and reminded him that someone had to drag his blanket off every day. No one in the estate lived for free. If he were a scholar in training, she might overlook it, but the estate did not have extra rice to support freeloaders. Yeonho looked confused. He pointed out that her father clearly had not finished speaking before she interrupted. Yeonji immediately answered that she was the one managing the estate finances. Yeonho sighed and asked what exactly she wanted him to do. Without hesitation, she led him outside and pointed at a huge pile of clothes. His task was simple. Wash all of them. Yeonho looked at the mountain of laundry and asked whether all of this was really the price of the meals he had eaten. Was the rice here mixed with gold? Yeonji turned away, secretly satisfied. She told him the work was now his responsibility and warned that every piece had to be cleaned properly. If anything remained dirty, she would make him wash everything again, so he should do a thorough job. Walking away, she smiled inwardly. This time, he would finally experience real hardship. There was no way he could finish everything in a single day. But barely an hour later, she returned and froze. Every piece of clothing had been washed perfectly and neatly hung out to dry. She stared in disbelief and demanded to know how he had finished so quickly. Unable to accept it, she clenched her teeth. She would not let him remain so carefree. Immediately, she dragged him to the woodyard. Looking at the enormous pile of logs, Yeonho asked whether she expected him to chop all of them. Yeonji smiled mischievously and generously gave him a full week. Inside, she was convinced he would not last even one day before running away. But when she returned later, Yeonho was sleeping peacefully nearby while the entire pile had already been chopped and stacked neatly. She was stunned. That amount of work would normally take 10 labors over 10 days. Still unwilling to admit defeat, she continued assigning tasks. Washing dishes, sweeping the yard, cleaning. Every job was completed almost instantly. Yeonji could only grind her teeth in frustration. How was he finishing everything so effortlessly? And so, Yeonho's life at Yurim officially began. But taking West Yeonho into the estate eventually became what the third virtuous grand scholar considered a grave mistake. He should never have allowed him to stay. A young listener asked in surprise why he would say such a thing. The scholar answered solemnly. There was one thing he was certain of: wherever Yeonho went, trouble followed. Even if he never intended it, his presence always stirred waves. And Yurim was no exception. The youth became curious and asked what exactly had happened. The scholar answered simply. Everything started with the Go matches. One day, Yeonho sat before the board and quietly wondered how things had turned out this way. He had thought being a guest meant occasionally playing a few games. Instead, a long line of people now stretched outside the estate. Everyone whispered among themselves. If the third virtuous scholar personally sent invitations, then the opponent must be someone extraordinary. Many had rushed over purely to witness such a rare style of play. Another observer muttered that the board had already lost its foundation and was only waiting for its owner to collapse. Soon the match began. The moment they witnessed Yeonho's style, everyone was shocked. His play was overwhelming. Anyone who faced him was defeated without mercy. From that day onward, Hanlan Great Academy gained a new Go prodigy. During one particular match, Yeonho placed a piece. Immediately afterward, his opponent found himself trapped. A player is deep in thought during a game of Go, questioning a move the protagonist has just made. He thinks it looks like suicide, but quickly dismisses the idea of it being a mistake. He recognizes that his opponent is the legendary Undefeated, and concludes that it must be a trap. The player cautiously avoids the move, congratulating himself for not falling for the protagonist's supposed plot. Meanwhile, the protagonist is internally frustrated. He can't understand why his opponent backed off and didn't take the bait. He just wants to lose the game. The opponent suddenly shouts that he needs to lose so he doesn't have to play Go forever and that he will intentionally lose in 10 moves. A few moments later, the opponent admits defeat. The protagonist sighs in annoyance. Afterward, the protagonist returns to his room, his back aching. He reflects on his failed attempts to lose, realizing that his intentionally stupid moves are only scaring off his opponents. He worries that more and more people will continue to show up to challenge him. He thinks to himself, I'd rather do the laundry. Suddenly, he hears a commotion outside his room. A man named Nak Mokpong is speaking to Mun Yunji. He asks her if she really doesn't want to marry him. She replies with a firm no, and then clarifies, absolutely not. Nak Mokpong warns her that she will regret it, but she stands her ground. He then takes a more forceful tone, telling her that he always gets what he wants and that his current offer won't remain an offer for long. He questions whether she's willing to risk the Great Hanlim Institute's downfall because of her refusal. Mun Yunji angrily asserts that the institute won't fall easily. He responds that he can make it happen, and she hates that he thinks everything will work out in his favor. Nak Mokpong coolly replies, it's not impossible. Mun Yunji loudly and angrily rejects Nak Mokpong once again, telling him it is impossible for her to marry him. She turns to leave, but Nak Mokpong grabs her hand. She screams, demanding that he let her go. He tells her in a menacing tone that it's in her best interest not to anger him, warning her that he could take her right there and then. Suddenly, the protagonist appears and calmly tells Nak Mokpong that his behavior is inappropriate in someone else's house. Mun Yunji, still frightened, glares at Nak Mokpong. She then turns to the protagonist and asks if he's finished all his chores, as if surprised to see him. The protagonist takes her hand, looking nervous. He says he's been playing Go and asks to borrow something. He then quickly takes the cord she uses to tie her hair and removes the tassels from it. Nak Mokpong calls out the protagonist for eavesdropping, but the protagonist apologizes with a smirk, admitting his lack of manners. He then points out Mokpong's own hypocrisy, asking if someone who truly cared about manners would act the way he does. Mokpong, seemingly impressed, calls the protagonist a genius of Hanlim. The protagonist thanks him, but admits he has no idea who Mokpong is. Mokpong begins to introduce himself, but the protagonist quickly cuts him off with a laugh, saying he really doesn't care. Mokpong praises him again as the genius of Hanlim, and tells him he should have just stayed and played Go instead of getting in his way. The protagonist smiles and replies, "What a shame. I'm really good at getting in people's way, just like right now." Mokpong, enraged, curses at him. A crowd of people has gathered, all of them avid Go players. They ask the protagonist if he's there to play Go, with one person enthusiastically requesting to play with him again tomorrow. He agrees. Mokpong, annoyed by the crowd, says he'll leave, but not without a threat. He warns the protagonist that if Yunji doesn't agree to marry him within 3 days, he'll take matters into his own hands. The protagonist turns to Yunji and asks who that was. She sighs and tells him that the man is Mokpong, the adopted son of a powerful imperial palace attendant. When the protagonist asks what he wanted, she explains that he wants to marry her, and she said no every time. The protagonist jokes that Mokpong seems like a good catch from a good family and determined. He then feigns a serious tone, asking her if she wants to die. She explains that Mokpong doesn't like her. He just wants to use her. Her father, the owner of the Great Hanlim Institute, has a powerful network in Rulin and is considered a perfect candidate for a political position. She reveals that her father hasn't taken a civil service role, not because of his love for Go, but because the eunuchs of the imperial palace are wary of him. The protagonist is surprised. He questions why the eunuchs would be wary of a mere institute owner. Yunji explains that the Great Hanlim Institute is unlike any other. It is not affiliated with any other organization, which has allowed it to form deep connections with various groups. The eunuchs are in power because the forces of Rulin haven't united against them. She says that if her father were to unite the forces of Rulin, the eunuch's power would be threatened. The protagonist realizes that this is the reason Mokpong's father is so desperate to stop her father from entering civil service. He now understands that Mokpong's new plan, marrying Yunji, would allow him to both neutralize her father as a threat and gain a powerful connection to Rulin. Meanwhile, Mokpong reports to his father, Ji, the head of the eunuchs. He apologizes for the difficulty in carrying out their plan, explaining that a so-called genius of Hanlim has appeared. Ji scoffs at the idea, calling the genius a useless good-for-nothing who only plays Go. Mokpong clarifies that the problem isn't the man himself, but the crowd of people from all over the nation who have gathered to play Go against him. He explains that with so many eyes watching, his actions are limited. Ji accepts his son's reasoning, but reminds him that the mission to take over the imperial palace is not just for their sake, but is a direct order from a higher authority. He tells his son that failure is not an option for either of them, and that he is more afraid of disappointing this figure than he is of death itself. Mokpong acknowledges this, and Ji then tells him sometimes violence is necessary. Mokpong is shocked, but his father clarifies. He should use the crowd to his advantage. Kill them all, he orders, including the genius of Hanlim. The scene shifts back to the protagonist. Someone calls his name. "Hey, Mr. Y, open your eyes." He mumbles in reply, still seemingly sleepy. At the Great Hanlim Institute, 2 men, Wi Yeonho, the head of the inspectorate office and the emperor's younger brother, and Manhwa, are playing Go. Wi Yeonho asks Manhwa if he still has no intention of taking a government post. Manhwa apologizes, but Wi Yeonho presses on, emphasizing the need to maintain balance to counter Ji. Manhwa remains silent. Wi Yeonho then addresses him directly, stating that Ji's recent movements are unusual. He mentions unsettling activity within both military and scholarly circles, and widespread corruption orchestrated by Ji. When Manhwa tries to interject, Wi Yeonho anticipates his question. Is he wondering why a eunuch, driven by past humiliation, would attempt a rebellion? Manhwa confirms this. Yeonho then proposes an alternative. What if not Gi serves a different hidden master? He explains that the eunuch's power struggles are far more complex than they seem. He finds it strange that Nok Gi, despite having no established foundation, managed to defeat all his rivals and rise to his current position. He points out the suspicious frequency of accidents and sudden illnesses that befell those hostile to Nok Gi, suggesting that someone might have paved the way for his ascent. Manhwa considers this, acknowledging that it could also be a coincidence. Yeonho admits he thought so too until recently, but Nok Gi's latest actions have made him suspect a hidden hand. He concludes by stressing the vital need for Manhwa's help in uniting the scholars to resist. Manhwa says he will think about it. Yeonho quietly accepts this, then shifts the conversation, asking about the talented individual Manhwa mentioned. Manhwa is surprised by the question, but quickly describes Wi Yeonho as an extraordinary person who seems to be hiding his true abilities. Yeonho, pleased by Manhwa's praise, expresses his own curiosity and asks when he can meet Wi Yeonho. Manhwa replies that his daughter, Yoonji, has likely gone to bring him now. Just then, they hear Yoonji's voice calling, "Father." Manhwa turns to see his daughter and Wi Yeonho. He welcomes them in. Wi Yeonho asks if he was called. Manhwa apologizes for the early intrusion and asks if he slept well. Wi Yeonho promptly replies that he slept very well. The protagonist tells Manhwa that he could have slept better if someone hadn't poured cold water on his face, but laughs it off. Manhwa chuckles in response, relieved that the protagonist seems to have slept well despite the interruption. He explains that he called him to introduce him as someone. Yeonho introduces himself simply as an old man passing by. The protagonist sees through this vague explanation and directly asks what his business is. Yeonho replies that he's with the Hanlim Academy and simply wants to play a game of Go. The protagonist, however, immediately refuses. Yeonho is surprised. He points out that the protagonist has been playing Go with all the other visitors. The protagonist clarifies that he's not refusing to play Go, but rather insists on respecting the established order. He tells Yeonho that there are others who came first, and he must wait his turn. Yeonho laughs, saying he can easily solve this problem by asking the others for their understanding. The protagonist counters that this isn't a solution, it's coercion. He points out that given Yeonho's high status, others would have no choice but to agree, even if they aren't convinced. He emphasizes the importance of principles and promises. Yeonho thinks to himself that the protagonist has more resolve than he initially thought. He asks again how his plan wouldn't work. The protagonist simply repeats that he must wait his turn. Just then, Yoonji steps in, telling her father she thinks she can solve the problem. She approaches the protagonist, her mind racing with his words about principles and promises. She offers to cancel all of the remaining Go games scheduled for the day. The protagonist is visibly shocked by her offer. He hesitates, saying that while it's tempting, he also has his own principles and duties. He then asks if she can cancel them until tomorrow. She sees through this and warns him not to play any tricks, telling him he has to make a decision now. He accepts her offer, saying, "The match I will begin." As they play, Yeonho thinks to himself that the protagonist is the worst. He considers him to be all talk and no action, but is bound by his own code to finish the game. He decides to see what the protagonist is truly made of. The game continues long into the night. Manhwa approaches Yeonho and asks if he's enjoying the game. Yeonho simply hums in response. Yeonho reflects on Wi Yeonho's Go playstyle, finding it incredibly ferocious and unlike anything he's ever seen, even on a battlefield. He wonders about the kind of life Wi Yeonho must have lived. However, he concludes that this brutal side doesn't align with the lazy man he's observed, and he finds neither version suitable for the talent he seeks. He tells Manhwa that the game was a waste of time and that he can't understand why he values Wi Yeonho so highly. Manhwa immediately responds, "Because I have seen it." He explains that during a particularly intense game, he witnessed a divine move, a moment of pure genius from Wi Yeonho. He had taken his eyes off the board, and when he looked back, he saw a fleeting glimpse of a selfless, focused expression on Wi Yeonho's face. Yeonho questions if he saw it incorrectly, but Manhwa is adamant, insisting he couldn't have been wrong. Despite this, Yeonho states that he still has no intention of using Wi Yeonho. He says his time was not completely wasted because he was able to see Manhwa. He announces that he will be leaving early the next day. Manhwa asks if he is that busy, and Yeonho confirms that the atmosphere in the imperial family is not good. He internally laments the situation. A fateful night meanwhile, Manhwa and his soldiers are preparing for an ambush. The night is perfect, with everything in place. Manhwa gives the order to subdue and arrest everyone. The soldiers charge, and the Serene Institute is immediately filled with screams and the sounds of struggle. Manhwa smiles to himself, thinking that they should have listened to his earlier warnings. He orders his men to arrest everyone, confident that not a single person will escape the Great Hanlim Institute. In the midst of the chaos, Wi Yeonho remains fast asleep. That's it for today's video. If you made it this far, I hope you enjoyed it. And if you did, make sure to subscribe to the channel for more awesome videos like this. Thanks for watching. At the Great Hanlim Institute, two men, Yeonho, the head of the inspectorate office and the emperor's younger brother, and Manhwa, are playing Go. Yeonho asks Manhwa if he still has no intention of taking a government post. Manhwa apologizes, but Yeonho presses on, emphasizing the need to maintain balance to counter Nakji. Manhwa remains silent. Yeonho then addresses him directly, stating that Nakji's recent movements are unusual. He mentions unsettling activity within both military and scholarly circles, and widespread corruption orchestrated by Nakji. When Manhwa tries to interject, Yeonho anticipates his question. Is he wondering why a eunuch, driven by past humiliation, would attempt a rebellion? Manhwa confirms this. Yeonho then proposes an alternative. What if Nakji served a different hidden master? He explains that the eunuch's power struggles are far more complex than they seem. He finds it strange that Nakji, despite having no established foundation, managed to defeat all his rivals and rise to his current position. He points out the suspicious frequency of accidents and sudden illnesses that befell those hostile to Nakji, suggesting that someone might have paved the way for his ascent. Manhwa considers this, acknowledging that it could also be a coincidence. Yeonho admits he thought so too until recently, but Nakji's latest actions have made him suspect a hidden hand. He concludes by stressing the vital need for Manhwa's help in uniting the scholars to resist. Manhwa says he will think about it. Yeonho quietly accepts this, then shifts the conversation, asking about the talented individual Manhwa mentioned. Manhwa is surprised by the question, but quickly describes Wi Yeonho as an extraordinary person who seems to be hiding his true abilities. Yeonho, pleased by Manhwa's praise, expresses his own curiosity and asks when he can meet Wi Yeonho. Manhwa replies that his daughter, Yunji, has likely gone to bring him now. Just then, they hear Yunji's voice calling, "Father." Manhwa turns to see his daughter and Wi Yeonho. He welcomes them in. Wi Yeonho asks if he was called. Manhwa apologizes for the early intrusion and asks if he slept well. Wi Yeonho promptly replies that he slept very well. The protagonist tells Manhwa that he could have slept better if someone hadn't poured cold water on his face, but laughs it off. Manhwa chuckles in response, relieved that the protagonist seems to have slept well despite the interruption. He explains that he called him to introduce him to someone. Yeonho introduces himself simply as an old man passing by. The protagonist sees through this vague explanation and directly asks what his business is. Yeonho replies that he's with the Hanlim Academy and simply wants to play a game of Go. The protagonist, however, immediately refuses. Yeonho is surprised. He points out that the protagonist has been playing Go with all the other visitors. The protagonist clarifies that he's not refusing to play Go, but rather insists on respecting the established order. He tells Yeonho that there are others who came first, and he must wait his turn. Yeonho laughs, saying he can easily solve this problem by asking the others for their understanding. The protagonist counters that this isn't a solution, it's coercion. He points out that given Yeonho's high status, others would have no choice but to agree, even if they aren't convinced. He emphasizes the importance of principles and promises. Yeonho thinks to himself that the protagonist has more resolve than he initially thought. He asks again how his plan wouldn't work. The protagonist simply repeats that he must wait his turn. Just then, Mun Yunji steps in, telling her father she thinks she can solve the problem. She approaches the protagonist, her mind racing with his words about principles and promises. She offers to cancel all of the remaining Go games scheduled for the day. The protagonist is visibly shocked by her offer. He hesitates, saying that while it's tempting, he also has his own principles and duties. He then asks if she can cancel them until tomorrow. She sees through this and warns him not to play any tricks, telling him he has to make a decision now. He accepts her offer, saying, "The match I will begin." As they play, Wi Yeonho thinks to himself that the protagonist is the worst. He considers him to be all talk and no action, but is bound by his own code to finish the game. He decides to see what the protagonist is truly made of. The game continues long into the night. Manhwa approaches Wi Yeonho and asks if he's enjoying the game. Wi Yeonho simply hums in response. Wi Yeonho reflects on Wi Yeonho's Go play style, finding it incredibly ferocious and unlike anything he's ever seen, even on a battlefield. He wonders about the kind of life Wi Yeonho must have lived. However, he concludes that this brutal side doesn't align with the lazy man he's observed, and he finds neither version suitable for the talent he seeks. He tells Manhwa that the game was a waste of time and that he can't understand why he values Wi Yeonho so highly. Manhwa immediately responds, "Because I have seen it." He explains that during a particularly intense game, he witnessed a divine move, a moment of pure genius from Wi Yeonho. He had taken his eyes off the board, and when he looked back, he saw a fleeting glimpse of a selfless, focused expression on Wi Yeonho's face. Wi Yeonho questions if he saw it incorrectly, but Manhwa is adamant, insisting he couldn't have been wrong. Despite this, Wi Yeonho states that he still has no intention of using Wi Yeonho. He says his time was not completely wasted because he was able to see Manhwa. He announces that he will be leaving early the next day. Manhwa asks if he is that busy, and Wi Yeonho confirms that the atmosphere in the imperial family is not good. He internally laments the situation. A fateful night meanwhile, Mokpong and his soldiers are preparing for an ambush. The night is perfect, with everything in place. Mokpong gives the order to subdue and arrest everyone. The soldiers charge, and the Serene Institute is immediately filled with screams and the sounds of struggle. Mokpong smiles to himself, thinking that they should have listened to his earlier warnings. He orders his men to arrest everyone, confident that not a single person will escape the Great Hanlim Institute. In the midst of the chaos, Wi Yeonho remains fast asleep. Thinking about Yunji, Mukpong decided that today he would teach her a lesson. Soon after, the masked men gathered all the scholars and tied them up. Confused by the sudden situation, Yuan demanded to know what was happening. Mukpong calmly explained that they had received reports of suspicious activity within the Great Hanlim Institute. According to the information they gathered, many people with great political and martial influence have been visiting the institute recently. Hearing this, Yuan angrily argued that there was nothing suspicious about it. With a smug expression, Mukpong responded that there could only be one reason for powerful figures to gather in one place. They were planning a revolution. Yuan immediately denied the accusation and explained that everyone had simply gathered there to play Go. Mukpong mocked the explanation, asking if he truly expected anyone to believe that so many influential people had assembled just for a game. Growing nervous, Yuan insisted he was telling the truth and said Mukpong must have heard the rumors about the genius. Mukpong admitted that he had heard them, but dismissed them as unreliable stories that could easily be fabricated. He then demanded to know where this so-called genius was. One of the masked men informed Mukpong that there was nobody else left inside the building. Realizing Yeonho had likely escaped before their arrival, Mukpong cursed him for being lucky, noting that escape would have been impossible after they surrounded the area. Mukpong then assured the scholars that if they were truly innocent, they would eventually be released and even receive an apology. At that moment, one of the masked men returned carrying a ledger, claiming he had found evidence of an agreement made by the revolutionaries. Hearing this, Yuan was shocked and immediately denied the accusation. However, Mukpong held up the ledger and declared that the proof was right in front of them. Yuan quickly realized they had been set up from the very beginning. The scholars desperately protested their innocence. Some claimed they knew nothing about any revolution and insisted they had never come there for such a purpose. Amid the chaos, Lai Huana suddenly stood up and remarked that the situation was becoming quite interesting. The moment Mukpong noticed him, his expression stiffened in shock. Lai Huana immediately ordered him to address him properly as the royal head inspector. The masked men fell silent while the scholars looked relieved, believing that Lai Wanga's presence would clear their names since he had witnessed everything himself. Mukpong quickly greeted him respectfully and claimed he would never have acted this way if he had known Lai Huana was present. Lai Huana coldly told him to stop wasting time and release everyone immediately. After regaining his composure, Mukpong calmly asked Lai Huana a question instead. When Lai Huana demanded to know what it was, Mukpong asked why he was planning a revolution. With a disturbing smile, Mukpong revealed that he had known about Lai Wanga's presence from the very beginning. Lai Huana was stunned by the accusation, but before he could react further, the masked men forced him to the ground. Mukpong explained that every revolution required a central figure, and it made far more sense for that role to belong to someone connected to the imperial family rather than a group of ordinary scholars. Furious, Lai Huana shouted that Mukpong's arrogance had gone too far. He demanded to know how Mukpong dared to frame him, and warned that he would never escape the consequences once the emperor learned the truth. Mukpong, however, calmly replied that Lai Huana misunderstood the situation. There would be no opportunity to report anything to the emperor because none of them would ever leave alive. According to him, the punishment for revolution was immediate execution. Mukpong further claimed they already possessed the revolutionaries' signatures, making the case appear undeniable in the eyes of the emperor. After explaining his plan, he burst into laughter. Lai Huana cursed him and declared that the heavens would never forgive such evil deeds. Mukpong simply told him to continue talking while announcing that the first person who needed to die was Yunji. Turning toward her, Mukpong reminded Yunji that he had warned her he would handle things his own way. He blamed her rejection for the fate awaiting everyone there. Mukpong then asked if she was willing to change her mind now. In response, Yunji spat directly in his face and declared that she would rather die than marry someone like him. Mukpong's expression twisted with anger. As he touched Yunji's cheek, he told her not to worry because he had no intention of killing her. Instead, he planned to make her wish for death. He promised to inflict suffering far worse than anything she could imagine. Desperate, Yunji attempted to bite her own tongue, declaring that she would rather die than allow herself to be humiliated by him. Mukpong immediately threatened her, saying that if she killed herself, her father would suffer in her place. If her father also chose death, then everyone else there would be tortured instead. He continued by reminding her that the families of traitors accused of revolution were always executed as well. If she truly wanted to die, she was free to do so, but the others would simply pay the price for it. Yunji gritted her teeth in helpless anger. Mukpong grabbed her by the hair and mockingly encouraged her to kill herself, saying he would only gain more entertainment from the suffering of the others. Then, while touching her cheek once more, Mukpong quietly asked if they should begin. Unable to resist or do anything to stop him, Yunji silently prayed for someone to save her. When Yunji opened her eyes again, her expression darkened. She saw Yeonho quietly trying to leave the scene. As he climbed over the wall and prepared to escape, Yunji suddenly shouted his name, causing everyone to turn toward him at once. Caught in an awkward situation, Yeonho let out an embarrassed laugh. Confused by his reaction, Yunji demanded to know what he was doing. Yeonho casually replied that he was obviously running away. When Yunji stared at him in disbelief, he wondered if she disliked the way he phrased it and jokingly asked if he should instead say he was excusing himself. Yunji angrily reminded him that he had learned martial arts and should be helping them instead of fleeing. Yeonho immediately refused, saying it was already difficult enough to keep himself alive and that she was greatly overestimating his abilities. According to him, the smartest choice in a situation like this was to pretend he had seen nothing. He even waved toward the intruders and told them to continue whatever they had been doing because he truly had not seen anything. Hearing that, everyone could only think about what a shameless person Yeonho was. Mukpong suddenly shouted for Yeonho to stop, warning him that he was already involved in the so-called revolution. He claimed the entire world would hunt him down and that there would be nowhere safe for him to hide. Yeonho casually replied that Mukpong could not be certain about that. Calling him a fool, Mukpong declared that although the world was large, there were eyes everywhere, and finding him would not be difficult. Still attempting to leave, Yeonho simply told him to try finding him later. Irritated, Mukpong immediately ordered the masked men to capture him. The masked men rushed toward Yeonho, while Yeonji urgently told him to run. Hearing that, Yeonho looked confused and pointed out that she had been demanding his help just moments earlier, yet now she was telling him to escape. He asked what exactly she expected him to do. One of the masked men suddenly missed his strike and became confused, wondering if he had just seen an afterimage. In the next moment, Yeonho drove his elbow into the man's body and slammed him into the ground before casually muttering that this whole situation was becoming troublesome. He then remarked that Yeonji was a very strange woman. Meanwhile, the masked men ended up sprawled across the ground in awkward positions. The scholars were left speechless, and even Mukpong could not understand what had just happened. Realizing Yeonho possessed real skill, Mukpong admitted that he had abilities after all. Yeonho thanked him for the compliment, though Mukpong angrily clarified that it was not praise. Furious from the humiliation, Mukpong ordered another masked man to step forward and deal with Yeonho immediately. The masked man apologized for the delay and promised to handle it at once. Mukpong specifically warned him not to kill Yeonho because he intended to tear him apart personally. As the masked man charged forward, Yeonho suddenly stopped him and asked for a moment to retrieve his sword from his room. The masked man stared at him in disbelief and called him insane. Yeonho complained that the man already looked old enough, yet was still making such a fuss when a younger person politely asked to fetch a weapon. The masked man angrily told him to shut up. Looking around, Yeonho noticed a broom nearby and sighed that 5 years ago the world had not been this harsh. Picking up the broom, Yeonho declared that since they would not let him get his sword, he would simply use that instead. Enraged, the masked man accused him of mocking him, but Yeonho calmly replied that if he disliked it so much, he should have allowed him to retrieve his sword. The masked man then rushed toward him in fury, swearing that although he would not kill him, he would inflict enough pain to make him beg for death later. Still looking half awake, Yeonho lazily told him they should just begin already because he had only recently woken up and still felt sluggish. The masked man became even more enraged and charged at full speed, but Yeonho instantly struck him across the head with a broom, sending him flying backward. As the masked man collapsed unconscious, Mukpong, Yuan, and Lai Huana were left stunned by the unbelievable sight. Holding the broom over his shoulder, Yeonho casually remarked that trash was best cleaned with a broom after all. The masked man soon regained consciousness but still could not understand what had happened. Pointing the broom toward him, Yeonho calmly told him to be grateful ended with only that much damage because it was Yeonho standing before him. He also advised him not to rush in recklessly. However, before Yeonho could finish speaking, the masked man cursed at him in anger. Yeonho immediately started beating him repeatedly with the broom, while complaining that he had only been trying to explain things kindly. The masked man quickly realized that Yeonho was unbelievably fast. Although he hated to admit it, Yeonho was clearly far more than a mere loudmouth. Still, the masked man reminded himself that in real combat, strength alone did not guarantee victory. He immediately drew out a deadly poison known as the 7-step soul-chasing serpent. Seeing the poison, Yeonho asked if the man did not think such methods were dirty. However, he casually added that poison would not work so easily on him. The masked man questioned whether Yeonho was immune to all poisons. Yeonho denied it, joking that he had never boiled and eaten rare ginseng roots or anything like that. Poison definitely worked on him. Before he could fully explain himself, Yeonho suddenly dashed forward at incredible speed. In an instant, he appeared directly in front of the masked man and knocked the poison dagger from his hand. Without giving him time to react, Yeonho followed with another attack. The masked man instinctively thought he needed to block it, but Yeonho immediately mocked him for believing he could actually defend against the strike. In the next moment, Yeonho's attack landed cleanly, and the masked man was completely unable to avoid it. The masked man collapsed onto the ground unconscious once again. Looking down at him, Yeonho casually remarked that his master always taught him one thing. Whenever an enemy looked like they were preparing something impressive, the safest option was to knock them out before they could finish. Mukpong could hardly believe what he was seeing. The man Yeonho had defeated so easily was Hyuk, the leader of the dark force his father had spent decades building. Yeonho then advised Mukpong that if he chose to back down now, things would end better for both of them. Instead of becoming angry, Mukpong slowly clapped his hands and praised Yeonho's martial skill, calling it exceptional for someone his age. Hearing the compliment, Yeonho awkwardly became embarrassed. Yeonji immediately questioned why he looked pleased after receiving praise from someone like Mukpong. Mukpong admitted it was unfortunate that Hyuk failed to defeat Yeonho, but from another perspective, simply meeting a martial artist like him made the entire situation worthwhile. He then openly invited Yeonho to work for him. Yeonho looked genuinely surprised by the offer, while Yeonji demanded to know what Mukpong was plotting now. With intense determination, Mukpong promised Yeonho unimaginable rewards if he joined him. He offered him immense wealth and enough power to hold the world in his hands. Yeonho then declared that any sensible and honorable person would never be tempted by such sweet words. For a brief moment, Yeonji felt moved by his response. However, Yeonho immediately ruined the moment by admitting that he personally was interested and wanted to hear the actual numbers involved. Yeonji instantly looked disgusted and told him he should just die instead. Lai Hwana also shouted at Yeonho, asking if power and money truly mattered that much to him. Without any shame, Yeonho confidently answered that they absolutely did. Surprisingly, Mukpong agreed with him, and even Yeonji reluctantly admitted that wealth and power were indeed valuable. Lai Hwana became flustered and quickly argued that he could also reward Yeonho. Curious, Yeonho immediately became interested. Mukpong mockingly asked what Lai Hwana could possibly offer. Although Lai Hwana was related to the emperor, he had already abandoned his pursuit of power and wealth. At best, he could only provide Yeonho with a government position. Mukpong, meanwhile, claimed that his father could give Yeonho limitless authority and riches beyond imagination. Yeonho bluntly told Lai Hwana that he was clearly losing this negotiation. At that moment, Yuan stepped in and pointed out that helping evil men carry out conspiracies was completely different from exposing conspiracies. He then asked Yeonho whether his master had never taught him proper morals. Hearing his master being mentioned, Yeonho suddenly became serious and asked if Yuan truly wanted to know what his master taught him in situations like this. Yuan believed that because Yeonho constantly mentioned his master, he must deeply respect his teachings. Surely no master would raise a disciple with terrible morals. As all the scholars watched with anticipation, Yeonho finally revealed his master's advice. According to him, his master always said to side with whoever offered more money. Morals and reputation had no value because they could not put food on the table. If money was offered, the correct decision was to accept it rather than pretend to be righteous. Hearing this, Yuan could only wonder what was wrong with both the master and the disciple. Mukpong, however, praised the teaching and agreed completely. He argued that morals and recognition meant nothing compared to usefulness and loyalty. Once again, he asked Yeonho whether he would work for him. The moment the word work was mentioned, Yeonho visibly frowned and asked if he truly had to work. Yeonji quickly seized the opportunity and promised that if he sided with them, they would not force him to work at all. Instead, they would provide him with good food while allowing him to rest comfortably every single day. That immediately caught Yeonho's attention. Mukpong also realized his mistake and quickly assured Yeonho that he would not need to work either. He promised that Yeonho would still receive every reward he mentioned earlier. Yeonho excitedly asked if he truly meant it. Then he casually walked over to Mukpong, wrapped an arm around him, and praised him for being generous and manly. Mukpong awkwardly laughed along and humbly replied that he was nothing compared to Yeonho. Watching the two of them get along so well, Yuan, Yeonji, and Lai Hwana were filled with silent rage and cursed Yeonho in their minds. Yeonho then asked Mukpong what exactly he needed to do. Mukpong let out another unpleasant laugh before calmly ordering Yeonho to kill everyone there. Since they were traitors accused of treason, execution was only natural. Looking toward the tied-up scholars, Yeonho casually repeated Mukpong's claim before asking why they had supposedly committed treason in the first place. Unable to contain her frustration any longer, Yeonji exploded in anger and shouted that there had never been any treason at all. Mukpong had fabricated everything from the start. She demanded to know whether Yeonho actually believed him. Yeonho pointed out that the situation looked convincing enough, especially since the ledger of signatures had been discovered. Furious, Yeonji cursed him as a complete bastard. After thinking for a moment, Yeonho admitted that killing them all felt excessive. Besides, he had never killed anyone before. Mukpong then decided to do it himself and ordered one of the masked men to bring him a sword. He calmly explained that although he disliked dirtying his own hands, punishment should never be delayed. Yuan desperately tried to stop him. He argued that Mukpong was supposed to be a learned man and questioned how he could commit such betrayal against the nation. Sword in hand, Mukpong coldly replied that everything he was doing was for the sake of loyalty to the country. As Yeonji cried out for her father, Yuan quietly closed his eyes and apologized to her, preparing himself for death. Just as Mukpong was about to cut off Yuan's head, Yeonho suddenly stopped the sword with one hand and calmly told him that it was enough. Mukpong immediately realized he could not pull the blade free from Yeonho's grip. Shocked, he could not understand how Yeonho possessed such strength. Mukpong then reminded Yeonho about the agreement they had just discussed, but Yeonho replied that he had not forgotten anything. He simply said he was tired of playing along. Yeonho then explained what was truly necessary for living a lazy life, avoiding troublesome situations altogether. He recalled how he once broke an ink slab his father treasured while his father was away from home. Yeonho had run away for 3 days, but those days felt worse than death itself. When he finally returned, his father beat him nearly to death. However, after enduring it, Yeonho actually felt relieved afterward. Lai Hwana coldly commented that Yeonho's father should have killed him back then. Completely confused, Mukpong demanded to know what Yeonho was talking about. Yeonho then mentioned another lesson from his master. According to him, while people should never forget hatred, they also should never forget kindness. Anyone who failed to repay what they owed would eventually pay an even greater price later. Debts had to be settled before the interest continued to grow. Hearing those words, Yuan, Yeonji, and Lai Hwana began seeing Yeonho in a completely different light. Yeonho calmly declared that it was finally time for him to repay his debts. The others stared at him in surprise, while Mukpong realized Yeonho was openly declaring that he intended to stop him. Instead of panicking, Mukpong burst into loud laughter. He then asked whether Yeonho truly believed he had tried recruiting him because he feared him. Scratching his head, Yeonho admitted that it never really seemed that way. Mukpong immediately raised his hand and unleashed a massive palm of condensed chi. As powerful waves of energy gathered around him, he declared that if he truly wanted to, he could kill Yeonho effortlessly. He even told Yeonho to consider it an honor to die by his hand. Yuan and Lai Hwana were both shocked to discover that Mukpong could also use martial arts. In the next moment, Mukpong unleashed his technique. Numerous giant palms formed from chi rushed toward Yeonho from every direction. While laughing confidently, Mukpong mocked Yeonho and advised him not to live lazily in his next life. However, as the attacks closed in, Yeonho casually remarked that the martial art looked strangely familiar. Mukpong became pleased, believing Yeonho had finally realized the power of the technique. Since Yeonho appeared skilled, Mukpong had used one of his ultimate techniques immediately, assuming Yeonho would not even have time to react. But before Mukpong could finish his thoughts, Yeonho effortlessly slipped through every incoming strike. Mukpong froze in shock. Before he could even understand what happened, Yeonho suddenly appeared behind him and casually asked if he was done already. Terrified and stammering, Mukpong questioned how such a thing was possible. Yeonho simply replied that he had watched through the entire process carefully. Without wasting another word, Yeonho kicked Mukpong hard enough to send him crashing into a wall. Afterward, Yeonho casually remarked that one kick was more than enough to clean up trash like Mukpong. The scholars could only stare at him in complete awe. Yeonho then began untying everyone. Lai Hwana asked whether Mukpong was dead, but Yeonho said he had only kicked him lightly. Considering how much fat Mukpong had, he was probably perfectly fine. Yeonho then walked toward Mukpong while stretching his arm and casually asked whether they should continue where they had left off. Mukpong immediately panicked and shamelessly proposed, pretending that none of this had ever happened. Hearing that, everyone else became speechless. Lai Hwana immediately rejected the idea and ordered Yeonho to seize him at once. Addressing Lai Hwana respectfully, Mukpong desperately pleaded for mercy. Lai Huana coldly asked if he had ever seen the Inspector General allow a traitor to walk free. Mukpong then revealed his final card. If he failed to return, his father would realize the plan had failed and make one last desperate move. Regardless of the outcome, the imperial family would suffer irreversible damage. Lai Huana called him a wicked man. However, he also understood the danger of the situation. If this single incident pushed the conflict too far, the imperial palace itself could be drowned in bloodshed. Even if he tried to prevent it, the forces behind Mukpong's father would throw the empire into chaos. Lai Huana knew that a cornered enemy like that would only resort to even more ruthless methods. Mukpong then calmly claimed that this was simply politics. If the inspectorate overlooked the matter for now, they could seize weaknesses later and maintain temporary peace. After hearing him out, Lai Huana remarked that the eunuchs faction truly were like rats, always preparing countless escape routes in advance. In the end, Lai Huana reluctantly ordered Mukpong to leave while he still had the chance. As Mukpong departed with his men, Yeonho suddenly called out to him and offered a piece of advice. He recognized Mukpong's martial art as the art of flowing grace and admitted it was an impressive technique. However, because Mukpong was simultaneously maintaining a bone-shrinking art transformation, the effectiveness of the martial art naturally decreased. If Mukpong truly intended to fight Yeonho properly one day, he would be better off releasing the transformation first. Mukpong quietly replied that he would remember that advice for next time. Yeonho immediately answered that he would prefer there not to be a next time at all. However, Mukpong calmly reminded him that as long as Yeonho continued wearing that disguise, the identity of the genius of Henan would remain tied to him. After the long night finally came to an end, morning arrived. Letting out a tired sigh, Yeonho declared that everything was finally over. He then noticed everyone staring at him expectantly. Ignoring their looks, Yeonho casually announced that he was going to sleep and that they could handle the rest themselves. Yeonji angrily asked whether he intended to sleep again already. Yeonho reminded her that she had promised him full board and lodging, so she would not dare take back her words now. As he hurried toward his bed, Yeonho warned Yeonji not to wake him under any circumstances because he intended to sleep straight through until the next day. Yeonji could not understand what kind of person Yeonho truly was. Her father and Lai Huana felt the same way. Even after the incident, Yeonho continued living comfortably without a care in the world. While Lai Huana and Yuan spent their days dealing with the aftermath of Mukpong's scheme, none of those responsibilities reached Yeonho. Every meal was delivered directly to his room, filled with delicious food, and nobody bothered him for sleeping all day. To Yeonho, it truly felt like paradise. 7 days later, Yeonji finally entered his room and told him to wake up. Yeonho remained motionless, pretending to sleep. Growing irritated, Yeonji shouted that he should stop pretending because she knew he was awake. Yeonho finally sat up and complained about what happened to his promised full rest. Yeonji explained that her father wanted to see him and told him to complain directly to Yuan if he had a problem with it. She also pointed out that after lying in bed for 7 straight days, he could hardly refuse now. Yeonho lazily suggested telling Yuan he would meet him later instead. At that point, Yeonji completely lost patience. She yanked away his blanket, causing Yeonho to fall directly onto the floor. Not long after, she dragged him to meet Yuan and Lai Huana. As soon as they arrived, Yeonji announced that she had brought Yeonho. Yuan praised her effort and told her she could leave now. Unexpectedly, both Yeonji and Yeonho greeted them as if they were leaving together. Seeing this, Lai Huana immediately became irritated and clarified that Yeonho was the one staying behind, not Yeonji. Pretending to misunderstand, Yeonho acted as though Lai Huana was asking Yeonji to remain instead. Yeonji angrily corrected him while Lai Huana looked close to exploding. After awkwardly scratching his head and forcing himself to calm down, Yeonho finally sat down. Lai Huana then presented him with an embroidered sword. Yeonho immediately grabbed it excitedly without hesitation. Curious, Lai Huana asked whether he even knew what the sword was. Yeonho honestly admitted that he had no idea. Lai Huana then asked why he accepted it so quickly without even questioning it. Yeonho simply rubbed his fingers together and explained that it looked expensive. According to his master, if something looked valuable, he should grab it first and ask questions later. Lai Huana tried explaining the importance of the sword, but Yeonho instantly cut him off and declared that there were no takebacks. He even warned Lai Huana not to act stingy, saying that a man of his standing surely would not take back something he had already gifted. Lai Huana clarified that he never intended to reclaim it, but Yeonho insisted it was too late anyway because he had already spat on the sword, making it officially his. At that point, Lai Huana finally snapped and shouted at Yeonho to listen carefully before he ruined his entire clan. He then revealed that the sword was the sacred relic of the inspectorate. Anyone carrying it would be treated as an equal to Lai Huana himself. Yeonho quietly examined the sword for a moment before asking whether that was all it did. He wondered if it had any practical benefits, like helping him buy food or a house. Lai Huana stared at him in disbelief, while Yeonho continued explaining that what he did that day deserved something more realistic. In his view, the world operated on give and take, and people preferred rewards with actual value. Awkwardly gesturing with his hands, Yeonho implied he was talking about money without directly saying it. Lai Huana clenched his fist and angrily asked whether Yeonho expected him to forget about the sacred relic and simply hand over cash instead. Yeonho replied that he would never say something so crude because he still had manners. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lai Huana hurled an inkstone at him. Yeonho casually caught it and immediately asked whether that belonged to him now, too, since it also looked expensive. Meanwhile, Yuan silently mourned the loss of his precious inkstone. After calming down slightly, Lai Huana repeated himself. The sword represented the authority of the Inspector General. Carrying it was effectively the same as holding an official government position equal to his own. Yeonho immediately summarized it as additional work. Lai Huana argued that it was a prestigious government post, but Yeonho insisted that government positions and extra work were the same thing. Frustrated, Lai Huana eventually gave up trying to explain and simply ordered him to accept it as something different. Out of respect for his elders, Yeonho reluctantly agreed to let the matter slide. Yuan then explained that the inspectorate had once sent secret inspectors throughout the Central Plains, but the position had remained vacant for a long time. He suggested that Yeonho take up the role. Holding up the sword, Yeonho asked whether the position really came with only that reward. Lai Huana immediately clarified that he had no intention of forcing Yeonho into actual government duties. The sword itself was simply a reward. He even declared that he would sell his own house if necessary to properly compensate Yeonho, while angrily calling him a stubborn turtle. Relieved, Yeonho admitted he had been worried things might become troublesome. That comment immediately made Lai Huana and Yuan suspicious. Remembering Yeonho's constant gestures about money, both of them realized he had likely been planning to sell the sacred sword. Lai Huana then asked Yeonho about his clan and his master. Yeonho calmly refused to answer. Lai Huana questioned whether Yeonho distrusted him. Then, growing angry once again, he shouted that despite knowing his status, Yeonho still refused to reveal his identity. With a completely straight face, Yeonho explained that the issue had nothing to do with status. The real problem was that he could not trust someone who deliberately hid his martial arts while pretending otherwise. He then directly asked Lai Huana how long it would truly take him to subdue Mukpong, 5 seconds or maybe only 3. The sudden question immediately caught Lai Huana off guard. Yeonho admitted that being forced to move according to someone else's plans felt unpleasant. As his expression turned serious and his aura spread through the room, he openly said he could not stand being treated like a piece on another person's chessboard. Lai Huana fell silent after realizing that Yeonho had seen through him from the beginning. After a moment, he finally asked whether Yeonho had known all along that he was capable of martial arts. Yeonho explained that he had found the entire situation suspicious from the start. While he understood that some people were deeply obsessed with the game of Go, traveling hundreds of kilometers just to play was excessive. Too many influential people had gathered there under the excuse of playing Go, making it obvious that something else was happening behind the scenes. That alone had already made him suspect a hidden agenda, and Lai Wanga's sudden appearance only increased his doubts. Then Mukpong appeared, and the situation escalated completely. At that moment, Yeonho realized he had to decide which side he would stand on. Lai Huana asked whether helping them had not been the obvious choice from the beginning. However, Yeonho seriously admitted that Mukpong's accusations had actually sounded more believable at first. Even if the ledger of signatures was fabricated, Lai Huana truly had been secretly gathering influential figures together. From an outsider's perspective, it was difficult not to suspect treason. Lai Huana then questioned why Yeonho had still chosen to help them. Yeonho admitted that it was because Yunji had called out to him. Originally, he fully intended to escape if he had not been noticed. However, Yunji genuinely seemed unaware of the conspiracy surrounding her, and he could not bring himself to abandon her. He added that his master always taught him that worldly matters and personal gains were important, but none of that mattered if a person could not even see the individual standing directly in front of them. Lai Huana realized that was why Yeonho had spent the entire incident carefully observing his reactions instead of blindly taking sides. Yeonho admitted that was true, though he bluntly added that the entire situation had been exhausting. He then directly asked the question that mattered most. Was Lai Huana truly planning treason? Rather than denying it immediately, Lai Huana asked what Yeonho would do if the answer were yes. Yeonho casually replied that he would simply return to sleep comfortably. Lai Huana pressed him further and asked if that answer would remain the same even if he genuinely intended to rebel against the empire. Yeonho sarcastically asked whether Lai Huana expected him to pray for the success of the rebellion. Lai Huana then questioned whether Yeonho felt no loyalty toward the emperor. Yeonho answered honestly that he had never received anything from the emperor in his entire life, so he saw no reason to feel loyal to him. In fact, he admitted he felt more favorable toward Lai Huana since Lai Huana had at least given him gold. The two stared silently at one another for a long moment. Then Lai Huana suddenly burst into laughter. He admitted that while he already expected Yeonho to be clever, Yeonho had turned out to be far sharper than anticipated. After calming down, Lai Huana became serious once more and swore on his own name that they were not planning treason. Instead, they had only been gathering strength in preparation against Nagji. Yeonho quietly acknowledged his explanation. Lai Huana then revealed the real problem. Nagji had already noticed their movements. Mukpong had not been sent to expose a rebellion directly. Instead, the true goal had been to force Lai Huana into killing Mukpong himself. If that had happened, Nagji would have gained proof that Lai Huana was secretly hiding martial arts skills while gathering allies in private. Lai Huana openly admitted that Yeonho's unexpected interference was what completely ruined Nagji's plan. After revealing the truth, Lai Huana bowed deeply toward Yeonho and apologized sincerely if it had seemed as though they were using him like a pawn on a go board. He explained that both he and Yuan had simply been desperate. Yeonho casually replied that it was fine. Lai Huana still insisted on asking him to believe his sincerity, but Yeonho simply repeated that it was fine. The conversation soon shifted again as Lai Huana asked whether Yeonho would consider accepting the position of secret royal inspector. Yeonho immediately made his stance clear, saying he had no intention of voluntarily taking on work. Lai Huana calmly responded that it did not matter because the world would never leave someone like Yeonho alone, no matter how much he tried to avoid involvement. Pouting slightly, Yeonho asked if that was supposed to be an insult. Lai Huana smirked and replied that it was not an insult, but the path destined for a hero. Yeonho rejected the idea immediately and flatly answered no. Lai Huana warned him that fate was not something a person could simply refuse forever. At that point, Yeonho stood up and announced that he was leaving. Lai Huana also rose from his seat and revealed that he too would depart that very day. Before leaving, Yeonho honestly admitted that he hoped they would never meet again. Lai Huana simply smiled and replied that he had a feeling they would. After Yeonho left, Yuan quietly approached Lai Huana and asked for his thoughts. With a grin, Lai Huana admitted that Yeonho had exceeded all of his expectations. He already knew Yeonho's martial arts were extraordinary, but he never imagined Yeonho would be perceptive enough to realize that Lai Huana himself was hiding his abilities. Lai Huana confessed that he originally believed he had discovered a dragon, but Yeonho was closer to a monster. If they were not careful, there was even a chance Yeonho might eventually devour them instead. Yuan calmly replied that the risk was still worth taking. Lai Huana nodded and added that Yeonho's martial strength was not the only frightening thing about him. He was intelligent as well. Lai Huana admitted that Yeonho was even more dangerous than he first thought. Yeonho had understood everything happening around him from the beginning, yet he deliberately chose not to act until the final moment. That combination of strength, patience, and judgment made him far more frightening. He then wondered what kind of person could have trained someone like Yeonho. Turning toward Yuan, Lai Huana ordered him to investigate Yeonho thoroughly. Even if they could not uncover anything about his deceased master, they at least needed to learn which family he belonged to. Yuan accepted the order without hesitation. Later that night, Yeonho rested alone on the rooftop beneath the moonlight. A voice suddenly called up from below, asking whether he was planning to leave. Yeonho sat up and looked down to see Yuan standing there. He replied that after being allowed to stay there comfortably and eat well, he would not leave without saying a proper goodbye first. Yuan pointed out that Yeonho had already planned to leave earlier. Yeonho admitted that was true, but he also confessed that he had learned many things during his stay. Curious, Yuan asked what exactly he had learned. Yeonho answered that he realized two things. First, even scholars who spent their lives studying books often failed to live according to the teachings they praised. Second, the world of Rulon itself was frightening. Yuan asked why he considered it frightening. Yeonho explained that among everyone he had met in the Jianghu, the strongest person he encountered turned out to be someone from Rulon. Yuan admitted that Lai Wanga's martial arts were indeed impressive. Yeonho smirked before directly asking Yuan why he continued pretending. Yuan was visibly startled and asked whether Yeonho had known all along. Yeonho calmly confirmed that he had. After sighing helplessly, Yuan admitted that things had become troublesome. He then asked Yeonho for a favor and requested that he keep his secret hidden because he genuinely wished to continue living as a scholar. Yeonho agreed immediately, but only if Yuan answered one question first. Once Yuan permitted him to ask, Yeonho explained that his master had sent him out into the world of Rulon to witness it for himself. He originally thought he would encounter justice or some great truth. Instead, all he saw was corruption and dirtiness. Yuan lowered his head before answering seriously. He explained that every person carried an ideal in their heart, but each ideal differed from another. Once those ideals collided, people realized they had to surpass reality itself to achieve them. Everyone understood that worldly attachments should be severed, yet untangling those bonds naturally took far too long. Many people eventually lost patience and searched for shortcuts instead, attempting to cut through the knot entirely. That path created arrogant individuals with corrupted hearts, people willing to sacrifice their own lives or even abandon those close to them for their ambitions. Yeonho then asked whether the entire world was truly like that. Yuan admitted that the imperial palace was even worse in certain ways, though he doubted the rest of the world was much better. Looking up at the sky, Yeonho confessed that he still did not understand what his master truly wanted him to see. The world moved far too quickly for someone as lazy as him to fully grasp. Yuan reassured him that there was nothing wrong with that. He explained that if the world moved quickly, Yeonho could simply follow it slowly. Those who rushed ahead might learn many things, but people who move slowly often notice details others overlooked. There was no need to force himself to understand everything immediately. He only needed to continue walking at his own pace and see the world with his own eyes. Eventually, the world itself would show him the answer he was searching for. Hearing those words, Yeonho's eyes widened slightly. Quietly repeating them to himself, he realized he simply needed to experience the world as it was while remaining true to himself. The moment he closed his eyes, a wave of enlightenment washed over him. Aura began surging around his body as he entered a deep state of meditation. Watching from below, Yuan smiled softly. In a single movement, he appeared beside Yeonho on the rooftop. After some time passed, Yeonho slowly opened his eyes again. Yuan asked whether he felt he had gained some understanding. Scratching his head awkwardly, Yeonho admitted that he honestly did not know. Yuan burst into laughter and assured him that it was perfectly fine as long as he understood things in his own way. Then, in another instant, Yuan disappeared from the rooftop and landed back on the ground below. Before leaving completely, he looked back one final time and expressed his hope that Yeonho would someday discover the answer he sought. Yeonho quietly watched him disappear into the distance before lying back down on the roof. Touching his chest, he felt that something inside him had changed. He wondered whether the orb his master once gave him had reacted somehow. Looking up at the full moon, Yeonho imagined his master staring down at him and asking whether he finally understood now. Turning onto his side, Yeonho softly admitted that he still did not. A few weeks later, Yuan entered Yeonho's room and found him lazily lying on his bed once again. Yuan reminded him that he had supposedly planned to leave long ago. Yeonho immediately sat up and claimed that since the day was already almost over, he would definitely leave tomorrow. This time, he insisted he truly meant it. Yuan dryly pointed out that Yeonho had been saying the exact same thing for over half a month already. Yeonho casually replied that delays sometimes happened. Yuan admitted that was technically true, but it was still becoming a problem. At that moment, a loud voice suddenly echoed from outside the room, formally introducing the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau and asking what cargo needed transportation. Confused, Yuan turned toward the source of the voice. The sound drew closer until the door finally opened. Standing there was Yeonji. Yeonji stepped into the room, pointed directly at Yeonho, and coldly declared that he was the one. Confused, Yeonho pointed at himself and asked if she truly meant him. An awkward silence filled the room until one of the escort warriors looked at Yeonji and carefully remarked that the person she pointed at appeared to be an actual human being. Placing her hands on her waist, Yeonji calmly replied that he only looked human. In her eyes, he was no different from baggage. Another escort warrior awkwardly explained that while the escort bureau did transport people, passengers were normally handled separately. Since this escort was meant for transporting goods, bringing along a person would be difficult. Yeonji crossed her arms and assured them there was no issue. After all, livestock was loaded into cargo wagons all the time. Yeonho might appear human, but to her he was no different. She instructed them to place him on top of the cargo, feed him 3 meals a day, and promised he would not cause trouble. Then she offered to pay passenger fare for him. A moment later, she corrected herself and declared she would pay double instead. The escort warriors still tried to refuse, insisting that rules existed no matter how much money was offered. Before he could finish, Yeonji loudly raised the price to triple. The warrior once again tried to object, but Yeonji immediately shouted that she would pay quadruple. Without hesitation, the escort warrior instantly shook hands with her and accepted the deal. Another warrior approached Yeonho and politely informed him that they would take him along, asking him to come with them. Still sitting on his bed, Yeonho loudly protested and demanded to know whether Yeonji was seriously planning to load him onto a wagon like baggage and send him away. Yeonji looked aside and calmly replied that at least he was quick to understand. Watching the scene unfold, Yuan finally asked his daughter what exactly she was doing. Yeonji bluntly answered that it was best to get rid of the freeloader as quickly as possible. Hearing that, Yeonho exploded in outrage. He complained that although he already knew the world had declined, he never imagined it had become bad enough for people to sell off their own benefactor like luggage after being saved by him. Yuan awkwardly admitted that Yeonho had a point. However, he also argued that allowing him to travel freely now could still be considered a form of repayment for the favor he had done them. Yeonho turned away dramatically and lay back down on the bed with his back facing everyone. Yeonji then pointed out that if they continued leaving him alone, he would probably stay there until next year. In her eyes, she was actually helping him. Yeonho immediately sat back up and demanded to know how forcing him out could possibly count as help. Yeonji reminded him that he once mentioned wanting to visit the Hubei Sacred Beast Pavilion. Yeonho froze in surprise and asked what she meant. She explained that the escort bureau's route passed through Hubei anyway, so he could simply travel with them instead of walking all that distance himself. Yeonho reluctantly admitted that her reasoning made sense. Smiling faintly, Yeonji explained that the horses would do the work, the escort bureau would earn money, and she and her father would finally be rid of him. According to her, everyone benefited from the arrangement. After thinking quietly for a moment, Yeonho finally admitted that her argument was surprisingly convincing. Not wanting to hear more complaints, Yeonji immediately ordered him to stop talking and follow the escort warriors. As Yeonho followed them outside, he quietly muttered that his mother always warned him never to follow strangers. Yeonji reassured him that the men were trustworthy, their business was legitimate, and there was nothing suspicious to worry about. Although Yeonho still looked reluctant, he eventually followed along. A short while later, he sat atop the cargo wagon, resting comfortably among the goods. Looking around quietly, he admitted that he never expected to leave so suddenly. Standing nearby, Yeonji and Yuan came to see him off. Yuan told him to take care of himself on the road. Yeonho then noticed Yeonji smiling brightly and remarked that she looked extremely happy about his departure. Yeonji openly admitted that she was. Yeonho then told the escort warriors to depart already. As the wagon slowly began moving, Yeonho lay back down on the cargo. However, before fully relaxing, he turned sideways to look one final time at Yeonji and Yuan. Waving toward him, Yeonji shouted for him to stay healthy. Annoyed, Yeonho yelled back, asking how she could throw him out and still tell him to stay well afterward. Yeonji immediately fired back, telling him to fix his laziness while he was at it. Pouting slightly, Yeonho reluctantly agreed before lazily waving back at them. Once the wagon disappeared into the distance, Yuan told Yeonji to come back inside. She agreed, though before turning away, she glanced one final time toward Yeonho's fading figure. As the wind brushed past her, a gentle smile quietly formed on her face. Some time later, the escort group stopped for a break. A stern-looking man approached the wagon with obvious displeasure written across his face. Introducing himself as Gokbang, the head of the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau, he looked up at Yeonho, who was still asleep on top of the cargo. He then asked the others whether this was truly the item they had. They had accepted. One of the warriors awkwardly confirmed that it was. Frowning deeply, Gokbang demanded to know whether they were playing games with him. He reminded them that transporting a person required entirely different preparations compared to transporting ordinary cargo. The escort warrior explained that they originally intended to refuse the request, but because it came from the prestigious Hanland Great Academy, rejecting it was difficult. Gokbang asked how long Yeonho had been in such a condition. The warrior replied that Yeonho had been like that ever since leaving the academy. Crossing his arms, Gokbang stared at Yeonho, who remained deeply asleep atop the cargo. He quietly thought to himself that never seeming to tire was impressive in its own strange way. Another warrior added that the academy only instructed them to feed Yeonho 3 meals a day, much like livestock, and assured them he would quietly behave until they reached their destination. Gokbang admitted he could not understand the situation at all. He called out to Yeonho, but Yeonho did not respond. Growing irritated, Gokbang knocked loudly against the crate beneath him and shouted again. This time, Yeonho slowly opened his eyes, looked down at him, and lazily asked what he wanted. Clearing his throat, Gokbang introduced himself as the head of the escort bureau. Yeonho simply responded with a curt acknowledgement. Gokbang then explained that escort bureaus existed to transport goods, not serve passengers. If Yeonho insisted on traveling with them, the journey would likely be uncomfortable. He asked whether Yeonho was still willing to continue. Yeonho calmly answered that there was nothing to worry about since he was apparently registered as cargo rather than a person anyway. Although Gokbang warned him again that the trip would not be pleasant, Yeonho casually replied that he could endure it. If all he needed to do was lie there quietly until they arrived, then it sounded worthwhile to him. Amused by the response, Gokbang remarked that Yeonho was unexpectedly optimistic. He then ordered the escort group to continue moving. Yeonho lazily waved at him and said he would leave himself in their care. 5 days passed after departing from the Hanland Great Academy. One morning, Yeonho woke up atop the wagon, stretched his body, and let out a long yawn. He muttered that his current situation was unbearable. Whenever he stayed awake, he felt bored to death, but whenever he slept, his fraudulent master appeared in his dreams to torment him. Cursing the dream lotus arts, Yeonho wondered how long this strange suffering would continue. He even worried that it might last for the rest of his life. Eventually, he gave up thinking about it, muttered that he no longer cared, and lay back down again. At the front of the convoy, Gokbang suddenly noticed movement within the bushes ahead and immediately ordered everyone to stop. Raising his voice, he formally introduced himself and requested whoever was hiding there to reveal themselves. Yeonho slightly lifted his head, glanced toward the bushes, and casually commented that it was probably bandits. Meanwhile, Gokbang's expression became tense. He quietly realized that the situation was dangerous. If the hidden figures continued delaying instead of revealing themselves, it meant they were either incompetent amateurs or extremely dangerous opponents. If they were merely inexperienced bandits, then the group was fortunate. However, the fact that he could not sense a single presence from the bushes suggested otherwise. Slowly drawing his sword halfway from its sheath, Gokbang loudly warned that if they refused to reveal themselves, he would consider it a direct attack on the escort bureau. The entire area fell silent as everyone stared toward the thicket. After several tense moments, the bushes finally rustled and a broad-shouldered man stepped out. The escort warriors immediately drew their weapons, but the man calmly placed his sword on the ground, bowed respectfully, and introduced himself as Paying Dog of the Hubei Punk clan. The moment Gokbang recognized the clan name, he returned the bow and asked why someone from the Punk clan was traveling through such a place. Picking up his sword again, while clutching his stomach, Paying Dog explained that enemies were pursuing him. He admitted he could not escape them alone and desperately requested the escort bureau's help. He further warned that the matter could eventually grow into a crisis affecting the entire martial world. Meanwhile, Yeonho simply watched the scene silently from atop the wagon. Much later in the future, the Divine Mad Dog would recount this moment to a historian. He described it as his first meeting with Paying Dog, the same man who once turned the historian away from his gates. At the time, neither of them realized that this encounter would eventually drag them both into a river of misfortune. Gokbang silently thought about the reputation of the Hubei Punk clan. People from that clan were famous for acting with their muscles before their brains, yet their sense of honor and chivalry was unmatched anywhere in the martial world. After thinking briefly, Gokbang agreed to help. He quickly instructed Paying Dog to hide inside one of the barrels before the pursuers arrived. Paying Dog immediately agreed and climbed inside, though a sly smile briefly crossed his face as he hid. Yeonho, who had nearly fallen asleep again, was stirred awake by the movement. Opening the barrel slightly, Gokbang quietly warned Paying Dog to remain completely silent. From inside, Paying Dog thanked him sincerely and promised that if they survived this safely, everyone involved would be properly rewarded. Yeonho lazily replied that rewards were meaningless if people ended up dead. Paying Dog was momentarily caught off guard. Yeonho bluntly pointed out that Paying Dog was dragging innocent people into danger. According to him, anyone with even a small amount of conscience would have simply walked away instead of involving strangers. After saying that, Yeonho casually declared that he was going back to sleep. From inside the barrel, Paying Dog quietly answered that he understood. As the wagon continued down the mountain path, Gokbang quietly thought that they were almost at the bottom. Fortunately, nobody seemed to be searching for Paying Dog yet. For a moment, he wondered if they had successfully slipped through unnoticed. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted for them to stop. The convoy came to an abrupt halt as men in green robes appeared from all directions, surrounding the escort group completely. The leader of the Green Forest Bandits stepped forward and pressed his sword against Gokbang's throat. Trying to remain calm, Gokbang quickly realized who they were. He respectfully introduced himself as the head of the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau and greeted the members of Green Forest politely. The squad leader immediately asked whether they had seen a young man dressed in red. Gokbang calmly replied that they had not encountered anyone matching that description. The bandit leader narrowed his eyes and warned that lying would only bring misfortune upon them. Gokbang insisted there was no reason for the Escort Bureau to lie. The Swift Dragon Escort Bureau had maintained good relations with Green Forest for years, so there was no reason to hide a stranger and create unnecessary hostility. The squad leader's attention then shifted toward Yeonho, who was still lying asleep atop the wagon. He demanded to know who that person was. After hesitating briefly, Gokbang awkwardly explained that Yeonho was a special passenger. One of the bandits questioned what exactly that meant. Leaning closer, Gokbang quietly explained that Yeonho was someone with a weak body and unstable mind who was being escorted elsewhere. According to him, there was no reason for Green Forest to concern themselves with such a person. The squad leader stared at him suspiciously and asked whether he was implying that Green Forest had no reason to make enemies out of the Escort Bureau. Gokbang quickly agreed. However, the squad leader coldly replied that the problem had already begun because of the man lying on the wagon. He pointed out that he specifically asked whether they had seen someone wearing red clothing. At that moment, Yeonho slowly sat up, removed his outer robe, and revealed the red clothing underneath. Calmly, he remarked that he had not seen anyone dressed in red. Gokbang immediately broke into a cold sweat, wondering if Yeonho was seriously making jokes at a time like this. The Green Forest squad leader pressed his blade harder against Gokbang's throat and asked whether they were trying to play games with him. Inside, Gokbang panicked, fearing the bandits might already know Paying Dog was hiding there. The squad leader then calmly announced that if nobody spoke honestly, they would begin killing people one by one. Eventually, someone would reveal the truth before too many corpses piled up. Hearing that, Gokbang immediately protested. Ignoring him, the squad leader pointed at one of the escort warriors and demanded to know whether he had seen the man in red. Terrified, the warrior stammered nervously before insisting that he had not. The squad leader coldly replied that death would answer in his place instead. As the blade swung downward, the escort warrior screamed in terror. At the very last moment, Gokbang grabbed the squad leader's arm and stopped the strike. Cursing under his breath, he admitted that the man they sought truly was there. The escort warriors and Green Forest bandits alike stared at him in shock. Meanwhile, Yeonho slowly sat upright atop the wagon. The squad leader asked what Gokbang had just said. Yeonho calmly answered for him. He confirmed that the man they were searching for was indeed there. Then, without hesitation, Yeonho kicked open the barrel hiding Paying Dog. Telling him he had been caught already, Yeonho casually ordered him to come out. Gokbang shouted in shock, demanding to know what Yeonho thought he was doing. Yeonho simply replied that enough was enough. According to him, there was nothing more foolish than risking one's life for another person. He then looked toward the barrel and asked whether Paying Dog intended to remain hidden until everyone around him died first. After a moment of silence, the lid slowly opened. Paying Dog stepped out from inside. The Green Forest squad leader mocked him, saying that if he had continued fleeing, he might still have had a tiny chance of survival. Instead, he foolishly revealed himself. Paying Dog answered that if he had not stepped forward, everyone else there would already be dead. The squad leader scoffed and asked whether he was trying to play the role of some righteous hero. Paying Dog loudly declared that although he might not be a hero, he was not the kind of coward who would watch innocent people die while protecting himself. He then turned toward Gokbang and thanked him sincerely for helping him up to this point. However, he admitted that he would now handle the matter himself since the enemy's target was him alone. According to Paying Dog, once he stepped away, the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau should no longer be in danger. Gokbang looked worried, but Paying Dog reassured him that he would manage somehow. In truth, he admitted escaping Green Forest had always been nearly impossible anyway. After hesitating briefly, Gokbang finally wished him luck and prepared to depart with his men. Just then, Yeonho suddenly stopped them. He calmly stated that they could not leave yet. Confused, Gokbang asked what he meant. Yeonho sighed and asked how the escort leader could be so oblivious. He pointed out that even Green Forest would hesitate before openly making enemies of the Hubei Peng clan. If Paying Dog died there, and the escort bureau survived to spread the story, the entire Peng clan would draw their swords and sweep through the mountains in revenge. At that point, Yeonho bluntly concluded that Green Forest would rather kill everyone present than allow witnesses to survive. The Green Forest squad leader slowly realized that Yeonho's words were correct. After a moment of silence, he admitted it openly. Gokbang also acknowledged that he had not considered the situation from that perspective, though the logic made sense. Hearing that, Yeonho looked at him smugly and asked whether he truly failed to think that far ahead. Furious, Gokbang shouted at him and declared that he would fix the situation himself since the entire mess began because of his decision. Watching him, Yeonho thought the man was ridiculous. Gokbang had dragged everyone into danger by accepting Paying Dog in the first place. Yet now he acted as though he was nobly taking responsibility. To Yeonho, it was like pushing someone off a cliff and then throwing them a rope afterward while demanding credit for saving them. Paying Dog then faced the Green Forest squad leader and asked whether they truly intended to kill everyone there. The squad leader coldly replied that he had no intention of repeating himself twice. Immediately afterward, he ordered all the Green Forest bandits to attack. The battlefield instantly descended into chaos. As swords clashed, the squad leader warned Paying Dog not to blame him if he died there. Their blades collided violently, sparks scattering into the air. While fighting, Paying Dog bitterly realized how naive he had been. The martial world was far larger and more dangerous than he imagined. Ever since people started praising him as a promising young talent, arrogance had slowly settled into his heart like poison. Now, because of his mistakes, innocent people were being dragged into danger alongside him. Filled with regret, Paying Dog apologized inwardly to everyone around him. The Green Forest Squad leader then swung his sword with full force, declaring that everything would end there. Just as the attack was about to land, a streak of blue light suddenly shot across the battlefield. The squad leader's strike was blocked instantly, and the overwhelming impact threw him backward while knocking the weapon from his hand. The surrounding Green Forest members stared in shock. Breathing heavily, Paying Dog looked around in confusion. Meanwhile, from atop the cargo wagon, Yeonho casually watched everything unfold. With a lazy expression, he muttered that the entire situation was ridiculous while faint blue aura gathered around his hands. Yeonho called out to Paying Dog, telling him to stop getting distracted. Since he was the one who dragged all these enemies there like a drowning ghost, he should at least do his share of the fighting before dying. Nearby, Gokbang struggled desperately against multiple opponents. Watching him, Yeonho casually remarked that he was going to die at this rate before throwing one of his glowing bowls. The bowl struck a Green Forest bandit directly and knocked him unconscious in a single hit. At the same time, Paying Dog was barely holding his ground against 3 enemies. Although he remained curious about Yeonho's strange behavior, he forced himself to focus and unleash the 5 Tigers Gate destroying blade against all of them at once. However, every enemy avoided the attack. At that moment, Paying Dog finally realized something important. This was not a duel. In a real fight, enemies would not foolishly face powerful attacks head-on. Before he could react further, all 3 enemies attacked him simultaneously. As Paying Dog froze and thought he was about to die, Yeonho's bowls suddenly shot through the battlefield again, smashing into all 3 attackers and sending them flying backward. Gokbang shouted for Yeonho to stop sitting around and come help them properly. Yeonho lazily replied that a certain girl warned him not to move if trouble happened. Otherwise, she would chase him to the ends of the earth and harass him endlessly. Desperate, Gokbang promised to take full responsibility if Yeonho helped. He even offered him 2 full days of rest at the next village along with unlimited food. The moment food was mentioned, Yeonho became interested. After receiving Gokbang's promise, Yeonho casually grabbed all the bowls around him and hurled them across the battlefield. The glowing bowls flew like a barrage of arrows, striking Green Forest bandits one after another and knocking them down instantly. Watching the scene, the Green Forest leader's eyes widened in horror as he realized Yeonho was a true martial master. Yeonho then jumped down from the carriage and walked over to Paying Dog. He immediately scolded him, pointing out that since he was the one who brought everyone into danger, he should be trying harder than anyone else to help. Yeonho criticized his fighting style again, explaining that using slow and heavy techniques against multiple enemies was suicidal. Instead, he should either use quicker attacks or focus on defeating enemies one at a time. He also pointed out that the 5 Tigers Gate destroying blade wasted too much energy when swung recklessly into empty space. Before Paying Dog could respond, Yeonho casually snatched the sword straight from his hand. Paying Dog was stunned. He could not even react before his weapon disappeared. Holding the sword, Yeonho used the exact same technique Paying Dog had shown earlier. However, Yeonho's version was much faster and smoother. He explained that the technique itself was too slow in Paying Dog's hands. When fighting groups, speed mattered more than pouring excessive chi into a single heavy strike. Paying Dog stared in disbelief after realizing Yeonho copied the technique perfectly after seeing it only once. Yeonho demonstrated the attack again, this time even faster, before asking why such a simple concept was so difficult to understand. After handing the sword back, Yeonho told him to do better this time. Paying Dog faced the Green Forest leader again and focused himself completely. This time, he decided to prioritize speed and precision, even if it meant reducing the amount of chi in his blade. However, the moment he opened his eyes, he saw the remaining Green Forest members fleeing into the forest. Before disappearing, they shouted that they would return someday. Watching them run away, Yeonho simply sighed and muttered that the entire situation was frustrating. Paying Dog stood there awkwardly, unsure how to react. Some time later, after the journey safely continued, Yeonho thanked Gokbang for everything and admitted that the trip had been comfortable. Gokbang replied that there was no need for thanks since the escort bureau was already being paid. However, he assured Yeonho that they would never forget him, saving their lives. Yeonho jokingly asked whether he planned to repay him with only words before casually adding that he would simply collect compensation from Paying Dog later. Curious, Bang then asked why Yeonho had treated paying dog so harshly. Yeonho reminded him that everyone there nearly died because of one reckless person. Bang admitted that was true, but argued that paying dog seemed to be pursuing something righteous. Yeonho immediately answered that noble intentions did not justify innocent people dying. He recalled another lesson from his master. According to him, there was nothing admirable about risking one's life for matters unrelated to oneself. Justice and righteousness sounded impressive, but if innocent people needed to be sacrificed for them, then such ideals were meaningless. Yeonho concluded that protecting oneself first was more important than chasing some greater good. Bang quietly listened before mentioning that, in the end, the goods, the escort bureau, and everyone involved survived safely. Besides, the matter would eventually become the responsibility of the Venerate Heaven Orthodox Martial Alliance. Hearing that, Yeonho nodded in satisfaction. Afterward, he bowed lightly and bid farewell to the escort bureau. Bang smiled awkwardly and asked him not to say goodbye, so ominously, secretly thinking that Yeonho would be much easier to like if only he had a little more discipline. Eventually, Yeonho finally arrived at Nature's Hand Manor. Meanwhile, back at the Guangdongyi clan, Yeonho's mother remained deeply worried because nobody could find any trace of him. His father reassured her that Yeonho must still be alive somewhere. At that moment, a servant suddenly rushed into the room while panting heavily. Excitedly, he announced that young Master Yeonho had sent a letter. Elsewhere, Naki coldly reprimanded Mukpong for failing such a simple mission. He mockingly asked whether Mukpong feared death that much. Mukpong denied it immediately. According to him, if he had died by Lai Wanga's hands, then his death would have carried meaning. However, dying to someone unrelated would have been pointless. He insisted that he did not fear death itself, only meaningless death. Naki scoffed at the explanation and warned that he had no use for worthless dogs. If Mukpong wished to remain useful, then next time he should at least bring back some results. Terrified, Mukpong immediately bowed and promised that he would. Naki then dismissed him. As Mukpong stood and prepared to leave, Naki laughed quietly and remarked that ambitious pigs eventually jumped into the boiling pot themselves. After leaving the room, Mukpong muttered bitterly that Naki truly did not understand fear. At that moment, a man dressed in black suddenly appeared beside him. The man calmly stated that Mukpong was still useful, so keeping him alive for now had value. Mukpong turned toward him and questioned what use someone like him could possibly still have. The man in black replied that Mukpong's very existence acted as a restraint against the royal family. Mukpong insisted that he alone could serve as enough restraint against the royal family. However, the man in black shook his head and explained that Mukpong had another purpose to fulfill. He informed him that a summons had arrived from the pavilion and ordered him to head there immediately. Hearing that, Mukpong laughed in excitement, saying he would finally be freed from his disgusting body. As he walked away, he muttered that Naki was useless anyway. Someday, he planned to eliminate him and take everything for himself. Mukpong then asked what the others in the organization were currently doing. The man in black admitted he did not know the exact details, but it seemed they were beginning to involve themselves in the medical field. Meanwhile, at Nature's Hand Manor, Yeonho approached the receptionist with a recommendation letter Yuan had given him. After reading it, the receptionist calmly informed him that he had come to the wrong place. Confused, Yeonho asked what he meant. The receptionist explained that the letter was actually addressed to Sacred Hand Manor, not Nature's Hand Manor. Only then did Yeonho remember Yuan mentioning that he had connections with a master of Sacred Hand Manor and would provide a recommendation to ensure Yeonho receive proper treatment. Sweating awkwardly, Yeonho asked whether this truly was not Sacred Hand Manor. The receptionist shook his head and gave him directions across the street and through a nearby alley. While wandering through the alley searching for the manor, Yeonho suddenly heard desperate voices begging a physician for help. A poor family knelt before a doctor, pleading for him to save a loved one. However, the physician coldly refused, saying he would not treat anyone without money. Watching the scene, Yeonho realized that not every physician cared equally for people. He had always assumed doctors helped the sick regardless of wealth, but reality proved otherwise. Once again, he was reminded how important money was in the world. As he continued through the alley, Yeonho finally noticed a worn sign lying beside a wall. Sacred Hand Manor. Staring at the plain-looking building before him, He wondered how such an ordinary house could truly be the legendary Sacred Hand Manor with over 500 years of history. Entering cautiously, Yeonho called out to ask if anyone was there. A young child walked out and asked why he came. Yeonho explained that he wanted to meet the manor master. The child casually told him to come inside. Confused, Yeonho repeated that he wished to meet the master and asked where the boy's father was. The child calmly answered that his father had died the previous year, making him the current manor master. The boy introduced himself as Jin Soa, the new master of Sacred Hand Manor. Hearing that, Yeonho grabbed his head in frustration. At this rate, he felt he would sooner be struck by lightning than receive proper treatment. Internally, he cursed his master again for sending him into such a situation. At that moment, a young woman stepped out from deeper inside the house and asked what was happening. Jin Soa explained that their guest came looking for their late father. The moment Yeonho saw the girl, he became speechless for a moment because of her beauty. She introduced herself as Jin Yurin. After reading Yeonho's recommendation letter carefully, Yurin explained that he apparently came to learn about the physician arts. Yeonho nodded in agreement. Although Sacred Hand Manor had lost much of its former glory, Yurin politely insisted that she could not simply turn away a guest who came with a recommendation. She invited him to stay comfortably, even if their conditions were modest. Yeonho awkwardly tried refusing and claimed he could stay somewhere else instead. However, Yurin quickly explained that if they turned away a guest, people would speak badly about Sacred Hand Manor. In the end, Yeonho reluctantly agreed to stay. Later, while resting quietly in his room, Yeonho sighed to himself. He admitted he should not have expected much from someone connected to Scholar Mun. Still, at least it was a physician's manor. Not long afterward, someone knocked on his door. When Yeonho allowed them inside, Yurin entered carrying an impressive tray filled with food. She shyly explained that she thought he might be hungry and hoped the simple meal suited his tastes. The moment Yeonho saw the amount of food, his eyes widened. In his mind, the meal alone looked sufficient to feed him for 3 entire days. As Yurin turned to leave, Yeonho invited her to eat together with him, but she politely refused and claimed she had already eaten earlier. Looking at the luxurious meal, Yeonho quietly started suspecting the manor might not be as poor as it appeared. However, moments later, he overheard Jin Soa whispering in the hallway. The boy asked his sister how she managed to prepare such a meal when they no longer even had enough rice left. Yurin immediately hushed him and told him not to worry about the manor's finances. But Jin Soa continued pressing her, asking what happened to her necklace. Yurin casually claimed she merely took it off temporarily. The boy became upset and reminded her that she never removed it because it was their mother's heirloom. Realizing the truth, Yeonho's expression slowly stiffened. Yurin finally admitted that she pawned the necklace at Milky Way Manor to borrow money temporarily. She promised she would retrieve it once their situation improved. Staring silently at the food before him, Yeonho suddenly felt unable to eat even a single bite. At that moment, Yurin returned and noticed the untouched meal. Worried, she asked whether the food did not suit his taste and immediately offered to prepare something else. Sweating nervously, Yeonho hurriedly denied it and instantly began eating. As he forced himself to finish everything, tears even formed in his eyes while he wondered whether it was still possible to refund a meal after eating it. The following morning, Yeonho wandered through the streets while clutching his stomach painfully. Although the meal had been far too heavy for him, he ended up eating every last bite. Eventually, he arrived at Milky Way Manor. Inside, an employee greeted him politely and asked what brought him there. Yeonho explained that he came looking for something. As the man guided him further inside, he asked exactly what Yeonho wished to retrieve. Yeonho calmly answered that he wanted the necklace Sacred Hand Manor pawned the previous day. At that moment, the branch owner of Milky Way Manor, Hak Defong, was introduced. Hak Defong explained that Sacred Hand Manor had not sold the necklace outright. It was only pawned, meaning he could not return it unless Yeonho officially belonged to the manor. Without hesitation, Yeonho immediately claimed that he was indeed from Sacred Hand Manor. Defong narrowed his eyes suspiciously and pointed out that he had never seen Yeonho before. Yeonho casually replied that he only arrived there yesterday. Taking out a pouch of money, Yeonho placed it on the table and asked whether it was enough to retrieve the necklace. Defong opened the pouch, glanced inside, and shook his head. Surprised, Yeonho argued that there were more than 2 silver niang inside. Defong calmly explained that the original loan was only 1 silver niang, but the repayment amount tripled when reclaiming the item. If 3 months passed, the repayment would increase to 6 times the original amount. Yeonho stared at him in disbelief and pointed out that the interest was absurdly high for such a small loan. Defong simply shrugged and stated that those were the rules. If Yeonho disliked them, he could always leave the necklace there permanently. Hearing that, Yeonho realized Sacred Hand Manor would never realistically be able to reclaim the necklace. Deep down, he was certain Yurin already understood that when she pawned her mother's heirloom. After thinking for a moment, Yeonho pulled something else from his pocket and asked whether Defong accepted additional collateral. Defong agreed. Yeonho then placed a gold-plated dagger onto the table and casually remarked that it should be valuable since it was made of gold. Defong unsheathed the dagger slightly and nodded, admitting it was genuine gold. According to him, it was worth at least 1 gold niang, though Yeonho would later need to repay 3 gold niang to reclaim it. However, while examining the sheath more carefully, Defong suddenly noticed a particular engraving, the Royal Inspectorate emblem. The moment he recognized the mark, Defong's face instantly stiffened. At that moment, he realized something horrifying. He had just accepted the personal item of someone connected to the Royal Inspectorate as collateral. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a subordinate hurriedly reported to a scarred man that their attempt to take control of the palace had failed. The scarred man immediately asked whether Naki refused to act. A man dressed in white explained that the royal inspectors remained firmly opposed, weakening Naki's influence significantly. Because of that, they might even need to abandon the entire plan. He also reported another issue regarding Green Forest. During their attempt to take control of it, the Hubei Peng clan became involved. The scarred man asked whether the Peng clan discovered their movements. The man in white clarified that it was actually the Orthodox Alliance interfering, not the Peng clan itself. Fortunately, nobody seemed to realize the true intentions behind the incident. Everyone simply assumed it was an ordinary bandit attack. The scarred man remained calm throughout the report. According to him, problems were inevitable when carrying out a massive scheme. What truly mattered was how those problems were handled. The man in white then reported that all operations involving physicians and their other ongoing plans were progressing smoothly. Hearing that, the scarred man remarked that after enduring countless hardships since his retirement, they had finally gathered enough strength. Soon, they would reveal to the world just how terrifying their sword truly was. Back at Milky Way Manor, Defong's hands trembled uncontrollably. As Yeonho casually asked for the 3 gold niang, Defong suddenly dropped to his knees and apologized repeatedly for failing to recognize him earlier. Inside his mind, panic consumed him. He could not even decide what problem to fix first, cheating urine or demanding outrageous interest rates from customers. Trying desperately to recover the situation, Defong awkwardly explained that although the interest seemed high, many customers never returned to reclaim their items. According to him, after compound interest calculations, their actual profit was supposedly only around 4 or 5%. Confused, Yeonho asked what the annual interest rate actually was. Sweating nervously, Defong smiled awkwardly and admitted that it was roughly 60% at most. Yeonho immediately stared at him in disbelief. He pointed out that Defong was speaking about 60% interest as though it were something insignificant. Panicking further, Defong hurriedly argued that the necklace itself was worth around 10 silver niang anyway, so the rate was not that unreasonable. The moment he finished speaking, Yeonho's expression darkened completely. Earlier, Defong claimed the necklace was worth only 1 silver niang, but now he suddenly revealed it was worth 10. Realizing he accidentally exposed himself, Defong froze in horror. With a cold expression, Yeonho ordered him to lock every door in the building because they were going to settle the matter immediately. Meanwhile, Defong desperately followed behind him, continuously trying to calm him down. Later that night, Yurin quietly worked through paperwork inside Sacred Hand Manor when someone knocked softly at the door. Confused by the late visitor, she stepped outside. There, lying atop a folded piece of paper, was her necklace. Slowly picking it up, Yurin closed her eyes as memories of her mother surfaced in her mind. She immediately looked around the dark hallway, wondering who could have returned it. At the same time, Yeonho rested lazily on the roof of the manor, quietly hoping the necklace alone was enough to repay the cost of all the food he had eaten. Elsewhere, at the General Strategist Pavilion of the Venerate Heaven Orthodox Murim Alliance, Paying Dog sat nervously while studying a map spread across the table. His thoughts raced endlessly as he wondered why he had been summoned there. He feared he might have committed some major mistake. The moment someone entered the room, Paying Dog instantly stood up in panic. However, the man calmly told him to sit back down. Nervously bowing, Paying Dog obeyed immediately. The man before him was Johann, the divine strategist of the Orthodox Murim Alliance. Johann explained that he already heard everything regarding the Green Forest incident. He personally met the 10 Swords of Green Forest afterward. Hearing that title, Paying Dog's eyes widened in shock. Only then did he realize the enemies they fought were actually the infamous 10 Swords, which explained why they were so overwhelmingly powerful. Johann calmly assured him that the Orthodox Alliance would handle both the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau and the Green Forest incident properly. More importantly, the event might even help them uncover larger hidden problems. However, according to Johann, the truly important matter was the mysterious young man who helped them. He explained that although Paying Dog and the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau were skilled fighters, even they should have struggled against a single member of the 10 Swords. Yet somehow, one unknown young man defeated all 10 of them alone. Johann asked Paying Dog whether he knew the name of the mysterious young man who helped them. After a brief hesitation, Paying Dog quietly answered that his name was Yeonho. The moment Johann heard the name, he recalled receiving the same name earlier in a report from the Beggar Sect. A thoughtful expression crossed his face as he wondered whether the second son of the Guangdong Yi clan had truly returned after 5 years. The eldest son of the Yi clan was already famous for his martial talent. Yet now the younger son appeared with strength powerful enough to defeat the 10 Swords of Green Forest alone. Johann slowly began suspecting that the recent unrest within the martial world might somehow be connected to the Guangdong Yi clan. Standing from his seat, Johann asked where Yeonho claimed he was heading. Paying Dog answered that Yeonho mentioned going to Sacred Hand Manor. Hearing that, Johann frowned deeply. Something about the situation felt strange to him. If Yeonho truly returned after disappearing for 5 years, then why travel to Hubei instead of returning home first? Realizing he needed more information, Johann asked Paying Dog for his cooperation since he was the only one who actually knew Yeonho's appearance. Paying Dog immediately knelt on one knee and agreed. However, despite obeying, a worried expression crossed his face at the thought of meeting Yeonho again. The following morning, Yeonho remained asleep on the roof of Sacred Hand Manor. Jin Soa spotted him there and wondered how he even managed to climb onto the roof without using a ladder. For a brief moment, he suspected Yeonho might belong to the martial world. However, after looking at Yeonho's lazy appearance, he quickly dismissed the thought. There was no way someone who slept all day and looked practically homeless could be a true martial artist. At most, Jin Soa assumed Yeonho probably knew a few basic techniques. Suddenly, loud banging erupted from the front door as voices shouted for help. When Jin Soa opened the door, several workers rushed inside, carrying injured men on their backs. They explained that they worked at a quarry and were injured when massive boulders collapsed unexpectedly. Since they had no money for treatment, they came desperately seeking help from Sacred Hand Manor. Jin Soa immediately froze in panic, overwhelmed by the situation. At that moment, Jin Yurin stepped forward from behind him and immediately took control. Without hesitation, she ordered Jin Soa to separate the patients according to the severity of their injuries, move the non-urgent cases into rooms, and prioritize treating the critical patients first. Yeonho quietly watched from the rooftop as Yurin calmly directed everything with complete authority while Jin Soa scrambled around, trying to keep up. Yurin ordered the critically injured patients to be laid directly on the ground. After checking one man's pulse, she tied up her sleeves and pulled out glowing acupuncture needles infused with medical chi. Her hands moved with incredible speed. The moment she struck a pressure point, the patient immediately coughed up dark blood. Some of the blood splashed onto Yurin herself, but she did not even flinch. Without wiping herself clean or pausing for a second, she immediately moved on to the next patient. At the same time, she shouted at Jin Soa to hurry unless he intended to let the patients die. Meanwhile, Jin Soa struggled desperately to keep pace with her treatment speed. While handling another injured man, Jin Soa realized he could not manage alone and finally looked up toward Yeonho. Shouting at him, Jin Soa asked whether Yeonho belonged to the martial world and demanded that he come help immediately. Yeonho crouched beside the patient and honestly admitted that he never properly learned acupuncture. Confused, he asked what exactly he was supposed to do. Jin Soa quickly instructed him to stimulate the Tanu acupoint halfway and the Yungfu acupoint fully. Yeonho followed the instructions, but the patient immediately began foaming at the mouth. Alarmed, Yeonho pointed out that something looked wrong. Jin Soa exploded in frustration and yelled that Yeonho pressed the wrong acupoint entirely. Irritated, Yeonho snapped back that he already warned him he did not know acupuncture. After adjusting his hand lower, Yeonho suddenly noticed the patient breathing properly again. Jin Soa quickly explained that the airway reopened, but now they needed to make the patient cough out the remaining blood. Realizing they were running out of time, Jin Soa panicked and shouted for Yeonho to suck the blood out with his mouth if necessary. Yeonho froze in horror. He demanded to know whether Jin Soa was seriously telling him to kiss an old man. Jin Soa desperately screamed that the patient would die otherwise. Growling in frustration, Yeonho complained that Jin Soa should have explained things more clearly from the beginning instead of making him sound insane. Then, instead of using his mouth, Yeonho calmly placed his hand over the patient's throat and mouth. Channeling his chi carefully, he forcibly pulled the congealed blood out from the man's airway. Jin Soa stared at him in shock and nervously asked what exactly he was doing. With a completely straight face, Yeonho replied that he was obviously saving a life. Elsewhere, under the night sky, Sanho stood alone while reading a letter sent by his mother. As he read, confusion slowly spread across his face. The letter explained that although she wanted to ask about his condition, something more important had happened. Yeonho was alive. After 5 long years, he finally sent a letter home. Hearing the news, Sanho tightly clutched his chest as relief washed over him. The letter further explained that Yeonho strangely claimed he was not allowed to return home yet. Because of that, both their parents planned to search for him personally. Since the letter originated from the Jeong branch of the Hua Sect, they intended to travel there immediately. After calming himself, Sanho realized this was not the time to get emotional. Remembering that Jeong was located near Jeonghu territory, he immediately rushed off at full speed, chi surging beneath his feet. Back at Sacred Hand Manor, Jin Soa later knocked on Yeonho's door and asked whether he was asleep. Yeonho instantly answered yes. Jin Soa awkwardly pointed out that he clearly did not sound asleep. Sighing, Yeonho wondered aloud how a physician could distrust people so easily. After coughing awkwardly, Jin Soa lowered his head slightly and admitted that Yeonho actually helped a lot earlier. Yeonho immediately corrected him, saying he practically saved an entire patient by himself. Quickly revising his words, Jin Soa admitted that Yeonho was indeed a great help. After hesitating for a moment, Jin Soa finally asked him a serious question. He wanted to know where Yeonho thought Sacred Hand Manor's real problem truly lay. Yeonho bluntly answered that Sacred Hand Manor had too many problems to count. Confused, Jin Soa asked why he said that. Jin Soa then explained that he wanted to restore Sacred Hand Manor to its former glory, which was why he wanted an honest opinion from an outsider. After sitting up properly, Yeonho answered that their greatest problem was money. Jin Soa looked confused. In his mind, medicine should always come first for physicians while money remained secondary. Yeonho told him to think carefully about what actually destroyed their household. Jin Soa lowered his head and tightly gripped his apron before explaining that his father was genuinely kind. He never had enemies because he treated everyone equally and even offered treatment for free. However, all of that was only possible because Sacred Hand Manor survived on the wealth accumulated by previous generations. That wealth slowly disappeared around the time Jin Soa was born, and by the time he grew older, almost nothing remained. Even so, his father eventually realized their way of living was unsustainable and began searching for ways to recover financially. Yeonho immediately asked whether someone scammed him or assassinated him. Jin Soa stared at him in disbelief and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Still, Yeonho calmly pointed out that the fastest way to earn large amounts of money while taking enormous risks was usually gambling. Jin Soa admitted that his father eventually turned to gambling in an attempt to repay the debts. However, things only became worse. His father stopped eating properly, fell into alcoholism, and ultimately died from malnutrition and alcohol poisoning. Hearing that, Yeonho became annoyed and questioned why Jin Soa even bothered asking him for advice if he already knew the problem. Jin Soa explained that because Yeonho carried a recommendation from Yuan, he clearly could not be an ordinary person. Smirking slightly, Yeonho insisted that he truly was ordinary and told Jin Soa to seek advice from an actual expert instead. Later, at Milky Way Manor, Ha Defong greeted Yeonho enthusiastically and immediately guessed that he wanted help investing in Sacred Hand Manor. Yeonho confirmed it and asked whether the manor would have collapsed into ruin if Defong had been managing it instead. Defong confidently declared that it never would have reached such a state under his management. Yeonho pointed out that Jin Soa and Yurin possessed excellent medical talent, but lacked administrative ability entirely. Defong agreed and assured him that if he became involved, Sacred Hand Manor would definitely begin making money again. At that moment, Jin Soa suddenly interrupted and firmly declared that he refused to work with a loan shark. Yeonho immediately told him that his situation was too desperate to afford being selective. Jin Soa argued that Sacred Hand Manor carried a prestigious reputation, so cooperating with someone like Defong felt wrong. Defong instantly fired back, reminding him that Sacred Hand Manor itself was the one that squandered all its wealth. At the very least, he actually knew how to manage money properly. Yeonho then urged Jin Soa to think carefully about where Sacred Hand Manor's reputation originally came from. Did he truly believe the manor could survive for centuries while treating everyone entirely for free? Their ancestors built massive pavilions and established their reputation because they possessed wealth. Without money, none of it would have existed. According to Yeonho, Jin Soa now needed to do exactly the same thing. He first needed to earn money so people could once again believe Sacred Hand Manor was thriving. Disappointed, Jin Soa quietly admitted that he always believed medicine should exist purely for helping people. Later that evening, Yeonho thought back on Jin Soa's troubled expression and wondered whether he had been too harsh earlier. Ever since their conversation, Jin Soa looked visibly depressed. At that moment, loud commotion erupted outside the manor. A man was grabbing someone by the collar while demanding to know where Jin Yurin was. The man was Jael from the Black Earth clan. Hearing the disturbance, Yurin immediately rushed outside and demanded to know why he was dragging patients into the matter. She angrily asked whether he lacked even basic empathy. Jael looked directly at her and asked whether she was Jin Yurin. He then explained that her father borrowed money from the Black Earth clan under Sacred Hand Manor's name. Since the debt remained unpaid, she either needed to repay it or shut the manor down. Yurin firmly told him to discuss such matters with her directly instead of harassing innocent patients. Without warning, Jael threw the patient aside and violently grabbed Yurin's wrist, causing her to cry out in pain. He admitted that he originally did not wish to resort to force. However, considering her appearance, selling her to a brothel would eventually repay the debt after several years. Hearing that, Jin Soa rushed forward and struck Jael while screaming for him to release his sister. Jael merely smiled before kicking Jin Soa violently to the ground. Seeing her brother hurt, Yurin shouted his name in panic. The surrounding patients immediately intervened as well. Several of them grabbed Jael and begged him not to take Yurin away. One desperate patient even bit Jael's arm while declaring that since he was dying anyway, he would drag Jael down with him. As the room descended into chaos, Yurin shouted for everyone to stop. Sitting helplessly on the floor, she insisted that the matter was not the patient's burden to bear. She begged Jael not to harm them and agreed to leave with him willingly. Jin Soa tearfully demanded to know what she was saying. Yurin forced herself to smile sadly and assured him she would somehow repay the debt, telling him not to worry about her. Jael then grabbed her and prepared to leave. The patients watched helplessly while Jin Soa broke down crying. Just then, another voice suddenly stopped them. Both Jael and Yurin turned around. Wrapped lazily in a blanket, Yeonho calmly stated that Jael could not take her away. Jael frowned and demanded to know who he was supposed to be. Still wrapped in the blanket, Yeonho casually introduced himself as Yeonho. The entire room fell silent for a moment. Jael scoffed and ordered Yurin to keep moving while wondering whether Yeonho was simply an idiot. Yeonho repeated himself calmly. Jael could not take her. Confused, Jael asked why. Yeonho answered with complete seriousness that if Yurin left, then nobody would prepare his meals anymore. Jael stared at him blankly for a moment before asking whether Yurin really cooked for him personally. Yeonho answered that she did because he was a guest. Growing irritated, Yeonho then asked whether Jail himself was stupid for not understanding something so simple. Furious, Jail called Yeonho a homeless beggar before throwing a punch toward him, declaring that he would make sure Yeonho never ate again. As Jail tried to punch him, Yeonho casually told him to stop. Before anyone could react, Yeonho slammed Jail into the ground with a single strike. Everyone in the room froze in shock. Scratching his head afterward, Yeonho calmly asked whether Jail was all right, casually remarking that accidents like this sometimes happened. Groaning as he stood back up, Jail finally realized Yeonho knew martial arts and immediately demanded to know where he came from, calling him a martial master. Yeonho casually denied being a martial master at all. Jail then warned him not to interfere. According to him, the debt contract was legitimate, meaning the government itself would support the Black Earth clan. Yeonho replied that he could not simply ignore the matter because he still needed someone to cook his meals. Jail assumed that was merely an excuse to protect Sacred Hand Manor and questioned whether Yeonho truly intended to interfere in the affairs of the Black Earth clan. Repeating the clan's name curiously, Yeonho asked what exactly they were. Jail explained that the Black Earth clan was the organization Sacred Hand Manor owed money to, so they would never abandon the debt. Yeonho calmly answered that he had no intention of interfering directly. However, if money was the issue, then the matter could still be resolved. Suspiciously, Jail asked whether Yeonho intended to repay the debt himself. Yeonho admitted he did not currently have the money, but promised he would send it within 2 weeks and told Jail to leave for now. The entire room fell silent. After staring at him for a moment, Jail agreed and warned Yeonho not to break his promise. Later, back at the Black Earth Clan branch, Jail reported everything to his superior, Gwakdo's son. He explained that a martial artist appeared at Sacred Hand Manor and interfered. Hearing that, Gwakdo's son frowned and remarked that a guest appearing there could complicate their plans. He then mockingly asked whether Jail ran away the moment he learned Yeonho was a martial master. Jail immediately denied being afraid. He explained that Yeonho promised to repay the debt within 2 weeks, so he thought it was smarter to report the situation first before acting. Instead of calming down, Gwakdo's son became even angrier. He shouted that Jail was originally sent there to use the debt as an excuse to destroy Sacred Hand Manor's business entirely. Jail tried explaining that identifying Yeonho first seemed more important. However, Gwakdo's son furiously cut him off and threatened to cut out his tongue for speaking too much. According to him, if their plans failed, they would all be reduced to ashes. Trembling nervously, Jail asked whether he should simply kill Yeonho instead. Gwakdo's son shook his head and sighed. There was no reason to provoke a martial master unnecessarily. Instead, he ordered Jail to quietly monitor Yeonho's movements. Meanwhile, back at Sacred Hand Manor, Yeonho rested lazily in his room while Jin-soa sat beside him anxiously. Jin-soa asked what Yeonho planned to do now. Yeonho blankly asked what he meant. Jin-soa reminded him that he promised to repay the debt within 2 weeks. Looking genuinely confused, Yeonho asked whether he really said that. Jin-soa stared at him in disbelief and demanded to know whether he even had a plan at all. With complete seriousness, Yeonho replied that he naturally had a plan. According to him, it was an ancient and reliable method for dealing with loan sharks. The atmosphere instantly became tense as Jin-soa leaned closer and seriously asked what the method was. Yeonho calmly answered that it was called running away in the middle of the night. Jin-soa immediately hit him in frustration and shouted that he could not believe he briefly trusted Yeonho to have an actual solution. Yeonho then asked how much debt Sacred Hand Manor still owed. Jin-soa estimated it was around 20 golden yang. Hearing the amount, Yeonho wondered aloud how anyone could accumulate such enormous debt. Jin-soa explained that the amount used to be even higher, but they reduced it by selling nearly all their remaining savings. After thinking quietly for a moment, Yeonho suddenly stood up and announced they were leaving. Confused, Jin-soa asked where they were going. Smiling confidently, Yeonho declared that they were going to make money. Jin-soa became even more confused and asked what exactly Yeonho intended to do. Yeonho grinned and explained that he planned to use the exact same method Jin-soa's father used to destroy the family. Sometime later, Yeonho and Jin-soa arrived at a hidden gambling den operated by the Golden Flower Sect. Inside, countless people gathered around various gambling tables. Meanwhile, Golden Flower Manor Master Kong Chunlip sat in his office feeling disappointed because business had been slow lately. He quietly wondered whether people already knew the gambling house specialized in scamming inexperienced newcomers. Part of him even suspected cheating Sacred Hand Manor years ago might have brought bad luck upon them. Suddenly, one of his subordinates rushed into the room excitedly. Kong Chunlip immediately asked whether government officials had arrived. The subordinate shook his head and instead reported that a perfect customer had appeared, a complete idiot ready to be exploited. Elsewhere inside the gambling hall, Jin Soa nervously asked whether gambling their way out of debt was truly a good idea. Yeonho calmly continued looking around the hall without concern. At that moment, a cheerful employee approached them and warmly welcomed Yeonho. Confused, Yeonho asked whether the man already knew him. The employee laughed and replied that anyone entering the gambling house came for the same reason, to enjoy themselves. Yeonho then asked what exactly he should play. The employee eagerly explained that the hall offered every kind of gambling game imaginable before personally leading Yeonho toward a table with 2 cups and several dice. He introduced the game as Inyang Dice, the most popular game in the hall. The rules were simple. Several marbles were placed beneath 2 cups, and the player only needed to guess whether the hidden number was odd or even. Yeonho immediately commented that the game sounded easy. The employee agreed enthusiastically and explained that simplicity was exactly why the game attracted so many people. With a sly smile, he added that complicated games had their own charm, but games like this allowed people to win money quickly. Since the odds were 50-50, it perfectly suited bold personalities who disliked waiting. Flattered by the praise, Yeonho immediately declared that the game suited him perfectly because he indeed hated waiting around. Watching from afar, Kong Chunlip quietly smiled in satisfaction. According to him, fooling newcomers like Yeonho was easy. The trick was allowing them to win occasionally at first, so they would grow addicted to the excitement. Once greed took hold, everything afterward became simple. Suddenly, Kong Chunlip heard people shouting that someone was practically robbing the Golden Flower Manor. Turning toward the gambling tables, he froze when he saw piles of silver stacked beside Yeonho, while the young man sat there calmly playing as if nothing unusual was happening. Meanwhile, at the Beggar's Sect, Jang Yil relaxed comfortably now that he believed Yeonho was finally gone and he would eventually recover his money peacefully. Just before winter arrived, he had even managed to find a sturdy pair of discarded doors to use for his shelter, making him feel unusually fortunate. However, the next moment, those very doors were violently shattered apart. The demon's slaying sword, Sanho, appeared before him. Grabbing Jang Yil by the collar and nearly choking him, Sanho demanded to know whether the rumors about Yeonho being alive were true. Barely able to breathe, Jang Yil desperately confirmed it and begged Sanho to release him first. Sanho immediately demanded to know where Yeonho currently was. Still gasping for air, Jang Yil explained that such information belonged to the Hua Sect and suggested Sanho ask them instead. Without another word, Sanho lifted him up and declared they were leaving immediately. Terrified, Jang Yil asked where they were going. Sanho coldly answered that they were heading straight to the Hua Sect branch and ordered Jang Yil to guide him there personally. Jang Yil could only stare at him with complete horror. Later, at the Jiang branch of the Hua Sect, both Sanho and Jang Yil stood before the branch leader. The woman instantly exploded in anger and cursed Jang Yil for bringing the demon-slaying sword, considered the greatest young martial artist of the Orthodox Murim, directly into their sect. Jang Yil hurriedly tried explaining that he had no choice, but she immediately cut him off and told him to shut up, declaring that both of them were going to get killed at this rate. Back at the gambling house, the crowd buzzed excitedly as people realized Yeonho would soon surpass 1,000 silver niang if he won again. The host felt intense pressure building because another loss would cost the gambling house a fortune. At the table, Yeonho calmly placed his next bet on even. As the host revealed the marbles beneath the cup, cold sweat ran down his face. Yeonho had already won 9 consecutive rounds. When the cup finally lifted, for marbles appeared. Yeonho won again. The crowd instantly erupted into chaos. People shouted that he was the god of gambling, while others claimed they had never witnessed anything like it before. Beside him, Jin Soa excitedly slapped Yeonho's back and celebrated the victory. Meanwhile, Yeonho simply sat there smugly. Inwardly, he recalled how his training allowed him to dodge flying rocks merely by listening to sound alone. Compared to that, determining whether marbles were odd or even based on the shaking sound was extremely simple. As the host prepared another round, Yeonho quietly yawned and thought that he should probably stop soon. One more win would give him all the money he needed. However, before the game continued, Kong Chunlip personally stepped forward. Both Yeonho and Jin Soa looked at him curiously. With a polite smile, Kong Chunlip greeted Yeonho warmly and remarked that he never expected such an important guest to appear. Someone nearby immediately recognized him as the master of Golden Flower Manor. Yeonho casually replied that he was nobody important and merely an ordinary person. Kong Chunlip smiled politely and answered that anyone capable of making the games entertaining deserved respect. Yeonho honestly admitted that he did not even find the game very interesting. Internally, Kong Chunlip nearly exploded with anger. Yeonho had already taken over 1,000 silver niang from them and still dared to say the game was boring. Keeping his smile intact, Kong Chunlip invited Yeonho to participate in a much larger game instead. Hearing the words bigger game, Yeonho showed slight interest. Kong Chunlip immediately pushed further, claiming that the truly exciting games had not even started yet and would be far more entertaining. However, Yeonho immediately refused, saying he did not want to bother. Meanwhile, Jin Soa hurriedly stuffed their winnings into a bag. Watching this, Kong Chunlip realized that if things continued normally, Yeonho would simply walk away with 10 gold niang. He absolutely could not allow that to happen. Placing a hand on Yeonho's shoulder, Kong Chunlip insisted that Yeonho could not leave yet. If he stayed and participated in a larger game, he would personally give him an additional 5 gold niang. Yeonho calmly raised the amount to 10 instead. Although Kong Chunlip hesitated, he eventually agreed under one condition. The game would continue until one side lost everything. Thinking it would be too troublesome to return again later, Yeonho accepted as long as the promised 10 gold niang remained guaranteed. Kong Chunlip laughed inwardly, convinced Yeonho had fallen completely into his trap. He then summoned someone special. A scarred man carrying multiple dice slowly approached the table. This man was Dakbai, the one-armed gambling king. Looking at the mountain of silver surrounding Yeonho, Dakbai admitted that anyone capable of winning that much certainly qualified as a genuine gambler. Yeonho casually asked whether Dakbai would be his next opponent. Dakbai confirmed it. When Yeonho asked what game they would play, Dakbai stylishly tossed several dice onto the table and announced that dice gambling would decide the winner. The crowd immediately began whispering among themselves. Some questioned whether dice were too simple, while others argued that such simple games revealed true gambling skill more clearly than anything else. Several spectators confidently declared that there was no way Yeonho could defeat Dakbai. Meanwhile, Yeonho simply yawned lazily. Dakbai then explained the rules. Both sides would roll dice, and whoever achieved the higher result would win. The game would continue until one player completely ran out of money. Kong Chunlip added another condition. If Yeonho lost all his money, he could continue borrowing more. However, if the gambling house lost, only the winner would decide whether the game continued. Yeonho casually agreed without concern. Kong Chunlip then officially declared the start of the match as the entire gambling hall watched with excitement. Standing behind Yeonho, Jin Soa nervously placed both hands on his shoulders and asked whether he could really win. Without even looking back, Yeonho calmly asked whether Jin Soa had ever seen him lose before. A short while later, every single coin they possessed was gone. Jin Soa bit his nails anxiously while Yeonho sat there drenched in sweat. Jin Soa weakly pointed out that Yeonho had already lost 10 consecutive rounds. Pale-faced, Yeonho quietly confirmed it. Jin Soa reminded him that he trusted him only because Yeonho confidently told him to. Still sweating heavily, Yeonho awkwardly admitted that he remembered saying exactly that. Jin Soa nervously remarked that at this rate, they were going to end up completely bankrupt. Across the table, Dakbai calmly held the dice and announced that the next round would be the final game, with a stake of 2,000 silver niang. The crowd immediately burst into laughter, mocking Yeonho for losing everything and preparing to drown himself in debt. Smirking confidently, Dakbai rolled the dice while Yeonho lazily watched with his head resting on one hand. The dice stopped rolling. Every single die landed on 6. The entire gambling hall exploded in shock. Meanwhile, Jin Soa grabbed his own head in despair. Dakbai calmly looked toward Yeonho and asked whether he still intended to continue gambling. Yeonho quietly answered that he would. Dakbai remarked that the outcome already seemed obvious. Yeonho casually replied that he was not so sure about that. At that moment, Jin Soa suddenly called out to him, addressing him respectfully as young master. Yeonho blinked in surprise and asked whether Jin Soa actually trusted him. Tilting his head slightly, Jin Soa answered that there was nobody else he trusted more at that moment. For a brief second, Yeonho looked genuinely moved. Resting his forehead against Jin Soa's head, he quietly admitted that nobody had ever said something like that to him before. Then, taking the dice into his hand, Yeonho slowly exhaled. If he won this round, he would gain 40 gold Niang. With an unusually serious expression, he rolled the dice. The entire gambling hall fell silent as everyone watched them tumble across the table. A moment later, every die stopped. All of them showed 1. The absolute lowest score possible. Yeonho stared blankly at the table with his mouth hanging open in disbelief, while Jin Soa immediately exploded and cursed him in frustration. Elsewhere, a shadowed man sat calmly in a chair while asking about Yeonho's identity. Kneeling before him, Guokdo's son admitted they still failed to uncover who the boy truly was. The mysterious man remarked that a young martial artist suddenly appearing out of nowhere was suspicious enough already. Without hesitation, he ordered Do's son to kill Yeonho. Do's son looked confused and argued that they still had no idea how skilled Yeonho actually was. Smiling darkly, the man assured him that stronger fighters would be provided if necessary. There was no reason to drag the matter out further. Then he repeated the order. Kill Yeonho. Back at the gambling house, Jin Soa nearly lost his mind while Yeonho continued staring blankly at his own hands. Smiling faintly, Dakbai remarked that Yeonho simply suffered from bad luck this time. Still staring silently at the table, Yeonho finally looked toward Kong Chunlip and asked what happened next. Kong Chunlip politely explained that since Yeonho lost all his money, he now needed to repay the 10 gold Niang he borrowed earlier. However, Yeonho clarified that he was not asking about the debt. He wanted to know how much money he needed if he wished to continue gambling. Kong Chunlip answered that he would need 40 gold Niang to continue playing. Yeonho immediately confirmed that bringing 40 gold meant the games could continue. Kong Chunlip nodded and explained that although the gambling house normally controlled whether a game continued, they would naturally continue if Yeonho brought enough money. Yeonho then asked whether he could guarantee that promise. Kong Chunlip confidently answered that trust was essential for operating a gambling house. Hearing that, Yeonho slowly smiled. Beside him, Jin Soa immediately sensed that Yeonho was planning something dangerous. Without warning, Yeonho called someone inside. Everyone turned toward the entrance. Ha Defong entered the hall accompanied by servants carrying several heavy boxes. Apologizing politely, Defong explained that preparing so much gold took time. Yeonho immediately shouted at him for arriving late, complaining that he almost became a slave because of the delay. Defong casually brushed the complaint aside and remarked that Yeonho never seemed like the type to become someone's slave anyway. Sweating nervously, Kong Chunlip asked Defong why he suddenly appeared there. Defong answered that he simply brought the money Yeonho requested. Stepping forward confidently, Yeonho reminded Kong Chunlip of the earlier agreement. As long as he possessed money, the games would continue and the stakes would double every round. Then Yeonho calmly proposed increasing the next bet dramatically. Kong Chunlip froze completely. Without hesitation, Yeonho declared that the next round would be worth 100 gold Niang. Stammering in disbelief, Kong Chunlip repeated the amount aloud while wondering whether he truly heard correctly. Seeing his reaction, Yeonho casually asked whether he was scared. Internally, Kong Chunlip admitted that he absolutely was. Quickly turning toward Dakbai, he nervously asked whether he could handle it. Dakbai calmly questioned whether Kong Chunlip doubted the gambling king himself. Kong Chunlip immediately denied it and insisted he trusted him completely before officially announcing that the match would continue. Dakbai then remarked that Yeonho had transformed the game into something much larger than expected and wondered whether this had been his plan all along. Yeonho looked at him blankly and asked what he was talking about. Dakbai pointed out that Yeonho summoned the Milky Way Manor Master ahead of time, clearly preparing for this moment. Yeonho casually answered that his mother always taught him to keep plenty of money prepared no matter the situation. Taking the dice into his hand, Yeonho announced that he would roll first. He tossed the dice high into the air, The entire hall held its breath as the dice bounced across the table. One by one, 5 die stopped on 6. Every eye immediately focused on the final die. After wobbling briefly, the last die landed on 5. The crowd murmured in amazement. Although it narrowly missed perfection, a total score of 35 was still unbelievably high. Picking up his own dice, Dokbai calmly remarked that it was unfortunate Yeonho fell short by only a single point. Yeonho casually answered that 35 still seemed incredibly difficult to beat. Dokbai laughed confidently and declared that it made no difference. Even if Yeonho underestimated him, he would now learn why people called him the Gambling King. Then Dokbai rolled the dice. Again, 5 dice landed perfectly on 6. The crowd collectively held its breath as the final die continued spinning. Beside Yeonho, Jin Soa anxiously asked why he remained so calm. If they lost now, they would lose absolutely everything. Shaking violently, Jin Soa desperately asked whether Yeonho truly believed they could win. Yeonho squeezed his eyes shut and suddenly asked whether Jin Soa's sister happened to dance well, casually remarking that she would probably be sold away if they lost. Jin Soa immediately screamed at him, demanding to know why he was saying nonsense at a moment like this. At last, the final die stopped moving. The gambling hall fell silent. The final result was 4. For a brief second, nobody spoke. Then the entire hall exploded into chaos. Yeonho had won by exactly 1 point. Meanwhile, Yeonho himself sat frozen in place with wide eyes, unable to believe he actually survived. Jin Soa immediately hugged him tightly while shouting that they had just won 100 gold niang. Yeonho quickly shoved him away and reminded him that he was the same person who cursed him only moments earlier. Nearby, Kong Chunlip grabbed his own head in despair as the reality of losing 100 gold niang finally crushed him. Kong Chunlip grabbed Dokbai and reminded him that he confidently claimed victory was guaranteed. Dokbai calmly replied that if he himself was called the Gambling King, then Yeonho deserved to be called the Gambling God. Hearing that, Kong Chunlip could only curse in frustration. At that moment, Hot Defong stepped forward, drawing everyone's attention. He formally declared that with this victory, all debts Sacred Hand Manor owed to Golden Flower Manor were completely repaid. Everyone present had witnessed the outcome of the game themselves. Dokbai then respectfully bowed toward Yeonho and admitted it was an excellent match. Yeonho returned the bow with equal respect. Afterward, Defong informed Yeonho that he would temporarily safeguard all the winnings at Milky Way Manor. Yeonho casually agreed. Meanwhile, Jin Soa approached Yeonho looking completely exhausted. He admitted he felt drained just from watching the gambling match and asked whether Yeonho was all right. Yeonho answered honestly that he also felt tired. As they prepared to leave, Yeonho told Jin Soa not to worry since Defong would handle the money. All he wanted now was good food and proper sleep. Jin Soa immediately said he knew a good place nearby and offered to guide him there. However, before they could leave, Jin Soa accidentally bumped into someone. Several men stood blocking their path with Guokdo's son at the front. Yeonho looked at them curiously, while Defong quietly warned him that they appeared to belong to the Dark Earth sect. Coldly staring at the group, Do's son asked which one of them was Yeonho. Elsewhere, Sanho finally arrived at the Great Hanam Institute, where Yunji greeted him personally. She explained that Yeonho was no longer there because he had already departed for Hubei alongside the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau. After hearing that, Sanho thanked her and immediately told Jang Yil they were leaving again. Shocked, Jang Yil asked where they were headed now. Sanho calmly answered that they were going to Hubei. Jang Yil instantly panicked and loudly protested that nobody ever agreed he would accompany Sanho. Rolling dramatically across the ground, he cried that he had already traveled all the way there without proper food or water. If Sanho insisted on dragging him further, he might as well kill him now. Watching the scene, Yunji sighed helplessly and suggested they rest for the night before departing. Sanho initially refused. Hearing that, Jang Yil became even more horrified and desperately begged him to stay. Yunji then explained that allowing guests to leave at night would damage the Institute's reputation. She promised to prepare food and baths for them and asked them to depart the following morning instead. Jang Yil continued rolling on the floor while claiming he would die either way. Finally, Sanho relented and thanked Yunji for allowing them to stay. Later that night, Sanho and Jang Yil relaxed in a large bath together. Zhang Yil jokingly remarked that if the beggar sect ever discovered one of their members enjoying a luxurious bath like this, their sect leader would probably foam at the mouth. However, Sanho remained silent, lost in thought. Trying to lighten the mood, Zhang Yil complimented Sanho's impressive physique and asked whether the enormous scar across his body came from fighting the tailless phantom demon. Sanho calmly replied that the wounds from fighting that monster were insignificant compared to this scar. Stunned, Zhang Yil wondered what kind of demonic martial artist could leave a scar worse than the phantom demon itself. A faint smile appeared on Sanho's face as he remembered a young Yeonho crying desperately while begging him to wake up. Quietly, Sanho explained that the scar came from time when Yeonho still did not understand how terrifying a sword truly was. Back at Golden Flower Manor, Do's son once again demanded to know which one was Yeonho. Yeonho casually pointed at himself and answered that he was Yeonho. Do's son stared silently at him for several seconds before turning toward Jail and asking whether this was truly the same person. Jail confirmed it immediately. Do's son angrily lashed out, complaining that Yeonho looked far too young. Jail reminded him that he already explained Yeonho was young from the beginning. Do's son argued back that Jail also claimed Yeonho was a martial master, making it sound as though he greatly exaggerated because Yeonho still looked like a child. Turning back toward Yeonho, Do's son declared that even children had to pay for interfering in Dark Earth Sect business. He ordered his men forward. Before they moved, Yeonho suddenly told everyone to wait. At the same moment, Defong handed Jin Soa a brush and paper. Yeonho instructed Jin Soa to sign the document. Confused, Jin Soa hesitated. Yeonho told him he would explain everything later and urged him to sign first. After some hesitation, Jin Soa finally obeyed. Facing Do's son again, Yeonho calmly asked how much debt Sacred Hand Manor supposedly owed. Do's son answered that the total amounted to 20 golden niang and 50 silver. The next moment, 2 heavy boxes were placed directly in front of him. Surprised, Do's son asked what they were. Yeonho calmly explained that the boxes contained the debt repayment. He instructed Do's son to write an official guarantee confirming the debt was settled before taking the money. As Do's son stared at the overflowing gold inside the boxes, saliva nearly dripped from his mouth. He slowly asked whether Yeonho truly believed the matter could be solved with just money. Yeonho calmly replied that he even included slightly more than the original amount owed. Jail quietly leaned toward Do's son and reminded him that they were never there for the debt itself. Their real purpose was destroying Sacred Hand Manor. Despite hearing him, Do's son kept staring greedily at the gold. Finally forcing himself to look away, Do's son claimed that money was not the true issue. He simply could not allow outsiders to interfere with their business. Yeonho then asked directly whether Do's son wanted a fight. Smiling coldly, Do's son answered that this was not a fight. It was punishment. Immediately afterward, he ordered his men to take Yeonho's head. The men charged forward from every direction at once. However, their swords struck nothing but empty air. The next instant, Yeonho casually sat atop their blades while looking down at Do's son. Calmly, he remarked that Do's son was going to regret this decision. The attackers froze in shock. Without giving them time to react, Yeonho launched his counterattack. He punched one man directly in the face, smashed another across the neck with his elbow, and sent multiple opponents flying simultaneously while remaining completely steady himself. Watching the scene unfold, Do's son could only stare in horror with his mouth hanging open. Jail quietly reminded him again that he already warned everyone Yeonho was a martial master. Yeonho then casually remarked that he wanted to finish everything quickly, so Do's son should call out the people hiding in the back as well. Sweat instantly formed across Dawson's face as he asked how Yeonho discovered them. Without answering, Yeonho simply waited. Realizing there was no point hiding anymore, Do's son ordered the hidden men to step forward. Several figures dressed entirely in black slowly emerged with swords drawn. As Yeonho observed them carefully, they strangely felt familiar to him. Curiously, he asked whether they had met before. However, before anyone answered, a sudden hidden attack struck Yeonho from behind. Yeonho leaned backward just in time, barely avoiding the sudden strike aimed at him. After stepping back and regaining his balance, he admitted that the attack genuinely startled him. He originally thought this would be an easy fight, but the speed of the attack immediately changed his mind. Looking at the hidden attackers, Yeonho wondered whether they were using the hidden sword technique. He then remembered his master explaining that technique long ago. It was an assassination art designed to kill targets before they even realized they were being attacked. Back then, his master asked what Yeonho would do if he ever encountered assassins using such techniques. At the time, Yeonho had no answer. His master then told him that anyone trained in the hidden sword technique was already a murderer who had taken countless lives. Because of that, Yeonho should never hesitate against them. If he ever met assassins like those, he must eliminate them immediately. Realizing there was no choice but to become serious, Yeonho turned toward Ha Defong and asked for a sword. Defong handed one over instantly. Drawing the blade slowly, Yeonho warned everyone nearby to step back because things were about to get noisy. Meanwhile, the assassins were equally shocked that Yeonho managed to dodge the hidden attack. One of them warned the others not to underestimate him because their opponent was clearly a martial master. The assassins attacked together from every direction at once. Yeonho tightened his grip on the sword and slowly closed his eyes. A violent aura erupted around him, forcing the assassins to shield their eyes. At that moment, Yeonho remembered more of his master's teachings. A swordsman must never allow himself to be shaken. Even when an enemy's blade approaches directly, his spirit must remain firm and unmoving. Taking a deep breath, Yeonho planted his foot firmly into the ground and swung his sword. 2 assassins fell instantly from a single slash. Another attacker rushed toward him from the front, but Yeonho blocked the strike effortlessly before slicing the assassin's sword cleanly in half. A second later, the assassin himself collapsed. Without pausing, Yeonho moved toward the next opponents. 2 assassins attacked simultaneously, but Yeonho calmly raised his sword overhead. A flash of light burst from the blade. With one powerful downward slash, both assassins were cut down together. Another assassin charged straight toward Yeonho with his sword extended. Yeonho poured energy into his blade and unleashed a strange technique while slipping past the attacker in one smooth movement. The assassin immediately coughed blood and collapsed. Only one assassin remained. Standing at a distance, the final attacker hesitated in fear. Yeonho slowly gathered energy into his sword, forming a glowing purple sphere around the blade. The assassin stared at the light with wide eyes. Then Yeonho raised his sword again. His aura surged wildly as multiple glowing crosses of light appeared above him. Holding the sword firmly overhead, Yeonho brought it down in a single motion. The crosses of light shot forward instantly. Blinding beams rained down upon the final assassin from above, destroying everything in their path. Ha Defong instinctively raised his arms to shield himself, while Jin Soa stood frozen in complete shock. Moments later, silence filled the Golden Flower Manor. Every assassin lay defeated on the ground. A glowing cross-shaped scar remained burned into the floor where Yeonho's attack landed. Standing calmly with his sword in hand, Yeonho seemed almost overlapped by the faint image of his master behind him. He explained that he had severed the assassins' chi veins and permanently sealed their martial arts, ensuring they could never hurt anyone again. Looking down at the fallen assassins, Yeonho admitted they somehow felt strangely familiar. Still, he brushed the thought aside and assumed he would understand the reason eventually. Then he slowly turned toward Guok Do's son. Immediately, both Do's son and Jail stiffened in fear. Clenching his fist lightly, Yeonho reminded Do's son that he was the one talking earlier about punishment. Yeonho explained that his master always taught him never to quietly endure humiliation. Allowing others to trample over him without resistance would only disgrace his master's teachings. The moment he heard that, Do's son immediately dropped to the ground and begged for mercy. He insisted that people sometimes made mistakes and promised that if Yeonho spared him, he would change his life completely and become a good person. Yeonho calmly answered that wanting to improve oneself was admirable. However, after everything Do's son had already done, there was no reason for anyone to believe him. Nervously, Do's son asked what Yeonho intended to do. Yeonho answered that killing him would be excessive. Instead, he planned to repay him eye for an eye. Pointing toward the fallen assassins behind Do's son, Yeonho hinted at exactly what he meant. Realizing Yeonho intended to destroy his martial arts entirely, Dawson's face turned pale. Yeonho smiled and admitted he appreciated people who understood quickly. Desperately, Do's son begged for another option. Yeonho simply crossed his fingers into an X shape and replied that there was none. At that moment, Do's son truly realized he was finished. Suddenly, a brilliant explosion of light burst throughout Golden Flower Manor. Moments later, Do's son lay collapsed face first on the floor. Afterward, Yeonho turned toward jail and calmly ordered him to guide him to the Dark Earth Sect's main base. That same day, the Dark Earth Branch Sect, once considered the strongest organization in Hubei, completely fell apart. Meanwhile, back at Sacred Hand Manor, Jean Yurin stood anxiously outside while worrying about where her brother disappeared to. Suddenly, Jean Soa burst through the entrance excitedly while shouting for her. Confused, Yurin asked why he looked so worked up. Unable to contain himself, Jean Soa announced that all of their debt had finally been repaid. At first, Yurin assumed he was joking or dreaming. However, Jean Soa insisted it was true and quickly explained everything that happened in detail. After listening carefully, Yurin asked once more whether all of it was really true. Jean Soa nodded firmly and declared that Sacred Hand Manor was finally free from debt, all thanks to Yeonho. Hearing that, Yurin quietly held her hands against her chest in relief. She admitted she was genuinely happy and said they now owed Yeonho an enormous debt themselves. However, her expression soon became serious again. She immediately scolded Jean Soa for attempting to solve their financial problems through gambling. Still, since he was not the one personally gambling, she reluctantly decided to overlook it this time. Even so, she firmly ordered him never to go near a gambling house again. Jean Soa fell into deep thought before asking whether the method truly mattered that much. Jean Yurin answered firmly that anyone who abandoned the orthodox path would eventually hit a wall. She then asked him whether he was really comfortable with gambling after witnessing what happened to their father. Jean Soa argued that if not for Yeonho, Yurin might have been dragged away to the escort house. So could she still call it wrong? Without hesitation, Yurin answered yes. To her, a physician must always follow the orthodox path, no matter the circumstances. After thinking quietly for a moment, Jean Soa finally told her that she was too rigid. He pointed out that he did everything he could for her, yet all she saw was something to criticize. Yurin replied that everything she said was for his sake. But Jean Soa argued that if they continued living only according to her ideals, they would remain trapped in that miserable place forever. He admitted that this was no longer simply about restoring the manor. He wanted to live his own life as well. After that, both siblings stood silently beneath the night sky. The following day, at the Great Hanem Institute, Yuan welcomed both Sanho and Jang Al warmly despite their sudden arrival. After greeting him respectfully, Sanho thanked Yuan for receiving them without prior notice. Yuan calmly replied that since Sanho was Yeonho's older brother, there was naturally no reason to turn him away. Sanho then apologized in advance for any trouble Yeonho might have caused. However, Yuan denied there being any need for apologies and instead asked whether Sanho came to find Yeonho. When Sanho confirmed it, Yuan requested a moment to speak honestly. Sanho agreed. Yuan then asked whether Sanho truly understood the potential Yeonho possessed. According to him, Yeonho's talent was not something that could be restrained or confined. From what Yuan observed, Sanho seemed like the type of person who would try to guide Yeonho according to his own standards and expectations. But if he did that, he would only ruin him. Yuan explained that forcing a great horse into a small stable only ended with everyone getting hurt. Instead, Yeonho needed freedom. Only then could he someday become a horse running freely across the open plains. Sanho listened quietly with a confused expression before eventually thanking Yuan for the advice and saying he would think about it carefully. Later, while leaving the institute together, Jang Al complained about Sanho's gloomy expression even after they had been treated well and properly fed. But Sanho remained lost in thought. Eventually, he asked Jang Al how Yeonho acted the last time they met. Jang Al answered honestly that Yeonho only treated him decently because he happened to be Sanho's younger brother. Otherwise, he barely even seemed human. According to Jang Al, Yeonho was lazy, sly like a politician, and shameless enough to resemble someone from the unorthodox faction. However, while continuing to complain about Yeonho, Jang Al suddenly noticed Sanho quietly thinking instead of reacting. Sanho already understood something others could not. Ordinary people would never be able to properly recognize Yeonho's true talent. And more importantly, Yeonho had changed drastically from the child he used to be. Back at Sacred Hand Manor, Yeonho finally woke up from another long sleep. Stretching lazily, he wondered aloud how long he had been unconscious this time. After jumping down from bed, he cursed the sleep training art because every time he woke up, it felt like he had been beaten in reality. At that moment, Jean Yurin approached him and quietly thanked him for everything he had done for Sacred Hand Manor. Startled by her sudden appearance, Yeonho nearly jumped in surprise. Then Yurin suddenly knelt before him, saying she could never truly repay what he had done for them. Panicking immediately, Yeonho begged her to stand up and asked what she thought she was doing. Ignoring that, Yurin carefully asked whether she could request one favor from him. Hearing that, Yeonho muttered that perhaps his ancestors truly were cursing him. Yurin then asked him to help change Jin Soa's mind. Seeing Yeonho's confused expression, she explained that Jin Soa was supposed to inherit Sacred Hand Manor, restore its reputation, and fulfill their father's dying wish. But now his resolve was wavering. She wanted Yeonho to guide him back onto the proper path. However, Yeonho admitted he did not understand her reasoning. To him, becoming a great physician and reviving Sacred Hand Manor were two completely separate goals. Then he directly asked her which mattered more. Caught off guard, Yurin hesitated and asked whether she truly had to choose between them. Yeonho calmly answered yes. After thinking carefully, Yurin finally admitted that reviving Sacred Hand Manor mattered more. Even if Jin Soa became an incredible physician, their father's dream would still fail if the manor itself disappeared. But if the manor recovered and regained its former standing, future generations would still have the chance to produce great physicians again. Hearing that answer, Yeonho nodded. Now that he understood her priorities, he explained that there was actually a very simple solution to restoring the manor. Meanwhile, back at the Hua Sect branch in Kiang Prefecture, Nong still burned with anger over Jang while bringing Sanho there. She swore to herself that the next time she saw him, she would kill him personally. Just then, Gongmu rushed inside in panic and informed her that there was a major problem. Annoyed already, Nong demanded to know what happened. The moment she looked up, however, she froze. Standing behind Gongmu were Yeonho's mother and father. Yeonho's father calmly asked whether she was the one in charge there. Since she had no idea who they were at first, Nong simply answered yes while wondering why strangers kept appearing lately. Then Yeonho's father introduced himself as Wi Yeonho. The moment she heard that name, Nong's eyes widened in shock as she blurted out his title, the righteous chivalrous swordsman. Wi Yeonho calmly confirmed his identity and remarked that since she already recognized him, there was no need for lengthy explanations. However, before he could continue, his wife immediately shoved him aside and told him to stop showing off. She complained that they had no time for him to act impressive. Wi Yeonho tried to defend himself, but she instantly silenced him again. Watching the exchange unfold, Nong slowly began doubting whether this man was truly the famous righteous swordsman everyone admired. Then Yeonho's mother stepped forward and explained that Yeonho had sent him a letter from there. She politely asked Nong to explain everything that had happened afterward. Inside the Hua Sect's main hall, Gue Nong carefully confirmed whether the person they were searching for was young master Wi Yeonho. Yeonho's mother immediately confirmed that it was. Gue Nong then explained that Yeonho had likely already left for Xiangsu Jiang after previously visiting the Great Hanlim Academy. Hearing that, Yeonho's mother became worried because Xiangsu Jiang belonged to a medical clan and wondered whether her son had fallen ill. Gue Nong reassured her that she had never heard of Yeonho suffering from any illness. Standing nearby, Wi Yeonho found the situation strange. He pointed out that Yeonho was naturally lazy and not the type to secretly stay in contact with people, so he questioned how she knew his whereabouts so accurately. The moment he asked, Gue Nong panicked internally. She realized she had spoken too freely and accidentally revealed how much she knew. Then Wi Yeonho stepped forward and firmly asked her to answer honestly. Meanwhile, over at Xiangsu Jiang, Sacred Hand Manor's restoration moved forward rapidly. The former Black Spider Den building was converted into the manor's new headquarters, and the money recovered there was used to solve the financial shortages. Not long afterward, Yeonho gathered Jin Soa and presented him with a document. It turned out to be an IOU. Yeonho explained that paying off Sacred Hand Manor's debts counted as an investment. Now, Jin Soa owed him 20 taels of gold. To repay it, he would work to rebuild Xiangsu Jiang. Yeonho even offered proper wages, one tael of gold per year, and if Jin Soa continued for 20 years, the debt would disappear naturally. Hearing 20 years, Jin Soa was stunned. But Yeonho casually added that if he disliked the arrangement, he was free to repay the full amount immediately. Having no other option, Jin Soa reluctantly signed. As he walked away, he could not help feeling that he had unknowingly signed something suspiciously close to a slave contract. Back inside, Yeonho sat together with Ha Defong and casually remarked that they had basically secured Xiangsu Jiang's heir. Outside the room, Jin Soa unintentionally overheard their conversation. Defong then asked Yeonho why he would go this far. From his perspective, the agreement was too generous. Even if Jin Soa worked hard, reviving Xiangsu Jiang within 20 years would still be difficult, and Sacred Hand Manor did not seem valuable enough to justify such support. Yeonho quietly put down his tea and explained that it was simply fate. He believed Jin Soa had the talent to shoulder great responsibilities in the future. If Jin Soa revived Xiangsu Jiang and became an outstanding physician, countless people might eventually be saved. Because of that, Yeonho wanted to trust him, support him, and give him a chance. Defong admitted he still did not completely understand, but accepted Yeonho's reasoning. Outside, Jin Soa quietly listened. He never imagined Yeonho had such expectations for him. Realizing he had misunderstood everything and complained for no reason, he quietly resolved to work harder and repay that trust. After Jin Soa finally left, Defong checked outside. Once he confirmed nobody was listening anymore, Yeonho suddenly laughed. He admitted that fooling a child with so little experience was easier than expected. Defong laughed too and said it was not really a scam. The two ended up laughing together after successfully misleading the boy. The next day, the Xiangsu Jiang signboard was raised once again. Defong officially became the steward and immediately began organizing the reopening. Preparations moved quickly. When opening day arrived, many people came to congratulate them. The manor became busy with workers running around, food supplies running low, and more staff being hired with promises of generous pay. For the first time in a long time, Xiangsu Jiang truly looked alive again. As Xiangsu Jiang's reopening ceremony began, the entire manor became crowded with visitors. A servant hurried over to Ha Defong carrying a tray and reported that there were no seats left. Without hesitation, Defong ordered them to open the empty patient rooms, spread mats across the main hall, and seat every guest. When another servant reported that ingredients were running out, Defong immediately told them to buy whatever was needed and keep supplies flowing. Meanwhile, Jin Soa appeared dressed properly for the first time as the young master of Xiangsu Jiang. Standing quietly, he clenched his fists and encouraged himself to stay confident. The moment he appeared, the guests immediately began whispering. Many recognized him as the legitimate heir of Xiangsu Jiang. Some commented on how much he had grown and hoped he would inherit at least part of his father's talent. Others mocked the counterfeit Sacred Hand establishment and said the true Xiangsu Jiang had finally returned. As everyone talked among themselves, another carriage suddenly arrived. The crowd quickly realized who had come. The prefect had personally appeared. Dressed formally and carrying himself with authority, the prefect stepped down while his attendants loudly announced his arrival. Everyone immediately bowed. Ha Defong respectfully greeted him. However, instead of answering, the prefect simply glanced once toward the carriage behind him before turning his attention directly to Jin Soa. Jin Soa immediately knelt and paid his respects. The prefect calmly examined him before expressing his approval at seeing Xiangsu Jiang restored. He officially acknowledged Jin Soa as the legitimate successor of the former head and publicly recognized the reopening of Xiangsu Jiang. He stated that he trusted the new head would serve the people faithfully. Jin Soa bowed deeply and promised to dedicate himself fully. The moment the declaration ended, firecrackers exploded outside. The crowd burst into celebration. People praised the return of Xiangsu Jiang and called it not only the pride of Wuhan, but something all of Hubei could celebrate. Before leaving, the prefect turned back and instructed people to support Xiangsu Jiang often, saying that healthy people strengthen the country. Soon after, his carriage departed. Inside Xiangsu Jiang, celebrations continued. Standing there quietly, Jin Soa remembered his father. He silently promised that he would do well and hoped his father would continue watching over him. Then the scene shifted inside the departing carriage. The prefect, now sweating heavily, quietly asked whether that was enough. Across from him sat Yeonho, relaxed and sitting comfortably like the true owner of the carriage. Yeonho nodded and said it was perfect. The prefect reminded him not to forget their agreement. Yeonho smiled and agreed. Then he casually lifted a ledger and tapped it lightly. With a relaxed expression, he remarked that he would hold onto the bribery records for now, because it would become troublesome if the prefect changed his mind later. The prefect could only grit his teeth. Realizing the Black Spider Den's records had ended up in Yeonho's hands, he bitterly accepted that he would need to stay quiet for a while. Yeonho cheerfully waved him off and wished him a safe journey. The next morning, Jin Soa stepped outside and froze. An enormous line stretched far outside Xiangsujang. People had gathered from all directions for consultations. Jin Soa stared in disbelief and wondered where the line even ended. Beside him, Hot Defong trembled excitedly. He claimed he could smell something. Confused, Jin Soa asked what he meant. Defong replied that it was the smell of money. Excitedly, he told Jin Soa to collect every coin they could. Immediately annoyed, Jin Soa demanded to know what he meant by that and complained that the old man only cared about profits. Meanwhile, elsewhere inside the counterfeit Sacred Hand establishment, the atmosphere was completely different. Someone angrily demanded to know why they did not have a single patient. A fat man nervously explained that Xiangsujang had reopened and all the patients had gone there. The skinny man slammed his hands onto the table in disbelief. He could not understand how Xiangsujang had returned when its previous head had died long ago. When he learned that the son reopened the clinic, he became even angrier. He pointed out that the father's gambling debts should still exist and questioned where the money came from. Everything had gone smoothly after the previous head went bankrupt. Now all their plans were falling apart. The fat man nervously asked what they should do. The skinny man answered coldly. This entire operation had been assigned by their young master. If it failed, they would be blamed. When the fat man pointed out there was nothing they could do anymore because the opportunity had already passed, the skinny man slammed a knife into the table. He declared that if a knot could not be untied, then it should simply be cut apart. And with that, their attention turned toward Xiangsujang once again. The fat man stared in horror and asked what exactly he meant. The skinny man calmly explained that the young head of Xiangsujang had only barely managed to restore the manor. If something unfortunate happened tonight, if bandits suddenly broke in and killed him, then that would simply be a tragic accident. He told the others to prepare a generous funeral donation. The scene shifted to the Venerate Heaven Orthodox Murim Alliance. Inside the hall sat Samachinsi, leader of the Min Queen faction, arms folded as he listened to a report. Across from him sat a silver-haired man who informed him that Green Forest had made contact with the Iron Blood sect. Interested, Samachinsi repeated the statement. The silver-haired man explained that Pang Dojuk of the Pang clan had confirmed it personally. Although he had been pursued by Green Forest's 10 swords, he escaped after receiving unexpected help. Samachinsi smiled. If even the 10 swords had moved, then Green Forest and Iron Blood sect cooperating was likely real. He reflected that Jianghu had remained stable for nearly 20 years. During that time, factions had accumulated too much power. And when power accumulated too long, eventually it overflowed. The current balance of the martial world rested between the Orthodox Murim Alliance in the east and the Heavenly Will Alliance in the west. Even a small conflict between the two could turn into large-scale bloodshed. The silver-haired man added that the Heavenly Will Alliance remained inactive for now, but Iron Blood sect had long maintained friendly relations with them. If Green Forest acted under that protection, the situation could become much larger than expected. Samachinsi frowned. If conflict reached that level, the entire Jianghu would suffer. Then he returned to another matter. He asked about Pang Dojuk defeating the 10 swords. The silver-haired man corrected him. According to reports, a young man named Wi Yeonho had been the one who intervened. Samachinsi immediately became interested. The silver-haired man explained that Yeonho was reportedly the second son of the Guangdong Wi clan and the child of Wi Jianghan. He had disappeared years ago and only recently resurfaced. Samachinsi laughed. So the upright sword had secretly been raising a monster. The silver-haired man continued. The eldest son, Sanho, was already famous throughout Murim. With 2 sons like that, in another decade, the Guangdong Wi clan might become the strongest noble clan in the land. Samachinsi stood and smiled. If Yeonho truly inherited the upright sword's bloodline, then surely the boy would accomplish something extraordinary in Jianghu. The scene returned to Xiangsujang. Yeonho was sleeping lazily on the roof, while Ha Defong sat below. After a long nap, Yeonho opened his eyes and asked where Jin Soa had gone. Defong replied that he had fainted earlier and was resting. Yeonho casually told him to prepare restorative medicine and make sure the boy did not get sick. Defong assured him everything was already arranged. Then, Yeonho remembered something else. He reminded Defong about their wager and said it seemed they would now have to split the winnings. Confused, Defong asked what he meant. At that exact moment, outside Xiangsujang, a group of black-clothed assassins rushed forward carrying weapons. Inside, Yeonho accepted a gold ingot from Defong and casually pointed outside. He reminded Defong that he had predicted they would come today. Defong sighed. He admitted he expected them to wait at least 3 days. Since Yeonho predicted this already, he asked whether preparations had been made. Yeonho jumped down from the roof, carrying nothing but a broom. He calmly answered that one broom was enough. After all, who would dare touch his pile of gold? Holding the broom like a sword, Yeonho stepped into the courtyard. Looking at the incoming assassins, he actually seemed pleased. He rolled his shoulders and prepared to meet them head-on. Meanwhile, back at the house sect in Qiang, Wi Yeonho turned pale. Wi Yeonho had asked a simple question. His son was naturally lazy and not someone who secretly exchanged letters or maintained private contact with young women. So how did she know his location so precisely? Wi Yeonho froze. She awkwardly tried to answer while panicking internally. Caught up in the conversation earlier, she had revealed far more than she intended. Now it sounded as if she had been secretly monitoring young Master Yeonho. One wrong answer here, and she felt like she might truly be in trouble. Across from Wi Yeonho, Wi Yeonho suddenly raised his voice and demanded that she answer honestly. But just as he was striking the pose of a famous righteous figure of Jonghu, his wife pinched his shoulder hard. He immediately lost all dignity and cried out in pain. Sanga glared at him and scolded him for interfering again. Then she turned toward Wi Yeonho and spoke much more gently. She pointed out that there was nothing unusual about a young woman paying attention to the movements of a grown man. Hearing that, Wi Yeonho froze and quietly realized she had been overthinking the situation. Sanga stepped closer, took her hand warmly, and asked whether Yeonho was currently in Hube. Wi Yeonho nodded. Sanga then asked if she could tell them exactly where Xiangsujang was. Wi Yeonho explained that finding the place itself was easy, but there was no guarantee Yeonho would still be there for long. Previously, he had not remained at Hanlan Great Academy for very long either. Still, if someone from the Hao clan guided them, they would not get lost. She offered to accompany them personally. Watching quietly from the side, Wi Yeonho evaluated her. Despite knowing who he was, she remained calm and respectful. She seemed intelligent, composed, and decisive. After a moment, he stated that this favor would be considered a personal debt rather than one owed by the Hao clan. As long as her future request did not violate righteousness or morality, he promised to repay her. Then he casually asked who would act as the guide. Sanga sighed at her husband's lack of awareness. She stepped forward again and asked Wi Yeonho her age and about her family. Wi Yeonho answered that she was 26 and that her father was healthy, but her mother had passed away when she was young. Sanga softened immediately. She embraced her gently and comforted her, saying she must have endured a lot. Then she asked if she would truly be able to handle such a long journey to Hube. Caught off guard, Wi Yeonho answered yes. Sanga smiled and admitted she would be grateful if Wi Yeonho personally accompanied them. As Wi Yeonho thought about it, her thoughts became complicated. The upright sword, Wi Yeonho, the famous eldest son, Sanho, and now Yeonho. With people like this, the Guangdong Wi clan could someday stand at the very top among noble families. Realizing the opportunity in front of her, she bowed politely and assured them she was healthier than she looked. She promised to prepare immediately. After she left, Wi Yeonho looked confused. He wondered whether she was truly paying special attention to Yeonho. Sanga immediately warned him not to be dense. She reminded him that Yeonho was not the sort of man who would settle down naturally. Now that he had returned, perhaps they should think ahead. Even without love, people could become close over time. Traveling together often created affection. She admitted the girl was slightly older but smart and capable. Someone clever enough might actually be able to manage Yeonho. Watching his wife calmly plan their son's future, Wi Yeonho quietly concluded that women were terrifying. The next morning at Xiangsujang, Yeonho sat in the dining hall eating bowl after bowl of noodles. Meanwhile, Jin Soa was collapsed across the table, groaning from exhaustion. Yeonho casually asked why he was not eating. Jin Soa complained that he felt half dead and wondered if this pace would really allow him to become a great physician. Still eating, Yeonho pointed out that medicine had no true prodigies. The physician who treated the most patients and gained the most experience would improve the fastest. Jin Soa admitted those words sounded nice. Yeonho insisted he meant it. Then Jin Soa suddenly remembered something. He asked what happened last night. Yeonho answered naturally that nothing happened. Jin Soa muttered that he thought he heard people screaming. Yeonho quietly smiled to himself. In reality, he had rounded up the attackers and handed them over to the authorities. Continuing to eat, he casually declared that at this rate, all of Hube might eventually become Xiangsu Jiang's territory. Just then, someone peeked through the doorway and announced that a woman had come looking for them. The newcomer was Jin Yeonho. Jin Soa immediately stood up in surprise. But instead of greeting him warmly, Yeonho looked directly at her brother and demanded an explanation. Without giving him time to speak, she ordered him to stop whatever he was doing and come back. To her, medicine was an art meant to save people, not a business built on profit. She could not accept medicine being treated like commerce. Then she told him to stop standing around and start packing immediately. Jin Soa's expression darkened. Gathering his courage, he asked whether physicians were not human too. Everyone wanted to earn money, gain recognition, and establish themselves in life. So why, he asked, did physicians always have to live in hardship and survive on thin porridge forever? Yeonho reminded him of their father's teachings and the values their ancestors had upheld. But Jin Soa argued back. Their ancestors had also lived in a grand manner. That prosperity did not appear out of nowhere. Yeonho interrupted him immediately. Their wealth had come naturally as a result of treating people and practicing medicine properly. It was never built from selfish ambition. She asked why he could never understand that. Unable to endure any longer, Jin Soa finally raised his voice. He said she was the one who did not understand. He admitted his current path might not be orthodox either, but at least he was not arrogant or forcing others into his ideals. If she continued living only according to her own beliefs, then Xiangsu Jiang would never truly become known across the world. He declared that he was not her puppet. She could follow her own path, and he would make Xiangsu Jiang famous through his own methods. With that, Jin Soa turned and left. Yeonho reached out to stop him, but failed. Watching from aside, Yeonho quietly commented that the brat really had nerve talking to his older sister like that. Yeonho slowly turned and looked at him. Her expression became colder. Yeonho immediately became cautious. Yeonho blamed him directly. According to her, all of this had started because of him. That night, a carriage raced through the forest. Inside sat a man, speaking calmly. He ordered that if anything became uncertain, every trace connecting him to Xiangsu Jiang should be erased. The masked driver acknowledged the order, but asked whether he truly did not regret abandoning everything he had built in Wuhan. The man admitted he regretted it, but losing one operation was better than clinging to it and losing everything. The driver asked if the situation was truly that serious. The man explained that problems only began after that mysterious young man appeared. Small warning signs often became major disasters. Even if he personally removed Yeonho, someone that capable would not appear without powerful backing. Eventually, that backing would reveal itself. Win or lose, public attention would only grow. It was better to withdraw now. Then he quietly reflected that his elder brother had already accomplished great things. As the younger brother, this much was simply his responsibility. Before ending the conversation, he gave another order. Send word to the family. Tell them someone has appeared who may interfere with their greater plan. Back at Xiangsu Jiang, Yeonho sat alone beside the lotus pond, quietly pouring herself wine. A voice suddenly interrupted. Yeonho appeared scratching his head and casually remarked that drinking alone was bad for the stomach. If she had calmed down, maybe she could spare him a cup. He sat across from her and added that wine tasted poisonous when drunk alone. Yeonho sighed and said that compared to him, the wine seemed harmless. Yeonho shrugged and said he could leave if seeing him was unpleasant. That finally made her smile. She remarked that such an answer really suited him. Then unexpectedly, Yeonho lowered her head and apologized. Yeonho looked completely caught off guard. She admitted she had acted unfairly. Despite everything he had done for Xiangsu Jiang, she had directed her frustration toward him. She should have apologized earlier, but felt too ashamed. Embarrassed, Yeonho quickly brushed it off and told her not to worry over such small things. Yuron hesitated before finally speaking honestly. Managing Xiangsu Jiang and dealing with Jin Soa had become exhausting. Yeonho admitted he still did not fully understand what troubled her. Then he remembered something his master once said. If someone wanted something, they had to claim it themselves. The thirsty dug their own well. Yuron looked at him in surprise. Did he mean she should rebuild Xiangsu Jiang herself? Yeonho simply asked, was that not what she always wanted? Yuron hesitated. She said Jin Soa was the legitimate heir. Yeonho answered immediately. Only because someone was the heir did not mean they alone could restore a family. Yuron quietly replied, but she was a woman. Yeonho smiled. Who decided only men could rebuild a family? And when it came to treating people and saving lives, what did being a man or woman even matter? Yuron asked quietly whether she could truly do it. Yeonho answered honestly. Nobody could guarantee it. But one thing was certain. Jin Soa becoming a great physician and Xiangsu Jiang becoming great were two completely different goals. She had tied both together and convinced herself only Jin Soa could carry that burden. If she truly wanted to create the medical manor she dreamed of, then she needed to stop waiting for someone else and build it herself. Yuron remained silent and simply looked at Yeonho. Not understanding the reason for her expression, Yeonho tilted his head and innocently asked what was wrong. Yuron smiled faintly and remarked that he truly was a strange person. Yeonho grinned and admitted he heard that often. She nodded and repeated that he really was unusual. Raising his cup, Yeonho glanced at her and spoke quietly. People who never act and only stay trapped inside their thoughts never accomplish anything. Yuron let out a small laugh and asked whether he was talking about himself. Yeonho looked up at the night sky and answered honestly. He was satisfied living as he did and had no desire for great achievements. Compared to her current situation, he felt happier because he could at least do what he wanted. Though because of that troublesome inner core left by his master, he still ended up doing things he disliked. Yuron smiled. She said his master must have been a good person if he had managed to make someone like Yeonho move. After that, both of them quietly looked up at the full moon. After a while, Yeonho quietly answered, maybe she was right. That same night, Yeonho met Dokbi again. Approaching casually, he asked if he could join him for a drink. Dokbi seemed unsurprised and asked how Yeonho had found him. Yeonho sat down and replied that there were people skilled at gathering information and asking a few questions was enough. Dokbi poured him wine. Then he asked whether Yeonho had connections to the Hao clan. Yeonho took a sip and immediately frowned. He complained that this was already his second drinking session today, and he truly did not understand why people enjoyed bitter things. Setting the cup down, Yeonho finally asked the real question. Why had Dokbi intentionally lost? Dokbi smiled and asked whether Yeonho really believed he had thrown a game. Yeonho explained. Someone with Dokbi's skill could have reversed the outcome at the final moment. Instead, he chose not to. By all logic, Yeonho should have lost. Dokbi lifted his empty left sleeve slightly. Then he asked Yeonho what gambling meant. To him, gambling was deciding victory and defeat. People who sat at the table put everything they had into those moments. But recently, gambling houses had become filled with schemes, manipulation, and unnecessary tricks. He said he had not lost on purpose. His luck simply ended. And because of that, Xiangsu Jiang no longer had a collapse. Even if another gambling house eventually appeared, at least for now people would get to enjoy honest games. Yeonho asked whether losing everything so easily was truly acceptable. What about reputation? What about the people following him? Dokbi smiled. The most important thing was courage. If the cup emptied, fill again. If something was lost, then continue as though it had never been lost. Yeonho laughed and said it sounded suspiciously like excuses. Dokbi laughed too. If he believed that, then perhaps it really was. As Yeonho watched him, he quietly thought to himself, this man lived in a world obsessed with winning and losing, yet somehow refused to be controlled by either. That felt strange. Then, Yeonho admitted something. Recently, he had met many kind people, but strangely, he never truly understood them. He understood their words, but could not feel the reality behind what they sought. Yet speaking with Dokbi felt different. It felt like something rigid inside him had loosened. Dokbi smiled and answered simply. People were always like that. Even facing identical situations, everyone chose different paths and continued betting their lives on them. That was life. Then he smiled and added, their match had been enjoyable too. The two continued drinking and talking until dawn. The next morning, Haedebong suddenly ran into Xiangsu Jiang in panic. Jin Soa immediately asked what happened. Breathing heavily, Debong revealed a letter. Yeonho had disappeared. Inside was a short message. He wrote that staying forever would be strange, so he was leaving. He did not think he could help Xiangsu Jiang much anymore, so everyone should manage things themselves. He reminded them not to become too greedy for money. He added that Jin Soa would become an outstanding physician. As for Steward He Debong, he trusted him to manage the manor properly. Then came a postscript. Gather the money carefully. When the time came, he would return and collect it. Jin Soa immediately asked Debong to send people searching. Knowing Yeonho's personality, he could not have gone far. He had to still be somewhere nearby. The scene shifted again to a poor village. Yuran was making house calls and treating patients. After finishing treatment, she told the villagers that this should be enough for now. The villagers thanked her sincerely. They said she had traveled all the way to such a remote place just to help them. Calling her a true healer, they expressed their gratitude. Yuran smiled softly. Leaving behind medicine, she explained that if pain returned, they only needed to apply the salve. Then she quietly prepared to move on to the next patient. Yeonho quietly watched Yuran treating villagers. Looking at her going from house to house without hesitation, he thought to himself that nobody could stop this young lady once she made up her mind. After the treatment ended, Yeonho casually asked if the medicine she used was really that effective because he wanted to try it himself someday. Surprised, Yuran looked at him. Sometime later, the two arrived near a quiet well. Yeonho clicked his tongue and looked at her. She was from a family of physicians, yet she was making house calls for free. Did she even realize how much money she had already spent? Why insist on choosing such a difficult road? Was saving people some sacred duty? Yuran smiled gently. She answered using his own words against him. Those who only think and never act accomplish nothing. So she had decided to rebuild Xiangsu Jiang in her own way. Hearing that, Yeonho smiled with satisfaction. Without another word, he handed her a pouch. Confused, she opened it. Inside were pieces of jewelry. Her eyes widened. Could the necklace returned earlier also have come from him? Yeonho casually explained that she kept selling things that looked important to her, and it bothered him. Then he asked her not to sell them anymore. Yuran held the pouch tightly and quietly promised. Satisfied, Yeonho turned away and announced he would leave. Yuran was surprised. She asked where he intended to go. Yeonho sighed. Because of his master's wishes, he could not stay in one place too long. If fate allowed, they would meet again. As he started walking, Yuran suddenly stopped him. Holding a small blue cloth cord in both hands, she offered it shyly. It was only a simple gift, but she hoped he would accept it. Since he always tied his hair, she thought he might use it. Yeonho accepted immediately. He tied it into his hair and smiled. He promised he would use it well. Yuran thanked him softly. As Yeonho walked away, a faint smile appeared on his face. Yuran would walk her own path. Jin Soa would walk his, and he would continue walking his. But after some distance, his laziness returned. Yeonho groaned dramatically. His legs felt like they were about to fall off. If he had known, he would never have acted so cool while leaving. He should have brought a horse. Then, he spotted an old gray-haired man leading a covered wagon. Without hesitation, Yeonho threw himself onto the ground and rolled dramatically toward him. The old man immediately broke into a sweat. Yeonho raised one finger and politely begged for a ride. The old man awkwardly asked whether Yeonho expected a free ride. Yeonho shamelessly agreed. After staring for a moment, the old man sighed and allowed him aboard. The moment permission was given, Yeonho jumped into the wagon and thanked him, then immediately lay down and started sleeping. By evening, the wagon reached the foot of a towering mountain range. The old man gently woke him. Yeonho rolled over and slowly sat up. The old man warned that there were no houses nearby. Still sleepy, Yeonho replied casually. If necessary, he could sleep in a tree or dig a hole. He thanked the old man for bringing him this far. The old man nodded and continued on. Yeonho bowed farewell. Their brief encounter ended there. As the wagon continued, the old man quietly muttered that Yeonho was an interesting youth. Then suddenly, his expression changed. His eyes turned cold. He quietly called out, "Scarlet Moon." At once, a one-eyed figure in red dropped from a tree and knelt. The old man removed his disguise. Beneath the mask was another older face marked with long scars. Coldly, he explained that the young man had already noticed Scarlet Moon's presence. Scarlet Moon was stunned. The old man ordered him to follow Yeonho and investigate. He wanted to know the young man's true identity. Scarlet Moon immediately obeyed. Back at Yeonho's location, He stood beneath a large tree and looked upward. He muttered that he had slept there for 2 nights already. Just then, he noticed movement. Someone was running toward him. A woman dressed lightly for travel sprinted through the forest with a sword hanging at her side. Breathing heavily, she continued running while thinking she had already pushed both her stamina and inner energy to their limits. The girl continued running through the forest. Her breathing was becoming unstable, and she realized she could not maintain this pace much longer. She needed a place to hide. Looking around quickly, she noticed a tall tree and immediately decided to climb. As she moved higher into the branches, she prepared to use a breath-suppressing technique, a stealth method that regulated breathing and concealed one's presence completely. But even while activating it, she felt uneasy. Someone else was here. Carefully turning her head, she froze. Lying comfortably among the branches was not a wild animal or another pursuer. It was Yeonho, fast asleep. Her face instantly turned pale. At that exact moment, Yeonho slowly opened his eyes and yawned. Still half asleep, he vaguely saw the outline of a beautiful woman in front of him. Before he could react, the girl suddenly covered his mouth. Speaking quietly, she warned him not to make any noise. She explained that enemies were chasing her, and if they discovered them, he would also be dragged into danger. Below the tree, voices echoed. A man carrying a spear searched the area, while another with twin swords ordered the surrounding men to spread out. The search party moved away. Only then did the girl remove her hand. Yeonho breathed deeply and looked annoyed. Then he quietly complained that she should move because she was heavy. Startled, the girl realized she had been sitting directly on his lap. She immediately jumped away in embarrassment. Yeonho sat up lazily and stretched. He complained that he had been sleeping peacefully before all this happened. The girl immediately knelt and apologized sincerely. Then she warned him that staying there was dangerous. They needed to leave. Yeonho packed his belongings and simply asked why. The girl explained that the people chasing her would not spare witnesses. Since he got involved because of her, she would take responsibility and escort him to safety. Without much thought, Yeonho followed. As they walked through the forest, she introduced herself. Her name was Zyman Dian of the Zyman clan. She also revealed that she belonged to the Venerate Heaven Orthodox Murim Alliance and was currently carrying out a mission. Yeonho casually introduced himself in return. Seeing her situation, he admitted he originally thought she was some kind of bandit. Dian ignored the comment and explained that she had no way to prove her identity right now. But if he met those chasing her, he would understand. Yeonho then asked who exactly they were. She immediately lowered her voice and warned him not to speak loudly. But Yeonho insisted. Eventually, her expression hardened. She revealed they were remnants of the demonic cult. Yeonho paused. He remembered hearing that the demonic cult had already been destroyed. Dian explained that these were surviving remnants. Yeonho quietly muttered that this was troublesome. Annoyed, she pointed out that she had been saying that from the beginning. But Yeonho shook his head. That wasn't what he meant. Then, he suddenly raised his voice. Since he knew who she was now, the others hiding nearby should stop pretending and come out. Immediately, cold eyes appeared within the forest. Several figures emerged silently. A voice asked how Yeonho had noticed their presence. Behind him, Dian clenched her teeth. The demonic cult. One of the men questioned Yeonho and asked whether he was also connected to the Orthodox Murim Alliance. Yeonho calmly denied it. He explained that if anything, he preferred avoiding involvement with people like them. The man only smiled. Whether that was true or not no longer mattered. They intended to silence both of them. He drew his sword and said they could continue talking after capture. Before things escalated, Dian stepped forward. She offered herself instead. Yeonho knew nothing and should be released. In exchange, she would tell them everything she knew. The cult members seemed interested. But then, Yeonho suddenly leaned out from behind her and casually pointed out a problem. He already knew they were demonic cult members. Dian nearly lost her temper. Why would he say that now? Yeonho answered honestly. He was only helping. He did not want anyone forgetting important details. The cult members stared at him as if he were insane. Then Yeonho smiled and calmly finished. Now that he knew they were members of the demonic cult, there was no chance he would simply walk away. Yeonho reached behind his back and slowly pulled out the long object he had been carrying. Holding it against his chest, he said that his father had repeated one thing countless times. If he ever encountered members of the demonic cult, he should never let them walk away. Dian immediately became flustered. She turned and quietly warned him that these were not ordinary bandits. She questioned who his father was to leave behind such reckless teachings. Yeonho answered calmly. His father belonged to the Guangdong Wi clan. There was a Y in the name. The atmosphere instantly changed. The demonic cult members froze. Their expressions stiffened as realization struck. The upright sword. Wi Yeonho. One of them swallowed nervously and muttered that he had never even imagined facing the child of that man. Without hesitation, he attacked. His sword came down while shouting that if Yeonho wanted to rely on his father, he could go cry to him in the afterlife. Yeonho moved instantly. With his left arm, he pushed Dian aside and slipped out of the attack. Dian could only watch in alarm. But Yeonho's expression had changed. The lazy, indifferent face disappeared. His eyes turned cold. The wrapped object in his hands suddenly rose. Steel collided. The attacking cultist's eyes widened. The sword had been blocked. He immediately jumped backward. The cloth wrapped around Yeonho's weapon loosened and fell away. Inside was a sword. Yeonho looked at the blade and casually remarked that while he could never call himself a great son, listening to his father at moments like this seemed reasonable. He slowly drew the sword. Cold light reflected across the forest. Pointing the blade forward, he calmly warned them to prepare themselves because his sword might end up being even sharper than his father's. Not far away, on a cliff overlooking the battlefield, the old wagon driver watched silently. Behind him stood Scarlet Moon. The old man observed Yeonho shielding Dian and quietly repeated his name. Scarlet Moon explained that he appeared to be the hidden son of the upright sword. The old man found that difficult to understand. Someone with talent like this should already have been famous throughout Murim. Scarlet Moon explained that Yeonho had disappeared for years, and there were rumors that he became entangled with the notorious Devil Seo Ju. The old man narrowed his eyes. Whatever happened during those missing years, it had clearly changed the boy. His gaze shifted to Yeonho's sword. The weapon emitted an unusually cold aura. Meanwhile, Dian stared blankly. She could not understand what she was seeing. She had assumed Yeonho was simply a strange and lazy traveler. Then the battle began. Yeonho stepped forward. In a single movement, he crossed the distance. One cult member hurriedly raised his sword to block. But Yeonho never intended to clash directly. His body twisted. His sword arm shifted. Then, his elbow crashed into the center of the man's chest. The cultist collapsed instantly. Another attacker appeared from behind, wielding twin short swords. He swung downward, but struck empty ground. Before he could react, Yeonho appeared beside him. A kick landed directly across his face. The man spun and crashed to the ground. Only seconds had passed. Two opponents were already defeated. The remaining cultists attacked together. One used a spear. Another charged with a broadsword. Their attacks came at the same time. Yeonho simply rotated through the air and avoided both. Then, one foot drove into the spearman's groin. The other smashed into the broadsword user's back. Both collapsed. Yeonho landed lightly. After standing still for a moment, he swung his sword downward. Thin lines of sword energy cut across the ground. The cultists suddenly cried out. Blood appeared at their wrists and ankles. Yeonho had deliberately severed their tendons. The fight should have ended there. But something changed. One swordsman raised his trembling hand. Black-red energy erupted from his arm. Veins spread across his body. His eyes became unnatural. He slammed his palms into the earth and shouted for everyone to rise. One by one, the fallen cultists changed. Their veins bulged. Their expressions twisted. Even with damaged tendons, they stood again. They had activated some forbidden technique to force their bodies beyond their limits. The atmosphere became heavier. Even Dian realized the real fight had only just begun. Yeonho looked at the four cultists surrounding him. Rather than showing caution, he smiled. He casually remarked that even after having their tendons cut, they still managed to stand. One of the cultists bared his teeth and mocked him. It seemed his father had not taught him everything about the demonic cult. Yeonho rolled his shoulder and replied lightly that there was no need for explanations. If cutting tendons wasn't enough, he would simply cut off their legs next time. Problem solved. The moment he finished speaking, all four attacked at once. As they charged, Yeonho remembered his master's teachings. Real combat was different. Mercy only created regret. If one entered Murim's dangerous waters, hesitation had to be abandoned. Against enemies, there should be no thought of sparing them. His expression cooled. The first attackers reached him. One carried a spear. Another wielded twin short swords. Yeonho stepped forward. His blades swept across. Blood scattered. The spearman was sent flying, while the swordsman with twin blades suffered far worse. His body collapsed violently. Only his arms still seemed to travel elsewhere. The remaining two attacked immediately. One swung a broadsword. The other released blade chi. Two attacks crossed toward Yeonho. Watching them approach, he calmly commented that attacks moving that slowly would struggle to hit even a turtle. Then, he suddenly remembered Dian behind him. With mild annoyance, he realized he actually had to protect someone. His sword moved. Light spread. After images formed around the blade. His master's words echoed again. A river never fights the current. Flow with it. Return what comes. Do not oppose the flow. To the cultists, it looked less like combat and more like watching someone dance. Yeonho moved through the attacks naturally. The incoming force returned to its owners. His master's final lesson followed. Once the water passes, misfortune returns to the one who released it. From above, the old man in Scarlet Moon silently watched. Dust spread across the battlefield. The old man showed no anger. Instead, he smiled faintly. When the dust settled, the battle was already over. The four cultists had been completely defeated. One lay inside a crater. Another barely remained conscious. Only the swordsman carrying twin swords on his back still clung to life. Holding his stomach, he realized everyone else was gone. His eyes changed. Using his tongue, he pushed something hidden inside one of his teeth. Yeonho immediately noticed. Turning to Dian, he quickly asked whether she wanted the man alive. Still stunned, she awkwardly answered that capturing him would probably be useful. The cultist finally moved the hidden object onto his tongue. A poison pellet. Yeonho clicked his tongue. Before the man could act, Yeonho grabbed him. He forced open his mouth and stopped him. No permission had been given to die yet. The poison pellet dropped onto the ground. Picking it up, Yeonho examined it and remarked that the demonic cult really prepared thoroughly, even hiding poison inside their teeth. For once, all those old stories his father used to repeat had actually become useful. Dian remained speechless. Since the battle began, she had only watched. Now she looked at him differently. Yeonho noticed and awkwardly asked why she kept staring. She quickly answered that she was simply surprised. But inwardly, she had already reached her conclusion. This strange, lazy young man was an unbelievably powerful martial master. Elsewhere, at Xiangsu Manor, Jang Il arrived only to discover that Yeonho had already left. He clicked his tongue in frustration. He Debong confirmed that Yeonho had departed not long ago. Jang Il looked back at Sanho and laughed awkwardly. He Debong became curious and asked who they were. Jang Il introduced himself as the Kiang branch chief of the Beggar Sect. Then Sanho stepped forward. He introduced himself as Yeonho's elder brother. What greater reason was there to travel than searching for family? He Debong froze. Yeonho's elder brother? Without another word, he hurried inside to call the manor head. Watching him leave, Jang Il quietly wondered if Yeonho had caused trouble again. Then he noticed something. A carriage approached. His face changed immediately. It belonged to the Hao clan. Sanho looked surprised and asked whether he could identify a clan from only the carriage. Jang Il pointed ahead. Not because of the carriage. Because the coachman himself was one of the Hao clan's retainers. Sanho looked toward the cover coachman and asked whether the Hao clan of Kiang had really followed them all the way here. Jang Il replied that it would not be surprising. The woman leading that branch was said to be as troublesome and persistent as a snake. As the carriage stopped, the door opened. Someone stepped down. Sanho froze. It was his father. Why Jang Han? For a moment, nobody spoke. Then Sanho quietly called out, "Father." Jang Han and his wife looked over in surprise. They had come searching for Yeonho. Instead, they found Sanho first. Jang Han immediately asked what Sanho was doing there. Sanho explained that he had also come looking for Yeonho. Jang Han laughed softly and remarked that Sanho had beaten him here. Then he asked the important question, where was Yeonho? Sanho replied that he had already left. Jang Han froze. Gone? Before he could say more, his wife slowly turned toward him. Her expression alone carried enough pressure. She reminded him that she had told him to hurry. Jang Han immediately looked uncomfortable and quietly protested that he had not wanted this either. At that moment, He Debong arrived, together with Jinsoa. Jinsoa stepped forward respectfully and introduced himself as the current head of Xiangsu Manor. He explained that Yeonho had greatly helped their manor. Because of that, being able to host Yeonho's family, even briefly, would be an honor. Sanho quietly looked at Jinsoa. The manor head looked far younger than expected. And what exactly did he mean by receiving Yeonho's favor? Jinsoa invited everyone inside and insisted on preparing a proper meal. Jang Han tried refusing politely, but Jinsoa became even more serious. To him, Yeonho's family was no different from his own. Sanga nodded and gently told her husband to accept. They also needed information about where Yeonho had gone. Eventually, everyone entered. Inside the reception room, the table was already overflowing with food. Jang Han looked impressed, but Sanga barely touched anything. She quietly worried whether Yeonho was eating properly. Sanho comforted her. He had already sent requests through both the Beggar Sect and the Hao clan. They would find Yeonho's location eventually. For now, she needed to take care of herself. Hearing that, Sanga admitted her health had not been great recently. Immediately, Jinsoa stood up. He looked genuinely alarmed. If her health was poor, why had nobody said so earlier? This was a physician's manor. Haek Debong hurried over. He suggested calling a female physician immediately. But Jinsoa objected. Ordinary treatment would not do. They had to bring the best female physician available. The Wi family exchanged confused looks. Before anyone could ask, the atmosphere changed. A pressure settled outside. Jang Han and Sanho stood at once. Something was wrong. Outside, figures were entering. Cold, killing intent spread through the courtyard. Jinsoa's expression collapsed. He recognized them. Guok Dawson. The leader of Black Spider Den Guok Dawson laughed. That troublesome brat had finally left. Now, nobody would protect this place. Jinsoa stepped forward and demanded to know who they thought they were. Guok Dawson revealed that he had borrowed support from another force. Today, he intended to wipe everything out and seize Hube completely. Jinsoa quietly cursed. Things had gone wrong. Jang Han looked at Sanho and calmly remarked, they should at least repay the manor's hospitality. Before anyone reacted, Sanho had already moved. Jinsoa and Haek Debong watched in shock as he stepped forward. His sword rose slowly. His face became cold. He stated simply he would resolve this. Across from him, Guok Dawson had no idea who he was facing. Without hesitation, he ordered the masked assassins forward. Several black-clad fighters wearing bird-shaped masks and iron claws rushed in. Sanho remained perfectly calm. He rotated his sword once. A pale blue sword aura slowly spread around the blade. The assassins still did not understand. They charged forward without hesitation, straight toward him. Jang Han watched the scene unfold and let out a quiet laugh. Those blackbirds kept charging forward without understanding who stood before them. In a world as wide as heaven and earth, some people still mistook a dragon for prey. Sanho stepped forward. His sword moved in calm, flowing arcs. Each turn connected naturally into the next. The technique he performed was known as Soaring Dragon Crossing Heaven. The moment his sword reached its final motion, dragon-shaped sword energy surged outward. Claws of light tore through the air. The bird-masked assassins were shredded before they could react. The strike happened so quickly that few people even understood what they had witnessed. By the time Sanho quietly returned his sword to its sheath, the battle was already over. Bodies dropped across the courtyard. Silence followed. Those who had never seen Sanho's martial arts stood frozen. Even breathing felt difficult. Nearby, Jang Han folded his arms and smiled with visible satisfaction. Guok Dawson stared at Sanho in terror. Sweat poured down his face. His voice shook as he asked whether he was truly Wi Yeonho. Sanho's expression did not change. He simply pointed toward the broken entrance gate. First, repair the gate. Then, lead the way to Black Spider. Den Guok Dawson immediately agreed. Elsewhere at the Xinjiang branch of the Orthodox Murim Alliance, Ximen Dian arrived, carrying someone over her shoulder. Beside her walked Yeonho. A branch officer named Gong Sanyang came out in surprise and asked what had happened. Dian introduced herself and dropped the unconscious captive onto the ground. She explained that she had captured a demonic cult member, but escorting him alone was difficult. She wanted assistance transporting him. Gong Sanyang looked embarrassed. The branch currently lacked manpower. They could only provide a carriage. Dian was stunned. How could an Orthodox Alliance branch be short-handed? Gong Sanyang awkwardly explained. Rumors had spread that a martial manual connected to an ancient master had appeared nearby. Most people had gone searching. Dian frowned. People abandoned their duties over a manual? Gong Sanyang quietly added, this was no ordinary manual. It supposedly belonged to the Sword Sovereign. Dian was startled. Even Yeonho looked interested. He asked who the Sword Sovereign was. Dian looked surprised that he had never heard the name. Yeonho honestly admitted that he knew famous figures like founders of great sects, but this was his first time hearing about the Sword Sovereign. Dian explained, "Some legends survive because sects preserve them. Their students spread their stories generation after generation. But the Sword Sovereign left behind neither sect nor followers. His reputation slowly disappeared." Yeonho became curious. If he was truly powerful, why did nobody remember him? Dian explained that according to rumors, the Sword Sovereign had an unusual personality and eventually separated himself even from his own clan. Yeonho quietly looked at the sky. For some reason, that description felt strangely familiar. That evening, a carriage was prepared. Unexpectedly, Dian ended up driving while Yeonho comfortably occupied the inside. She asked why he insisted on coming along. She had already said she was heading toward Luoyang. Yeonho lazily answered that he had nowhere particular to go. Following her seemed convenient. Dian then asked another question. If the Sword Sovereign's manual really existed, shouldn't he try searching for it? Yeonho answered from inside the carriage. His master always said manuals and techniques meant nothing if you could not properly digest what you already possessed. And honestly, he had no desire to climb mountains. Dian silently translated his words. He was simply too lazy. As night arrived, they stopped and built a fire. The two sat across from one another. After a while, Dian asked if Yeonho truly came from the Guangdongwei clan. Then she asked, what relation was the Scarlet Demon, Sword Sanho, to him? Yeonho answered casually. That was his older brother. Dian smiled. So she had unknowingly traveled with Sanho's younger brother. Yeonho became curious. Did she know Sanho? Dian nodded. She and Sanho had once trained under the same lineage. Yeonho laughed lightly. Then that made her his senior sister. The fire crackled quietly between them as the journey continued. Dian nodded and introduced herself as Sanho's senior disciple. Then she stretched her shoulders and casually complained that driving the carriage all day had left her covered in dust and with an aching back. Yeonho listened quietly before giving a simple answer. If she was tired, she should rest early. Dian smiled inwardly. The moment she mentioned being connected to Sanho, his attitude became noticeably more respectful. She even found it slightly amusing. But the moment passed quickly. Yeonho climbed back into the carriage, shut the door, and calmly announced that he would not chat anymore, and she should sleep soon. Dian's expression froze. After staring at the closed carriage for a while, she muttered under her breath. Compared to Sanho's reputation as a refined gentleman, this younger brother really was something else. Not long after, 3 cloaked figures appeared nearby. The one in front politely asked for shelter. They explained they had lost their way in the mountains while pursuing someone and hoped to rest for the night. Before continuing, they removed their hoods and introduced themselves as disciples from the Blessing Sect. Dian immediately recognized the sect and welcomed them. After exchanging greetings, she asked what brought them into the mountains. The leader answered seriously. They were pursuing a notorious demon. Dian asked who. The answer came calmly. Co Jwack. The atmosphere froze. Suddenly, the carriage door burst open. Yeonho stepped out. The group instinctively drew their swords. Yeonho stared at them and asked again, who did they just mention? When they repeated the name, Co Jwack, Yeonho's expression changed completely. His hands clenched. His smile became dangerous. 5 years had passed, yet he still had not forgotten that man. In his mind, everything troublesome in his life started because of him. If not for that shameless lecher, his life would never have turned out this way. Yeonho stepped closer and demanded to know where Co Jwack was. The disciples felt pressured by the sudden change in his presence and explained that they only knew Co Jwack had headed toward Luoyang and should still be nearby. Without hesitation, Yeonho announced they were leaving immediately. Dian quickly stopped him. Traveling through the mountains at night was dangerous. Yeonho looked back and replied without hesitation. Dangerous? He was the dangerous one. Elsewhere, Co Jwack himself was running through the mountains. His thoughts were chaotic. Things had started well. Some people had found him in hiding and offered him money in exchange for the secrets of his techniques. He accepted. Life had briefly become comfortable again. But then, the discovery of the Sword Sovereign's remains caused martial artists to flood the region. His whereabouts were exposed. Now he could only escape. Clutching a manual tightly, Co Jwack convinced himself that once he mastered the gathering yang reinforcement technique recorded inside, one day nobody would dare look down on him again. Just then, someone appeared in front of him. A young woman dressed in pink robes blocked his path. Holding her sword, she introduced herself. She was Li Hua, the second disciple of Mount Hua. She stated her name plainly, so he would know who was sending him to the Yellow Springs. Co Jwack acted confused and asked what crime he had committed. Li Hua showed no interest in arguing. She declared that his actions were unforgivable even if he died 100 times. Today, she would punish him personally. Co Jwack narrowed his eyes and smirked. He warned her not to underestimate him. At once, her sword moved. A brilliant technique unfolded. What first looked like pink lightning was actually sword energy shaped like plum branches and unopened blossoms. The technique, Plum Blossom Path, spread through the night as the battle began. Seeing the attack, Co Jwack sneered. He mocked Li Hua's technique, saying she still could not make the plum blossoms fully bloom. Flowers like hers meant nothing. Placed before someone obsessed with beauty, they would simply be picked and scattered. The moment he finished, his hand moved. Pink petal-like palm force burst forward. It was the love flower palm. Li Hua immediately tried to counter. Her sword moved quickly, and she defended with everything she had, but the gap was obvious. The palm force broke through. Her body was thrown backward. Her sword flew away. She barely managed to stand while holding her stomach. Blood dripped from her lips. Her insides felt twisted apart. Co Jwack slowly walked toward her. Then he looked down and mocked her. A child who still knew nothing dared challenge him. Tonight, he would make her bloom properly. On her abdomen, a dark, 5-petaled flower mark had appeared where the palm struck. Her body refused to move. As Co Jwack crouched and lifted her chin, Li Hua could only cry out silently in her heart for her master. Then, someone appeared behind him. A cheerful voice echoed. "Found you." Co Jwack glanced over his shoulder. His expression stiffened. It was Yeonho. Even now, that irritatingly carefree face remained exactly the same. Yeonho stared and asked directly, "You're Co Jwack, right?" Co Jwack sighed. So another hunter had arrived. He mocked Yeonho and asked why such a young fool would chase fame by seeking death. Then he admitted it. Yes, he was Co Jwack. What was Yeonho going to do? Yeonho tilted his head back and laughed. First, he would beat him up. Then they could talk. The moment he finished, his body blurred. Co Jwack immediately sensed danger. Before he finished reacting, Yeonho's voice appeared behind him. Co Jwack spun and launched Love Flower Palm. The strike pierced straight through Yeonho's body, sending him flying. Li Hua's expression changed. She thought another innocent person had fallen. But what Co Jwack hit was only an afterimage. A fist crashed into his face. His cheek folded inward. His body spun through the air and rolled across the ground before stopping near Li Hua. Co Jwack coughed and struggled to stand. Yeonho remained where he was, smiling. Good. Now get up. His grudge would not disappear from just that. Then Yeonho's expression slowly darkened. Everything. It's all because of you. He rushed forward again. Co Jwack panicked. He raised both hands and shouted that he did not even know who Yeonho was. Yeonho ignored him. Another punch exploded across Co Jwack's face. He shouted at him to stop talking. Co Jwack flew back again. But even after hitting him, Yeonho still looked unsatisfied. He stared at his own hands. Something felt wrong. This wasn't enough. Then he noticed 2 stones nearby. His eyes lit up. He picked them up and rubbed them together. Over these 5 years, he had learned one important truth. Getting hit by rocks hurts more than getting punched. His eyes glowed with dangerous excitement. At that moment, Dian and the Blessing Sect group finally arrived. They froze. Yeonho was sitting on top of Co Jwack, hammering him with both hands. Dian stared blankly. What exactly happened here? She rushed forward and grabbed Yeonho from behind. If he continued, this would become murder. Yeonho still gripped the stones tightly and shouted for Co Jwack to die. Everything miserable in his life, he blamed on that lecher. Dian suddenly realized that ruined man underneath was actually Co Jwack. After seeing his face, she silently admitted she had never imagined a human face could become distorted to that extent. Once Yeonho finally calmed down, Dian suggested taking Co Jwack to the Orthodox Murim Alliance. Any more, and he would really die. Yeonho tossed the stones aside. Fine, they would do it that way. That night, the Blessing Sect disciples tied up Co Jwack and quietly commented that they never imagined someone like him could end up in such a miserable state. Nearby, Li Hua suddenly coughed violently. Dian immediately approached and asked if she was all right. Her complexion looked terrible. Li Hua awkwardly answered that she was fine. Yeonho, who had been silent until now, observed her for a moment before walking over. He told her to give him her wrist. Li Hua instinctively refused and said she would recover. Yeonho sat down anyway and took her hand. If she delayed regulating her chi and blood, there could be permanent consequences. Watching from behind, Dian realized again that Yeonho knew more than she expected. She had assumed he was simply reckless, but he even understood some medical principles. After checking Li Hua's pulse, Yeonho rubbed his chin and sighed. Unfortunately, this was outside his specialty. Li Hua became nervous. Yeonho explained calmly. The injury itself was not immediately fatal, but if left untreated, there was a chance she could lose all of her martial arts. Li Hua was shocked. She quickly asked whether there was a cure. Yeonho scratched his face and explained honestly. It could be treated, but since he knew almost nothing about acupuncture, there was only one option. He would have to directly send energy into her dantian area. After hearing that, Li Hua became embarrassed. Allowing a man she had just met to do that felt uncomfortable, but losing her ability to use the sword frightened her more. After hesitating, she agreed. But before anything even began, the accumulated injury suddenly surged. She coughed up blood and fainted. Yeonho immediately moved. There was no more time. He lifted her carefully and began treatment. Blue internal energy flowed from his hand. Slowly, he placed his palm over the flower-shaped injury. The moment his energy entered, Li Hua's entire body tensed. Pain spread through her channels. Her breathing became unstable. Yeonho calmly warned her not to open her mouth or her energy circulation would collapse. Time passed. Gradually, the dark flower mark faded. Li Hua could feel an unfamiliar yet stable current moving through her body. She had never experienced energy like this before. After nearly half an hour, the wound disappeared completely. Only then did Yeonho withdraw his hand. It was finished. Sweat covered both of them. Li Hua slowly opened her eyes. Yeonho explained that she only needed rest now and there should not be lasting problems. Li Hua awkwardly adjusted her clothes and quietly thanked him. The next morning, sunlight spread over the mountains. Birds circled overhead. Nearby, Co Jwack remained tied up and sprawled across the carriage roof. Dian stretched and complained that sleeping outside had left her entire body sore. She turned and asked Li Hua if she slept well. Li Hua smiled politely and answered that she rested comfortably. Later, after everyone properly woke, Dian checked on her condition again. Li Hua revealed she already felt much better. Dian suggested resting longer. At that moment, a man's voice interrupted. If someone complains over such a small injury, they are not worthy of being his disciple. A man wearing robes similar to Li Hua's appeared. He smiled faintly. Li Hua immediately stood and bowed respectfully. She greeted her master. Dian froze. If this was Li Hua's master, then this could only be the famous Plum Blossom Sword Ghost, Gong Mugon. She immediately greeted him respectfully. Gong Mugon looked at her with curiosity and asked whether she was related to Xaimen Sa. Dian explained that the man was her father. Gong Mugon nodded. Then he asked another question. If Dian had not healed his disciple, then who did? Curious, he asked them to explain exactly what happened. Elsewhere, Jang Il appeared proudly and raised 5 fingers. He declared that the beggar sect had discovered Yeonho's whereabouts before the Hao clan. Sanho calmly lifted his teacup and looked at him. Then, with complete calm, he asked him to behave a little more quietly. Jang Il pressed his lips together and finally spoke. The beggar sect had found a trace of Yeonho. The moment those words came out, the door burst open. Jang Han and his wife rushed in at once. Their expressions changed immediately. Had they found Yeonho? Jang Il quickly explained that someone had reported seeing a young man resembling Yeonho near Xinjiang. Jang Han repeated the place in surprise. Xinjiang. Nearby, Sanho quietly lifted his teacup and sighed inwardly. His father's reactions really were no different from an excited beggar. Jang Han clenched his fist and immediately declared they would depart for Xinjiang. At that moment, Jin Soa ran inside after hearing the commotion. He asked what happened and whether something had broken. Jang Han happily explained that they had finally received news of Yeonho. Jin Soa immediately became anxious and asked where young Master Yeonho was now. But before he could continue, someone stepped forward. Jin Yurin. She calmly stopped him from speaking recklessly in front of guests. Then she stepped forward and introduced herself properly. She bowed and introduced herself as Jin Yurin, eldest daughter of Holy Hand Manor. Jang Han greeted her politely, but Senga became curious. She asked what Yurin meant when she mentioned receiving great favor. Yurine smiled softly. Young Master Yeonho had once saved her life. Actually, once was not enough to describe it. The debt she owed him was difficult to repay. Jang Han quietly looked beside him and immediately noticed his wife's eyes sparkling. She had clearly started imagining something again. Sanga instantly stepped closer. If that was the case, why had she come today? Yurine answered politely. She wanted to examine and treat the lady's condition and repay a small part of the kindness she had received. Sanga's interest only grew. She immediately began asking her age, whether she was engaged, and what she thought of Yeonho. Yurine instantly broke into a sweat. She could barely answer. Meanwhile, Jang Han and Jang Il watched silently. Women truly were terrifying. Back in the forest after Diane finished explaining everything, Gong Mugon quietly stroked his chin. His eyes moved towards Co Jwak tied on top of the carriage. Li Hua explained that the young man had subdued that man in a single move. Capturing him looked easier than catching a mouse. Gong Mugon looked thoughtful. One move? Then he turned toward Li Hua. Had she lowered her guard during the fight? Li Hua lowered her head and answered no. Gong Mugon looked displeased. If she had fought seriously and still lost, then her opponent's strength could not be ignored. But that did not excuse her defeat. If she had died while fighting, he could have praised her resolve. But being rescued after defeat, that disappointed him. He ordered her to return to Mount Hua. Li Hua immediately knelt and accepted the punishment. Gong Mugon decided to leave the matter there for now. What mattered first was meeting the person who saved his disciple. He walked toward the carriage, then politely called out, "Little brother, are you awake?" No answer. He knocked again. Still nothing. Only soft snoring came from inside. Eventually, the carriage door opened. Yeonho lazily poked his head out. His hair was messy and his eyes half closed. He looked annoyed. Why was someone bothering people so early? Gong Mugon's expression twitched. Still, he reminded himself to endure it. After all, this person had saved his disciple. He explained politely that he had come to personally thank him. Yeonho blinked. Your disciple? Gong Mugon pointed toward Li Hua and explained. That was the girl he had saved. Before anyone could react, Yeonho quietly shut the door again. Then his voice came from inside. Ah, so that's what this is. Gong Mugon froze. A vein appeared on his forehead. He called again, asking Yeonho to come out so he could properly express his gratitude. A heavy pressure spread outward. Li Hua and Diane instinctively raised their arms. Then, the carriage door opened slightly. Yeonho peeked out again and answered casually. He was sleepy. A small nod was enough. If there was something to say it from there. Gong Mugon slowly withdrew his aura and finally spoke in a calmer tone. He thanked Yeonho for saving his disciple and asked if he could know the identity of his master. Yeonho lazily sat up inside the carriage and tied his hair back. Then he answered simply. Even if he explained it, Gong Mugon still would not know. Gong Mugon stepped forward and said that his knowledge of the martial world was broad enough that Yeonho did not need to worry. But Yeonho calmly repeated the same answer. Even with that knowledge, he still would not know. The answer only irritated Gong Mugon further. He asked if Yeonho truly had no intention of speaking. Yeonho looked confused instead. It was not that he refused. It was simply that the answer would not make sense to him. Why ask repeatedly if he already said so? At that point, the veins on Gong Mugon's neck became visible. Still suppressing his temper, he finally proposed something else. If words would not work, then perhaps swords would. He requested a match. Surely someone so confident in martial skill would not reject a brief exchange. Immediately, Li Hua hurried forward and nervously reminded her master that an unofficial duel with a stranger was improper, especially with someone who had just saved her. Gong Mugon turned sharply. His expression cooled. As someone carrying Mount Hua's reputation, his pride mattered. Between personal gratitude and the honor of Mount Hua, he considered the answer obvious. From his perspective, Yeonho refused to reveal either his master or his school. That looked less like humility and more like disregard. Li Hua quietly lowered her head. She knew her master rarely withdrew once his mind was made up. Beside her, Diane stepped forward to reassure her. This would not become a duel. No respectable senior would pressure someone into fighting under circumstances like this. And besides, this was Yeonho, a man too lazy to even walk properly. There was no chance he would accept. Before she could finish, Yeonho interrupted. His master once told him, whatever happens, follow your heart. Then, for the first time, Yeonho stepped down from the carriage holding the cloth-wrapped sword. His expression remained relaxed, but his voice became serious. If someone challenged the sword carried between master and disciple, then he had to answer properly. For a moment, old memories surfaced in his mind. His master had never tolerated excuses. He could ignore many things, but not the sword. When it came to that, he would not back away. Gong Mugon let out a short laugh. Yeonho made it sound impressive. Still, challenging him? Yeonho calmly accepted, and even offered Gong Mugon the opening move. That nearly made Gong Mugon lose his composure. For someone of his standing, challenging a nameless junior already felt humiliating. But once spoken, he could not take it back. He pointed his sword forward, then formally asked for Yeonho's name. Yeonho introduced himself. Yeonho of the Guangdong Wai clan. That answer made Gong Mugon narrow his eyes. So, he was the son of the upright sword. Interesting. Defeating the father had always been an idea in the back of his mind. Perhaps defeating the son first would not be bad. Yeonho quietly corrected him. First, he did not use the Guangdong Wai clan sword arts. Winning against him proved nothing against the clan. Second, even if Gong Mugon won, his father would probably just be happy. He certainly would not seek revenge. Then Yeonho paused. There was one more thing. He slowly drew his sword. His declaration sounded exaggerated enough to make everyone pause, a solitary sword shining beneath heaven itself. Then he warned Gong Mugon. He might be lazy, but his sword was not. Gong Mugon moved first. His pride had already reached its limit. He rushed in and attacked without holding back. His sword targeted openings continuously, but Yeonho dealt with each strike with ease. The pace increased. Gong Mugon changed forms repeatedly and unleashed one flowing attack after another. Yeonho watched quietly. The man was definitely strong. But that was all. The sword looked elegant, beautiful, yet strangely simple. During the exchange, Yeonho found himself thinking about something else entirely. If this was considered one of the great experts, then just how absurd had his own master been? Time passed. Eventually, Gong Mugon's clothes became soaked with sweat. He finally understood. This arrogance was not empty confidence. Someone with this level of skill, at Yeonho's age, was abnormal. Breathing heavily, he admitted Yeonho was not bad. Yeonho casually replied the same. Not bad. He said it without praise or emotion. But somehow, that answer irritated Gong Mugon even more. His fighting spirit surged again. This time, he declared that he would show Yeonho how vast the world truly was, and teach him that he was only a frog at the bottom of a well. Yeonho felt the pressure change. This time, Gong Mugon was finally preparing his strongest sword. Without hesitation, Gong Mugon stepped forward once more. His eyes sharpened. The real duel was beginning. At the midpoint of the clash, the plum blossoms began to bloom. One became two. Two became countless petals. The blossoms spun through the air in a dazzling display. Liwa immediately recognized the technique. Within those constantly shifting flowers, the true sword remained hidden. This was Mount Hua's famous combination. The 24 movements of the plum blossom sword merged with the plum blossom clone technique. A sky full of blossoms descended to swallow the opponent's light. As the petals closed in, sharp sword tips gradually emerged from each one. Yet Yeonho did not move. The laziness disappeared from his eyes. He was the inheritor of Baek Muin's sword, and as its successor, he had to show the world the supremacy of the shining sword. He slowly swept his blade. The sword aura released from Yeonho began erasing the sword chi hidden inside the plum blossoms. One by one, the petals disappeared. The false images vanished. The clones collapsed, until finally, Gong Mugon's true body appeared alone. Gong Mugon stood stunned. He never imagined Mount Hua's famous sword technique would be broken so simply. But Yeonho's sword light did not stop. For the first time, Gong Mugon felt death standing beside him. He gathered everything he had left. The final wrath of the plum blossoms erupted. All remaining strength poured into one desperate collision. Yet, that brief crimson brilliance was swallowed. A white beam surged forward like a great wave. The petals scattered, and then there was nothing. Gong Mugon stared blankly. Only one thought remained. Was he still alive? Liwa rushed over in panic. But Gong Mugon remained frozen, until he felt cold steel resting against his throat. A breeze passed through the falling blossoms. Victory and defeat had already been decided. No one was injured. Dian and Liwa finally let out relieved breaths. Elsewhere, inside the Venerate Heaven Orthodox Murim Alliance, within the General Strategist Hall, the strategist Yo Hyen received reports. The tomb of the Sword Sovereign, a figure dead for 300 years, had allegedly been rediscovered. At the same time, Green Forest was becoming active. Rumors spread in Sichuan, and news emerged that the Poison King's hidden vault had appeared. Yo Haiyan narrowed his eyes. Too many events. Too many distractions. Coincidence no longer felt convincing. He wondered, what if someone deliberately created all of this? He immediately asked about the movements of the Beggar Sect and the Hao clan. When informed both groups were gathering toward Xinyang, he pointed at the map. If every information network converged in one direction, wouldn't every other area become blind? Someone could easily create an intelligence gap. A dangerous move. The man beside him, Yeagle Chinji, suggested announcing everything publicly. But Yo Haiyan shook his head. People only believe what they want to believe. Even if warned, they would still rush toward treasure. He ordered surveillance strengthened and hoped his suspicions were wrong. Meanwhile, after losing the duel, Gong Mugan accepted defeat. But his desire for a rematch only grew. Now riding beside the carriage, he endlessly lectured Yeonho. A talented martial artist should not waste time sleeping. 12 watches exist in a day, yet Yeonho spent 4 of them asleep. Training time was precious. To Gong Mugan, this was tragic. The truth, he simply wanted another duel. Yeonho silently endured the torture. Punching him was troublesome. His father knew the man. That made things complicated. Then, the carriage suddenly stopped. A group of 5 youths appeared. All wore matching robes embroidered with dragons. Dian immediately recognized them. Hidden Dragon Martial Hall, disciples of the venerate Heaven Orthodox Murim Alliance. The handsome youth in front stepped forward. He introduced himself as Sang Guanhung. Dian returned the greeting and recognized him as the Sword Dragon. Sang Guanhung modestly dismissed the title, but Dian's expression became serious. Hall regulations forbade disciples from leaving without permission, so she asked directly, why were disciples of Hidden Dragon Martial Hall outside? If they could not explain themselves, she would consider this unauthorized departure. And the atmosphere quietly became tense once again. But Dian's suspicion turned out to be unnecessary. Sang Guanhong and the others had not left without reason. They had been sent as reinforcements for Mount Hua. The situation there had become unstable, and support from within the sect was delayed, forcing the Orthodox Murim Alliance to intervene. Dian quietly observed the group. Reinforcement missions were never given lightly. Only those with sufficient ability would be sent. Judging by their presence, this group had to be the famous 3 dragons and 2 phoenixes. As always, she carefully confirmed details one by one. Then she casually asked whether their master was doing well. After that, she added that a master who valued talent must think highly of disciples carrying titles like 3 dragons and 2 phoenixes. Sang Guanhong looked awkward, but he answered honestly. People often said their generation was inferior to the previous one. Their master constantly pushed them to improve. Dian realized she had touched an uncomfortable topic and quickly smiled. She said she had also been compared to seniors in the past. The difference was their standard had been set by Sanho. His excellence became the new measuring stick. His talent had simply created too large a gap. Sang Guanhong naturally knew that. After all, Sanho remained the most outstanding disciple the school had ever produced. He admitted there was still distance between them, but determination flashed in his eyes. Someday, he would surpass him. Dian smiled and praised his spirit. Young martial artists always carried ambitions. That was normal. Then, a strange sound came from the carriage. Dian immediately knew who it was. Sang Guanhong narrowed his eyes. That sounded suspiciously like someone laughing inside. He politely asked if a senior was resting there. Dian immediately changed topics and suddenly asked about his grandfather. Sang Guanhong looked confused. Dian awkwardly explained she had once met him and knew he was well connected. To her surprise, he accepted the explanation. Watching the conversation continue, Dian secretly looked toward the carriage. 3 dragons, 2 phoenixes, Blade Dragon Pang Du Yong, Fist Dragon Yen Heo, Sword Dragon Sang Guanhong, Sword Phoenix Nong Hai, Martial Phoenix Young Maria. By martial rank alone, all of them had already surpassed her. In the past, she probably would not even dare talk casually with them. Yet now, they strangely felt ordinary. She knew exactly why. Traveling beside someone like Yeonho completely ruined her standards. Eventually, everyone reached an inn. Gong Mugan finally had a chance to sit and speak with the younger generation. His mood improved immediately. Looking at the future pillars of the martial world seemed more satisfying than food. Sang Guanhong politely responded, titles meant little. Still, his curiosity remained. Who exactly was inside that carriage? He finally asked whether they should wake the person inside to eat. Immediately, both Gong Mugon and Dian refused. Leave him alone. If he gets hungry, he'll come out himself. Sang Guanhong answered politely, but inwardly became even more curious. Who was being treated this carefully? An eccentric senior? A hidden master? While everyone talked, Martial Phoenix Young Maria suddenly spoke. She pointed out that one person had remained quiet the entire time. Everyone thought she meant Liwa, but instead, she turned toward Gong Mugon, then calmly requested instruction in Mount Hua swordsmanship. For a moment, everyone misunderstood. Surely she meant Liwa, but Maria clarified there was another person present capable of using Mount Hua sword techniques. Gong Mugon immediately understood. His mood improved. Not long ago, Yeonho had repeatedly provoked him. Now, someone challenged him directly. Maria bowed. Not a duel, only a respectful request for guidance. Gong Mugon laughed. He admired the spirit. Still, he warned her. Trading moves with him carried danger. She could lose her life. Maria remained calm. If one pursued martial arts, risking one's life was natural. The disciples of Hidden Dragon Martial Hall knew her personality well. Nobody stopped her. Everyone quietly moved outside. Mount Hua's sword had been challenged. Gong Mugon would not treat that lightly. Standing across from each other, he warned her again. Even if this was only instruction, he had no intention of holding back. Maria answered immediately. Her sword was sharp as well. Nearby, Liwa became anxious. She quietly asked Dian whether they should stop this. Her master looked completely serious. But Dian could only shake her head. Once Gong Mugon made up his mind, almost nobody could stop him. Watching everything unfold, Dian quietly thought to herself that Gong Mugon only appeared broad-minded in front of young hero Yeonho. At his core, the Plum Blossom Sword Ghost was still exactly the same person. After hesitating for a while, she quietly moved towards Sang Guanhong, hoping he could stop this. But Sang Guanhong's expression was pale. He looked helpless. Maria was completely obsessed with martial arts. Once she decided something, almost nobody could stop her. In the courtyard, Gong Mugon raised 3 fingers. He told Maria to attack. He would allow her 3 moves. Maria nodded calmly. Then, she swung her sword 3 times in empty air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nothing happened. Gong Mugon stared, then asked what she thought she was doing. Maria answered casually. He said 3 moves. She already used them. For a moment, silence. Then Gong Mugon laughed. He interpreted that as deliberate provocation. After being challenged repeatedly by younger people over the past few days, his patience finally snapped. Purple energy slowly began rising from his body. Liwa's face immediately lost color. She knew that expression. Her master was genuinely angry, and he had already begun using dangerous intent. If this continued, someone might actually get hurt. She desperately looked around. Who could stop the Plum Blossom Sword Ghost once he became serious? Then her eyes landed on only one person, Yeonho. But before she could call, an annoyed voice interrupted. Could everyone please be quiet? Someone only wanted to sleep. Why was that impossible? Yeonho stepped out while grumbling. The moment Gong Mugon saw him, his anger disappeared instantly. He cleared his throat. His tone softened. Young hero, you're awake. Sang Guanhong froze. Just moments ago, the man looked ready to kill. Now he was suddenly polite. Something felt deeply wrong. But another strange reaction appeared. The moment Maria saw Yeonho, her expression froze. Elsewhere, back at Shangsa Manor, after examining Sang, Jean Yurine stopped the family from departing. She explained that Senga needed at least 3 days of rest and should avoid exhaustion. Because of that, the search had to be delayed. After Yurine left, Senga became even more satisfied. She praised Yurine's beauty. Jang Han joked there was no woman prettier, then added that their eldest son should learn from someone like her. Sang A immediately corrected him. She was evaluating future daughters-in-law. Jang Han laughed, but eventually admitted Yurine truly was exceptional. Beautiful, kind, and willing to enter poor districts personally to treat people. Then he remembered something. The tailor who had secretly followed Yurine had been caught. After questioning him, they discovered she had been protected by the Hao clan, and the person who arranged it was Yeonho. That instantly lit up Sang A's eyes. Their lazy son would never protect a woman for no reason. Surely, there was something there. Jang Han quietly looked away. Part of him wanted to agree, but his conscience resisted. Pairing someone so talented and beautiful with Yeonho somehow felt unfair. He even compared it to damaging flawless jade. Of course, thinking things like that probably guaranteed trouble for him later. Meanwhile, back at the inn, the atmosphere became even stranger. After being scolded, Gong Mugon awkwardly explained to Yeonho that the young lady had challenged him first. Yeonho looked where he pointed, then immediately frowned. The girl looked younger than him. "Senior, are you part of some organization dedicated to picking fights with children? Where was the dignity? Why did he keep competing with people young enough to be grandchildren?" Gong Mugon became silent. Only Dian desperately defended him. This time, the old man really wasn't lying. Then, clink, a sword slipped from someone's hand. Everyone turned. Maria had dropped hers. She stared at Yeonho. Her lips moved. "Young hero, Yeonho." Yeonho himself looked confused. Did she know him? He had never met her. Maria slowly walked forward, then carefully asked for his name. Was he Wi Yeonho? Yeonho found her reaction strange, but his identity was no secret. Yes, he was Yeonho. The instant he answered, Maria moved. Smack! A slap exploded through the courtyard. Yeonho spun through the air several times before crashing face first into the ground. Everyone froze. Normally, his body automatically reacted even while asleep. So why had he not defended himself? Yeonho jumped up instantly. Furious, he demanded to know who she thought she was. Did she think he wouldn't hit back? But Maria didn't respond. Her lips trembled. Her body shook. Then, tears appeared. Her voice broke. She said she had searched for him all this time, asked where he had been, and finally, she called him second brother. At first, everyone only heard Maria's opening words. The rest disappeared beneath her crying. Gong Mugon even laughed and remarked that a real man should take responsibility for the trouble he creates. Li Hua and Dian immediately looked at Yeonho strangely. From their expressions alone, it seemed they had already concluded he was some irresponsible scoundrel. Yeonho almost exploded from frustration. For 5 years he had stayed hidden and caused nobody trouble. How did things suddenly become like this? He hurriedly denied everything and even insisted he didn't know the girl. But Maria only cried harder. Second brother. Second brother. This time, everyone heard it clearly. Yeonho froze. Something about the way she cried stirred old memories. His eyes widened. Fragments from long ago resurfaced. Before he could react, Maria rushed forward and tightly embraced him. Cold sweat ran down Yeonho's face. Carefully, he asked if she could really be Surion. The moment he said the name, her tears poured out again. She admitted it. She had been searching for him. Their parents searched. Their elder brother searched. Everyone searched. So where had he been all this time? She pounded against his chest while crying. And for the first time, Yeonho experienced a reunion with family. Even then, he cautiously asked again if she truly was his little sister. Surion looked hurt. Her second brother really couldn't recognize her anymore. Yeonho gently patted her head. When he left, she had only been a child. Now she had grown into a young woman and even became a skilled martial artist. Then another question came to him. Why was she called Jean Maria? Surion explained. That name had been given by their elder brother. Because of the reputation attached to the Wi family, revealing her identity would only draw unnecessary attention. If she wanted to focus on martial arts, keeping her identity hidden was safer. Yeonho thought about Sanho and quietly admitted that sounded exactly like something his brother would do. Surion immediately pinched him hard and complained. Did he know how much everyone suffered searching for him? Yeonho laughed awkwardly. How could he explain? For 5 years, he had lived among monsters. To tell the whole story would take days. So instead, he suggested they go inside. After that, Surion stayed attached to Yeonho and refused to leave his side. Meanwhile, the 3 dragons and 2 phoenixes watched with disbelief. The cold and distant Maria they knew was acting like a cheerful younger sister. Then they realized Surion was actually Sanho's younger sister. Suddenly, her extraordinary talent made sense. But another question appeared. If Yeonho was also Sanho's younger brother, why had nobody heard of him? Later, everyone gathered in the guest room. Breakfast was prepared. Surion sat beside Yeonho and kept piling food into his bowl. Eat this. Try this too. One person kept feeding. The other kept eating. Everyone stared. Sangwon Hong especially couldn't look away. Was everyone in the Guangdong Wi clan like this? One brother wandered freely. One sister spoiled people. The old man traveled around, causing commotion. Gong Mugon looked impressed. He joked that the Guangdong Wi clan must grow 10,000-year ginseng in their courtyard. How else could they produce talents like this? Then he openly admitted Even comparing Yeonho with his father felt difficult. The clan's future truly looked terrifying. At that point, Surion casually interrupted. She said big brother might be incredible, but second brother wouldn't help much. Everyone looked surprised. Surion explained that Yeonho rarely did anything. Even if he was strong, he mostly stayed home and avoided effort. That made Gong Mugon suddenly realize something. If Yeonho was that lazy, why had he traveled all the way to Luoyang? Yeonho answered simply. His master ordered him to. His master believed martial arts couldn't mature through isolation. One had to travel, observe, listen, experience, and use the body directly to understand. Gong Mugon became silent, then slowly nodded. Martial arts are experience. If one stayed inside the mountains forever, how could one understand the world? The more he repeated those words, the more absorbed he became. Then suddenly, he stopped moving. Sangwon Hong's expression changed. He immediately shouted for everyone to protect the great hero. Everyone reacted at once. Only Yeonho looked confused. Why was everyone suddenly making such a big fuss? Dian quickly pulled him aside. She explained Gong Mugon had entered enlightenment. At that moment, purple energy began flowing around Gong Mugon's body. Wind gathered. His hair rose. The aura around him intensified. His eyes opened. Power surged outward. After some time, all of that energy slowly settled back into him. Then Gong Mugon opened his eyes. Everyone immediately congratulated him. Liwa respectfully bowed. Her master, the plum blossom sword ghost, had broken through and stepped into the middle realm. Everyone nearby immediately offered congratulations. Gong Mugon stood up, turned once, and thanked those around him. But after a brief pause, he looked directly at Yeonho. His expression turned complicated. Then he bowed. If not for the young hero opening the path for him, he would never have broken through the wall that had trapped him for so long. As a martial artist, he sincerely thanked him. Sangwon Hong stepped forward and congratulated him as well. With Mount Hua's greatest sword advancing further, surely the day would come when Gong Mugon would be recognized as the strongest sword of the Central Plains. Hearing that, Gong Mugon only coughed awkwardly. If such a title existed, how could he claim it while Yeonho was standing nearby? Still, he laughed and turned the conversation. Before he became number one, perhaps the younger generation would already surpass him. Those words were mostly directed toward Yeonho, but Sang Guanhong misunderstood and humbly denied it. Time was equal for everyone. No matter how strong juniors became, seniors would continue advancing as well. That was simply the natural order. Gong Mugon only smiled. That remained to be seen. While the martial artists exchanged compliments, the wise siblings remained in their own world. Surion looked at Yeonho with concern and kept placing food into his bowl. She told him to eat more and recover his former healthy appearance. Yeonho complained while chewing. Recently, he couldn't sleep well. His whole body hurt. He wasn't like this before. Surion covered her mouth and looked heartbroken. To outsiders, the scene looked bizarre. Yeonho looked perfectly healthy, yet she treated him as though he had survived months of suffering. Then she suddenly asked what he planned to do now. More specifically, what would happen once their elder brother found him? She reminded him that Sanho might beat him half to death. Yeonho thought about it, then awkwardly cleared his throat. Would Big Brother really go that far? He never understood expressing affection through fists. That almost sounded like a personality problem. After thinking carefully, he concluded it would probably be fine. Handle it casually, and everything would pass. Surion froze. Handle it casually? Did that mean he intended to fight Sanho? Yeonho smiled faintly. His second brother had become much stronger. He glanced at Gong Mugon, who was still proudly lecturing the younger generation. Then he said casually, even if Big Brother was strong, he probably wasn't stronger than Uncle Gong. At that moment, Yeonho remembered his master's words. This wasn't arrogance. His martial ability truly stood beyond this era. Surion stared. Did he mean he could defeat Sanho? Yeonho answered honestly. Yes, he really could. But to everyone else, it sounded ridiculous. Even Surion didn't believe him. She immediately started hitting him. Her second brother had apparently gone too long without getting beaten. Yeonho endured silently. How could he explain? Even worse, his automatic defenses didn't activate against his sister. Normally, that sort of sibling quarrel would have ended there. But outsiders got involved. Sang Guanhong frowned. Sanho had long been considered above the younger generation. If Yeonho spoke so casually, did that mean none of them here could compare? Yeonho answered honestly. Yes, that was exactly what he meant. Immediately, the atmosphere froze. The three dragons and two phoenixes had grown up carrying prestige and expectations. Now an unknown person casually dismissed all of them. Naturally, they were offended. Surion hurriedly hit Yeonho again. Better she discipline him before someone else did. Meanwhile, Sangwon Hong gave a cold laugh. Anyone could boast. Then he formally challenged Yeonho. But Yeonho rejected it instantly. He didn't like unnecessary trouble. Sangwon Hong became stunned. In this situation, wasn't accepting the obvious choice? Yeonho scoffed. Pride didn't fill stomachs. As for reputation, if the clan lost face, Big Brother would restore it. So there was nothing to worry about. One of the two phoenixes asked if that meant he admitted being a coward. Yeonho answered without shame. Yes, cowardice helped people stay alive. Surion nodded immediately. Her second brother truly was timid. Now everyone became speechless. How do you argue with someone who admits it openly? Then Gong Mugon stepped in. He reminded everyone of something Yeonho himself had said. If someone challenged his sword, he would never avoid it. Clan matters could be ignored. But matters concerning his sword were different. Because his master had left no descendants. If Yeonho didn't uphold that inheritance, nobody would. His logic sounded absurd, yet somehow convincing. Sangwon Hong immediately understood. He stepped forward, then formally challenged, not the Guangdong Wei clan, but Yeonho's sword. Yeonho narrowed his eyes. Now the challenge had reached the line he couldn't casually ignore. He became silent. Then, before he answered, Surion suddenly stood. She apologized on behalf of her brother. She explained that her second brother lacked worldly experience and had spoken carelessly. If someone had to answer this challenge, then she would stand in his place. At that point, Yeonho suddenly became the one avoiding attention. Who told them to keep provoking him? Sangwon Hong looked uncomfortable and couldn't understand why this lazy-looking fellow seemed to hold such strange confidence. Before Surion could continue, Yeonho stood and told her to move aside. Rules were rules. Since he accepted the challenge, he would handle it himself. Everyone moved into the empty courtyard. Sangwon Hong introduced himself properly and declared that he wished to experience young hero Yeonho's sword. Meanwhile, Yeonho looked half asleep. He even yawned. That attitude struck directly at Sangwon Hong's pride. Yeonho lazily raised a finger. Quiet. Once swords are drawn, there's no need for endless words. Then he casually urged him to hurry. Finish quickly. He wanted to go rest. Sangwon Hong's neck veins bulged. He declared that once he defeated Yeonho, even Sanho coming afterward wouldn't matter. He would show no restraint. Yeonho looked unimpressed. If it was a fight, then stop talking and move. He was already tired. Then, without warning, Yeonho moved first. In one instant, he appeared directly in front of Sangwon Hong. The terrifying speed completely emptied Sangwon Hong's mind. Instinct screamed only one thing. Dodge. Yeonho lifted his leg. He simply intended to kick the man's stomach, but through an unfortunate angle, bad timing, and truly terrible luck, something entirely different happened. Two objects collided. A ripping impact followed. Then silence. Every man present instinctively froze. Sangwon Hong let out a terrible scream. He collapsed onto his back, legs raised, hands clutching his crotch, rolling in agony. Pang Du-yeong and Yeonho immediately grabbed their own lower bodies in sympathy. No man wanted to witness that. Even Gong Mugon silently closed his mouth. For a moment, everyone wondered if Sang clan's future bloodline had just ended. Elsewhere, inside a dark room, an elderly man quietly trimmed tree branches. Without turning, he asked what had happened to the treasure map. The report came. The pursuit group already possessed it. They were heading toward Mount Hua without suspicion. The old man sighed. Their enemies still refused to act. After setting the board so carefully, they remained motionless, truly incompetent. Then he explained calmly, life sometimes required intervention. Left alone, weeds overgrow. The martial world was the same. Some things had to be cut away, so healthier things could grow. The subordinate assured him their grand plan would proceed perfectly. The old man's eyes sharpened. This time, he intended to stir the peaceful Jianghu with the blade he had sought for years. Back with Yeonho, because Sangwon Hong had become a casualty, he was forced to give up the carriage. Dian had to persuade him personally. Fortunately, lazy wasn't the same as heartless. Yeonho reluctantly agreed. Sangwon Hong's condition really looked miserable. As everyone prepared to load him in, Liwa suddenly emerged carrying blankets. Without warning, she climbed onto the carriage roof. Then she carefully prepared a comfortable sleeping spot. After arranging everything, She politely announced that the noble young master could now rest. Yeonho immediately jumped up, wrapped himself in blankets, and looked completely satisfied. Gong Mugon stared blankly, then pointed at himself. What about master? Liwa pretended not to hear. Instead, she tossed him a large bundle. Gong Mugon closed his eyes. A strange sense of jealousy appeared. The more ignored he felt, the more resentment he developed toward Yeonho. The group resumed traveling. Gong Mugon rode on horseback. Seojuk remained tied up awkwardly like cargo. Along the way, Gong Mugon kept replaying earlier events. How had someone of his status ended up losing attention to a junior? Then, his expression changed. Ahead, two men approached. One tall, one short, both completely white-haired, both clearly masters. Gong Mugon quietly became alert. For a moment, he comforted himself. Even if danger appeared, wasn't Yeonho nearby? Then he looked. Yeonho was asleep. Again, as the figures approached, tension grew. But unexpectedly, the two old men simply walked past. They didn't even spare Gong Mugon a glance. Still, Gong Mugon dismounted respectfully. The tall, thin man with a scar finally spoke. Were they disciples of Mount Hua? Gong Mugon greeted them respectfully and asked their names. The two old men looked at each other, then laughed. To live this long and still be called seniors by Mount Hua disciples, that was amusing. After saying only a few words, they turned and continued walking. Before leaving, they casually told the group to be careful on the road. Then they disappeared. Gong Mugon did not immediately understand the meaning behind the old man's words. But something felt wrong. Even so, what else could he do except watch them leave? Just when it seemed the matter would end there, Yeonho unexpectedly woke up. He called out and politely asked the two elders to wait. If they didn't mind, he wanted to ask something. The two stopped and turned back. After a brief exchange, Yeonho suddenly asked whether something had happened ahead. The tall elder answered casually. Nothing special, just a few households. Although, strangely, there were no people left. Only wild beasts. Yeonho slowly stepped down from the carriage. There were houses but no people. Then his eyes drifted toward the elder's sleeve. His expression changed. The blood wasn't from beasts. It was fresh. The tall elder glanced at his sleeve and laughed. He admitted it was a mistake. Too much time away from the martial world. The short elder added casually, without battle, blades eventually grow dull. Just don't repeat the mistake. Only then did Gong Mugon understand. His hand tightened around his sword. He asked one final time for their names. Even if he offended them, he had to know. The two sighed. Out of respect for being called seniors, they originally intended to spare everyone. But now these people insisted on digging their own graves. The tall man introduced himself. Kongai, Ghost Demon. The shorter one introduced himself as Beihang, Blade Demon. The moment those names appeared, murderous intent filled the air. Gong Mugon's face changed. The Ghost Blade duo. Monsters who once spread slaughter across Gyeongju. How had they returned? Ghost Demon smiled. The Sword Emperor's relic had drawn them out. Even at their age, they still had ambition. Blade Demon casually added. They had wiped out an entire village on the way. To them, it meant nothing. Gong Mugon exploded in anger. Ghost Demon only stretched casually. Did he really think he could stop them? Gong Mugon's expression sank. Knowing their names only made the situation worse. He understood exactly how terrifying they were. At that moment, Li Hua and the younger generation stepped forward. Hidden Dragon Hall. Mount Hua. Everyone stood behind him. Gong Mugon felt strangely moved. Even knowing the difference in strength, none of them retreated. For a brief second, hope appeared. If these youngsters joined together, and Yeonho also helped, they might survive. Then Gong Mugon looked back. Yeonho stretched lazily. Hope immediately died. Inside his head, Gong Mugon nearly started cursing. Ghost Demon looked at everyone as though watching children play. He lowered his stance. His fingers lengthened. His hands turned green. His claw technique activated. Then he declared, today he would enjoy their blood. Gong Mugon moved first. His sword erupted. Plum blossoms filled the air. But Ghost Demon didn't move. He mocked Mount Hua's swordsmanship, then dug into the ground and exploded forward. His claw technique tore through the incoming sword energy. Poison Demon Hand. Green wind wrapped around his arm. The speed was overwhelming. Gong Mugon could only watch. Just before he was struck, the juniors rushed in. Each released their strongest attacks. Ghost Demon spun. Using Rising 6 demons, he erased all of their techniques at once. Still, their interference saved Gong Mugon. Ghost Demon looked at them. Mount Hua, Pang Clan, Namon Clan. Tonight had become a feast. He planned to enjoy each one slowly. Gong Mugon's thoughts turned cold. This wasn't enough. Their combined attack didn't even scratch him. And Blade Demon still hadn't moved. He simply stood there watching. That was even more frightening. Someone asked Yeonho, what would his master teach in a situation like this? Yeonho thought quietly. His master once said, leave things alone. Karma belongs to fate. People don't need to interfere. Everyone assumed that meant he wouldn't help. Instead, Yeonho turned around. Then remembered another thing his master once said. If you're in a bad mood, draw your sword. Strike. That's enough. Slowly, Yeonho drew his sword. His eyes settled on the two demons. Then he said, there were two thorns here, and they needed to be removed. He walked forward casually. Ghost Demon and Blade Demon stared, then burst into laughter. Was this brat insane? Yeonho looked annoyed. Did masters always need to make such expressions before fighting? Ghost Demon narrowed his eyes and asked, did Yeonho even know who he was? Yeonho didn't answer. He simply raised his sword, then slowly brought it down. At first, it looked like nothing, just a loose swing, like stretching. But suddenly, Ghost Demon felt danger. A flash passed, like a breeze. Then something disappeared. Ghost Demon looked at his hand. His claw, his fingers were gone. For a second, he couldn't process it. Then pain exploded. Blood sprayed into the air. And for the first time, shock appeared on Ghost Demon's face. Yeonho clicked his tongue. The strike had missed its ideal line. Still, that was fine. One demon had not moved yet. The other had already lost several fingers. Blood streamed from the ruined hand. Ghost Demon trembled from pain. Blade Demon finally stepped forward. His rough voice called out to his companion. Clear your head. This wasn't some arrogant youngster. This was a supreme master. Ghost Demon clenched his teeth and admitted he knew. Then he looked at Yeonho. For the first time, there was hesitation in his eyes. Who exactly was he? Yeonho answered casually. Would it change anything if he explained? He wasn't interested in reputation. He didn't care about righteousness. Normally, he avoided interfering in other people's affairs. But for some reason, his blood had been boiling since earlier. So he needed someone to vent on. Ghost Demon exploded. He shouted that Yeonho dared treat the famous twin demon blades like toys. His left arm dropped. Green energy erupted. A giant poisonous serpent appeared from the claw technique. Its mouth opened wide. 6 demon corrupting strike. Ghost Demon unleashed a storm of claw attacks. Green lines crossed through the air. Even touching one would wound and poison the body. Yeonho leaned back, twisted. His sword arm bent naturally to gather force. Ghost Demon attacked again. Then, his expression changed. A white flash descended. He barely reacted. Years of battle experience saved him. He forced his body aside. The sword only grazed him. For a moment, everything went quiet. Then his left ear fell. Ghost Demon touched the side of his head. Blood. His hearing vanished. Pain arrived all at once. He screamed. Now, missing fingers and an ear, he lost reason. Like a wounded animal, he charged recklessly. He swung wildly. Blade Demon immediately shouted for him to stop. Yeonho looked at him coldly, then sighed. The old fool had gone deaf in more ways than one. Ghost Demon lunged again. 6 demon corrupting dance. The green serpent returned. Its jaws snapped forward. Yeonho simply lowered his body and slipped past. Then his sword moved. His voice remained calm. People should at least understand basic principles. The next moment, the sword cut cleanly through Ghost Demon's left arm. His entire arm separated. Yeonho looked almost sympathetic. Now the man would have to eat using his feet. Ghost Demon screamed. But Yeonho wasn't finished. He jumped, spun once in the air, then looked down. Another wave of sword energy descended. The blade removed the remaining arm, then continued downward. Both thighs were cut cleanly apart. His legs separated completely. Ghost Demon collapsed. Blood spilled across the ground. Yeonho landed lightly. Still holding his pose, he tilted his head, then asked quietly, evil deeds usually had reasons. But what about him? Did he really kill people just because he enjoyed it? Ghost Demon tried to answer. Only broken sounds came out. He pointed weakly, then stopped moving. His life ended there. Yeonho looked down. Dying like that suited him. Ending him cleanly in one strike would have been too generous. Then he flicked the sword. The blood scattered from the blade. Behind him, Blade Demon trembled. For the first time, he understood. He might actually die. Yeonho turned. Just one glance. Blade Demon jumped. He gripped both sabers tightly. His voice shook. He still couldn't process his companion's death. Yeonho looked at him and spoke calmly. The families of the people they killed suffered far more. What grievance did they even have? Blade Demon pointed a saber. His voice rose. What would Yeonho know? Yeonho slowly stepped forward. He answered quietly. He didn't want to know. He would simply send him to join his companion. Go below. Meet him there. He had thought they were iron. Turns out, they were only baked clay. That finally broke Blade Demon. Sweat poured down. His confidence vanished. He raised both hands slightly and stammered. Wait. Give him a moment. He wasn't ready. Yeonho continued walking. His voice stayed flat. Talking now wouldn't change anything. Bayabhang faltered and stepped back. His voice trembled as he insisted he was not trying to delay the fight. To him, the battle had become strangely incomprehensible, and he claimed that all he wanted was to face Yeonho properly and fight with everything he had as a martial artist. Yeonho looked at him with faint mockery. Then, with little interest left, he remarked that he was already bored. Still, he moved. Planting his feet, Yeonho shot forward. Steel collided. Bayabhang crossed both sabers and barely blocked the descending sword. Using the opening, he swung upward with his right weapon. Yeonho rotated smoothly, drawing his blade back over his shoulder. Another collision rang out. This time, Yeonho's strike carried more force. Bayabhang's arm instantly went numb, and the right saber was knocked from his grip. Sweat covered his face. Without hesitation, he raised his remaining blade and attacked again. Yeonho calmly redirected the strike. Bayabhang pressed forward continuously, sending wave after wave of saber chi. But Yeonho moved effortlessly. His body flowed through every attack. The saber chi sliced only fading afterimages. Then Yeonho's arm traced a loose arc sword chi descended. Bayabhang narrowly ducked. Yeonho looked at him coldly and questioned whether someone who slaughtered civilians could truly call himself a martial artist. Those words struck a nerve. Bayabhang's expression twisted. With anger rising, he charged again and unleashed another heavy strike. Yeonho merely leaned back. The attack missed. Immediately, Yeonho spun and drove his heel into Bayabhang's abdomen. The old man slid backward coughing. Sword chi followed. One wave, then another. Yeonho continued speaking. Someone who killed helpless people had no right to speak of pride or giving everything as a martial artist. Bayabhang struggled to block. Sweat drenched him. His thoughts became chaotic. Yeonho had displayed overwhelming skill, yet still looked relaxed. The realization was terrifying. Suddenly, Bayabhang screamed. Dark energy exploded around him. His aura surged violently. His hand clenched tightly around the saber. The demonic energy flowed into the blade. Then he leapt, high into the air. The saber rose overhead. Power gathered completely. This strike contained everything he had. Yeonho slowly drew back his sword. Blue energy drifted around him. His fingers tightened. Then he quietly spoke. For someone like Bayabhang, there was only one posture worthy of a martial artist. His body shone with white light. For a moment, everything became black and white. Yeonho swung. Several streaks of sword chi crossed. His eyes remained cold. The only posture left was death. Before Bayabhang's strike could land, the crossing sword chi reached him. His body froze. The light passed through. His fierce expression disappeared. His eyes dimmed. At the end, he seemed to understand something. The myriad blades. A faint smile appeared. Perhaps being defeated by such a swordsman was not a bad ending. Then, his body fragmented in midair. Silence followed. Everyone stood frozen. Xiaohua, the 3 dragons, and 2 phoenixes. Even Gong Mujin. All stared in disbelief. Gong Mujin quietly admitted to himself he had been fortunate to survive his own encounter. Sir Ion looked at Yeonho in shock. Was this really her second brother? Only 2 words remained in everyone's minds. Master Swordsman. Yeonho lowered his blade and looked at the remains. While alive, the man had failed to live like a martial artist. At least in death, he could leave with that appearance. Elsewhere, a middle-aged man asked the subordinate kneeling behind him how the struggle over the manual was progressing. The subordinate reported that events were proceeding smoothly. Wudong and Shaolin had already entered the competition. The battle for the manual had become increasingly fierce. The man calmly instructed him to let the strongest claim it. The subordinate accepted, then added one final report. The person who had repeatedly ruined the plans of the second and third young masters had now been confirmed. It was the same individual. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. The report had caught his attention. The same person again? The The subordinate bowed and explained that the individual responsible was Wi Yeonho of the Southern Guangdong W clan. According to gathered information, he possessed top-tier martial skill, yet was strangely known as the laziest man under heaven. The man looked genuinely surprised. Their carefully prepared plans had repeatedly collapsed because of one lazy man. Though embarrassed, the subordinate admitted that was the truth. He added another update. The group transporting the manual was currently moving directly behind Yeonho's route. At this pace, the two sides would soon cross paths. The middle-aged man stroked his beard. If it were coincidence, it was an oddly persistent one. It almost seemed as if heaven itself had placed that man in their way. After recalling Yeonho's background as the son of the famed swordsman Yonghin, he concluded this was not someone to underestimate. For now, he ordered observation only. Let events unfold. They would see whether Yeonho could survive among the martial artists driven mad by the manual. He then asked about his father. The subordinate reported that the old man remained in the garden, quietly observing flowers and meditating. The middle-aged man gave a faint nod. His father appeared to have gained some new understanding. But inwardly, he still wondered, why Yeonho? How could the laziest man under heaven become the variable that disrupted everything? Elsewhere, the aftermath of the battle remained. Witnessing Biab Heng and Gong Kai fall so completely, Gong Mujin, Peng Du-yong, and Yin Heo remained frozen. Cold sweat rolled down Gong Mujin's face. He quietly muttered that Yeonho was less a person and more a monster. Yin Heo agreed. Seeing it directly was difficult to accept. It felt like watching a rabbit casually tear apart wolves. Meanwhile, Yeonho stretched lazily and walked back toward the carriage. His shoulders rolled once. He complained that moving so much after such a long time made his back hurt. At that moment, Sangwon Hong slowly woke inside the carriage. Still groggy and pale, he opened the door and asked what had happened. Everyone looked at him strangely. No one answered. Pang Du-yong and Yin Heo simply sighed. Inwardly they thought, at least the man had only lost face. He still had his life. Confused, Sangwon Hong kept asking, but nobody explained. Yeonho ignored everything. He climbed onto the carriage roof, wrapped himself in blankets, and immediately went back to sleep. Sleep truly remained his greatest passion. Watching this, Gong Mujin sighed again. The future of the martial world felt uncertain. Someone with that level of strength, yet behaving like this, was difficult to classify as either hero or villain. Not long later, Xiaowa quietly climbed onto the carriage roof, carrying candied fruit. She sat beside Yeonho and offered him some. Yeonho immediately woke, accepted it happily, and started eating while chatting comfortably. Gong Mujin watched silently, then sighed once more. His disciple's future suddenly felt uncertain. The next day, the journey continued. After Yeonho finally woke properly, Xiaowa asked whether they should stop and eat. For below, Gong Mujin snapped. Eat, sleep, then eat and sleep again. Did Yeonho ever do anything else? Yeonho opened his mouth for Xiaowa to feed him and answered casually. As long as one eats well and sleeps well, what exactly was the problem? Then he continued chewing contentedly. Gong Mujin silently clenched his fist. Meanwhile, he had been surviving on dried rations. After a while, Yeonho leaned over and asked Dian how long remained until Woyang. Dian estimated roughly 3 more days. Yeonho collapsed backward again and complained the road was still too long. Watching him, Dian secretly thought it was entirely his own fault. Still, she asked whether she should speed up. Immediately, a painful groan came from inside the carriage. Sangwon Hong was still suffering from his earlier injury, and every bump made things worse. Hearing that, Yeonho calmly told her not to rush. There was still a child riding with them. Nearby, Gong Mujin suddenly asked whether Yeonho planned to train at all. At this rate, his body would grow weak. Yeonho lazily misheard the word training and instead called for Surion. She looked confused. Gong Mujin corrected himself awkwardly. Yeonho simply turned over. He thought quietly. If he explained that his training happened while sleeping and getting beaten inside dreams, everyone would think he was insane. Not long later, the group arrived at a small resting place hidden inside the forest. The moment Yeonho spotted the building, he immediately sat upright. At last, a proper meal. Walking below, Surion laughed and teased him. His standards had become surprisingly refined. There was a time when he would eat absolutely anything. Yeonho casually replied that after surviving 5 long years eating moss and whatever he could find, he had finally realized one truth: his mother's cooking must be the best. Surion tilted her head and immediately ruined the moment. She reminded him that their mother never actually cooked. Everything at home had always been prepared by servants. If Yeonho ever tasted food personally made by their mother, she confidently claimed he would miss moss again. Yeonho froze. His expression became difficult to read. Whether he was moved or frightened, no one could tell. Only one thought remained in his mind: mother. Elsewhere, another carriage sped along a mountain trail. Sanho rode beside Jang Il of the Beggar Sect. Sanho asked once more whether they were truly heading the correct way. Jang Il confidently assured him. Sanho looked ahead suspiciously and questioned why the roads were empty. Jang Il explained that civilians had already fled and martial artists had all gathered to pursue the secret manual. Sanho quietly remarked that if that were the case, there was a high chance his younger brother had somehow become involved. Jang Il laughed and reassured him. The world was vast. People did not run into each other so easily. Sanho shook his head. No, his brother had a special talent. Jang Il became curious. Sanho explained seriously. Yeonho possessed a strange ability to attract disaster. It was as if trouble itself followed him. At that moment, Yang Hin leaned out from inside the carriage and calmly confirmed it. Whatever Yeonho did, somehow problems always appeared. Jang Il laughed awkwardly and wondered whether such people really existed. Father and son answered together. Their son, their younger brother, both silently worried about what trouble Yeonho had caused this time. Elsewhere, a wounded man ran desperately through the forest. His entire body was covered in blood. One hand clutched a manual tightly to his chest. He staggered repeatedly and spat blood. His internal energy had nearly dried up. His dantian felt as if pierced by countless needles. Still, he refused to let go. As long as he possessed this manual, he believed he could become unmatched. No matter what, he would never hand it over. Then, a shadow appeared. The man immediately became alert. To him, it was a stranger. To us, it was Yeonho. Thinking someone had come to seize the manual, the man hid it inside his robe and tried raising his sword. But after only a few steps, he coughed violently. Blood poured out. His sword slipped. He collapsed to his knees. Yeonho walked over and simply asked if he was injured. The man looked at him in disbelief. He felt like he was coughing out half his organs, and this fellow still needed confirmation. Still, he stubbornly declared he would never give it up. Yeonho quietly judged the situation. The man would not survive anyway. Dying angry like that seemed pitiful. So Yeonho placed a hand on his shoulder and casually reassured him. Nobody would steal it. He should just relax. Hearing that, the man finally loosened. He weakly repeated that nobody would take it, then collapsed into the blood beneath him. Dead. Yeonho's expression changed. He awkwardly called out a few times. Nothing. Then he sighed. Leaving a corpse lying around felt troublesome. So he lifted the body onto his shoulder. No funeral, though. At that moment, a book slipped from the dead man's clothing. Yeonho picked it up. Written across the cover, Sword Emperor Legacy. He blinked, then muttered that being a good person really did bring rewards. Too bad it was a manual instead of gold. Still, he tucked it into his waistband and carried the corpse back. Sometime later, Yeonho returned to the inn. Surion immediately ran outside. She first asked whether he had gone to fight again, then noticed the body. Her face instantly changed. She nervously asked whether her brother had killed someone. Yeonho stared blankly. In this situation, wasn't asking whether the man was already dead more reasonable? Surion immediately corrected herself and asked again, did he kill him? Annoyed, Yeonho dropped the body onto the ground. He insisted he had done nothing. The man simply appeared, coughed blood, and died. The noise quickly drew everyone outside. Gong Mujin, Yeonho, Pang Du-yeon, all gathered. After looking at the corpse, their expressions became complicated. Gong Mujin quietly said, this was the reality of the Janghu. Yeonho muttered that it was terrifying. Pang Du-yeon added, no matter how strong someone became, they still could not escape moments like this. Gong Mujin muttered that in the martial world, the strong could do anything. Immediately annoyed, Yeonho pulled the manual from his waist, held it up, and pointed at the corpse. He explained that the old man had brought this thing himself, then collapsed and died on his own. Seeing the book, Gong Mujin froze. His expression stiffened as if struck by lightning. His finger trembled as he pointed toward it. Sword Emperor Legacy. The title was written clearly across the cover. Then realization hit him. His face changed, and he urgently asked why Yeonho had picked it up at all. Whoever carried that thing would become a target. That manual was practically an invitation to death. But Yeonho simply looked at it and smiled. Its owner was dead. Since it had fallen into his hands, didn't that make it his now? And if someone wanted to take it, they could try. Gong Mujin instantly panicked. That expression again. Whenever Yeonho looked like that, something troublesome always followed. Before he could say anything more, figures suddenly rushed out from the forest. Leading them was a silver-haired elder. In moments, several masters landed inside the inn courtyard. None of them looked friendly. Their eyes first landed on the corpse. The elder narrowed his eyes and quietly remarked that greed had finally consumed the dead man. One of his followers noticed the manual. Immediately, all attention shifted to Yeonho. The elder stretched out his hand. If the dead man had passed the manual before dying, then now the boy should hand it over. Yeonho casually lifted the book. This? The elder answered yes. That treasure did not suit someone like him. Hand it over. Yeonho tucked it back into his robe and calmly asked why. If they wanted it, they should come take it. But before anything happened, another voice sounded. A man sitting on a tree with a bough across his back commented that threatening a child was embarrassing. Then more people appeared. 2 masked men landed on the inn roof. Another pair arrived, one huge and scarred, the other thin with an oddly unpleasant appearance. The large man questioned whether killing a child over a manual made sense. In moments, the newcomers had surrounded the silver-haired elder's group. The atmosphere instantly changed. The old man clenched his jaw. He realized too late that holding back earlier had been a mistake. The courtyard became packed with hungry wolves. Another burly man laughed and pointed out that acting first did not make the manual belong to anyone. The circle tightened. Watching everything, Gong Mujin frowned. A large battle seemed unavoidable. Protecting Xiaohua alone would already be difficult. Then he turned and nearly lost his mind. Yeonho had quietly sat down nearby. He was opening the manual and reading it. Gong Mujin stared in disbelief. What was this fool doing? Yeonho looked up naturally. Reading. What else? Gong Mujin nearly exploded. Everyone here was ready to kill, and this man was reading. Trying to remain calm, he asked whether Yeonho realized people might tear his head off. Yeonho casually turned another page. That was exactly why he wanted to read. He wanted to see what kind of thing made people risk their lives. Gong Mujin had no answer. Yeonho even touched his neck and casually reassured him. His neck was tougher than it looked. Gong Mujin silently turned away and forced himself to calm down. At that moment, the man with the black tuft stepped forward. He introduced himself as Jua Venon, then spread his arms and addressed everyone. If they all fought, many would die for nothing. Wouldn't cooperation be better? The strong could split the reward. The silver-haired elder considered it and agreed. Jua immediately called the others. The muscular man, the archer, the masked experts. Everyone gathered. Together, they approached Yeonho. Jua smiled and explained that cooperation had been decided. Then he politely advised the young man to understand the situation. If he wanted to live, he should hand over the manual. But after speaking, no response came. Yeonho remained seated, still reading. Yeonho paid no attention to the threats around him and continued reading. Seeing that, Jua Ale turned to Gong Mujin and asked whether he could persuade his companion. Gong Mujin only sighed and casually told him to try taking it himself. Jua Ale stared in disbelief. What did he just say? Gong Mujin finally lost patience. He turned toward the crowd and pointed directly at Yeonho. If they wanted the manual, they should stop talking and rob him. Once Yeonho decided something belonged to him, nobody was getting it back. Jua Ale's expression darkened. His hand slowly rested on the saber at his waist. How dare someone speak to him like that? But Gong Mujin showed no intention of backing down. Jua Ale glanced down and suddenly noticed the 3 plum blossom insignias embroidered on Gong Mujin's robes. His expression changed. Gong Mujin swept his robe aside and revealed the sword at his waist. A wave of aura spread outward and drifting plum blossom petals formed around him. He declared his name and warned them not to disgrace Mount Hua's sword. That single announcement instantly changed the atmosphere. Several of Jua Ale's followers stepped back. Jua Ale swallowed and muttered the title under his breath. Plum Blossom, Sword Ghost. Watching the reaction, Yeonho quietly asked Xiaohua whether this old man was really that famous. Xiaohua answered that her master's reputation was legendary. Yeonho looked confused. Honestly, He had assumed Gong Mujin was just an ordinary old man. Gong Mujin heard every word and silently suffered through it. Across the courtyard, Joel quickly apologized for the earlier offense and cautiously asked whether Mount Hua intended to compete for the Sword Emperor legacy. Gong Mujin calmly explained they had no interest in the manual and had merely arrived by coincidence. Joel immediately followed up. Then could he settle things with Yeonho? Gong Mujin agreed. Joel asked again, just to confirm. Even if things turned ugly, would Mount Hua really not interfere? Gong Mujin waved his hand and assured him. Even if someone lost their head right here, he would not step in. He gave his word. Of course, inside his head, he quietly added that the heads falling certainly would not belong to Yeonho. He had already warned them. Joel approached Yeonho with renewed confidence. Now nobody would save him. Yeonho looked up and pointed at Gong Mujin. He wasn't expecting help in the first place. Besides, that old man wasn't the type to help anyone. Gong Mujin awkwardly cleared his throat. Joel finally lost patience. Enough games. Suddenly, Yeonho jumped to his feet and loudly repeated that he wasn't giving the manual away. Not now. Not later. He even questioned whether everyone had forgotten how to understand human language. That sudden outburst made Joel flinch. Annoyed, he immediately drew his saber and slashed. If the boy wanted to keep it, then try. The blade swept straight toward Yeonho's throat. Everyone watching stiffened. Surely that was the end. But Yeonho only leaned backward. A smooth motion. No panic. His right arm drew back. His fist clenched. Then he punched. The impact echoed across the courtyard. Joel's body flew backward like a launched cannonball. His saber spun away. He crashed into the crowd and carved a crater into the ground. The surrounding martial artists immediately retreated. Joel could only choke and gasp. He wanted to scream, but only tears came out. Yeonho walked over, cracked his knuckles, then asked calmly, how dare he swing a blade over something Yeonho had already refused? Before anyone could react, Yeonho sat down beside him and started punching. One hit after another, like pounding grain. He asked what would have happened if he had failed to dodge. Inside, Joel wanted to argue, but you did dodge, yet no words came out. His face swelled until it barely looked human. The surrounding fighters broke into cold sweat. 9 Flashblade, defeated like this? Even Gong Mujin felt uncomfortable watching. He quietly reflected that if he had acted carelessly back then, he might have ended up in the same condition. From now on, proper greetings before sparring. Good manners preserve life. Finally, Gong Mujin stepped forward and awkwardly tried to stop Yeonho. Wasn't this getting a little excessive? Yeonho stopped and looked back. Excessive? If he had been weaker, he would already be dead. That old man attacked with full intent to kill. So what exactly was excessive about this? After saying that, Yeonho casually kicked Joel away and told him to get lost. Then he sat back down, pulled out the manual again, and resumed reading as if nothing had happened. He muttered that he truly didn't understand why people kept picking fights with someone quietly trying to read. The entire courtyard fell silent. No one dared speak. Then, a shirtless martial artist stepped out from the crowd with a cold laugh. His appearance alone looked unsettling. He introduced himself as Yang, Ghost Demonic Hand, and remarked that the brat probably didn't even know who he was. Yeonho looked up briefly and waved him closer. He said he had something to tell him. Yang frowned and stepped forward. Then bang. Before anyone realized what happened, Yang was already flying backward after taking a clean punch to the jaw. Yeonho calmly returned to reading and casually told him to get out of his sight. Gong Mujin blinked and asked in confusion. The man hadn't even attacked yet, so why hit him? Yeonho answered honestly. His face looked like he was about to do something unpleasant. Gong Mujin thought about Yang's expression and hated that the reasoning somehow felt convincing. Next, the large muscular man carrying an enormous axe stepped forward. Yeonho immediately looked at him suspiciously. The man introduced himself as Seek Il from Blood-Soaked Fortress. Yeonho asked directly whether he wanted a beating too. Unexpectedly, Seek Il hurriedly hid his axe behind his back and awkwardly waved. No, just a harmless passerby. Yeonho stared at him. A harmless passerby? Seek Il scratched his head and explained that people always misunderstood him because of his appearance. It genuinely hurt his feelings. Yeonho slowly turned and looked at the gathered martial artists. Almost all of them quietly stepped back. Some looked away. Others pretended not to notice him. Seeing this, Yeonho sighed. Reasoning with these people really was impossible. He tucked the manual into his clothes and stood. Since everyone wanted it, he announced he would settle things properly. The Sword Emperor legacy was in his possession. Anyone who wanted it stepped forward. He stretched his shoulders, rolled his arms, and said that things had become annoying enough already. Better to finish it all at once. Then, nothing happened. Nobody moved. Not a single person stepped out. Yeonho looked around. Everyone avoided eye contact. After waiting a while, he sighed again. Fine. Then he'd continue reading. He sat down cross-legged. Immediately, Xiaohua appeared carrying pastries. She carefully offered them to him and quietly suggested he eat something. Yeonho accepted without hesitation. He thanked her and admitted he was getting hungry. While chewing peacefully, he continued reading the manual page by page. Nobody interrupted. Dian, Yeonho, and Pang Duyong stood nearby in silence. Dian quietly thought that once a true master decided to cause trouble, there was really no stopping him. After a long while, Yeonho finally reached the last page. He closed the manual decisively. Seeing him stand there staring at the cover, Gong Mujin approached and asked whether the contents were too profound. Yeonho shook his head. It wasn't that. He simply couldn't understand something. Gong Mujin immediately assumed he meant the martial principles. Yeonho looked thoughtful and answered, not the doctrine. The price. Gong Mujin froze. Price? Yeonho nodded seriously. Since he'd already finished reading, he should sell copies. 2 taels of silver per transcription. The entire place went silent. Gong Mujin stared blankly, then nearly exploded. Was this man insane? A treasure worth kingdoms, sold for 2 taels? The surrounding martial artists were equally stunned. People whispered among themselves. Did they hear correctly? The Sword Emperor legacy. For 2 taels of silver? No one could decide which was more shocking, Yeonho defeating everyone, or Yeonho treating a legendary manual like a cheap market book. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Yeonho raised the manual high and loudly announced, first come, first served. The moment those words fell, the martial artists exploded into motion. Like a broken nest of hornets, people rushed forward from every direction. Some shoved, some shouted. Others waved silver overhead and yelled for their turn. Everyone wanted a copy first. Meanwhile, not far away, a group of monks moved rapidly toward the area. Leading them was Master Gong Ryong. As he traveled, he silently worried. The appearance of the Sword Emperor's legacy would inevitably draw greed and bloodshed. If nobody stepped forward, who would stop the coming disaster? Following behind him were the 18 Arhats in formation. Sweat rolled down his face. He feared arriving too late. Soon, they reached a cliff overlooking the inn. Without even checking below, Master Gong Ryong raised his voice and declared that he would not allow more slaughter. Then he looked down and froze. Below him, there was no battle. Yeonho stood in the center, holding the manual and reading it aloud. All around him, martial artists sat on the ground, copying notes with complete focus. People complained about being pushed. Others warned not to bump them. Someone shouted that copying one wrong character could ruin cultivation. The entire scene looked more like an examination hall than a battlefield. Master Gong Ryong descended in confusion. What exactly happened here? At that moment, Gong Mujin approached and greeted him. After introductions and a brief exchange, Master Gong Ryong finally asked what was going on. Gong Mujin helplessly pointed at the crowd. They were copying the Sword Emperor's legacy. Master Gong Ryong nearly lost composure. Copying the Sword Emperor's legacy? Gong Mujin sighed. The owner allowed it, as long as they paid. Master Gong Ryong looked even more confused. Who exactly was this owner? Gong Mujin quietly leaned closer and gave sincere advice. For the future of Buddhism, and for his own safety, it would be better not to interfere with that man. Master Gong Ryong became curious. Someone who even made Gong Mujin react like this? Interesting. Smiling calmly, he decided to meet him anyway. Soon, they arrived at the carriage. Gong Mujin knocked and called for Yeonho. No response. He knocked harder. A respected senior had come personally. At least show your face. Finally, the blanket on top of the carriage flew aside. Yeonho appeared, looking annoyed. He jumped down and greeted politely. Master Gong Ryong smiled kindly and praised him. Sharing such a treasure without attachment, it resembled the spirit of Buddhism. The monks behind him immediately echoed his Amitabha. Then Master Gong Ryong gently explained, if such a manual spread unchecked, the martial world could fall into chaos. Would Yeonho consider handing it to Shaolin? They promised never to misuse it and would preserve peace. Yeonho listened, then pointed toward Yeonho, still reading aloud. He understood the intention, but the manual belonged to him. What he did with it was his choice. Master Gong Ryong paused. Yeonho continued. He wasn't giving it away. The original remained his. People were only buying copies. 2 taels each. Just then, a man awkwardly approached. Someone told him to come here if he lacked money. Yeonho immediately pointed him to the side. Right place. Go over there. To everyone's surprise, a temporary office of Silver River Exchange had appeared. The Luoyang branch had set up business on the spot. At the center sat fund manager Huang Chun, welcoming customers warmly. After identifying the customer as Zhang Pil, the 9 lightning sword, he enthusiastically introduced a special offer. Borrow now. Only 50% yearly interest. Zhang Pil stared blankly, then slammed the table. 50%? That's robbery. After 1 year, the interest alone would already cost 1 tael. Meanwhile, the queue behind him only kept growing. Fund manager Huang Chun continued persuading the customer. Once he mastered the manual and became a top expert, would 3 taels still matter? It would become pocket change. Besides, everyone else had already seized the opportunity. Did he really want to fall behind? Zhang Pil's eyes trembled. After a long hesitation, he gritted his teeth and finally agreed. He would borrow. Immediately, Huang Chun pulled out a loan contract and had him stamp his thumbprint. After completing that process, he pointed him toward Dian. But there was another step. Dian calmly handed over an additional agreement. This one prohibited copying, reselling, or distributing the manual without permission. Immediate family could study it, but sharing beyond that was forbidden. Violation meant Yeonho himself would handle the consequences. Zhang Pil sweated nervously. Even his son? Dian explained that close family was acceptable, extended relatives were not. Left with no choice, he signed. Once everything was finished, Huang Chun happily returned to Yeonho and quietly handed him several gold bars. Master Gong Ryong watched in confusion. The manual only cost 2 taels. Why 3? Huang Chun lowered his voice. 1 tael was a customer acquisition fee. Thanks to Yeonho, they found excellent customers. Master Gong Ryong frowned. So lending itself wasn't the real profit? Huang Chun smiled. If people couldn't repay, interest would accumulate. Eventually, everything they owned became collateral. A perfectly beneficial system. Master Gong Ryong silently muttered. Bah, this is a true devil. Meanwhile, Yeonho casually patted Huang Chun's shoulder and told him to continue working. Master Gong Ryong turned back and asked, how many copies had already been sold? Yeonho answered, around 100. Master Gong Ryong nearly lost composure. 100 copies, and more still waiting. That amount of silver already exceeded Shaolin's annual donations. At this rate, an entire golden mansion could probably be built. His expression became serious. If this spread without control, the martial world could descend into chaos. Yeonho simply looked at him. Then shouldn't righteous people step forward and stop it? Someone like Master surely wouldn't ignore that responsibility. Master Gong Ryong answered immediately that he couldn't. But Yeonho pointed toward the crowd. No bloodbath had happened. In fact, he prevented one. If left alone, those people would already be killing each other. Now everyone could obtain the manual. No single person could monopolize it. Wouldn't that reduce conflict? Master Gong Ryong fell silent. Unexpectedly, the argument made sense. Nearby, Gong Mujin rubbed his ear awkwardly. How was this man casually debating philosophy with a Shaolin elder? This fellow was dangerous in a completely different way. Then Master Gong Ryong asked, what if someone chose to seize the manual by force? A martial artist in line overheard and silently laughed. Why fight and die when borrowing money worked? Yeonho answered calmly. Anyone who misses the chance can only blame themselves. These things were meant to spread anyway. Besides, he planned to continue onward to Luoyang. Master Gong Ryong looked surprised. To hide? Yeonho looked confused. Why hide? He was going there to continue selling. Master Gong Ryong froze. Continue selling? Yeonho suddenly dropped to one knee and raised his fist dramatically. The more crowded the place, the more customers. Peak business season. How could he miss it? Master Gong Ryong's expression gradually emptied. His thoughts drifted back to Gong Mujin's earlier warning. For the future of Buddhism, and for his own safety, do not involve yourself with that man. Back then he had asked a rogue. Gong Mujin had replied no. Someone who specializes in manipulating people's hearts. Now, watching Yeonho enthusiastically declare that he would definitely become rich, Master Gong Ryong silently looked at the sky. Maybe That warning had not been exaggerated at all. Master Gong Ryong's expression stiffened. Only now did he realize this boy truly intended to take the Sword Emperor's legacy all the way to Luoyang and sell it openly. Seeing the monk's troubled expression, Yeonho smiled lightly and assured him there was no need to worry. He had no intention of handing the manual to Shaolin or surrendering it to anyone. He knew his own limits. Master Gong Ryong sighed inwardly. This fellow truly carried trouble wherever he went. After some time, only Master Gong Ryong and Gong Mujin remained standing nearby, quietly observing the orderly line of martial artists waiting to copy the manual. Master Gong Ryong looked over the crowd. Everyone appeared respectable on the surface, yet beneath that appearance hid greed powerful enough to ignite slaughter. He wondered whether Yeonho had intentionally created this situation. Turning toward Gong Mujin, he finally asked who Yeonho truly was. Gong Mujin smiled faintly and admitted that even he found the answer difficult. Master Gong Ryong changed the question. Then how did Gong Mujin's martial skill compare? Unexpectedly, Gong Mujin closed his eyes and remained silent. That silence alone gave Master Gong Ryong his answer. His eyes drifted toward Yeonho, who was sleeping on the carriage roof with drool at the corner of his mouth. At that age, he had already surpassed people of Gong Mujin's level. Master Gong Ryong quietly thought, perhaps this marked the beginning of a new chaotic age. Eventually, after deciding they lacked both reason and strength to interfere, Master Gong Ryong prepared to leave. Before departing, he instructed one disciple to remain. The disciple, Myun, looked confused. Master Gong Ryong explained that remaining hidden in temples forever would not lead to enlightenment. To understand truth, one had to experience ordinary life. Myun was moved and accepted the order sincerely. Then Master Gong Ryong stepped closer and whispered one final instruction. After hearing it, Myun's expression immediately twisted in disbelief. Not long afterward, Myun awkwardly approached Huang Chun. To everyone's surprise, he had come to borrow money. Huang Chun looked conflicted. Lending money to monks felt unusual. Myun hurriedly explained that the temple would repay the debt later. Huang Chun silently judged the situation. Shaolin monks lived frugally. If repayment failed, there wasn't much collateral to collect. Meanwhile, Myun remembered his master's quiet instruction. They needed a copy of the manual, and since they had no silver, they would borrow first and repay later. The more he thought about it, the more nervous he became. What if repayment failed? Would they really sell him off? At that moment, Huang Chun stepped forward to discuss terms. Before negotiations could continue, Yeonho appeared. Wearing a dissatisfied expression, he summarized the situation bluntly. So they wanted the item now and planned to pay whenever possible later. Myun lowered his head in silence. Yeonho stared at him and casually teased him about looking perfectly suited to temple life. Gong Mujin immediately scolded him for speaking disrespectfully to a monk. Yeonho protested. Calling a bald person bald didn't seem unreasonable. Gong Mujin reminded him that shaving one's head represented a sacred path. Yeonho sighed and muttered that monks had free meals, martial training, and public respect on top of it. Sounded like a comfortable life. Gong Mujin folded his arms and withdrew from the matter. Myun would have to solve this himself. Unexpectedly, Myun suddenly dropped to his knees and begged Yeonho for help. Yeonho calmly produced a document. It was a certificate of personal ownership. Myun stared in confusion. As a disciple of Shaolin, he wasn't allowed to privately own possessions without reporting them to the temple. And suddenly, the monk realized this transaction might become far more complicated than simply borrowing money. Yeonho grinned and asked whether the monk planned to take the manual back to Shaolin and let everyone study it together. If that was the case, the price would be 500 taels of gold. Myun froze. Others only paid 2 taels. How did it suddenly become 500? Yeonho sighed and explained that ordinary buyers only passed it down inside their own households. Myun immediately protested. Shaolin was a family too, a very large one. Could there at least be a discount? Yeonho looked him over and replied that no family had hundreds of members. After a brief pause, he generously reduced the price, 300 taels. Final offer. Even after the reduction, Myun nearly collapsed. How was one monk supposed to gather that kind of money? Yeonho casually answered, then repay with labor. At once, Huang Chun finished drafting a contract and proudly presented it. Debt agreement. Debtor Myun. Terms. Serve creditor Yeonho until repayment is complete. Miyun stared blankly. Becoming bonded labor was not something he could decide himself. Yeonho clicked his tongue and asked who had authority then. Miyun answered that at minimum, his master had to approve. The moment he finished speaking, Yeonho disappeared. Everyone blinked. Before anyone processed what happened, he returned holding a folded letter. He handed it directly to Miyun. Miyun was stunned. Did he seriously chase down Master Gong Ryong and return that quickly? He opened the paper. Inside was a familiar handwriting. The message said the decision had already been made. Stop asking again. Stamp the contract. Send a copy of the manual back to Shaolin. Thank you for your effort. Signed, Master Gong Ryong. Miyun stood frozen. After staring at the letter for a long time, he silently cursed. It was absolutely his master's handwriting. That night, the caravan finally departed. Now it had one additional passenger, bonded servant Miyun. As they traveled, Miyun stared endlessly at the letter. He couldn't understand how his master had truly left him behind. Gong Mujin comforted him and said it wasn't abandonment. Though privately, even Gong Mujin admitted reality. They had all been traded for the manual. Meanwhile, life on the carriage roof remained peaceful. Surion fed Yeonho sweets. Yeonho obediently opened his mouth and happily praised the taste. Gong Mujin looked over and silently concluded again, this fellow was terrifying. Earlier, Yeonho had suddenly announced that he wanted traditional sweets. Miyun had protested. At this hour, where was he supposed to find them? Yeonho calmly gave two choices. Pay 300 taels or bring sweets. So the monk ended up sprinting through the night to buy dessert. Back in the present, Yeonho chewed happily and commented that Miyun ran faster than legendary horses. 300 taels well spent. Curious, Surion asked how much money they had earned. Dian clarified, how much silver exactly? Yeonho counted for a while and raised one finger. Roughly 800 taels of gold. Surion nearly choked. She had never imagined seeing that amount. Yeonho stretched lazily and declared that living honestly really did bring heavenly rewards. Thinking back to risking his life for only 100 taels before, he still felt resentful. Surion shyly asked whether she could eat whatever she wanted from now on. Yeonho immediately agreed. If she worried about getting fat, then she should learn palace lightness techniques. That way she could eat endlessly. At that moment, Sayawa quietly offered another piece of dim sum to Yeonho. He accepted and thanked her naturally. Surion glanced between them. A beautiful young lady, disciple of Mount Hua's great swordsman. Good background. Strong. Then she looked at her second brother. Handsome. Good family. Ridiculously strong. Only ruined by laziness. After thinking it over, she decided neither side suffered any loss. Smiling quietly, she handed a sweet toward Sayawa and asked to be fed too. Sayawa awkwardly complied. The two sat beside each other quietly. Meanwhile, Yeonho kept chewing and watched them in confusion. Not long after, the group arrived at a small fortress. Something felt strange. People had already gathered at the gate. Red lanterns lit the entrance. Gong Mujin frowned. What was happening? Yeonho jumped down and answered casually, people. Gong Mujin folded his arms and snapped that obviously they were people. Since when did animals use lanterns? Yeonho looked puzzled. If it was obvious, then why ask? Gong Mujin glared back. What exactly had Yeonho done to make him this irritated? Gong Mujin simply turned away. That wasn't something Yeonho needed to worry about. At that moment, Miyun stepped forward and looked toward the gate. It seemed the people gathered there were waiting for someone. Yeonho folded his arms and asked who would choose this hour to ambush travelers. Gong Mujin answered immediately. Wasn't it obvious? They were here for the manual. Yeonho looked surprised, but copies had already been put up for sale. Couldn't they just buy one? Gong Mujin's expression grew serious. He reminded him again, people like this would always appear. Bandits, opportunists, and those who wanted shortcuts. Yeonho should stay cautious. Dian asked whether they should avoid the trouble and take another route. Yeonho shook his head. Luoyang wasn't far anymore. If avoiding wasn't possible, they would go straight through. So the group continued toward the gate. Behind them, Miyun looked at the crowd and wondered if all these people truly gathered over a single manual. Was this really normal? As they approached, the leader raised an arm and ordered everyone to halt. From the carriage roof, Yeonho muttered that quite a gathering of heroes had appeared. Gong Mujin stepped forward proudly and introduced himself as Gong Mujin of Mount Hua. Immediately, the leader barked back and demanded the owner of the manual show himself. No one cared who Gong Mujin was. The words hit him directly. His expression stiffened. A renowned Mount Hua sword master, reduced to an unnamed extra. His veins nearly burst. He was ready to draw his sword. Mian hurriedly held him back, while Xiaohua quietly prayed her master would endure the humiliation. Before Gong Mujin could continue, Yeonho stepped forward and casually raised 2 fingers. Since they refused to speak to the anonymous pawn, the honored guest had arrived personally. Mian instantly covered Gong Mujin's mouth. The leader pointed at Yeonho and demanded the manual. If he valued his life, he should hand it over. Yeonho looked puzzled. Hadn't they already been given a chance? Fine. He repeated it. 2 taels per copy. The leader exploded. Who had money for something like that? Nobody would pay that much for some old book. Yeonho slowly turned and looked at everyone behind him. So they heard it too. While they borrowed money and signed contracts, these people wanted to take it for free. And apparently, paying honestly made them fools. The crowd froze. Then faces darkened. Someone shouted. Who was he calling fools? They were already buried in debt. The leader panicked and denied everything. But nobody listened anymore. Yeonho casually added that these people didn't respect anyone. They simply wanted the manual without paying. That finished it. The crowd's frustration exploded. People cursed. Weapons shifted. Hands tightened. The leader tried calming everyone, but failed. Yeonho's few words had turned the mood completely. Then he gave everyone a simple choice. Get robbed or follow him. Either way, those people planned to take their property. The crowd quickly gathered behind him. Without intending to, Yeonho became their leader. He waved casually and told the blockade to move or get pushed aside. Someone worried whether they could actually break through. Yeonho explained calmly. Leon was close. No one would dare create chaos there. The city authorities wouldn't ignore open violence. Then he gave the order. Break into the city. Once inside, they could settle everything. Yeonho jumped onto the wagon and announced that negotiations were over. Move or get run over. The reins snapped. The horse screamed. The carriage shot forward. Dian's face turned pale, but she was already committed. There was no backing out now. The wagon charged ahead, while the people carrying copied manuals raised their weapons and followed behind. The blockade started wavering. This wasn't supposed to become a battle. They only wanted pressure. Now it looked like they were facing a stampede. The bearded leader tried to calm his side. They still had numbers. No need to panic. Meanwhile, standing proudly on the speeding wagon, Yeonho laughed loudly. Dian stared at him in disbelief and asked what could possibly be funny at a moment like this. Yeonho ignored the danger entirely. With excitement in his eyes, he admitted that every time he rode a horse before, he wanted to die. Who would have thought this would actually be fun? Hearing Yeonho's excitement, Dian's expression darkened. What kind of person enjoyed this situation? Then again, had she ever truly thought he was normal? The wagon rushed forward at full speed, closing the distance with alarming speed. Dian panicked. The people waiting at the gate looked no calmer. Standing atop the wagon, Yeonho casually raised his sword. Though wrapped in thick cloth, the light leaking through it could no longer be hidden. The blade pointed skyward. Its brilliance intensified until everyone below instinctively stepped back. Some had seen Yeonho fight before, but until now, they had only seen ordinary strikes. This time, sword chi erupted. With one motion, Yeonho brought the blade down. White light flooded the surroundings. No one dared stare directly at it. Then, an explosive roar shook the area. When the light faded, a giant cross-shaped crater had been carved into the earth directly ahead. The bearded leader shielded his eyes and stared blankly. His body trembled. Was that really something a human could do? No one answered. The wagon kept charging. Yeonho casually warned them not to block the road. His sword moved. The bearded man was instantly struck aside and sent tumbling. After that, the blade never stopped. Anyone who stepped forward was knocked away in a single swing. Strike after strike. People flew in every direction. Yeonho barked at them. Trying to rob his goods? Then they deserve a lesson. Driven into desperation, the crowd charged. They couldn't allow others to obtain the manual. They had numbers. That was their confidence. Soon, the wagon became surrounded. Yeonho snorted. No payment. No manual. His sword spun rapidly and formed a dense defensive barrier. Dian shouted that she was terrified. Even now, he was still thinking about money. Yeonho looked at her as though the answer were obvious. If not now, then when? These people were trying to steal their property. He loudly declared that freeloaders deserve punishment. While fighting, his insults became sharper than his sword. Nearby, Mian heard everything. His face darkened. One day, he truly would report Yeonho to Shaolin. Furious, he redirected his anger toward the attackers. Using Shaolin techniques, his hands rotated in circles and formed a layer of invisible force. Everyone rushing in was blown back. Pressing his palms together, he calmly advised everyone not to covet what belonged to others. Someone shouted, "Why was the bald monk getting involved?" Instantly, Myun froze. Veins rose. His fists clenched. He corrected them immediately. He wasn't bald. He shaved his head. Then someone attacked again while calling him bald. That finished it. Myun exploded. His palm descended like collapsing heaven. The attacker flew away. Whether he survived, nobody knew. Afterward, Myun quietly lowered his hands and chanted Amit Ba. Truthfully, the anger came from Yeonho constantly comparing shaved heads to freeloaders. The crowd had unknowingly stepped directly onto the sore spot. But before Myun calmed down, more people rushed him. Someone shouted that bald monk was violent and evil. Myun's expression sank again. His fists slowly tightened. And from that day onward, the legend of the Blood Arhut, the monk whose fists never lacked blood, quietly began. Elsewhere, Gong Mujin was no less terrifying. Every swing of his sword painted the battlefield red. Earlier humiliation still burned inside him. Now he fought with frightening enthusiasm. He loudly introduced everyone to the power of his so-called nameless blade and plunged deeper into battle. Nearby, Sayao was supported from behind. Suddenly, one man rushed toward her with improper intentions. Before she reacted, Gong Mujin appeared instantly. His sword cut cleanly through. The attacker collapsed. Even in battle, he had never stopped watching his disciple. Further behind, Yeonho blocked attacks while complaining endlessly. Why had things become like this? Pang Duyong reminded him that there was no choice anymore. At this point, they stood on Yeonho's side. Yeonho's side and accepted reality. The two continued fighting together. Then, the carriage door slowly creaked open. Sang Wanhong poked his head out. His face looked pale. Dark circles hung beneath his eyes. In a weak voice, he complained that his injured spot hurt too much. Couldn't they slow down? For a brief moment, his exhausted voice sounded strangely soft. Yeonho and Pang Duyong froze. Then both immediately felt uncomfortable and turned away. Whatever happened, they refused to think about that any further. So they threw themselves back into battle and pretended they had heard nothing. Pang Duyong stood nearby, in complete confusion. When exactly had things turned out like this? Could Yeonho's kick really have changed Sang Wanhong that much? Meanwhile, after breaking through the blockade, Yeonho's group pushed their horses and carriage straight toward Luoyang. But the people behind refused to give up and continued chasing. Standing on the carriage roof, Surion looked back and cried out that they needed to move faster. Yeonho calmly replied that it wasn't possible. Dian nearly exploded from anxiety. Why not? She turned around. The giant walls of Luoyang were already ahead, but the city gates were shut tight. Her heart dropped. She urged the horse forward and anxiously asked whether they could even enter. Hadn't Yeonho said he would handle everything? Yeonho simply pointed ahead and smiled. Trust him. Go straight. Dian nearly burst into tears. Meanwhile, Yeonho looked strangely excited. Truthfully, he had wanted to try something like this for a long time. He reached into his robe. On the city wall, two guards noticed the approaching group. They panicked. Why were people fighting and charging directly at the gate? One guard shouted for them to stop. Then golden light flashed. Before anyone reacted, Yeonho had already raised an object high. It was the ceremonial sword staff taken from Lord Li, the Imperial Inspector's authority token. Yeonho laughed loudly and announced the arrival of the Imperial Inspector. Sayawa covered her mouth in shock. Gong Mujin only prayed silently for Yeonho to stop causing trouble. One guard still hadn't understood. The other immediately shouted, "Open the gates." That was the Imperial Inspector's token. If they delayed, they'd lose their heads. The soldiers below didn't dare hesitate. The city gates slowly opened. Light poured through the widening gap. The soldiers lined themselves up immediately. Then, a loud shout came from outside. "Clear the way." Boom! The half-open gates were blasted fully apart. The pressure alone threw soldiers backward. Leading the charge, a young man rode forward with overwhelming momentum. Golden staff in hand, eyes blazing. Yeonho entered Luoyang like a storm. He tilted his head back and laughed. "Move. I'm coming through." The horses thundered forward. Yeonho looked delighted. Everyone behind him looked ready to collapse. Gong Mujin shouted angrily, asking where they thought they were going. Yeonho laughed. Where else? The Orthodox Murim Alliance. And so, they ran. Others chased. That night, all of Luoyang descended into chaos. Dogs barked. People screamed. The pursuit never stopped. Then, Dian suddenly shouted in relief. They had reached the Orthodox Murim Alliance. But immediately, her expression changed. Something was wrong. This wasn't the main entrance. They needed to turn back. She desperately tried to explain. Yeonho only glanced backward once, then ordered calmly, go straight. Don't look back. Dian panicked and begged him not to do anything reckless. She promised she could find the proper entrance. Yeonho ignored her. He tucked away the golden staff, then slowly drew his sword. His eyes turned cold. He declared, the great path has no gate. If the road is broad enough, there's no need for doors. Everyone froze. Something about that sentence felt dangerous. Then Yeonho smiled. If there isn't a gate, make one. Gong Mujin's face instantly changed. A terrible feeling washed over him. Those words weren't supposed to mean that. But Yeonho had already swung. A brilliant white sword light split the night. Gong Mujin screamed. The explosion followed. The towering wall of the Orthodox Murim Alliance shook violently. Stone shattered. Massive sections collapsed. The seemingly unbreakable wall, one that had never fallen to outside enemies, was blown open by one reckless man. Gong Mujin stood frozen. Some truths hurt less if you never witnessed them. Meanwhile, Yeonho raised his voice in satisfaction. The road is open. Let's go. Dian stopped thinking entirely. She only whipped the horse forward. After that earth-shaking impact, the entire Murim Alliance descended into confusion. Many thought an earthquake had struck. Disciples rushed out in sleepwear, faces full of confusion. What happened? Then they saw it. A carriage charging through a hole in the wall, followed by a massive crowd. Everyone shouting, everyone running. Complete chaos. Dian screamed for everyone to move. She identified herself as Ximon Dian of the secret pavilion. Beside her, Yin Heo shouted desperately as well. He introduced himself as a disciple of Hidden Dragon Hall and begged everyone to help. The moment those familiar titles were heard, several nearby people immediately recognized them, and their expressions changed. That was Miss Simon. Make way. The crowd quickly split to both sides and opened a narrow path. Dian gripped the reins tightly and pulled with all her strength. The horse neighed loudly, hooves scraping sparks across the stone road. The carriage dragged in a sharp arc before spinning cleanly and stopping directly in front of the stunned members of the Orthodox Murim Alliance. For a moment, everything seemed frozen. Yeonho let out a quiet sigh and casually stepped down. He slowly walked toward the collapsed wall that still smoked faintly. Hands resting on his hips, he stood there calmly, as if he had merely finished an ordinary task. In a single moment, the entire situation had reversed. Silence spread. The pursuers stopped outside the broken wall. No one dared step across. Some quietly retreated. Everyone understood. Crossing that line meant entering the territory of the Orthodox Murim Alliance. Inside, there were many ways to die. Nobody wanted the stupidest one. Yeonho tried holding back a laugh, but eventually let it out. What a shame. You almost caught us. A few hot-blooded fools among the pursuers nearly rushed forward, but others immediately dragged them back. No one wanted to die over reckless pride. Seeing this, Yeonho waved dismissively. Life doesn't always go your way. If you survive, try harder next time. Then, rumble. The ground began to shake. Heavy footsteps echoed. A sharp voice rang out from afar. Stop right there. Everyone turned. Through the dust emerged a fully armed military unit advancing in formation. Their steps were disciplined and imposing. Leading them was a mounted commander with sharp eyes and commanding presence. The already tense atmosphere instantly grew heavier. Yet Yeonho remained relaxed. He smiled faintly. Why are you all acting surprised? After making this much noise, did you really expect to leave peacefully? At that moment, more than 100 people silently wanted to curse him. Everyone shared the same thought. There was no explaining this situation anymore. The commander of the palace guards rode forward and declared that one more step would mean opposing the court. The soldiers advanced. The crowd automatically moved aside. At the same time, another armed force emerged from inside the Orthodox Murim Alliance. It was the Dishon Battalion. The soldiers bearing the character Tan on their uniforms lined up with solemn expressions. Soon, the palace guards and the Alliance soldiers stood face to face. The tension stretched tight. Yeonho quietly cleared his throat and stepped forward. Both commanders glanced at each other, then looked at him. Everyone waited for an explanation. Yeonho said nothing. He simply drew his long sword. Steel flashed. Then he casually revealed the Imperial Inspector's token and even winked at the commander. The palace guard captain's expression immediately changed. He cupped his hands respectfully and asked what had happened. Yeonho gave a soft laugh, then pointed toward the people behind him. Those people are bandits. They attempted robbery and murder. He slowly swept his gaze across the crowd. In the middle of the night, they caused a disturbance, entered Luoyang without authorization, and even came here to create trouble. Then he looked toward both forces and quietly added, "Surely you aren't planning to overlook that?" The casual remark immediately made both sides uncomfortable. Without waiting for an answer, Yeonho sighed, suddenly feeling homesick. "I wonder what's for dinner if I go home today." Silence fell again, this time completely suffocating. Yeonho smiled. "I'll leave the rest to you." Then he simply turned and walked back to the carriage. When he arrived, he casually dragged two people out. "We're here. Get down." Sangwon Hong stumbled out, clutching himself, and nearly collapsed. Then Xiaohua, who had been packed into the carriage all this time, was tossed out beside him. "That's enough. Do whatever you want. I'm going to sleep." Clack. The carriage door shut. Moments later, steady snoring came from inside. He left behind the entire disaster without another thought. Time passed. Dawn slowly broke. No one knew the full story. But everyone knew this. They had stormed into the city, broken the gate, smashed the wall, and caused complete chaos. The palace guard commander slowly looked around. His cold eyes swept across every face. Everyone immediately tried to look innocent. "We didn't break the gate. We didn't break the wall." But the commander remained expressionless. His deep voice rang out. "Nighttime disturbance. Illegal armed gathering. Attempted robbery. Attempted murder. Arrest them all." At his order, the soldiers spread outward and completely surrounded the crowd. The Disan commander also raised his hand and ordered the soldiers to suppress the disturbance together. His cold voice echoed across the area. "Run if you want." The crowd immediately scattered like a struck beehive. No one dared confront the combined forces of the court and the Orthodox Murim alliance. People fled in every direction. Some even threw away their weapons. Luoyang was thrown into complete turmoil. Is it finally over? Gong Mujin stood still, staring blankly at the scene. Everyone slowly relaxed, as though a huge weight had finally been lifted. Many simply collapsed where they stood, exhausted. At last, it was over. Gong Mujin looked into the distance and slowly released the tension in his shoulders. Meanwhile, the person responsible for all of this was already sleeping comfortably inside the carriage, as if nothing had happened. Elsewhere in Jianghu, Zhou Hyun's expression turned pale after hearing the entire story from Gong Mujin and Dian. Even a strategist like him struggled to process it. The Sword Emperor's legacy sold publicly. This was beyond reason. Gong Mujin quietly confirmed it. Zhou Hyun suddenly laughed in disbelief. That brat has completely lost his mind. Anger and confusion mixed together. Holding his teacup, he muttered that if the manual spread like this, anyone in 10 years would claim to be the Sword Emperor. Then he looked at Gong Mujin. "So why'd he do it?" Gong Mujin answered calmly. Yeonho said he preferred money over martial arts, and that he did it for everyone's benefit. Zhou Hyun fell silent, then spoke coldly. "The logic isn't entirely wrong, but the more I think about it, the more irritated I become. He destroys the martial world, then explains it with perfect reason." Setting down his cup, he asked where Yeonho was now. At the same time, in a completely different atmosphere, Yeonho was sleeping soundly. Soft bedding, warm blankets, sunlight already filling the room. Yet he still refused to get up. Rolling over lazily, he thought about how long it had been since he had rested like this. Then, knock knock. He lazily told the visitor to come in. The door opened. Xiaohua entered carrying a tray. Yeonho's eyes immediately lit up. She sat beside the bed, her face slightly flushed, then quietly lifted a steamed bun toward him. Yeonho froze. For a brief moment, he felt like accepting this would cost him his remaining dignity. Then he opened his mouth immediately. Refusing food would be a sin. At last, a childhood fantasy had become reality. Right then, bang. The door flew open. Gong Mujin stormed inside. He stopped instantly. His eyes landed directly on Xiaohua, feeding Yeonho. Silence. Yeonho was wrapped in blankets like a cocoon, with only his head exposed while calmly accepting food. The sight was unbearable. Gong Mujin frowned deeply. Then his eyes slowly turned toward Sayawa. She immediately flushed red. Startled, she stood, bowed quickly, and fled so fast only a gust remained. Gong Mujin didn't even get the chance to stop her. Yeonho stared in confusion. Why did she run? Then he looked back, only to find Gong Mujin glaring at him. Yeonho blinked. Why are you drawing your sword? Gong Mujin gave no answer. He charged. I refused to hand my disciple to a shameless scoundrel. The result was predictable. A while later, Gong Mujin walked away with a swollen face. Soon after, the two headed together toward the strategist's hall. Yeonho skipped along energetically. Gong Mujin walked behind him miserably. Yeonho complained all the way. Why draw your sword first? At your age, and still this hot-blooded? Gong Mujin shouted at him to shut up. The two argued the entire way. As they approached the hall, Gong Mujin lowered his voice. The strategist they were meeting was a figure respected across the world. Even the alliance leader treated him carefully. So Yeonho absolutely had to behave properly. Seeing Yeonho remain indifferent only irritated him further. No rudeness. Be respectful. Yeonho ignored him. He simply pushed the door open and entered. Gong Mujin hurried inside, pulled him back, cupped his hands, and announced that he had brought Yeonho. Ahead, Jo Hyun rose slowly, fan in hand, composed. His eyes settled on Yeonho. So, you're the second son of YGN. Even the alliance leader deeply respects your father's righteousness. A faint trace of sarcasm entered his voice. Because of that righteousness, people like us only receive leftovers. Yeonho answered calmly. Oh, then you've had a difficult time. Gong Mujin's face instantly darkened. He repeatedly poked Yeonho's side. Yeonho turned and complained. Why do you keep poking me? It's annoying. After exchanging a few words, Jo Hyun had already formed an impression. He found the young man unexpectedly amusing. Smiling faintly, he invited them to sit. Tea and pastries had already been prepared. The three sat together. As strategist, Jo Hyun was accustomed to people hiding their thoughts. Visitors usually controlled their expressions, but Yeonho displayed everything openly. No restraint. Jo Hyun observed him briefly, then asked directly. Judging by your expression, it seems you don't like me very much. Yeonho rubbed his chin and answered bluntly. Ah yes, I do. How did you know? Gong Mujin nearly choked. His face stiffened as a familiar thought crossed his mind. Traveling with his fellow truly meant never having a peaceful day. Jo Hyun remained calm and slowly asked why. Yeonho answered immediately. Because you're too handsome, old sir. The answer landed unexpectedly. Jo Hyun's eyebrow twitched. Yeonho looked him over carefully and continued while rubbing his chin. You look too trustworthy. Rosy complexion, perfect silver hair, a neat white beard. Too flawless. Jo Hyun paused, then lightly waved his fan and restored his composed demeanor. So you're envious of my appearance? Yeonho shook his head. No, that's exactly what makes it suspicious. If swindlers looked like swindlers, who would ever fall for them? He looked directly at Jo Hyun. A true con artist should look trustworthy, just like you. The reasoning sounded ridiculous, yet strangely difficult to refute. Nearby, Gong Mujin stood speechless. Jo Hyun smiled faintly. There was even a trace of amusement in his eyes. Then he asked, Did your master teach you that? Yeonho nodded casually. Jo Hyun continued. Then your master must not be very attractive. Yeonho immediately rejected it. Wrong. My master is incredibly handsome, more refined and charismatic than you. Then he added naturally, the more trustworthy and virtuous someone appears, the more careful you should be. Especially old men who act noble while hiding bad intentions. Jo Hyun briefly fell silent. He realized the initiative had shifted. Yeonho had hidden behind his master's logic, leaving little room to counter. In the end, Jo Hyun only cleared his throat. Believe or distrust, that is your choice. Then his expression turned serious. Enough small talk. Let's discuss the real issue. He folded his fan. Last night's incident damaged relations between the Orthodox Murim alliance and the court. The losses were not insignificant. Then he looked directly at Yeonho. So, how do you intend to take responsibility? The question was partly a test. After hearing Gong Mujin and Dian's account, he already expected Yeonho to dodge responsibility. He had even prepared a way to smooth things over. But Yeonho's reply surprised everyone. He neither apologized nor defended himself. He simply said, I want to make a deal. The scene shifted. Early morning. The Orthodox Murim alliance had become unexpectedly lively. A large tent had already been erected. Outside stood a massive sign. Sword Emperor Supreme Manual, genuine, guaranteed by the Orthodox Murim Alliance. News spread instantly. People poured in. Beside the tent, another sign hung high. Money Shop. Cash and loans available. At first, most people thought it was absurd. Selling secret manuals in front of the Orthodox Murim Alliance sounded like a scam. But after recognizing Alliance personnel operating the place, doubts slowly disappeared. Eventually someone asked, "How much?" The answer stunned everyone. 3 taels. The crowd exploded. 3 taels? Are you insane? That costs a lifetime. Even a scar-faced man nearby shook his head. He couldn't tell whether they were selling manuals or digging graves. Then noise rose from the back. "Make way. We have business inside." Everyone turned. The scar-faced man smirked. Actors? But after recognizing the newcomers, his expression changed. They were famous martial artists, not hired performers. One stepped forward holding a receipt. Confirmed. Let us in. After verification, the two entered immediately. They sat down and started copying the manual. One frowned. "At least provide a table." His companion sighed. "Forget it. Copy quickly. We don't have time." The crowd outside froze. Seeing renowned masters obediently copying, their doubts instantly became greed. The square exploded into chaos. Everyone pushed forward. The scene became even more chaotic than outside Luoyang. Taking advantage of the moment, Huang Chun shouted loudly. "Loans to the left. Cash payments to the right. Everyone gets served. Stop pushing." Amid the noise, a neatly dressed young man stepped forward and quietly asked, "Is this really genuine?" Huang Chun looked at him and scoffed. "Unless I want to lose my head, why would I scam people in front of the Orthodox Murim Alliance?" Then he pointed proudly at the giant sign overhead. "Look carefully. Guaranteed by the Orthodox Murim Alliance. Officially signed and approved." All eyes immediately turned toward the board. In an instant, suspicion disappeared. People nodded one after another, saying that an endorsement from the Orthodox Murim Alliance was even more trustworthy than an imperial seal. Then, a sharp voice cut through the noise. "Everyone stop." Silence spread instantly. All eyes turned. A middle-aged Taoist stepped forward with imposing presence. Someone recognized him and muttered nervously, "People from Wudong." Another cried out, "It's true man, Songman." Songman swept his sleeve coldly. "You people have some nerve to run a scam openly in front of the Orthodox Murim Alliance." He stepped forward. His eyes carried killing intent. "Today I will personally put an end to this chaos." His chi slowly gathered. His voice turned colder. "These frauds deceiving people's hearts, I will deal with them immediately." Before he finished, a faint breeze brushed past. Then a quiet voice entered his ear. "Deal with who?" Songman froze. Cold spread down his spine. He hadn't sensed anyone approaching. He turned and saw Yeonho standing beside him. His eyes widened. How could this be? Yeonho looked calm, yet that indifferent gaze carried pressure. He asked quietly, "Who exactly are you calling swindlers?" Songman stiffened. "Those manuals are fake." Yeonho fell silent. A few moments later, the corner of his mouth twitched. His eyes turned cold. He pointed toward the Orthodox Murim Alliance. "We operate legally. This is a proper transaction." Then he pointed directly at Songman. "Who are you to come here and cause trouble?" Songman did not answer immediately. His experience warned him that the youth before him was not ordinary. He could not sense any chi, and the young man's expression held not even the slightest caution. Songman had never met someone this uncomfortable to face. Seeing him hesitate, Yeonho waved lazily. "Forget it. Bring it." Immediately 2 attendants carried over a long bench. Yeonho sat comfortably and stretched. "Standing is tiring. Sit down. Let's talk." Songman's face shifted several times before settling again. He shouted, "Enough pretending. Who are you fooling? How dare you sell a fake Sword Emperor manual?" Yeonho looked up and stroked his chin. "Really? Everyone already knows this came from Sword Emperor Mountain. Are you the only Taoist here who's been living in a cave?" He laughed lightly. Whispers spread through the crowd. People began looking at Songman strangely. He suddenly felt outdated. Yeonho shrugged. "Think about it. If I were selling fakes, would I dare do it right outside the Orthodox Murim Alliance?" Songman's lips twitched. He had no answer. Yeonho pushed the manual toward him. "Seeing is better than hearing. Read it. Only the opening section." The emphasis on only annoyed Songman further. He snorted and grabbed the manual. "If this is fake, you'll regret it." At first he read slowly. The opening seemed ordinary. Like many manuals, lofty and obscure. But as he continued, the text grew deeper. It touched the essence of swordsmanship. His fingers began turning pages faster. His expression slowly changed. What he had dismissed moments ago now seemed to open an entirely new path. Songman realized it. This could break the wall he had been trapped behind for years. His breathing quickened. Just a little more, just one more page, then swish. Yeonho pulled the manual away. Songman froze. The feeling was like falling from the clouds. Yeonho looked at him. What are you staring at? You've seen enough. Everyone else pays. No free reading. He smiled. Even stealing birds costs money. Why would a manual be different? Songman stood helplessly. 3 taels of gold? His hands instinctively searched his robes. Huang Chun laughed. Not that simple. 3 taels is only the personal price. If you want to buy, negotiate over there. Then Yeonho leaned closer and lowered his voice. Shaolin already bought theirs for 300 taels of gold. Somon's eyes widened. What? Although meant to be quiet, his reaction drew attention. Yeonho leaned closer again. They used an IOU, but Shaolin is respectable. No problem there. Then he added casually, and I heard Mount Hua's ghost sword, Gong Mujin, already sent word back to Mount Hua. Somon's chest tightened. If both sects already moved, how could Wudong fall behind? He immediately blurted, write me an IOU. I am an elder of Wudong. My reputation should be guarantee enough. Hand over the manual. Yeonho waved him off before he could continue. Not hand over. Copy it. Sign the IOU, then go over there and copy. Songman nodded repeatedly. Fine. Whatever. By now, his thoughts were completely occupied by the Sword Emperor's manual. After signing and stamping the agreement, he hurried to a corner and began copying with complete concentration. The moment a Wudong elder started copying, the news spread across all of Luoyang. At that point, nobody cared whether it was genuine anymore. People simply paid and joined the line. The crowd surged forward, and the commotion continued until late evening. Meanwhile, Yeonho reclined lazily on the bench and flipped through the manual again. But the more he read, the more thoughtful he became. Something feels strange. Master Gong Ryong and Songman had no doubts. Yet this content hardly seemed worthy of being called the Sword Emperor's Manual. Between the lines, he could even sense faint killing intent. If this really belonged to the Sword Emperor, then just how powerful was Master? Old memories surfaced. Thinking that he had survived those years at all felt unbelievable. A faint unease rose inside him. He sat upright. Something felt wrong. After thinking briefly, Yeonho clicked his tongue. If I can't figure it out, then forget it. He curled up and decided sleep would solve the problem. Elsewhere, W. Jang Han's group continued searching for Yeonho day and night. The moment their carriage stopped, they gathered information. Rumors said Yeonho had entered Luoyang. W. Jang Hin immediately said they should depart at once. There was no reason to delay. Sanho agreed, but warned seriously if they went all that way and still failed to find him, they would deal with the consequences themselves. Jang Han sighed and patted his son's shoulder. When you marry someday, stay away from martial world affairs. Home matters more. Sanho nodded absent-mindedly. Then the intelligence officer added, Yeonho had passed through the Xinyang district, and he had apparently been traveling with a woman. The medicine pouch slipped from Jin Yan's hand. Her face turned pale. She grabbed the informer's shoulders. What did you just say? Master Yeonho was with a woman? Without waiting further, she turned decisively. If something serious happens, people will get hurt. A physician cannot be absent. I'm coming too. The others exchanged silent looks. Everyone understood. So the carriage continued onward. Originally, Jin Yan planned to leave here, but after hearing that news, she could no longer do so. Each traveled with different thoughts. Sanho wished to reunite with a brother he believed dead. Jang Han laughed repeatedly at the thought of meeting that troublesome son again. W. Jang Hin simply believed Yeonho was causing trouble somewhere. That much would never change. Sanho heard those words and couldn't argue. Elsewhere, Yeonho stared blankly after hearing an unexpected proposal. Become a head instructor? Zhou Hai nodded. That's right. Yeonho asked again to confirm. So I have to teach people? Exactly. His thoughts tangled instantly. Someone as lazy as him becoming an instructor made no sense. After hesitating, he refused politely. I'm too young and lazy. I'm not qualified. Zhou Haiyan immediately replied. Since when was age a requirement to teach? And if you're really lazy, how did you become this strong? Yeonho clicked his tongue. Special circumstances. Images flashed through his mind. The old demon forcing him to train endlessly. Nobody would believe that story. Zhou Haiyan smiled. That's exactly why I want you. Nobody expects someone like you to become a master. Share your path. Yeonho looked away. You won't regret this? Zhou Haiyan waved casually. Not at all. Still hesitant, Yeonho tried avoiding the issue. Zhou Haiyan changed his approach. I won't force you, but there are things you should know. Complaints about your manual business have piled up. I protected you using my authority, but even that has limits. Yeonho silently cursed. But he understood. This opportunity wasn't easy to reject. After thinking briefly, he slapped the table. Fine, but we make an agreement. Whatever happens during training, I take no responsibility. Tuition is 1 tael of gold per disciple. No signature, no deal. He smirked internally. Surely nobody would agree. Then something felt wrong. Zhou Haiyan smiled slowly, then laughed. Not difficult. I agree. Yeonho immediately slumped. He had walked straight into the trap. Zhou Haiyan never moved without preparation. He was still too inexperienced. Life was cruel. He had barely rested and was already being squeezed dry. Yeonho silently decided, either make everyone quit or create enough chaos that they give up. Across the table, Zhou Haiyan smiled to himself. This brat. I'll squeeze every last drop out of him. The agreement was signed. Both sides smiling. Both plotting. Meanwhile, inside the Alliance Leaders' Hall, Sama Chinsi listened to Gong Mujin's report with visible doubt. Gong Mujin had already repeated this story countless times. Every reaction had been the same. Still, he confirmed everything was true. Sama Chinsi frowned. Someone that age? Impossible. Gong Mujin nodded. Yes. Sama Chinsi remained unconvinced. You mean some unknown martial art, whose limits can't even be measured? Gong Mujin nodded again. Exactly. The hall grew heavy. Sama Chinsi asked quietly, did you fight him? Yes. And with your strength, you still couldn't see his limits? Indeed. Silence followed. You have challenged Mount Hua's finest swordsman. You've crossed blades with top experts. And you still reached this conclusion? Gong Mujin inhaled slowly. I'll say it directly. I've crossed swords with people called sword immortals. But his eyes darkened. I've never experienced such overwhelming disparity. Only after meeting that brat did I understand what true difference means. Those words struck Sama Chinsi deeply. Sword immortals stood among the world's highest sword realms, yet still fell short? He stood up abruptly. Did that kid eat an entire forest of 10,000-year ginseng? Only such an explanation could barely make sense. A teenager had reached that level. Then unexpectedly, his eyes brightened. His fighting spirit surged. A genius surpassing even sword immortals at that age. His fist slowly tightened. The ambition sleeping inside him quietly awakened once more. His master believed martial arts couldn't mature through isolation. One had to travel, observe, listen, experience, and use the body directly to understand. Gong Mugan became silent, then slowly nodded. Martial arts are experience. If one stayed inside the mountains forever, how could one understand the world? The more he repeated those words, the more absorbed he became. Then suddenly, he stopped moving. Sangwon Hong's expression changed. He immediately shouted for everyone to protect the great hero. Everyone reacted at once. Only Yeonho looked confused. Why was everyone suddenly making such a big fuss? Dian quickly pulled him aside. She explained, Gong Mugan had entered enlightenment. At that moment, purple energy began flowing around Gong Mugan's body. Wind gathered. His hair rose. The aura around him intensified. His eyes opened. Power surged outward. After some time, all of that energy slowly settled back into him. Then Gong Mugan opened his eyes. Everyone immediately congratulated him. Liwa respectfully bowed. Her master, the Plum Blossom Sword Ghost, had broken through and stepped into the middle realm. Everyone nearby immediately offered congratulations. Gong Mugan stood up, turned once, and thanked those around him. But after a brief pause, he looked directly at Yeonho. His expression turned complicated. Then he bowed. If not for the young hero opening the path for him, he would never have broken through the wall that had trapped him for so long. As a martial artist, he sincerely thanked him. Sangwon Hong stepped forward and congratulated him as well. With Mount Hua's greatest sword advancing further, surely the day would come when Gong Mugan would be recognized as the strongest sword of the Central Plains. Hearing that, Gong Mugan only coughed awkwardly. If such a title existed, how could he claim it while Yeonho was standing nearby? Still, he laughed and turned the conversation. Before he became number one, perhaps the younger generation would already surpass him. Those words were mostly directed toward Yeonho, but Sang Guanhong misunderstood and humbly denied it. Time was equal for everyone. No matter how strong juniors became, seniors would continue advancing as well. That was simply the natural order. Gong Mugon only smiled. That remained to be seen. While the martial artists exchanged compliments, the wise siblings remained in their own world. Surion looked at Yeonho with concern and kept placing food into his bowl. She told him to eat more and recover his former healthy appearance. Yeonho complained while chewing. Recently, he couldn't sleep well. His whole body hurt. He wasn't like this before. Surion covered her mouth and looked heartbroken. To outsiders, the scene looked bizarre. Yeonho looked perfectly healthy, yet she treated him as though he had survived months of suffering. Then she suddenly asked what he planned to do now. More specifically, what would happen once their elder brother found him? She reminded him that Sanho might beat him half to death. Yeonho thought about it, then awkwardly cleared his throat. Would Big Brother really go that far? He never understood expressing affection through fists. That almost sounded like a personality problem. After thinking carefully, he concluded it would probably be fine. Handle it casually, and everything would pass. Surion froze. Handle it casually? Did that mean he intended to fight Sanho? Yeonho smiled faintly. His second brother had become much stronger. He glanced at Gong Mugon, who was still proudly lecturing the younger generation. Then he said casually, even if Big Brother was strong, he probably wasn't stronger than Uncle Gong. At that moment, Yeonho remembered his master's words. This wasn't arrogance. His martial ability truly stood beyond this era. Surion stared. Did he mean he could defeat Sanho? Yeonho answered honestly. Yes, he really could. But to everyone else, it sounded ridiculous. Even Surion didn't believe him. She immediately started hitting him. Her second brother had apparently gone too long without getting beaten. Yeonho endured silently. How would he explain? Even worse, his automatic defenses didn't activate against his sister. Normally, that sort of sibling quarrel would have ended there. But outsiders got involved. Sang Guanhong frowned. Sanho had long been considered above the younger generation. If Yeonho spoke so casually, did that mean none of them here could compare? Yeonho answered honestly. Yes, that was exactly what he meant. Immediately, the atmosphere froze. The three dragons and two phoenixes had grown up carrying prestige and expectations. Now an unknown person casually dismissed all of them. Naturally, they were offended. Surion hurriedly hit Yeonho again. Better she discipline him before someone else did. Meanwhile, Sang Guanhong gave a cold laugh. Anyone could boast. Then he formally challenged Yeonho. But Yeonho rejected it instantly. He didn't like unnecessary trouble. Sang Guanhong became stunned. In this situation, wasn't accepting the obvious choice? Yeonho scoffed. Pride didn't fill stomachs. As for reputation, if the clan lost face, Big Brother would restore it. So there was nothing to worry about. One of the two phoenixes asked if that meant he admitted being a coward. Yeonho answered without shame. Yes, cowardice helped people stay alive. Surion nodded immediately. Her second brother truly was timid. Now everyone became speechless. How do you argue with someone who admits it openly? Then Gong Mugon stepped in. He reminded everyone of something Yeonho himself had said. If someone challenged his sword, he would never avoid it. Clan matters could be ignored, but matters concerning his sword were different, because his master had left no descendants. If Yeonho didn't uphold that inheritance, nobody would. His logic sounded absurd, yet somehow convincing. Sang Guanhong immediately understood. He stepped forward, then formally challenged, not the Guangdong Wei clan, but Yeonho's sword. Yeonho narrowed his eyes. Now the challenge had reached the line he couldn't casually ignore. He became silent. Then, before he answered, Surion suddenly stood. She apologized on behalf of her brother. She explained that her second brother lacked worldly experience and had spoken carelessly. If someone had to answer this challenge, then she would stand in his place. At that point, Yeonho suddenly became the one avoiding attention. Who told him to keep provoking him? Sang Guanhong looked uncomfortable and couldn't understand why this lazy-looking fellow seemed to hold such strange confidence. Before Surion could continue, Yeonho stood and told her to move aside. Rules were rules. Since he accepted the challenge, he would handle it himself. Everyone moved into the empty courtyard. Sang Guanhong introduced himself properly and declared that he wished to experience young hero Yeonho's sword. Meanwhile, Yeonho looked half asleep. He even yawned. That attitude struck directly at Sang Guanhong's pride. Yeonho lazily raised a finger. Quiet. Once swords are drawn, there's no need for endless words. Then he casually urged him to hurry. Finish quickly. He wanted to go rest. Sang Hong's neck veins bulged. He declared that once he defeated Yeonho, even Sanho coming afterward wouldn't matter. He would show no restraint. Yeonho looked unimpressed. If it was a fight, then stop talking and move. He was already tired. Then, without warning, Yeonho moved first. In one instant, he appeared directly in front of Sang Hong. The terrifying speed completely emptied Sang Hong's mind. Instinct screamed only one thing. Dodge. Yeonho lifted his leg. He simply intended to kick the man's stomach, but through an unfortunate angle, bad timing, and truly terrible luck, something entirely different happened. Two objects collided. A ripping impact followed. Then silence. Every man present instinctively froze. Sang Hong let out a terrible scream. He collapsed onto his back, legs raised, hands clutching his crotch, rolling in agony. Pang Du Yong and Yen Heo immediately grabbed their own lower bodies in sympathy. No man wanted to witness that. Even Gong Mugon silently closed his mouth. For a moment, everyone wondered if Sang clan's future bloodline had just ended. Elsewhere, inside a dark room, an elderly man quietly trimmed tree branches. Without turning, he asked what had happened to the treasure map. The report came. The pursuit group already possessed it. They were heading toward Mount Hua without suspicion. The old man sighed. Their enemies still refused to act. After setting the board so carefully, they remained motionless, truly incompetent. Then he explained calmly, life sometimes required intervention. Left alone, weeds overgrow. The martial world was the same. Some things had to be cut away, so healthier things could grow. The subordinate assured him their grand plan would proceed perfectly. The old man's eyes sharpened. This time, he intended to stir the peaceful Jianghu with a blade he had sought for years. Back with Yeonho, because Sang Hong had become a casualty, he was forced to give up the carriage. Dian had to persuade him personally. Fortunately, lazy wasn't the same as heartless. Yeonho reluctantly agreed. Sang Hong's condition really looked miserable. As everyone prepared to load him in, Liwa suddenly emerged carrying blankets. Without warning, she climbed onto the carriage roof. Then she carefully prepared a comfortable sleeping spot. After arranging everything, she politely announced that the noble young master could now rest. Yeonho immediately jumped up, wrapped himself in blankets, and looked completely satisfied. Gong Mugon stared blankly, then pointed at himself. What about master? Liwa pretended not to hear. Instead, she tossed him a large bundle. Gong Mugon closed his eyes. A strange sense of jealousy appeared. The more ignored he felt, the more resentment he developed toward Yeonho. The group resumed traveling. Gong Mugon rode on horseback. Seojuk remained tied up awkwardly like cargo. Along the way, Gong Mugon kept replaying earlier events. How had someone of his status ended up losing attention to a junior? Then, his expression changed. Ahead, two men approached. One tall, one short, both completely white-haired, both clearly masters. Gong Mugon quietly became alert. For a moment, he comforted himself. Even if danger appeared, wasn't Yeonho nearby? Then he looked. Yeonho was asleep. Again, as the figures approached, tension grew. But unexpectedly, the two old men simply walked past. They didn't even spare Gong Mugon a glance. Still, Gong Mugon dismounted respectfully. The tall, thin man with a scar finally spoke. Were they disciples of Mount Hua? Gong Mugon greeted them respectfully and asked their names. The two old men looked at each other, then laughed. To live this long and still be called seniors by Mount Hua disciples, that was amusing. After saying only a few words, they turned and continued walking. Before leaving, they casually told the group to be careful on the road. Then they disappeared. Gong Mugon did not immediately understand the meaning behind the old man's words. But something felt wrong. Even so, what else could he do except watch them leave? Just when it seemed the matter would end there, Yeonho unexpectedly woke up. He called out and politely asked the two elders to wait. If they didn't mind, he wanted to ask something. The two stopped and turned back. After a brief exchange, Yeonho suddenly asked whether something had happened ahead. The tall elder answered casually. Nothing special, just a few households. Although strangely, there were no people left. Only wild beasts. Yeonho slowly stepped down from the carriage. There were houses but no people. Then his eyes drifted toward the elder's sleeve. His expression changed. The blood wasn't from beasts. It was fresh. The tall elder glanced at his sleeve and laughed. He admitted it was a mistake. Too much time away from the martial world. The short elder added casually, without battle, blades eventually grow dull. Just don't repeat the mistake. Only then did Gong Mugon understand. His hand tightened around his sword. He asked one final time for their names. Even if he offended them, he had to know. The two sighed. Out of respect for being called seniors, they originally intended to spare everyone. But now these people insisted on digging their own graves. The tall man introduced himself. Kongai, Ghost Demon. The shorter one introduced himself as Beihang, Blade Demon. The moment those names appeared, murderous intent filled the air. Gong Mugon's face changed. The Ghost Blade duo. Monsters who once spread slaughter across Jianghu. How had they returned? Ghost Demon smiled. The Sword Emperor's relic had drawn them out. Even at their age, they still had ambition. Blade Demon casually added, they had wiped out an entire village on the way. To them, it meant nothing. Gong Mugon exploded in anger. Ghost Demon only stretched casually. Did he really think he could stop them? Gong Mugon's expression sank. Knowing their names only made the situation worse. He understood exactly how terrifying they were. At that moment, Li Hua and the younger generation stepped forward. Hidden Dragon Hall. Mount Hua. Everyone stood behind him. Gong Mugon felt strangely moved. Even knowing the difference in strength, none of them retreated. For a brief second, hope appeared. If these youngsters joined together, and Yeonho also helped, they might survive. Then Gong Mugon looked back. Yeonho stretched lazily. Hope immediately died. Inside his head, Gong Mugon nearly started cursing. Ghost Demon looked at everyone as though watching children play. He lowered his stance. His fingers lengthened. His hands turned green. His claw technique activated. Then he declared, today he would enjoy their blood. Gong Mugon moved first. His sword erupted. Plum blossoms filled the air. But Ghost Demon didn't move. He mocked Mount Hua's swordsmanship, then dug into the ground and exploded forward. His claw technique tore through the incoming sword energy. Poison Demon Hand. Green wind wrapped around his arm. The speed was overwhelming. Gong Mugon could only watch. Just before he was struck, the juniors rushed in. Each released their strongest attacks. Ghost Demon spun. Using Rising 6 demons, he erased all of their techniques at once. Still, their interference saved Gong Mugon. Ghost Demon looked at them. Mount Hua, Pang Clan, Namong Clan. Tonight had become a feast. He planned to enjoy each one slowly. Gong Mugon's thoughts turned cold. This wasn't enough. Their combined attack didn't even scratch him. And Blade Demon still hadn't moved. He simply stood there watching. That was even more frightening. Someone asked Yeonho, what would his master teach in a situation like this? Yeonho thought quietly. His master once said, leave things alone. Karma belongs to fate. People don't need to interfere. Everyone assumed that meant he wouldn't help. Instead, Yeonho turned around. Then remembered another thing his master once said. If you're in a bad mood, draw your sword. Strike. That's enough. Slowly, Yeonho drew his sword. His eyes settled on the two demons. Then he said, there were two thorns here, and they needed to be removed. He walked forward casually. Ghost Demon and Blade Demon stared, then burst into laughter. Was this brat insane? Yeonho looked annoyed. Did masters always need to make such expressions before fighting? Ghost Demon narrowed his eyes and asked, did Yeonho even know who he was? Yeonho didn't answer. He simply raised his sword, then slowly brought it down. At first, it looked like nothing, just a loose swing, like stretching. But suddenly, Ghost Demon felt danger. A flash passed, like a breeze. Then something disappeared. Ghost Demon looked at his hand. His claw, his fingers were gone. For a second, he couldn't process it. Then pain exploded. Blood sprayed into the air. And for the first time, shock appeared on Ghost Demon's face. Yeonho clicked his tongue. The strike had missed its ideal line. Still, that was fine. One demon had not moved yet. The other had already lost several fingers. Blood streamed from the ruined hand. Ghost Demon trembled from pain. Blade Demon finally stepped forward. His rough voice called out to his companion. Clear your head. This wasn't some arrogant youngster. This was a supreme master. Ghost Demon clenched his teeth and admitted he knew. Then he looked at Yeonho. For the first time, there was hesitation in his eyes. Who exactly was he? Yeonho answered casually. Would it change anything if he explained? He wasn't interested in reputation. He didn't care about righteousness. Normally, he avoided interfering in other people's affairs. But for some reason, his blood had been boiling since earlier. So he needed someone to vent on. Ghost Demon exploded. He shouted that Yeonho dared treat the famous twin demon blades like toys. His left arm dropped. Green energy erupted. A giant poisonous serpent appeared from the claw technique. Its mouth opened wide. 6 Demon Corrupting Strike. Ghost Demon unleashed a storm of claw attacks. Green lines crossed through the air. Even touching one would wound and poison a body. Yeonho leaned back, twisted. His sword arm bent naturally to gather force. Ghost Demon attacked again. Then, his expression changed. A white flash descended. He barely reacted. Years of battle experience saved him. He forced his body aside. The sword only grazed him. For a moment, everything went quiet. Then his left ear fell. Ghost Demon touched the side of his head. Blood. His hearing vanished. Pain arrived all at once. He screamed. Now, missing fingers and an ear, he lost reason. Like a wounded animal, he charged recklessly. He swung wildly. Blade Demon immediately shouted for him to stop. Yeonho looked at him coldly, then sighed. The old fool had gone deaf in more ways than one. Ghost Demon lunged again. 6 Demon Corrupting Dance. The green serpent returned. Its jaws snapped forward. Yeonho simply lowered his body and slipped past. Then his sword moved. His voice remained calm. People should at least understand basic principles. The next moment, the sword cut cleanly through Ghost Demon's left arm. His entire arm separated. Yeonho looked almost sympathetic. Now the man would have to eat using his feet. Ghost Demon screamed. But Yeonho wasn't finished. He jumped, spun once in the air, then looked down. Another wave of sword energy descended. The blade removed the remaining arm, then continued downward. Both thighs were cut cleanly apart. His legs separated completely. Ghost Demon collapsed. Blood spilled across the ground. Yeonho landed lightly. Still holding his pose, he tilted his head, then asked quietly, evil deeds usually had reasons. But what about him? Did he really kill people just because he enjoyed it? Ghost Demon tried to answer. Only broken sounds came out. He pointed weakly, then stopped moving. His life ended there. Yeonho looked down. Dying like that suited him. Ending him cleanly in one strike would have been too generous. Then he flicked the sword. The blood scattered from the blade. Behind him, Blade Demon trembled. For the first time, he understood. He might actually die. Yeonho turned. Just one glance. Blade Demon jumped. He gripped both sabers tightly. His voice shook. He still couldn't process his companion's death. Yeonho looked at him and spoke calmly. The families of the people they killed suffered far more. What grievance did they even have? Blade Demon pointed a saber. His voice rose. What would Yeonho know? Yeonho slowly stepped forward. He answered quietly. He didn't want to know. He would simply send him to join his companion. Go below. Meet him there. He had thought they were iron. Turns out, they were only baked clay. That finally broke Blade Demon. Sweat poured down. His confidence vanished. He raised both hands slightly and stammered. Wait. Give him a moment. He wasn't ready. Yeonho continued walking. His voice stayed flat. Talking now wouldn't change anything. Bayabhang faltered and stepped back. His voice trembled as he insisted he was not trying to delay the fight. To him, the battle had become strangely incomprehensible, and he claimed that all he wanted was to face Yeonho properly and fight with everything he had as a martial artist. Yeonho looked at him with faint mockery. Then, with little interest left, he remarked that he was already bored. Still, he moved. Planting his feet, Yeonho shot forward. Steel collided. Bayabhang crossed both sabers and barely blocked the descending sword. Using the opening, he swung upward with his right weapon. Yeonho rotated smoothly, drawing his blade back over his shoulder. Another collision rang out. This time, Yeonho's strike carried more force. Bayabhang's arm instantly went numb, and the right saber was knocked from his grip. Sweat covered his face. Without hesitation, he raised his remaining blade and attacked again. Yeonho calmly redirected the strike. Bayabhang pressed forward continuously, sending wave after wave of saber chi. But Yeonho moved effortlessly. His body flowed through every attack. The saber chi sliced only fading after images. Then Yeonho's arm traced a loose arc sword chi descended. Bayabhang narrowly ducked. Yeonho looked at him coldly and questioned whether someone who slaughtered civilians could truly call himself a martial artist. Those words struck a nerve. Bayabhang's expression twisted. With anger rising, he charged again and unleashed another heavy strike. Yeonho merely leaned back. The attack missed. Immediately, Yeonho spun and drove his heel into Bayabhang's abdomen. The old man slid backward coughing. Sword chi followed. One wave, then another. Yeonho continued speaking. Someone who killed helpless people had no right to speak of pride or giving everything as a martial artist. Bayabhang struggled to block. Sweat drenched him. His thoughts became chaotic. Yeonho had displayed overwhelming skill, yet still looked relaxed. The realization was terrifying. Suddenly, Bayab Hang screamed. Dark energy exploded around him. His aura surged violently. His hand clenched tightly around the saber. The demonic energy flowed into the blade. Then he leapt, high into the air. The saber rose overhead. Power gathered completely. This strike contained everything he had. Yeonho slowly drew back his sword. Blue energy drifted around him. His fingers tightened. Then he quietly spoke. For someone like Bayab Hang, there was only one posture worthy of a martial artist. His body shone with white light. For a moment, everything became black and white. Yeonho swung. Several streaks of sword chi crossed. His eyes remained cold. The only posture left was death. Before Bayab Hang's strike could land, the crossing sword chi reached him. His body froze. The light passed through. His fierce expression disappeared. His eyes dimmed. At the end, he seemed to understand something. The myriad blades. A faint smile appeared. Perhaps being defeated by such a swordsman was not a bad ending. Then, his body fragmented in midair. Silence followed. Everyone stood frozen. Xiaohua, the 3 dragons, and 2 phoenixes. Even Gong Mujin. All stared in disbelief. Gong Mujin quietly admitted to himself he had been fortunate to survive his own encounter. Sir Ion looked at Yeonho in shock. Was this really her second brother? Only 2 words remained in everyone's minds. Master Swordsman. Yeonho lowered his blade and looked at the remains. While alive, the man had failed to live like a martial artist. At least in death, he could leave with that appearance. Elsewhere, a middle-aged man asked the subordinate kneeling behind him how the struggle over the manual was progressing. The subordinate reported that events were proceeding smoothly. Wudong and Shaolin had already entered the competition. The battle for the manual had become increasingly fierce. The man calmly instructed him to let the strongest claim it. The subordinate accepted, then added one final report. The person who had repeatedly ruined the plans of the second and third young masters had now been confirmed. It was the same individual. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. The report had caught his attention. The same person again? The subordinate bowed and explained that the individual responsible was W. Yeonho of the Southern Guangdong W clan. According to gathered information, he possessed top-tier martial skill, yet was strangely known as the laziest man under heaven. The man looked genuinely surprised. Their carefully prepared plans had repeatedly collapsed because of one lazy man. Though embarrassed, the subordinate admitted that was the truth. He added another update. The group transporting the manual was currently moving directly behind Yeonho's route. At this pace, the 2 sides would soon cross paths. The middle-aged man stroked his beard. If it were coincidence, it was an oddly persistent one. It almost seemed as if heaven itself had placed that man in their way. After recalling Yeonho's background as the son of the famed swordsman Yang Hen, he concluded this was not someone to underestimate. For now, he ordered observation only. Let events unfold. They would see whether Yeonho could survive among the martial artists driven mad by the manual. He then asked about his father. The subordinate reported that the old man remained in the garden, quietly observing flowers and meditating. The middle-aged man gave a faint nod. His father appeared to have gained some new understanding. But inwardly, he still wondered, why Yeonho? How could the laziest man under heaven become the variable that disrupted everything? Elsewhere, the aftermath of the battle remained. Witnessing Bayab Hang and Gong Kai fall so completely, Gong Mujin, Pang Du-yong, and Yin Heo remained frozen. Cold sweat rolled down Gong Mujin's face. He quietly muttered that Yeonho was less a person and more a monster. Yin Heo agreed. Seeing it directly was difficult to accept. It felt like watching a rabbit casually tear apart wolves. Meanwhile, Yeonho stretched lazily and walked back toward the carriage. His shoulders rolled once. He complained that moving so much after such a long time made his back hurt. At that moment, Sangwon Hong slowly woke inside the carriage. Still groggy and pale, he opened the door and asked what had happened. Everyone looked at him strangely. No one answered. Pang Du-yong and Yin Heo simply sighed. Inwardly they thought, at least the man had only lost face. He still had his life. Confused, Sangwon Hong kept asking, but nobody explained. Yeonho ignored everything. He climbed onto the carriage roof, wrapped himself in blankets, and immediately went back to sleep. Sleep truly remained his greatest passion. Watching this, Gong Mujin sighed again. The future of the martial world felt uncertain. Someone with that level of strength, Yet behaving like this was difficult to classify as either hero or villain. Not long later, Xiaowa quietly climbed onto the carriage roof carrying candied fruit. She sat beside Yeonho and offered him some. Yeonho immediately woke, accepted it happily, and started eating while chatting comfortably. Gong Mujin watched silently, then sighed once more. His disciple's future suddenly felt uncertain. The next day, the journey continued. After Yeonho finally woke properly, Xiaowa asked whether they should stop and eat. For below, Gong Mujin snapped. Eat, sleep, then eat and sleep again. Did Yeonho ever do anything else? Yeonho opened his mouth for Xiaowa to feed him and answered casually. As long as one eats well and sleeps well, what exactly was the problem? Then he continued chewing contentedly. Gong Mujin silently clenched his fist. Meanwhile, he had been surviving on dried rations. After a while, Yeonho leaned over and asked Dian how long remained until Woyang. Dian estimated roughly 3 more days. Yeonho collapsed backward again and complained the road was still too long. Watching him, Dian secretly thought it was entirely his own fault. Still, she asked whether she should speed up. Immediately, a painful groan came from inside the carriage. Sang Guanhong was still suffering from his earlier injury, and every bump made things worse. Hearing that, Yeonho calmly told her not to rush. There was still a child riding with them. Nearby, Gong Mujin suddenly asked whether Yeonho planned to train at all. At this rate, his body would grow weak. Yeonho lazily misheard the word training and instead called for Surayon. She looked confused. Gong Mujin corrected himself awkwardly. Yeonho simply turned over. He thought quietly. If he explained that his training happened while sleeping and getting beaten inside dreams, everyone would think he was insane. Not long later, the group arrived at a small resting place hidden inside the forest. The moment Yeonho spotted the building, he immediately sat upright. At last, a proper meal. Walking below, Surayon laughed and teased him. His standards had become surprisingly refined. There was a time when he would eat absolutely anything. Yeonho casually replied that after surviving 5 long years eating moss and whatever he could find, he had finally realized one truth. His mother's cooking must be the best. Surayon tilted her head and immediately ruined the moment. She reminded him that their mother never actually cooked. Everything at home had always been prepared by servants. If Yeonho ever tasted food personally made by their mother, she confidently claimed he would miss moss again. Yeonho froze. His expression became difficult to read. Whether he was moved or frightened, no one could tell. Only one thought remained in his mind. Mother. Elsewhere, another carriage sped along a mountain trail. Sanho rode beside Jang Il of the Beggar Sect. Sanho asked once more whether they were truly heading the correct way. Jang Il confidently assured him. Sanho looked ahead suspiciously and questioned why the roads were empty. Jang Il explained that civilians had already fled and martial artists had all gathered to pursue the secret manual. Sanho quietly remarked that if that were the case, there was a high chance his younger brother had somehow become involved. Jang Il laughed and reassured him. The world was vast. People did not run into each other so easily. Sanho shook his head. No, his brother had a special talent. Jang Il became curious. Sanho explained seriously. Yeonho possessed a strange ability to attract disaster. It was as if trouble itself followed him. At that moment, Yang Hin leaned out from inside the carriage and calmly confirmed it. Whatever Yeonho did, somehow problems always appeared. Jang Il laughed awkwardly and wondered whether such people really existed. Father and son answered together. Their son, their younger brother, both silently worried about what trouble Yeonho had caused this time. Elsewhere, a wounded man ran desperately through the forest. His entire body was covered in blood. One hand clutched a manual tightly to his chest. He staggered repeatedly and spat blood. His internal energy had nearly dried up. His dantian felt as if pierced by countless needles. Still, he refused to let go. As long as he possessed this manual, he believed he could become unmatched. No matter what, he would never hand it over. Then, a shadow appeared. The man immediately became alert. To him, it was a stranger. To us, it was Yeonho. Thinking someone had come to seize the manual, the man hid it inside his robe and tried raising his sword. But after only a few steps, he coughed violently. Blood poured out. His sword slipped. He collapsed to his knees. Yeonho walked over and simply asked if he was injured. The man looked at him in disbelief. He felt like he was coughing out half his organs. and this fellow still needed confirmation. Still, he stubbornly declared he would never give it up. Yeonho quietly judged the situation. The man would not survive anyway. Dying angry like that seemed pitiful. So Yeonho placed a hand on his shoulder and casually reassured him. Nobody would steal it. He should just relax. Hearing that, the man finally loosened. He weakly repeated that nobody would take it, then collapsed into the blood beneath him. Dead. Yeonho's expression changed. He awkwardly called out a few times. Nothing. Then he sighed. Leaving a corpse lying around felt troublesome. So he lifted the body onto his shoulder. No funeral, though. At that moment, a book slipped from the dead man's clothing. Yeonho picked it up. Written across the cover, Sword Emperor Legacy. He blinked, then muttered that being a good person really did bring rewards. Too bad it was a manual instead of gold. Still, he tucked it into his waistband and carried the corpse back. Some time later, Yeonho returned to the inn. Surion immediately ran outside. She first asked whether he had gone to fight again, then noticed the body. Her face instantly changed. She nervously asked whether her brother had killed someone. Yeonho stared blankly. In this situation, wasn't asking whether the man was already dead more reasonable? Surion immediately corrected herself and asked again, "Did he kill him?" Annoyed, Yeonho dropped the body onto the ground. He insisted he had done nothing. The man simply appeared, coughed blood, and died. The noise quickly drew everyone outside. Gong Mujin, Yeonho, Pang Du-yeon, all gathered. After looking at the corpse, their expressions became complicated. Gong Mujin quietly said, this was the reality of the Janghu. Yeonho muttered that it was terrifying. Pang Du-yeon added, no matter how strong someone became, they still could not escape moments like this. Gong Mujin muttered that in the martial world, the strong could do anything. Immediately annoyed, Yeonho pulled the manual from his waist, held it up, and pointed at the corpse. He explained that the old man had brought this thing himself, then collapsed and died on his own. Seeing the book, Gong Mujin froze. His expression stiffened as if struck by lightning. His finger trembled as he pointed toward it. Sword Emperor Legacy. The title was written clearly across the cover. Then realization hit him. His face changed, and he urgently asked why Yeonho had picked it up at all. Whoever carried that thing would become a target. That manual was practically an invitation to death. But Yeonho simply looked at it and smiled. Its owner was dead. Since it had fallen into his hands, didn't that make it his now? And if someone wanted to take it, they could try. Gong Mujin instantly panicked. That expression again. Whenever Yeonho looked like that, something troublesome always followed. Before he could say anything more, figures suddenly rushed out from the forest. Leading them was a silver-haired elder. In moments, several masters landed inside the inn courtyard. None of them looked friendly. Their eyes first landed on the corpse. The elder narrowed his eyes and quietly remarked that greed had finally consumed the dead man. One of his followers noticed the manual. Immediately, all attention shifted to Yeonho. The elder stretched out his hand. If the dead man had passed the manual before dying, then now the boy should hand it over. Yeonho casually lifted the book. This? The elder answered yes. That treasure did not suit someone like him. Hand it over. Yeonho tucked it back into his robe and calmly asked why. If they wanted it, they should come take it. But before anything happened, another voice sounded. A man sitting on a tree with a bough across his back commented that threatening a child was embarrassing. Then more people appeared. 2 masked men landed on the inn roof. Another pair arrived, one huge and scarred, the other thin with an oddly unpleasant appearance. The large man questioned whether killing a child over a manual made sense. In moments, the newcomers had surrounded the silver-haired elder's group. The atmosphere instantly changed. The old man clenched his jaw. He realized too late that holding back earlier had been a mistake. The courtyard became packed with hungry wolves. Another burly man laughed and pointed out that acting first did not make the manual belong to anyone. The circle tightened. Watching everything, Gong Mujin frowned. A large battle seemed unavoidable. Protecting Shawa alone would already be difficult. Then he turned and nearly lost his mind. Yeonho had quietly sat down nearby. He was opening the manual and reading it. Gong Mujin stared in disbelief. What was this fool doing? Yeonho looked up naturally. Reading. What else? Gong Mujin nearly exploded. Everyone here was ready to kill, and this man was reading. Trying to remain calm, he asked whether Yeonho realized people might tear his head off. Yeonho casually turned another page. That was exactly why he wanted to read. He wanted to see what kind of thing made people risk their lives. Gong Mujin had no answer. Yeonho even touched his neck and casually reassured him. His neck was tougher than it looked. Gong Mujin silently turned away and forced himself to calm down. At that moment, the man with the black tuft stepped forward. He introduced himself as Jua Vanon, then spread his arms and addressed everyone. If they all fought, many would die for nothing. Wouldn't cooperation be better? The strong could split the reward. The silver-haired elder considered it and agreed. Jua immediately called the others. The muscular man, the archer, the masked experts. Everyone gathered. Together, they approached Yeonho. Jua smiled and explained that cooperation had been decided. Then he politely advised the young man to understand the situation. If he wanted to live, he should hand over the manual. But after speaking, no response came. Yeonho remained seated, still reading. Yeonho paid no attention to the threats around him and continued reading. Seeing that, Jua Ale turned to Gong Mujin and asked whether he could persuade his companion. Gong Mujin only sighed and casually told him to try taking it himself. Jua Ale stared in disbelief. What did he just say? Gong Mujin finally lost patience. He turned toward the crowd and pointed directly at Yeonho. If they wanted the manual, they should stop talking and rob him. Once Yeonho decided something belonged to him, nobody was getting it back. Jua Ale's expression darkened. His hand slowly rested on the saber at his waist. How dare someone speak to him like that? But Gong Mujin showed no intention of backing down. Jua Ale glanced down and suddenly noticed the 3 plum blossom insignias embroidered on Gong Mujin's robes. His expression changed. Gong Mujin swept his robe aside and revealed the sword at his waist. A wave of aura spread outward and drifting plum blossom petals formed around him. He declared his name and warned them not to disgrace Mount Hua's sword. That single announcement instantly changed the atmosphere. Several of Jua Ale's followers stepped back. Jua Ale swallowed and muttered the title under his breath. Plum Blossom, Sword Ghost. Watching the reaction, Yeonho quietly asked Xiaohua whether this old man was really that famous. Xiaohua answered that her master's reputation was legendary. Yeonho looked confused. Honestly, he had assumed Gong Mujin was just an ordinary old man. Gong Mujin heard every word and silently suffered through it. Across the courtyard, Jua Ale quickly apologized for the earlier offense and cautiously asked whether Mount Hua intended to compete for the Sword Emperor legacy. Gong Mujin calmly explained they had no interest in the manual and had merely arrived by coincidence. Jua Ale immediately followed up. Then could he settle things with Yeonho? Gong Mujin agreed. Jua Ale asked again just to confirm. Even if things turned ugly, would Mount Hua really not interfere? Gong Mujin waved his hand and assured him. Even if someone lost their head right here, he would not step in. He gave his word. Of course, inside his head, he quietly added that the heads falling certainly would not belong to Yeonho. He had already warned them. Jua Ale approached Yeonho with renewed confidence. Now nobody would save him. Yeonho looked up and pointed at Gong Mujin. He wasn't expecting help in the first place. Besides, that old man wasn't the type to help anyone. Gong Mujin awkwardly cleared his throat. Jua Ale finally lost patience. Enough games. Suddenly, Yeonho jumped to his feet and loudly repeated that he wasn't giving the manual away. Not now. Not later. He even questioned whether everyone had forgotten how to understand human language. That sudden outburst made Jua Ale flinch. Annoyed, he immediately drew his saber and slashed. If the boy wanted to keep it, then try. The blade swept straight toward Yeonho's throat. Everyone watching stiffened. Surely that was the end. But Yeonho only leaned backward. A smooth motion. No panic. His right arm drew back. His fist clenched. Then he punched. The impact echoed across the courtyard. Jua Ale's body flew backward like a launched cannonball. His saber spun away. He crashed into the crowd and carved a crater into the ground. The surrounding martial artists immediately retreated. Jua Ale could only choke and gasp. He wanted to scream, but only tears came out. Yeonho walked over, cracked his knuckles, then asked calmly, how dare he swing a blade over something Yeonho had already refused? Before anyone could react, Yeonho sat down beside him and started punching. One hit after another, like pounding grain. He asked what would have happened if he had failed to dodge. Inside, Jua Ale wanted to argue, but you did dodge, yet no words came out. His face swelled until it barely looked human. The surrounding fighters broke into cold sweat. 9 Flashblade. Defeated like this? Even Gong Mujin felt uncomfortable watching. He quietly reflected that if he had acted carelessly back then, he might have ended up in the same condition. From now on, proper greetings before sparring. Good manners preserve life. Finally, Gong Mujin stepped forward and awkwardly tried to stop Yeonho. Wasn't this getting a little excessive? Yeonho stopped and looked back. Excessive? If he had been weaker, he would already be dead. That old man attacked with full intent to kill. So what exactly was excessive about this? After saying that, Yeonho casually kicked Jua Ale away and told him to get lost. Then he sat back down, pulled out the manual again, and resumed reading as if nothing had happened. He muttered that he truly didn't understand why people kept picking fights with someone quietly trying to read. The entire courtyard fell silent. No one dared speak. Then, a shirtless martial artist stepped out from the crowd with a cold laugh. His appearance alone looked unsettling. He introduced himself as Yang, Ghost Demonic Hand, and remarked that the brat probably didn't even know who he was. Yeonho looked up briefly and waved him closer. He said he had something to tell him. Yang frowned and stepped forward. Then bang. Before anyone realized what happened, Yang was already flying backward after taking a clean punch to the jaw. Yeonho calmly returned to reading and casually told him to get out of his sight. Gong Mujin blinked and asked in confusion. The man hadn't even attacked yet, so why hit him? Yeonho answered honestly. His face looked like he was about to do something unpleasant. Gong Mujin thought about Yang's expression and hated that the reasoning somehow felt convincing. Next, the large muscular man carrying an enormous axe stepped forward. Yeonho immediately looked at him suspiciously. The man introduced himself as Seek Il from Blood-Soaked Fortress. Yeonho asked directly whether he wanted a beating too. Unexpectedly, Seek Il hurriedly hid his axe behind his back and awkwardly waved. No, just a harmless passerby. Yeonho stared at him. A harmless passerby? Seek Il scratched his head and explained that people always misunderstood him because of his appearance. It genuinely hurt his feelings. Yeonho slowly turned and looked at the gathered martial artists. Almost all of them quietly stepped back. Some looked away. Others pretended not to notice him. Seeing this, Yeonho sighed. Reasoning with these people really was impossible. He tucked the manual into his clothes and stood. Since everyone wanted it, he announced he would settle things properly. The Sword Emperor legacy was in his possession. Anyone who wanted it stepped forward. He stretched his shoulders, rolled his arms, and said that things had become annoying enough already. Better to finish it all at once. Then, nothing happened. Nobody moved. Not a single person stepped out. Yeonho looked around. Everyone avoided eye contact. After waiting a while, he sighed again. Fine. Then he'd continue reading. He sat down cross-legged. Immediately, Xiaohua appeared carrying pastries. She carefully offered them to him and quietly suggested he eat something. Yeonho accepted without hesitation. He thanked her and admitted he was getting hungry. While chewing peacefully, he continued reading the manual page by page. Nobody interrupted. Dian, Yin Heo, and Pang Duyong stood nearby in silence. Dian quietly thought that once a true master decided to cause trouble, there was really no stopping him. After a long while, Yeonho finally reached the last page. He closed the manual decisively. Seeing him stand there staring at the cover, Gong Mujin approached and asked whether the contents were too profound. Yeonho shook his head. It wasn't that. He simply couldn't understand something. Gong Mujin immediately assumed he meant the martial principles. Yeonho looked thoughtful and answered, not the doctrine. The price. Gong Mujin froze. Price? Yeonho nodded seriously. Since he'd already finished reading, he should sell copies. 2 taels of silver per transcription. The entire place went silent. Gong Mujin stared blankly, then nearly exploded. Was this man insane? A treasure worth kingdoms, sold for 2 taels? The surrounding martial artists were equally stunned. People whispered among themselves. Did they hear correctly? The Sword Emperor legacy. For 2 taels of silver? No one could decide which was more shocking, Yeonho defeating everyone, or Yeonho treating a legendary manual like a cheap market book. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Yeonho raised the manual high and loudly announced, "First come, first served." The moment those words fell, the martial artists exploded into motion. Like a broken nest of hornets, people rushed forward from every direction. Some shoved, some shouted. Others waved silver overhead and yelled for their turn. Everyone wanted a copy first. Meanwhile, not far away, a group of monks moved rapidly toward the area. Leading them was Master Gong Ryong. As he traveled, he silently worried. The appearance of the Sword Emperor's legacy would inevitably draw greed and bloodshed. If nobody stepped forward, who would stop the coming disaster? Following behind him were the 18 Arhats in formation. Sweat rolled down his face. He feared arriving too late. Soon, they reached a cliff overlooking the inn. Without even checking below, Master Gong Ryong raised his voice and declared that he would not allow more slaughter. Then he looked down and froze. Below him, there was no battle. Yeonho stood in the center, holding the manual and reading it aloud. All around him, martial artists sat on the ground, copying notes with complete focus. People complained about being pushed. Others warned not to bump them. Someone shouted that copying one wrong character could ruin cultivation. The entire scene looked more like an examination hall than a battlefield. Master Gong Ryong descended in confusion. What exactly happened here? At that moment, Gong Mujin approached and greeted him. After introductions and a brief exchange, Master Gong Ryong finally asked what was going on. Gong Mujin helplessly pointed at the crowd. They were copying the Sword Emperor's legacy. Master Gong Ryong nearly lost composure. Copying the Sword Emperor's legacy? Gong Mujin sighed. The owner allowed it, as long as they paid. Master Gong Ryong looked even more confused. Who exactly was this owner? Gong Mujin quietly leaned closer and gave sincere advice. For the future of Buddhism, and for his own safety, it would be better not to interfere with that man. Master Gong Ryong became curious. Someone who even made Gong Mujin react like this? Interesting. Smiling calmly, he decided to meet him anyway. Soon, they arrived at the carriage. Gong Mujin knocked and called for Yeonho. No response. He knocked harder. A respected senior had come personally. At least show your face. Finally, the blanket on top of the carriage flew aside. Yeonho appeared, looking annoyed. He jumped down and greeted politely. Master Gong Ryong smiled kindly and praised him. Sharing such a treasure without attachment, it resembled the spirit of Buddhism. The monks behind him immediately echoed his amitabha. Then Master Gong Ryong gently explained, if such a manual spread unchecked, the martial world could fall into chaos. Would Yeonho consider handing it to Shaolin? They promised never to misuse it and would preserve peace. Yeonho listened, then pointed toward Yeonho, still reading aloud. He understood the intention, but the manual belonged to him. What he did with it was his choice. Master Gong Ryong paused. Yeonho continued. He wasn't giving it away. The original remained his. People were only buying copies. 2 taels each. Just then, a man awkwardly approached. Someone told him to come here if he lacked money. Yeonho immediately pointed him to the side. Right place. Go over there. To everyone's surprise, a temporary office of Silver River Exchange had appeared. The Luoyang branch had set up business on the spot. At the center sat fund manager Huang Chun, welcoming customers warmly. After identifying the customer as Zhang Pil, the 9 lightning sword, he enthusiastically introduced a special offer. Borrow now. Only 50% yearly interest. Zhang Pil stared blankly, then slammed the table. 50%? That's robbery. After 1 year, the interest alone would already cost 1 tael. Meanwhile, the queue behind him only kept growing. Fund manager Huang Chun continued persuading the customer. Once he mastered the manual and became a top expert, would 3 taels still matter? It would become pocket change. Besides, everyone else had already seized the opportunity. Did he really want to fall behind? Zhang Pil's eyes trembled. After a long hesitation, he gritted his teeth and finally agreed. He would borrow. Immediately, Huang Chun pulled out a loan contract and had him stamp his thumbprint. After completing that process, he pointed him toward Dian. But there was another step. Dian calmly handed over an additional agreement. This one prohibited copying, reselling, or distributing the manual without permission. Immediate family could study it, but sharing beyond that was forbidden. Violation meant Yeonho himself would handle the consequences. Zhang Pil sweated nervously. Even his son? Dian explained that close family was acceptable, extended relatives were not. Left with no choice, he signed. Once everything was finished, Huang Chun happily returned to Yeonho and quietly handed him several gold bars. Master Gong Ryong watched in confusion. The manual only cost 2 taels. Why 3? Huang Chun lowered his voice. 1 tael was a customer acquisition fee. Thanks to Yeonho, they found excellent customers. Master Gong Ryong frowned. So lending itself wasn't the real profit? Huang Chun smiled. If people couldn't repay, interest would accumulate. Eventually, everything they owned became collateral. A perfectly beneficial system. Master Gong Ryong silently muttered. Amitabha, this is a true devil. Meanwhile, Yeonho casually patted Huang Chun's shoulder and told him to continue working. Master Gong Ryong turned back and asked, how many copies had already been sold? Yeonho answered, around 100. Master Gong Ryong nearly lost composure. 100 copies, and more still waiting. That amount of silver already exceeded Shaolin's annual donations. At this rate, an entire golden mansion could probably be built. His expression became serious. If this spread without control, the martial world could descend into chaos. Yeonho simply looked at him. Then shouldn't righteous people step forward and stop it? Someone like Master surely wouldn't ignore that responsibility. Master Gong Ryong answered immediately that he couldn't. But Yeonho pointed toward the crowd. No bloodbath had happened. In fact, he prevented one. If left alone, those people would already be killing each other. Now everyone could obtain the manual. No single person could monopolize it. Wouldn't that reduce conflict? Master Gong Ryong fell silent. Unexpectedly, the argument made sense. Nearby, Gong Mujin rubbed his ear awkwardly. How was this man casually debating philosophy with a Shaolin elder? This fellow was dangerous in a completely different way. Then Master Gong Ryong asked, what if someone chose to seize the manual by force? A martial artist in line overheard and silently laughed. Why fight and die when borrowing money worked? Yeonho answered calmly. Anyone who misses the chance can only blame themselves. These things were meant to spread anyway. Besides, he planned to continue onward to Luoyang. Master Gong Ryong looked surprised. To hide? Yeonho looked confused. Why hide? He was going there to continue selling. Master Gong Ryong froze. Continue selling? Yeonho suddenly dropped to one knee and raised his fist dramatically. The more crowded the place, the more customers. Peak business season. How could he miss it? Master Gong Ryong's expression gradually emptied. His thoughts drifted back to Gong Mujin's earlier warning. For the future of Buddhism, and for his own safety, do not involve yourself with that man. Back then he had asked, a rogue? Gong Mujin had replied, no. Someone who specializes in manipulating people's hearts. Now, watching Yeonho enthusiastically declare that he would definitely become rich, Master Gong Ryong silently looked at the sky. Maybe that warning had not been exaggerated at all. Master Gong Ryong's expression stiffened. Only now did he realize this boy truly intended to take the Sword Emperor's legacy all the way to Luoyang and sell it openly. Seeing the monk's troubled expression, Yeonho smiled lightly and assured him there was no need to worry. He had no intention of handing the manual to Shaolin or surrendering it to anyone. He knew his own limits. Master Gong Ryong sighed inwardly. This fellow truly carried trouble wherever he went. After some time, only Master Gong Ryong and Gong Mujin remained standing nearby, quietly observing the orderly line of martial artists waiting to copy the manual. Master Gong Ryong looked over the crowd. Everyone appeared respectable on the surface, yet beneath that appearance hid greed powerful enough to ignite slaughter. He wondered whether Yeonho had intentionally created this situation. Turning toward Gong Mujin, he finally asked who Yeonho truly was. Gong Mujin smiled faintly and admitted that even he found the answer difficult. Master Gong Ryong changed the question. Then how did Gong Mujin's martial skill compare? Unexpectedly, Gong Mujin closed his eyes and remained silent. That silence alone gave Master Gong Ryong his answer. His eyes drifted toward Yeonho, who was sleeping on the carriage roof with drool at the corner of his mouth. At that age, he had already surpassed people of Gong Mujin's level. Master Gong Ryong quietly thought, perhaps this marked the beginning of a new chaotic age. Eventually, after deciding they lacked both reason and strength to interfere, Master Gong Ryong prepared to leave. Before departing, he instructed one disciple to remain. The disciple, Myun, looked confused. Master Gong Ryong explained that remaining hidden in temples forever would not lead to enlightenment. To understand truth, one had to experience ordinary life. Myun was moved and accepted the order sincerely. Then Master Gong Ryong stepped closer and whispered one final instruction. After hearing it, Myun's expression immediately twisted in disbelief. Not long afterward, Myun awkwardly approached Huang Chun. To everyone's surprise, he had come to borrow money. Huang Chun looked conflicted. Lending money to monks felt unusual. Myun hurriedly explained that the temple would repay the debt later. Huang Chun silently judged the situation. Shaolin monks lived frugally. If repayment failed, there wasn't much collateral to collect. Meanwhile, Myun remembered his master's quiet instruction. They needed a copy of the manual, and since they had no silver, they would borrow first and repay later. The more he thought about it, the the more nervous he became. What if repayment failed? Would they really sell him off? At that moment, Huang Chun stepped forward to discuss terms. Before negotiations could continue, Yeonho appeared. Wearing a dissatisfied expression, he summarized the situation bluntly. So they wanted the item now and planned to pay whenever possible later. Mian lowered his head in silence. Yeonho stared at him and casually teased him about looking perfectly suited to temple life. Gong Mujin immediately scolded him for speaking disrespectfully to a monk. Yeonho protested. Calling a bald person bald didn't seem unreasonable. Gong Mujin reminded him that shaving one's head represented a sacred path. Yeonho sighed and muttered that monks had free meals, martial training, and public respect on top of it. Sounded like a comfortable life. Gong Mujin folded his arms and withdrew from the matter. Mian would have to solve this himself. Unexpectedly, Mian suddenly dropped to his knees and begged Yeonho for help. Yeonho calmly produced a document. It was a certificate of personal ownership. Mian stared in confusion. As a disciple of Shaolin, he wasn't allowed to privately own possessions without reporting them to the temple. And suddenly, the monk realized this transaction might become far more complicated than simply borrowing money. Yeonho grinned and asked whether the monk planned to take the manual back to Shaolin and let everyone study it together. If that was the case, the price would be 500 taels of gold. Mian froze. Others only paid 2 taels. How did it suddenly become 500? Yeonho sighed and explained that ordinary buyers only passed it down inside their own households. Mian immediately protested. Shaolin was a family too, a very large one. Could there at least be a discount? Yeonho looked him over and replied that no family had hundreds of members. After a brief pause, he generously reduced the price, 300 taels. Final offer. Even after the reduction, Mian nearly collapsed. How was one monk supposed to gather that kind of money? Yeonho casually answered, then repay with labor. At once, Huang Chun finished drafting a contract and proudly presented it. Debt agreement. Debtor Mian. Terms. Serve creditor Yeonho until repayment is complete. Mian stared blankly. Becoming bonded labor was not something he could decide himself. Yeonho clicked his tongue and asked who had authority then. Mian answered that at minimum, his master had to approve. The moment he finished speaking, Yeonho disappeared. Everyone blinked. Before anyone processed what happened, he returned holding a folded letter. He handed it directly to Mian. Mian was stunned. Did he seriously chase down Master Gong Ryong and return that quickly? He opened the paper. Inside was a familiar handwriting. The message said the decision had already been made. Stop asking again. Stamp the contract. Send a copy of the manual back to Shaolin. Thank you for your effort. Signed, Master Gong Ryong. Mian stood frozen. After staring at the letter for a long time, he silently cursed. It was absolutely his master's handwriting. That night, the caravan finally departed. Now it had one additional passenger, bonded servant Mian. As they traveled, Mian stared endlessly at the letter. He couldn't understand how his master had truly left him behind. Gong Mujin comforted him and said it wasn't abandonment. Though privately, even Gong Mujin admitted reality. They had all been traded for the manual. Meanwhile, life on the carriage roof remained peaceful. Surion fed Yeonho sweets. Yeonho obediently opened his mouth and happily praised the taste. Gong Mujin looked over and silently concluded again, this fellow was terrifying. Earlier, Yeonho had suddenly announced that he wanted traditional sweets. Mian had protested. At this hour, where was he supposed to find them? Yeonho calmly gave 2 choices. Pay 300 taels or bring sweets. So the monk ended up sprinting through the night to buy dessert. Back in the present, Yeonho chewed happily and commented that Mian ran faster than legendary horses. 300 taels well spent. Curious, Surion asked how much money they had earned. Dian clarified, how much silver exactly? Yeonho counted for a while and raised one finger. Roughly 800 taels of gold. Surion nearly choked. She had never imagined seeing that amount. Yeonho stretched lazily and declared that living honestly really did bring heavenly rewards. Thinking back to risking his life for only 100 taels before, he still felt resentful. Surion shyly asked whether she could eat whatever she wanted from now on. Yeonho immediately agreed. If she worried about getting fat, then she should learn palace lightness techniques. That way she could eat endlessly. At that moment, Sayawa quietly offered another piece of dim sum to Yeonho. He accepted and thanked her naturally. Surion glanced between them. A beautiful young lady. disciple of Mount Hua's great swordsman. Good background. Strong. Then she looked at her second brother. Handsome. Good family. Ridiculously strong. Only ruined by laziness. After thinking it over, she decided neither side suffered any loss. Smiling quietly, she handed a sweet toward Sayawa and asked to be fed too. Sayawa awkwardly complied. The two sat beside each other quietly. Meanwhile, Yeonho kept chewing and watched them in confusion. Not long after, the group arrived at a small fortress. Something felt strange. People had already gathered at the gate. Red lanterns lit the entrance. Gong Mujin frowned. What was happening? Yeonho jumped down and answered casually, people. Gong Mujin folded his arms and snapped that obviously they were people. Since when did animals use lanterns? Yeonho looked puzzled. If it was obvious, then why ask? Gong Mujin glared back. What exactly had Yeonho done to make him this irritated? Gong Mujin simply turned away. That wasn't something Yeonho needed to worry about. At that moment, Mian stepped forward and looked toward the gate. It seemed the people gathered they were waiting for someone. Yeonho folded his arms and asked who would choose this hour to ambush travelers. Gong Mujin answered immediately. Wasn't it obvious? They were here for the manual. Yeonho looked surprised. But copies had already been put up for sale. Couldn't they just buy one? Gong Mujin's expression grew serious. He reminded him again, people like this would always appear. Bandits, opportunists, and those who wanted shortcuts. Yeonho should stay cautious. Dian asked whether they should avoid the trouble and take another route. Yeonho shook his head. Luoyang wasn't far anymore. If avoiding wasn't possible, they would go straight through. So the group continued toward the gate. Behind them, Mian looked at the crowd and wondered if all these people truly gathered over a single manual. Was this really normal? As they approached, the leader raised an arm and ordered everyone to halt. From the carriage roof, Yeonho muttered that quite a gathering of heroes had appeared. Gong Mujin stepped forward proudly and introduced himself as Gong Mujin of Manhwa. Immediately, the leader barked back and demanded the owner of the manual show himself. No one cared who Gong Mujin was. The words hit him directly. His expression stiffened. A renowned Mount Hua swordmaster, reduced to an unnamed extra. His veins nearly burst. He was ready to draw his sword. Mian hurriedly held him back, while Sayawa quietly prayed her master would endure the humiliation. Before Gong Mujin could continue, Yeonho stepped forward and casually raised two fingers. Since they refused to speak to the anonymous pawn, the honored guest had arrived personally. Mian instantly covered Gong Mujin's mouth. The leader pointed at Yeonho and demanded the manual. If he valued his life, he should hand it over. Yeonho looked puzzled. Hadn't they already been given a chance? Fine. He repeated it. 2 taels per copy. The leader exploded. Who had money for something like that? Nobody would pay that much for some old book. Yeonho slowly turned and looked at everyone behind him. So they heard it too. While they borrowed money and signed contracts, these people wanted to take it for free. And apparently, paying honestly made them fools. The crowd froze. Then faces darkened. Someone shouted. Who was he calling fools? They were already buried in debt. The leader panicked and denied everything. But nobody listened anymore. Yeonho casually added that these people didn't respect anyone. They simply wanted the manual without paying. The scene shifted to the strategist quietly drinking tea while deep in thought. He wondered whether Jang Han could truly handle someone like Yeonho. A son who surpasses his father rarely remains under control. Although he wanted to send the troublesome boy back to the Guangdong Wei clan immediately, he knew discarding such talent would be foolish. His growing headache and stomach pain only made things worse. At that moment, someone arrived. To his surprise, it was the alliance leader himself. Caught off guard, the strategist asked what brought him there. The visitor casually explained that since the strategist was always busy, visiting personally seemed easier. This man was Chansa, the absolute fist and leader of the venerate Heaven Orthodox Murim Alliance. After sitting down, he lightly asked how someone as capable as the strategist had become sick from stress. Elsewhere, Yeonho stood with both arms raised. His father continued disciplining him and demanded an explanation for causing someone like the strategist so much trouble. Yeonho tried defending himself, but his father cut him off immediately. Yeonho pointed out that he was being scolded before anyone even explained what happened. That only made things worse. Trying to escape, Yeonho asked where everyone else had gone. His mother had gone to rest. His brother left to bring Suririan. Realizing nobody remained to rescue him, Yeonho silently accepted his situation. His father reminded him that he came all the way to Luoyang just to drag him home. After a moment, his father softened slightly. 5 years had passed. Perhaps the harsh approach was unnecessary. He finally allowed Yeonho to lower his arms. Yeonho dropped them instantly. His father questioned whether that response was too quick. When asked what he had been doing lately, Yeonho declared that he would only explain once everyone gathered. Then he pulled over a blanket and lay down to sleep. His father stared in disbelief. Yeonho explained there was still time before dinner. His father immediately flipped the entire bed over. Yeonho crashed face first, but only commented that his father looked healthy as ever. Back with the strategist, the alliance leader found the situation strange. Looking at Jang Han and Sanho, their families seemed disciplined and serious. It made no sense that Yeonho turned out completely different. The strategist quietly accepted that logic did not apply here. The alliance leader asked whether Jang Han had arrived. After receiving confirmation, he decided to find an excuse to meet Yeonho personally. The scene returned to Yeonho. Everyone had gathered: his parents, brother, sister, Master Mujin of Mount Hua, and Seowa. Yeonho finally began explaining everything that happened. His father refused to believe a single word. According to Yeonho's explanation, he coincidentally found a hidden cave, met the inheritance of an old master, and gained martial arts through unusual circumstances. His father summarized it sarcastically and pointed out that it sounded more unbelievable than finding a dragon's inner core. Yeonho casually praised him for understanding so quickly. That only annoyed his father further. Unexpectedly, his mother accepted the story immediately and pitied what her son must have endured. Then Master Mujin spoke. Given Yeonho's current level of martial arts, achieving that through ordinary means felt impossible. Hearing that, his father became even more confused. Even others nearby accepted the explanation surprisingly easily. The branch leader called it a rare opportunity. The beggar sect leader complained that he had searched mountains for years and never encountered anything remotely similar. Seowa quietly sympathized with Yeonho. Meanwhile, his father stood alone wondering why everyone accepted something so absurd. Then, Sanho stepped forward. For the first time, their father felt hope. His reliable eldest son would surely question this story. But instead, Sanho only asked where this mysterious master originally came from. Yeonho lazily replied that he thought the man belonged to some old clan, and said it probably was not important. To the father's complete disbelief, Sanho reacted the opposite way. Instead of questioning the story, he became angry that Yeonho had endured such brutal training. He praised him for surviving and said things could have ended far worse. Sanho even demanded to know where that master was so he could speak to him directly. Yeonho quickly calmed him down and explained that no trace of the master remained. At that moment, their father completely lost hope. His reliable eldest son had somehow accepted the impossible story without hesitation. Meanwhile, Yeonho found himself surrounded by affection. His mother held him proudly. His brother praised him for enduring everything, and even his sister hugged him and called him the best. Yeonho quietly enjoyed the attention. Only his father sat to the side, feeling ignored and strangely jealous. Then a knock sounded. The alliance leader had arrived. The room instantly became tense. As he entered, the pressure from his presence caused almost everyone to lower themselves respectfully. He greeted Jang Han casually and joked that time had left its mark. Jang Han apologized for not visiting first, but the leader brushed it aside. He explained that he did not intend to interrupt a father reuniting with his son after 5 years, and only came because he might not have another chance. After sitting down, his attention moved directly to Yeonho. Internally, he noted that the boy looked nothing like his father. He addressed Yeonho directly. Without hesitation, Yeonho simply asked whether the leader knew him. Jang Han nearly lost his mind. The alliance leader only laughed and explained that he had heard many stories and wanted to see the boy himself. Jang Han apologized again for not raising him properly, but the leader dismissed it and revealed that the strategist spoke about Yeonho endlessly. Yeonho casually introduced himself as someone who simply enjoyed being lazy and staying under blankets. The leader smiled and remarked that he was apparently an unusually strong, lazy person. Then, he released his inner power. A samovar rose into the air. Everyone froze. Before anyone reacted, Yeonho calmly caught it with his own energy and politely offered to refill the elder's cup, saying his master taught him to respect elders properly. The leader allowed it. After drinking, he offered Yeonho tea as well. Yeonho warned him not to secretly make the cup heavy or explode it just to measure strength. The leader laughed and asked whether he really seemed like that type. Yeonho replied that he absolutely looked like someone who would. He added that the leader gave off the feeling of someone strict and fond of disciplining others. The leader laughed even harder. Then he stood. Without hiding it, he proposed a duel. His aura erupted and formed the image of a tiger. The pressure immediately filled the room. Jang Han and Mujin felt overwhelmed. But Yeonho simply refused. The room froze. The leader repeated the answer in disbelief. Yeonho calmly confirmed it. The leader reminded him who he was and pointed out that countless martial artists dreamed of exchanging even one move with him. Yeonho suggested he fight those people instead. The answer completely broke the atmosphere. The leader sat back down and stubbornly insisted that Yeonho fight. He even joked that if Yeonho disliked authority so much, he should become alliance leader himself. At that moment, Sanho stepped forward. He respectfully explained that Yeonho was still young and naturally could not compare with the alliance leader. Unexpectedly, Mujin interrupted. He explained that Sanho misunderstood. The Yeonho he knew was already qualified to stand before the alliance leader. He warned Sanho not to look at Yeonho as family, but as a martial artist. Sanho turned toward his brother. Yeonho immediately denied everything. Sanho ignored the excuse and demanded an honest answer. He reminded Yeonho that refusing someone who had shown respect was improper. He lectured him that gratitude and manners mattered more than comfort. The words continued until Yeonho looked exhausted. Unable to escape, Yeonho finally surrendered. He agreed. The alliance leader laughed loudly and declared it a wonderful decision. Everyone reacted positively. Only Yeonho sat there silently. Inside, he mourned the death of his peaceful sleep, and quietly decided that if they insisted on dragging him into this fight, then they would see exactly what kind of battle they asked for. The scene shifted to a secret training ground hidden deep within the rugged mountains. Looking over the vast landscape, Gong Mujin commented that it was an impressive place. The alliance leader explained that this was sacred ground and normally impossible for outsiders to enter. Yeonho immediately dismissed that claim and casually remarked that if he wanted to enter, he could do it any time. The alliance leader looked around and replied that few people would dare ignore his orders and trespass here. Still, if anyone did, they would at least witness something worth seeing. As he watched Yeonho, he reflected quietly. To reach such martial ability at barely 20 years old was unprecedented in Jeonghu history. The boy would eventually shake the world. His older brother also possessed exceptional qualities, making him an ideal example to others. Yet somehow, it was this lazy younger brother who reached that realm first. Noticing the stare, Yeonho asked why he was looking at him like that, and said it reminded him of his father's disappointed expression. The alliance leader laughed and asked if that was not a compliment. Yeonho rejected the idea immediately. Embarrassed, Jang Han apologized for his son's attitude, while Sanho delivered a quick hit to the back of Yeonho's head. Watching the family interaction, the alliance leader quietly wondered how difficult raising him must have been. Soon, the two stood opposite each other. The atmosphere changed. Gong Mujin immediately told everyone to move farther back. Jang Han looked confused since they already seemed far enough. Mujin insisted. He asked Great Hero Wai and Sanho to protect everyone nearby. Unable to hide her concern, Yeonho's mother asked whether the alliance leader intended to kill her son and wondered if Yeonho could truly face someone of that level. Jang Han reassured her and assumed the alliance leader would naturally hold back. Mujin smiled quietly. If that was truly what the alliance leader intended, he was mistaken. Preparing himself, the alliance leader asked whether Yeonho had learned the Sword Emperor's martial arts. Yeonho denied it. He said he was already struggling to digest what he had learned and had no need for more. Internally, he even thought the manual itself looked questionable. Amused, the alliance leader asked whether he still thought that despite it being the Sword Emperor's legacy. Yeonho asked whether he had personally seen it. The leader said yes. Yeonho then asked if he had learned it. The alliance leader simply answered, he uses fists. Flexing his arms, he explained that today would finally let him loosen up properly. Recently, he had grown bored because nobody could force him to use real strength. Yeonho reminded him of his earlier claim that countless people wanted instruction from him. The alliance leader sighed. Training weak people carefully was exhausting. Experienced masters avoided sparring altogether to protect their pride. In the end, he spent his days doing harmless exchanges with juniors. Anyone would get tired of that. Yeonho laughed and said those disciples would be devastated if they heard him speak like that. The alliance leader admitted that maybe they would, but today was different. For the first time in a long while, he finally found someone who looked capable of enduring his fists. At that instant, Yeonho drew his sword. His entire presence changed. The relaxed expression disappeared, and a cold focus filled the air. Even the alliance leader noticed the shift. He asked if Yeonho was ready. Yeonho replied that his master once taught him, no matter how powerful someone appears, the moment they underestimate an opponent, they are already dead. A true martial artist must judge their opponent correctly at all times. The alliance leader lightly bounced on his feet and smiled. At least his master taught him properly. Yeonho lowered his stance. The pressure alone cracked the ground beneath his feet. He declared one final principle. No martial artist under heaven could remain relaxed before his sword. Then he exploded forward. His opening strike went directly for the alliance leader's face. Chan blocked with his armored fists, but the instant their weapons met, he noticed something shocking. His steel gauntlets were being cut apart. Forced to redirect the strike with raw strength, he stepped back, internally realizing the rumors had undersold Yeonho. This was beyond expectation. The sword style itself made no sense. There was no visible structure, no elegance, and no predictable flow. It looked reckless, yet every strike carried overwhelming force. What surprised him even more was that Yeonho kept making ridiculous expressions while launching killing blows. Chan suddenly realized he had invited the boy for a spar. Yeonho came intending to win. Another heavy strike descended. Chan narrowly avoided it and immediately closed distance. This time he stopped holding back. His fist drove into Yeonho's stomach. The impact exploded through the air and sent violent winds outward. Yet Chan's eyes widened. Yeonho had blocked it. Using his shoulder and left arm, he absorbed the attack. Even so, the force pushed him backward. Yeonho complained and told the old man to go easier. Chan only laughed. Aura gathered around his fists as he rushed in again. His punches came continuously, each one producing destructive shockwaves. The spectators were overwhelmed. Sanho and Mujin drew their weapons just to shield everyone. Sanho asked whether they should stop the fight. Mujin calmly refused. Nobody present could interfere. Punch after punch came like endless artillery. Yeonho met every strike with his sword. He warned that he would get serious if this continued. Chan laughed and asked when exactly Yeonho had not been serious. Defending himself, Yeonho realized something. This old man looked easygoing, but every punch carried terrifying weight. After avoiding another heavy blow, he accepted reality. Distance opened. Yeonho lowered himself again. This time his full power surfaced. Light gathered around both him and his sword. A glowing X appeared across the blade. Seeing it, Chan released his own power. He praised the stance and challenged Yeonho to survive what came next. Both fully unleashed themselves. Energy wrapped around their bodies. Chan's muscles expanded. His fist gathered all surrounding force into a single point. Mujin and Jang Han felt suffocated by the pressure. Then, the alliance leader used his ultimate technique. Heavenly King's Heavenly Rain. A gigantic fist of pure force descended. Yeonho remained still. He activated his own technique. Mad Sword Soul Sovereign, 10,000 swords under heaven. His parents shouted in panic. But Yeonho remembered his master's words. His sword was invincible. His foot crushed into the earth. Then he launched forward. Against everyone's expectations, he cut through the giant fist. Piece by piece, the overwhelming attack shattered completely. The spectators stood frozen. Yeonho continued straight through. For the first time, the alliance leader was shaken. He attempted another strike, but Yeonho suddenly stopped, then turned his head and looked elsewhere. Chan froze. Everyone froze. Why look away during the deciding moment? Instinctively, Chan looked too. That was the mistake. It was a trap. The instant his attention shifted, Yeonho attacked. He slammed Chan into the ground. The spectators stared in silence. Yeonho remembered another lesson from his master. Elegant one-strike victories belong to stories. Real battles only require winning. Dirty methods are methods. Planting his sword beside Chan's face, Yeonho looked down calmly and asked whether this counted as his victory.
The Alliance leader burst into laughter. Lying on the ground, he looked up at the sky as his laughter echoed through the arena. It had been a long time since someone had knocked him down. Rather than feeling humiliated, the experience felt strangely refreshing. Without making excuses, he calmly accepted defeat. Wei Jianghan stood frozen. Even after witnessing it himself, he could hardly believe his son had defeated the Alliance leader. Sanho was equally stunned. The Yeonho he knew and the one standing before him now seemed like completely different people. Everyone reached the same conclusion. Yeonho had become unimaginably stronger, yet remained completely unaware of just how extraordinary he was. The Alliance leader slowly stood while rubbing his aching back. Thinking over the duel, he admitted he had underestimated Yeonho. Had this happened 10 years earlier, the outcome might have been different. Looking directly at him, he spoke honestly. Yeonho was absurdly strong. Yeonho only smiled awkwardly and admitted he had heard that before. Curious, the Alliance leader asked the name of his swordsmanship. Yeonho casually replied that it had no name. His master taught him that once someone understood the flow, the riverbed no longer mattered. The Alliance leader paused before laughing. It wasn't that Yeonho lacked name techniques. He simply had no fixed technique. Yeonho nodded naturally, then confidently asked if they should continue. For a brief moment, the Alliance leader nearly lost his temper. Still smiling, he ended the match instead. Yeonho immediately sheathed his sword and agreed. The Alliance leader silently admired. One day, Yeonho would become a pillar of Murim. But great talent always brought unavoidable responsibility. Whether he wanted it or not, fate would eventually force that burden upon him. The thought that destiny had chosen the world's laziest person almost made him laugh again. As they left the arena, he admitted to Jiang Han that, for the first time, he envied him. He wished he had a son like Yeonho. Jiang Han immediately offered to give him away. The Alliance leader laughed and jokingly said he would consider it. The tense atmosphere disappeared. In high spirits, he invited everyone to drink together. Even then, however, he felt as though he had forgotten something important. The next morning, inside the Murim Alliance headquarters, the strategist questioned his decision to leave Yeonho alone. The Alliance leader calmly asked whether there was any reason not to. Before the strategist could argue further, he stopped him. Yeonho was a once-in-a-generation talent. Naturally, everyone wanted to make use of someone like him, but that was only their own desire. People with that level of ability would eventually attract destiny regardless of anyone's plans. That was exactly why he wanted to leave Yeonho alone. The strategist quietly accepted the reasoning but sought confirmation. Was the Alliance truly going to treat Yeonho as someone on the level of a great master, rather than merely a gifted junior? The Alliance leader remained silent before answering. If they had fought seriously, he believed he would have won. The strategist expected that answer, but the Alliance leader continued. He wasn't confident he could defeat Yeonho without seriously injuring him. Privately, he admitted he probably would not have escaped unharmed either. Remembering the duel, he unconsciously clenched his fist. He still felt as though he had never seen Yeonho's true limits. It was like reaching into an empty hand while constantly feeling something hidden inside. The strategist replied that Yeonho hardly seemed like someone capable of such careful planning. The Alliance leader asked if he truly believed that. Then he quietly pointed out that, somehow, every reckless action Yeonho took produced the perfect result. Perhaps everyone misunderstood him. Perhaps far more lay beneath that lazy exterior. Regardless of the truth, his decision remained unchanged. Yeonho should be left alone. If destiny truly needed him, fate itself would eventually place him where he belonged. Adults, he said with a smile, should lighten the burdens carried by children, not add to them. This time the strategist had no objection. Looking toward the horizon, the Alliance leader quietly concluded that only the future would determine whether Yeonho was truly destined to change the world. 1 week later, the peaceful morning at the Murim Alliance headquarters was shattered when Jiang Han burst into Yeonho's room. The sun was already high, yet Yeonho remained comfortably asleep beneath his blanket. Jiang Han shouted in disbelief, wondering how anyone could sleep from before sunset until late the next morning and still not wake up. Without opening his eyes, Yeonho calmly answered that he barely drank any water anyway. The reply immediately sent Jiang Han's blood pressure soaring. Only a week earlier, he had proudly watched this same son defeat the Alliance leader. Now that same son lay in bed like a corpse. Grinding his teeth, Jiang Han forced himself to calm down before asking what Yeonho planned to do with his life. Yeonho remained silent. His father reminded him that someone with his ability should have dreams, ambitions, and goals. Only then did Yeonho open one eye. He calmly asked who said he had no dream. He had already made money. Jiang Han acknowledged that. Yeonho looked at him as though the answer were obvious. Making money was an important dream, especially for someone leading a clan. Jang Han found it difficult to argue. Yeonho proudly explained that he had already established several profitable businesses. Now all that remained was to enjoy the money and live comfortably. His father's eyebrow twitched. He asked again what Yeonho truly wanted from life. For the first time, Yeonho looked genuinely excited. He announced that he had already achieved his dream, a guaranteed successful life. His smile widened. He planned to spend the rest of it lying comfortably in bed forever. Silence filled the room. Then Jang Han exploded. With a furious shout, he flipped the bed over. Yeonho crashed onto the floor, rubbed his head, and casually remarked that his father's strength seemed to have improved. Not long afterward, the entire Wei family gathered to discuss what to do with him. The meeting felt more like an emergency conference than a family reunion. Guang Hong, Lee So Hwa, and Yurin quietly stood nearby, while Guang Hong privately wondered why they had somehow become part of another family's meeting. Jang Han sighed deeply. Yeonho's laziness had not changed at all. His wife agreed. Jang Han slammed the table, saying that was exactly the problem. It would have been one thing if Yeonho were ordinary, but someone who reached such heights in martial arts should not waste his talent. His wife wondered whether that was really a bad thing. Jang Han insisted that even the finest sword rusts if left unused. They had to cure his laziness. At that moment Sanho spoke. There might be a solution. His father looked confused. Sanho explained that whenever Yeonho accepted responsibility for something, he always finished it. Guang Hong agreed. Still seeing confusion, Si Rei explained that Yeonho normally wanted to do nothing, but once he decided something needed doing, he always saw it through. Yurin quietly joined the discussion. Blushing, she admitted that Yeonho was the kindest, strongest, and most responsible person she knew. He always stepped forward to help others without being asked. Those words suddenly inspired Jang Han. He immediately announced that it was time to choose a wedding date. Everyone froze. His wife pinched him before he could continue and told him to stop talking nonsense and pay attention to Sanho instead. Just then Jinong entered. After hearing the conversation, he admitted that Yeonho truly was responsible. Jang Han sarcastically remarked that the future of the beggar sect looked bleak. Ignoring him, Jinong listed Yeonho's accomplishments one after another. Rescuing the royal inspector, reviving Sacred Hand Manor, defeating the demonic cult, eliminating the Ghost Blade Demon duo, stopping the massacre at Mount Luo, and finally, fighting the alliance leader head-on. Even Jang Han could no longer deny those achievements. Placed together, they formed an unbelievable record. He slowly wondered whether Yeonho truly possessed a strong sense of responsibility after all. Sanho concluded that they simply needed to keep giving him things worth doing. To accomplish that, they first had to get him out of the Murim alliance. Guang Hong sighed. That was easier said than done. Jinong initially agreed it was impossible. Then something suddenly occurred to him. He smiled. There was one matter Yeonho would never be able to ignore. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the discussion, Yeonho suddenly woke from a nightmare. Cold sweat covered his body as memories of his training resurfaced. Trying to calm himself, he muttered that he felt even more tired after sleeping. At that moment, Yurin entered carrying a tray of freshly prepared food. She shyly explained that she had accompanied his family by chance and had done her best preparing the meal. Yeonho awkwardly thanked her, saying she did not need to go through so much trouble. Yurin gently shook her head. Without Yeonho, both her body and mind might have been ruined. She could never repay him for opening a new path in her life. Yeonho fell silent. After listening to his father's constant yelling every day, he found it difficult to respond to such sincere kindness. Yurin smiled and encouraged him to eat before the food became cold. Yeonho agreed. For a brief moment their eyes met. Neither spoke. Yurin quickly looked away, blushing. Yeonho quietly realized just how beautiful she was. Just as he was about to eat, another knock sounded. Lee So Hwa entered carrying a basket filled with steamed buns and dumplings. Yeonho greeted her warmly. She smiled, then noticed Yurin. Yurin noticed her as well. Silence immediately filled the room. Neither woman spoke. They simply stared at one another, each wondering who the other was. The atmosphere gradually became heavier. Neither side looked away. Meanwhile, Yeonho quietly sat between them. Without saying a word, he suddenly realized facing the alliance leader had been far less frightening than whatever was happening in this room. Before he could speak, Lee So Hwa quietly turned around and left. As the door closed, Yeonho stared after her in confusion, wondering why she had suddenly walked away. His thoughts were interrupted when Yurin slowly turned toward him. Although her face remained calm, something beneath that calmness made him instinctively straighten his back. In a controlled voice, she told him to eat before the food got cold now that the unwanted guest had left. Yeonho immediately lowered his head. At this rate, he thought he would get indigestion. No, he already had. His stomach certainly wasn't upset because of the food. Suddenly, Yurin picked up the tray. Alarmed, Yeonho's eyes followed it. She gently said she would prepare another meal since it seemed he didn't like the one she had made. Her gentle tone somehow made her even more frightening. Before she could leave, Yeonho quickly grabbed the tray and insisted the food was perfectly fine. Yurin stopped. After a brief pause, she forced a smile and quietly asked if he was sure. Yeonho immediately began eating as fast as he could, proving it through actions rather than words. Watching him for a few moments, Yurin smiled and reminded him to eat slowly. Yeonho silently cursed his situation. Just then, his mother arrived to call him for dinner. The moment she looked inside and saw Yeonho alone with Yurin, she froze. After a brief silence, she quietly turned around, saying they should enjoy their time together. Yeonho hurriedly called after her, insisting it wasn't what she thought. She calmly cut him off, saying it was perfectly fine and that it was about time he started taking an interest in women. Outside, she stopped Jang Han from entering and dragged him away before he could ask questions. Inside, Yeonho and Yurin heard the commotion but remained silent. The awkward atmosphere returned once again. Meanwhile, Lee So Hwa returned to her master carrying the untouched food. Seeing it, Gwang Hong was delighted, believing his disciple had cooked for him. He repeatedly praised her, growing happier with every word. Lee So Hwa quietly bowed before slowly raising her head. Noticing something on her mind, Gwang Hong asked what she wanted. Without hesitation, she knelt and said she had a request. He immediately pulled her back up, reminding her the ground was cold before asking what she needed. Turning her face away, she shyly asked for money. Confused, Gwang Hong asked why she needed it when the alliance already provided food and lodging. Closing her eyes, she admitted that wasn't enough. Remembering Yurin, she confessed she had never felt lacking before, but now she faced an opponent she couldn't overcome alone. Although he didn't understand, Gwang Hong still asked how he could help her win. Lee So Hwa answered without hesitation. She needed food, makeup, and clothes. Gwang Hong stood speechless. Wondering why someone needed those things instead of a sword, he questioned her again. She looked at him with pleading eyes and repeated her request, promising to repay him tenfold. After hesitating, Gwang Hong finally agreed. He reached for his wallet to ask how much she needed. Before he could react, Lee So Hwa swiftly took the entire wallet, sincerely thanked him, and quickly left. Left standing alone, Gwang Hong quietly picked up food. After tasting his disciple's cooking, he nearly cried with happiness. Elsewhere, the alliance leader reviewed documents concerning a martial arts tournament while several officials gathered around him. The strategist explained that it was called the Global Friendship Youth Martial Competition. The alliance leader remarked that it was quite an impressive name. The strategist replied that not only was the name grand, but the tournament itself proved the Heavenly Will Alliance had begun making its move. The alliance leader wondered whether it was simply a friendly competition. The strategist disagreed. Since both sides represented the orthodox Murim world, reputation mattered as much as victory. Whichever side produced the stronger young generation would gain public support. The Heavenly Will Alliance had always struggled against the orthodox Murim Alliance because of its achievements during the war with the demon cult. However, success in this tournament could completely change public opinion. The alliance leader realized that even if they currently held the advantage, the future could quickly shift. The strategist confirmed it. This competition would determine the future balance of power. The alliance leader pointed out that they still had talented disciples, including Sanho. The strategist agreed that Sanho was among the strongest young martial artists alive, but he questioned whether every disciple was at Sanho's level. The alliance leader immediately understood. Even if Sanho won, it would mean little if everyone else lost. The strategist nodded. There was only one solution. Yeonho. Using him would not only strengthen the alliance's reputation, but also serve as his official debut in Gyeongju. The alliance leader praised the plan. Nearby, Sanho quietly asked Jinung if this was what he had hinted at earlier. Jinung confirmed it. Given Yeonho's current standing, representing the alliance was unavoidable. He added that while Sanho was a once-in-a-generation genius, Yeonho was an even rarer monster whose like might never appear again. Sanho smiled slightly after hearing his younger brother described that way. Jang Han then stepped forward and apologized before pointing out the obvious problem. Even if everyone agreed, getting Yeonho out of bed would be the hardest part. The alliance leader immediately declared that it was Jang Han's responsibility since Yeonho was his son. Jang Han tried arguing that Yeonho was already independent, but his wife stopped him. Then Sanho asked to speak. Receiving permission permission, he explained there was actually a simple solution. If they used it, Yeonho would have no way to refuse. Curious, the alliance leader asked what it was. Sanho calmly replied that everyone believed Yeonho feared his father. That wasn't true. Yeonho was merely awkward around him. The one person he genuinely feared was their mother. The scene shifted to Yeonho's room where the atmosphere was completely different. Kneeling sincerely with his head lowered, Yeonho begged his mother for mercy. There wasn't a trace of pride left on his face. Anyone seeing him now would never believe he was someone feared throughout Murim. In a desperate voice, he promised to attend the competition, saying he finally understood and even begged her to take him along. His mother, however, looked down at him with disappointment. Calmly, she explained that she wasn't upset because he refused to join the competition. She was disappointed by his complete lack of concern for his younger sister. Then she asked what would happen if she and his father died, if that day came. How was he planning to care for his sister while living like this? The word struck him harder than any blow. Yeonho silently cursed at himself, realizing he should have agreed from the beginning. The conversation had already gone far beyond the competition. His mother looked at him again and asked if he understood. Yeonho immediately nodded. She narrowed her eyes and asked what exactly he understood. Yeonho froze. Unable to answer, he watched as she calmly offered to explain everything again from the start. Panicking, he quickly interrupted, declaring that he would protect his sister no matter what. Anyone who laid a finger on her would be sent flying. His mother studied him for a moment before finally nodding. Now he understood. She asked if that meant he was coming. Yeonho repeatedly nodded and begged her to take him. Satisfied, she smiled, patted his head, and praised him before leaving, casually mentioning they would discuss it again during dinner. Yeonho's expression immediately stiffened. Not dinner again. After she left, he remained kneeling for a while before slowly standing and letting out a long sigh. The battle was over. He had lost completely. The next day, everyone gathered before the alliance leader. Smiling warmly, he greeted the group and said he was pleased to see everyone assembled. The disciples stood respectfully in complete silence. Everyone, except Yeonho. Looking utterly bored, he absent-mindedly kicked sand around with his foot. Eventually, he raised his hand. The alliance leader asked what it was. Yeonho casually asked if they could skip the speeches and leave already, adding that the longer everyone talked, the lower his motivation became. Before he could continue, Sanho punched him square on the head. Demanding to know what kind of attitude he was showing before the alliance leader, Sanho scolded him. Rubbing his head, Yeonho asked what he had done wrong. Sanho reminded him that he now represented their family. Yeonho argued that he hadn't said anything incorrect. Sanho replied that knowing when to speak was just as important as knowing what to say. Watching the brothers argue, the alliance leader quietly thought they were both throwing mud at him and briefly regretted not beating Yeonho himself during their duel. Maintaining his composure, he simply told everyone to perform well in the competition. Immediately, Yeonho raised his hand again. He asked whether this was the entire team, recalling that the opposing side had over 10 participants. The strategist explained that the remaining disciples were still training and would join later after meeting the required standards. He reminded everyone that once they left the alliance, they would represent the Orthodox Murim alliance and must never forget that responsibility. As he spoke, his gaze settled squarely on Yeonho. More importantly, don't cause trouble. Everyone knew exactly who that warning was meant for. The alliance leader then entrusted Gwang Hong with escorting the group safely to Mount Hua. Although Gwang Hong confidently accepted, quietly thought that while Mount Hua hosting the tournament was fortunate, bringing Yeonho along would surely give its elders endless headaches. Meanwhile, the strategist instructed the bald escort responsible for accompanying them. The man openly complained that he couldn't control Yeonho anyway. The strategist reminded him escort duty had always been his responsibility and ordered him to stop complaining. Just then, a luxurious carriage rolled forward. Everyone turned to look. Yeonho casually walked toward it. The alliance leader and the strategist both asked what it was. Yeonho naturally replied that it was his carriage because he couldn't ride a horse. Then he looked directly at the strategist. Smiling knowingly, he said he already knew the strategist was behind sending him to this competition. The strategist immediately broke into a cold sweat. Yeonho simply smiled and assured him not to worry. He promised to return with good news. Then he casually added one last request. Until then, the strategist should continue managing his business because the banner already stated he was acting in charge. The strategist's expression instantly became even more complicated. Afterward, Yeonho invited his father and mother into the carriage. Watching this, the alliance leader teasingly asked the strategist if something was wrong. The strategist calmly answered that his stomach hurt a little. As the group prepared to depart, he silently prayed, "Please, don't let Yeonho cause any trouble." The journey finally began. Standing atop the carriage, Yeonho looked ahead with a lifeless expression and quietly muttered that he didn't want to go. Without warning, his younger sister threw a rock straight into his face. She told him he could at least pretend to be excited. Rubbing his face, Yeonho wondered if throwing a rock had really been necessary. Trying to lift the mood, he weakly shouted, "Let's go to the martial arts tournament." His voice lacked all enthusiasm. No one reacted, and so the group quietly continued their journey toward Mount Hua. While the road remained peaceful, the travelers' minds were anything but. One female disciple quietly observed the unusual group, puzzled by its composition. Gwanghong and Lee So-hai traveling with them made sense since they belonged to Mount Hua, and Wei Suryan was also a participant. What confused her was why the famed Sword of Justice, Wei Yeonho, and his wife had joined the trip. When his wife questioned why he wasn't riding inside the carriage, Wei Yeonho casually claimed he simply wanted to enjoy riding a horse again. The explanation sounded unconvincing, leading the disciple to suspect the couple had come because of Wei Sanho. As she admired Sanho's calm figure, she couldn't help but blush, inwardly praising him as the greatest young martial artist of his generation. Nearby, Jang Yul complained that someone like him had no business entering such a dangerous tournament, but Wei Sanho quickly silenced him, reminding him that a talented beggar sect disciple shouldn't be whining. The disciple's attention soon shifted to the carriage, where the strangest sight awaited. Yeonho lounged comfortably while both Lee So-hai and Yurin attended to him. After taking a sip of tea, Yeonho casually criticized it for being too bitter. Yurin immediately apologized, believing she had brewed it too strongly, while Yeonho casually advised her to be more careful next time. Watching the exchange, the female disciple nearly lost her patience. In her eyes, anyone should have been grateful just to receive tea from someone like Yurin. Instead, Yeonho complained without hesitation. Sensing an opportunity, Lee So-hai quietly offered Yeonho a piece of candy to replace the bitter taste. Yeonho happily accepted, instantly creating an invisible rivalry between the two women. Although neither said a word, everyone nearby could feel the growing tension. Unable to understand the situation, the female disciple concluded that both women were simply too innocent, while a nearby male disciple agreed and even considered warning them about Yeonho. Not far away, Gwanghong had finally realized who the rival Lee So-hai had mentioned before truly was. It wasn't a martial arts opponent at all, but Yurin. At first, he instinctively rooted for his disciple to win, believing she should never lose at anything. Moments later, he realized that victory would likely mean ending up with Yeonho, leaving him more conflicted than ever. Before he could sort out his thoughts, someone suddenly appeared before the group. The instructor immediately recognized the newcomer as Pang Dujuk, a former member of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Yeonho frowned the moment he saw him, commenting that Dujuk always seemed to bring trouble wherever he went. When questioned, Dujuk revealed he had been carrying out a secret mission under the strategist's direct orders rather than returning home. The instructor finally understood why earlier reports had been inaccurate, but his expression quickly turned serious after noticing Dujak's battered condition. Dujuk admitted he had been pursued throughout his mission. Before he could explain further, several masked figures suddenly emerged from the forest and rushed toward him. However, after noticing the large escort, they halted, creating a tense standoff. Yeonho sighed to himself, convinced Dujuk had somehow attracted trouble yet again. Unable to reveal the full details of his assignment, Dujuk only explained that he had infiltrated the Green Forest before his identity was exposed. The instructor dryly remarked that the infiltration clearly hadn't gone well, leaving Dujuk visibly embarrassed. Seeing the situation escalating, Wei Yeonho suggested avoiding unnecessary bloodshed since many young participants were present and their priority was reaching Mount Hua safely. The instructor, however, was displeased by what sounded like excessive caution and sarcastically questioned whether the legendary Sword of Justice had become a toothless tiger. Ignoring the provocation, Wei Yeonho calmly explained that risking the lives of the younger generation for an unnecessary battle would be irresponsible. Their duty was to escort everyone safely, not seek fights along the road. The instructor fell silent, unable to refute his reasoning. After a brief silence, the instructor admitted Wei Yeonho's reasoning was correct. Protecting the participants came before pursuing the Green Forest. At Wei Yeonho's request, he withdrew his earlier insult, apologized, and then stepped forward to declare that Pang Dujuk was now under the protection of the Orthodox Murim Alliance. He warned the Green Forest that unless they wished to become enemies of the Alliance, they should leave immediately. The warning only drew mocking laughter. The Green Forest openly rejected any notion of peace with the Alliance, making no effort to hide their murderous intent. Their reaction unsettled the instructor, who couldn't understand why the Alliance's name only seemed to fuel their hatred. Duja quietly warned everyone that these weren't ordinary Green Forest fighters. He admitted his mission had failed because of them, reminding the instructor that although he had barely entered the 5 dragons, he was still far from weak. If these men had cornered him, they were clearly exceptional opponents. Growing more cautious, the instructor still challenged them, questioning whether they truly feared the Murim Alliance. The masked warriors calmly admitted the Alliance was powerful and dangerous, yet showed no intention of retreating. Instead, their hostility remained completely unchanged. Both sides remained motionless as a suffocating silence settled over the forest. The standoff dragged on until one Green Forest member casually remarked that if everyone present died, no one would ever discover who was responsible. Those words erased any hope of avoiding bloodshed. Wi Yeonho stepped forward, realizing they had crossed the line. From the carriage, Yeonho quietly wondered whether his father's reputation would finally prove useful, recalling the strategist's confidence that the Sword of Justice's name alone could force enemies to retreat. Yurin listened with curiosity while the others watched in anticipation. Wi Yeonho proudly revealed his identity and gave the Green Forest one final opportunity to withdraw before he drew his sword. Instead of fear, the revelation ignited their fury. The masked warriors trembled with rage, cursing the Sword of Justice's name and demanding the group's immediate deaths. Watching the reaction, Yeonho dryly remarked that his father's prestige had only made matters worse. Although one Green Forest member briefly suggested avoiding such a costly battle, their leader immediately rejected the idea and ordered a full assault, declaring they would fight even if it cost every one of their lives. The Green Forest rushed forward without hesitation. Wi Yeonho cursed under his breath as he drew his sword while the instructor ordered everyone to prepare for battle. In an instant, the peaceful forest transformed into a chaotic battlefield filled with clashing blades, flying sparks, and powerful shockwaves. One Green Forest swordsman immediately confronted Wi Yeonho. Confident at first, he exchanged several powerful blows, but his confidence quickly faded when the seemingly ordinary opponent matched his internal energy strike for strike before eventually forcing him backward. Realizing something was seriously wrong, Wi Yeonho immediately warned everyone that the enemy was far stronger than expected and ordered them to treat every opponent as though they possessed twice the strength they appeared to have. Throughout the battle, Yeonho remained quietly atop the carriage, carefully studying every movement instead of joining the fight. After silently analyzing the battlefield, he suddenly jumped down. His mother hurriedly asked if something was wrong, but Yeonho casually reassured her before walking straight toward Mayan. Completely confused, Mayan listened as Yeonho calmly ordered him to gather stones despite the fierce battle surrounding them. Seeing his hesitation, Yeonho casually gave him 2 options: pay 300 coins or collect the stones instead. Knowing resistance was pointless, Mayan reluctantly activated his indestructible diamond body technique and hurried across the battlefield, gathering as many stones as possible. Once the pile was ready, Yeonho gave him one final instruction: protect Wei Surian at all costs and make sure no one even touched his sister. Mayan accepted without hesitation. Only then did Yeonho leap effortlessly back onto the carriage. While everyone else fought desperately around him, he calmly picked up one of the stones, a faint smile appearing on his face as he prepared to make his move. Seeing the enemy's unexpected strength, Wi Yeonho immediately warned everyone not to underestimate. He ordered the group to treat every opponent as though they were twice as strong as they appeared before charging straight into battle. With a single decisive strike, he cut down one of the Green Forest fighters, forcing several others to instinctively retreat. The hesitation didn't last. More Green Forest members poured into the battlefield from every direction until the group found themselves surrounded. Amid the chaos, several enemies quietly closed in on Pang Dujuk. Already exhausted from escaping them, his internal energy was nearly depleted, his hands had gone numb, and even lifting his sword had become difficult. Seeing his condition, the Green Forest gave him no time to recover and attacked immediately. immediately. Dujuk desperately tried to defend himself, but a blade reached him before he could react. Believing his death was inevitable, he could only watch. At that instant, a small stone infused with internal energy shot through the air and struck one of the attackers, knocking him unconscious instantly. Before Dujuk could process what had happened, more stones rained down with unbelievable precision, dropping every enemy surrounding him one after another. Looking up in disbelief, Dujuk found Yeonho casually sitting atop the carriage, calmly eliminating enemies as though the fierce battle below hardly concerned him. Annoyed more than worried, Yeonho remarked that Dujuk truly was a magnet for trouble. Ignoring Dujak's question about why he was there, Yeonho casually recalled one of his master's teachings, explaining that the most dangerous person on a battlefield wasn't a clever enemy but an unreliable ally. After watching Dujuk today, however, he concluded that someone who attracted endless trouble was even worse. The blunt criticism left Dujuk speechless. Unable to defend himself, he quietly lowered his head in shame and apologized, believing he had only become a burden to everyone around him. Their conversation was interrupted by Wi Yeonho's furious shouting from the battlefield. While cutting through enemies, he demanded to know why Yeonho was still sitting on the carriage instead of joining the fight. Rather than apologizing, Yeonho calmly explained that abandoning his position would leave their mother exposed if anyone slipped through the front lines. He insisted he was doing exactly what needed to be done, leaving his father momentarily speechless. To prove his point, Yeonho casually flicked several more stones, instantly knocking down enemies who had been rushing toward Wei Suryan. Watching her brother protect her from afar, Suryan smiled brightly. Yeonho then proudly argued that providing support from an elevated position was the most efficient role on the battlefield, and suggested that someone of his father's experience should recognize such a basic tactic. Although Wei Yeonho couldn't refute the logic, he silently vowed to settle the matter with Yeonho after they reached Mount Hua before returning to the battle. As the Green Forest fighters gradually fell back under the group's assault, Wei Yeonho sensed an opportunity and pursued them. Even so, he couldn't shake the feeling that these opponents were far stronger than ordinary Green Forest bandits. Nearby, Yurin anxiously asked Yeonho whether everyone would be alright. He calmly reassured her that their overall strength still surpassed the enemies. Privately, however, Yeonho found the battle increasingly suspicious. Their combined strength should have been enough to crush a mid-sized sect with ease, yet these opponents were somehow matching them despite relying on nothing more than basic martial art. Although something clearly felt wrong, Yeonho quickly dismissed the thought, deciding that figuring such things out was his older brother's responsibility. Elsewhere, Wei Sanho continued cutting through enemies effortlessly while Jang Yul struggled to keep pace. Watching Sanho overwhelm one opponent after another only made Jang Yul realize how enormous the gap between them truly was despite belonging to the same generation. With one powerful strike, Sanho slammed his sword into the ground, sending a violent shockwave across the battlefield that blasted every nearby enemy unconscious. Seeing Jang Yul standing still in amazement, Sanho simply reminded him there were still plenty of enemies left to fight. Another disciple attempted to imitate Sanho's overwhelming technique, only to embarrass himself. Watching the failed attempt, Jang Yul sighed, convinced that comparing ordinary disciples to Wei Sanho was like comparing frogs at the bottom of a well to someone who had already reached the sky. Surprisingly, the disciples who had endured Yeonho's brutal training were performing far better than expected. One easily avoided attacks that now seemed incredibly slow, despite facing stronger opponents. As the same realization spread among them, they reluctantly admitted Yeonho's merciless stone training had sharpened their instincts far beyond what they had realized. Remembering those painful lessons immediately made every one of them turn pale. Meanwhile, Yurin trembled as she witnessed a real battlefield for the first time. Seeing her fear, Lee Sohai gently comforted her, promising she would protect her if anything happened. Grateful for the reassurance, Yurin sincerely thanked her. The battle took another dark turn when one Green Forest fighter suddenly released a sinister cloud of black energy. His swollen veins and violent aura startled even Wei Sanho as he charged forward like a madman. Before anyone could react, the man's own commander pierced straight through his chest from behind and crushed his heart in his hand. Ignoring the dying man's confusion, the leader coldly explained that anyone who disobeyed orders had no value to him. The brutal execution enraged the Orthodox Murim alliance, but the commander paid them no attention. Instead, Instead, he ordered every Green Forest member to kill the enemy or die trying. His ruthless command only strengthened their resolve as they charged forward without caring for their own lives. Wei Yeonho quickly realized how dangerous they had become after one enemy continued advancing despite being impaled by his sword. Forced to kick the man away, he immediately warned everyone that these opponents no longer feared death and ordered them to prioritize survival above everything else. Just then Yeonho finally moved. Leaping down from the carriage, he landed between the two forces. His overwhelming killing intent instantly silenced the battlefield. Calmly explaining that he had originally intended to let his students gain real combat experience, Yeonho admitted the enemy had crossed the line. Looking across the green forest with an icy gaze, he declared that he would personally wipe out every last one of them. Yeonho charged straight into the Green Forest fighters without a moment's hesitation, closing the distance before they could react. One attacker swung his sword to stop him, but Yeonho effortlessly slipped past the strike, drove an elbow into the man's chest, then followed with a crushing punch that sent him reeling with serious injury. Another enemy immediately attacked from behind, believing Yeonho was distracted. Without even looking flustered, Yeonho casually blocked the attack and answered with a single smooth swing of his sword, blasting the man backward. Before the attacker even hit the ground, Yeonho struck again, cutting him down before he had any chance to recover. The remaining Green Forest fighters rushed him together, hoping sheer numbers would overwhelm him. Yeonho remained completely unfazed, almost mocking their attempt for kicking one attacker square in the chest and launching him into his own allies, breaking their formation. Seeing this, the Green Forest leader ordered everyone to focus on Yeonho, convinced that numbers were their only advantage. Yeonho, however, remarked that they were actually making things easier for him. His sword flashed repeatedly as he carved through the charging enemies one after another as effortlessly as cutting grass. Then, with a complete rotation, he unleashed Starlight Sword Kai in every direction. The brilliant wave of sword energy swept across the battlefield, leaving the surrounding Green Forest fighters either dead or too badly injured to continue fighting. Jang Il watched the scene in stunned silence. Even after witnessing Yeonho's strength before, seeing him wipe out so many enemies so effortlessly still left him speechless. After calmly sheathing his sword as though nothing remarkable had happened, Yeonho casually told the surviving enemies to stay where they were because he had more important things to do. He then asked for tea and sweets as if he had just finished an ordinary chore rather than a life-and-death battle. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief. Even those already aware of Yeonho's talent struggled to accept just how overwhelming his martial arts had become. Meanwhile, the enemy commander slowly forced himself back onto his feet. Having experienced Yeonho's strength firsthand, he could hardly believe it. Gathering the few surviving subordinates around him, he declared that although they had failed to kill Wei Yeonho, the information they had obtained was worth the sacrifice. Before leaving, he warned them to enjoy their brief victory because far worse days were coming. His cryptic words confused Wei Yeonho, but before anyone could question him further, the commander and every surviving Green Forest fighter bit hidden poison pills. Realizing what was happening, Wei Yeonho immediately ordered everyone to stay back. Blood poured from the enemies' mouths as the poison rapidly spread through their bodies until every one of them collapsed dead. The horrifying sight left the entire group speechless. Wei Yeonho quickly ordered the corpses removed before the poison could spread further and warned everyone not to touch the contaminated blood. Sometime later, Pang Dujuk explained that he had once again infiltrated the Green Forest under secret orders, only to be exposed and forced to flee. Listening with little interest, Yeonho immediately resumed calling Jang Il beggar. Although Jang Il protested the nickname, Yeonho completely ignored him before asking whether everyone in the Pang family was always this incompetent. Jang Il defended the family, explaining that the Pang clan specialized in leading charges and inspiring armies rather than covert infiltration. Their strengths simply lay elsewhere. Still unconvinced, Yeonho pointed directly at Dujuk and demanded an explanation for why he managed to get caught every single time he infiltrated the Green Forest, dragging countless others into danger along with him. Jang Il argued that every great family had foolish members, but Yeonho insisted Dujak's case went far beyond ordinary stupidity. Unable to defend himself, Dujuk simply lowered his head in silence while enduring the criticism. Just then, Pang Duhyung approached and warned Yeonho not to judge the entire Pang family because of one person. Yeonho deliberately called him by the wrong name and greeted him as though they had not been traveling together for days, immediately provoking Du Haiyang into loudly correcting him. When Yeonho casually asked whether the two weren't family since they both belonged to the Pang clan, Jang Il quietly explained that although they were brothers, Dujuk was born to a woman of low status while Du Haiyang was the legitimate heir. Seeing Dujuk's expression darken, Yeonho questioned whether it was really appropriate to speak about one's own brother with such contempt in front of everyone. Du Haiyang coldly declared that he had never recognized Dujuk as his brother and never would because of his birth. Yeonho asked whether being legitimate was truly enough reason to reject one's own family. After hearing the answer, he decided it was probably best not to interfere in another clan's internal affairs. Unfortunately, Du Haiyang continued humiliating Dujuk. He refused to let him even speak his name, declared that he had no right to carry the Pang surname, and claimed their father had only acknowledged Dujuk and his mother out of pity. That was the final straw. Without warning, Yeonho stepped forward and slapped Du Haiyang so hard that he flew through the air before crashing unconscious onto the road. Everyone froze in shock, especially Dujuk, who could only stare in complete disbelief. Jang Il rushed over, relieved to discover Du Haiyang was merely unconscious rather than dead. Even so, he couldn't believe Yeonho had attacked a member of the Pang family without the slightest hesitation. Yeonho simply replied that he had grown tired of listening to the endless whining. Jang Il hurriedly warned that this could easily ignite a conflict between the Wei and Pang families. Yeonho dismissed the concern, claiming he had merely disciplined his disciple like any responsible master would. Jang Il doubted the Pang family would ever accept such reasoning. Yeonho merely asked what they could realistically do if they refused. Thinking it through, Jang Il realized Yeonho had a point. If the Pang family truly sought revenge, they would have to face not only Yeonho but also Wei Sanho, Wei Yeonho, and the entire Wei clan. Escalating the matter could easily lead to the Pang family's destruction. Just then, Wei Yeonho casually walked over and accidentally stepped on the unconscious Du Haiyang before asking why someone was sleeping in the middle of the road. Trying to hide the truth, Yeonho casually guessed the man must have been tired. When his father wondered why no one had at least placed him on a horse, Yeonho replied that sleeping on the road seemed comfortable enough. The group casually continued discussing the unconscious Du Haiyang as though he had simply decided to take a nap instead of being knocked unconscious moments earlier. Watching the absurd scene unfold, Jang Il could only sigh inwardly, feeling that it might not be long before the Wei clan truly became the most dominant family in the martial world.